Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Peter. Time to get up. Jiang Tianming's voice rang out in the quiet Queen's neighborhood, loud enough to wake the neighbors, but it was aimed at only one person. Jiang Tianming was no ordinary college student. He had somehow ended up in the Marvel Universe. And how did he know that? Because his next-door neighbor was none other than Peter Parker, the future Spider-Man. The two had been friends since middle school and were now seniors at Empire State University. The front door creaked open, revealing an elderly couple with warm smiles. "Good morning, Uncle Ben. Aunt May." Tianming greeted respectfully. They had always treated him like family. "Morning, Tianming," Ben said with a chuckle. "You're early as always." "You know Peter," Aunt May added, shaking her head fondly. "Still refuses to wake up on his own. Go ahead, dear, just head upstairs. I'll fix you both some breakfast." Inside Peter's room, things looked chaotic. Clothes were strewn about, textbooks piled on a desk, and in the middle of it all was Peter himself, sprawled on his bed, smiling in his sleep with a line of drool trailing from the corner of his mouth. Tianming stared, unimpressed. Seriously? In Peter's dream, life was perfect. He had founded a successful tech company. Jiang Tianming was his business partner holding 10% equity, and he was happily married to Betty Brandt. Then came a sharp yell. "Peter!" Peter shot up like a spring, blinking in panic. "Wah, Tianming! Damn it! I knew it was a dream." Tianming folded his arms. A dream good enough to drool over, apparently. Ahem, it wasn't anything weird. Peter stammered, cheeks going red. "Just, me and Betty, never mind." "Aha." Tianming gave him a knowing pat on the shoulder. "Come downstairs. Breakfast is waiting. Try not to dream your way through the day." Later, with sandwiches in hand, the two rushed out the door toward campus. "Be careful, boys." Aunt May called out. "Got it." Peter waved without looking back. As they walked, Peter chatted about classes, while Tianming stayed mostly quiet. His mind was spinning with thoughts. This world was familiar but unfinished. Tony Stark hadn't yet been captured, Captain America was still frozen, and the Avengers hadn't assembled. He had time. It had been over 20 years since his accidental arrival in this world. No cheat system. No golden finger. Just hard work, friendship, and lots of books. He wasn't a Stark-level genius, but studying with Peter had paid off. His grades were stellar, and his knowledge of science and combat was sharp. If all else failed, maybe he'd try knocking on Kamartaj's door. As they reached the school gate, a voice called out. "Tianming. Peter." Both turned to see Gwen Stacy approaching, her blonde hair catching the morning light. Peter smirked and nudged Tianming with his elbow. "I just remembered, I've got to, turn in something. You two talk." He leaned in and whispered, "Good luck, bro," before disappearing into the crowd. Tianming sighed. Gwen smiled as she reached him. "Peter always in a rush?" "Only when he's trying to play matchmaker," Tianming said, raising a brow. Gwen giggled. "How can you talk like that about your best friend?" They fell into step toward the building, Gwen noticeably more nervous than usual. After a brief silence, she took a deep breath. "Tianming. There's a new coffee shop that just opened a few blocks from campus. Would you, after school, wanna go?" He paused, meeting her eyes. He knew why Gwen had approached him this way. It wasn't just curiosity or coincidence. A while ago, at a student gathering, Gwen, Peter, and he had run into a knife-wielding thug. Tianming had taken the guy down with ease. Gwen's father, Captain George Stacy, had arrived late but was impressed, and even asked him to teach Gwen self-defense afterward. That moment had changed everything. "Earth to Tianming?" Gwen waved a hand in front of his face. He blinked. "Right, yes. I'd love to." Gwen's face lit up. "Great. I mean, cool, yeah. Thanks." She tried to play it off, but her cheeks betrayed her excitement. "Class is about to start," she said quickly. "Let's go." As they walked inside, Tianming glanced back, a wry smile on his lips. In the original timeline, Gwen was supposed to be Peter's first love. But things had shifted. The story was changing. Well,
Sorry, Peter.
There's always Mary Jane. The droning voice of the history professor echoed through the classroom like background noise. He was reciting facts about America's founding fathers for the third time that month. Jiang Tianming sat near the window, eyes half-lidded, mind drifting. He had long memorized every major event, war, and amendment. It wasn't arrogance, it was just boring. His body sat in a New York classroom, but his thoughts were far beyond the textbooks. When the final bell rang, Tianming exchanged a knowing glance with Gwen Stacy, who was seated in front. She smiled and led the way out. Peter, meanwhile, had other plans. As a research assistant, Peter Parker headed straight for the science department's lab. "Dr. Connors, I'm here," Peter called as he entered the lab. Dr. Kurt Connors looked up from his work and smiled warmly.
"Ah, Peter. Good timing.
"You've been a great help lately."
Peter beamed. "Thanks, document."
"Things are going great today. Betty invited me over for dinner tonight." Connor's smile faltered. "Actually, Peter, we're scheduled to visit Oscorp this evening. I arranged a special spot for you, not part of the school tour."
Peter blinked. "Oh. Sure.
"I'll come with you." He smiled politely, but a pang of guilt gnawed at him. He hoped Betty would understand. After all, opportunities like Oscorp didn't come often.
"Good man," Connors nodded.
"Let's get today's experiment started." Elsewhere in Manhattan, Jiang Tianming sat across from Gwen at a cozy cafe patio, sipping coffee and watching a police shootout unfold across the street like it was just another Tuesday. "New York's really something lately," Gwen said, taking a sip of her cappuccino. Tianming replied, completely unfazed. Compared to alien invasions and interdimensional threats he knew were coming, a couple of gangsters with handguns felt like a warm-up act. "Maybe one day," he said casually, "a hero will fall from the sky and change everything." Gwen laughed. "What are you on about? That only happens in comics." "True," Tianming said with a grin, "until it doesn't." Just then, a familiar voice cut through the clinking of cutlery. "Well, if it isn't my daughter and her little boyfriend." George Stacy walked over in full uniform, wearing a smug grin that only Dad seemed to have. The shootout had already been handled, and now it was time for his real job, teasing Gwen. "Dad." Gwen turned red and tugged him into a chair. "Don't embarrass me." "Uncle George," Tianming greeted respectfully.
George nodded.
"I just dropped by to tell you two your mom cooked something great today. Tianming, you're coming over."
"No excuses." Gwen hesitated.
"But we've got a visit to Oscorp scheduled. We might be late."
"I know," George said smugly.
"That's why I told your mom to serve dinner later. I've got this covered." He gave a wink before standing up. "All right, back to the station. Thieves don't catch themselves." Once he was out of sight, Gwen groaned and flopped over the table. "He's impossible."
Tianming chuckled.
"He just cares about you. Even if he acts like a bodyguard in a police uniform." Gwen rolled her eyes. "Let's not talk about him anymore. I need a distraction."
"Come on, shopping."
Tianming raised an eyebrow. "Do I have a choice?"
"Nope."
Gwen looped her arm through his and pulled him to his feet. They strolled from boutique to boutique, and before long, Tianming found himself buried under a mountain of shopping bags, 8 in total. Gwen had bought clothes for herself, and surprisingly, for him too. "Check this out," she said, holding up a sweater. It was a sleek blend of white, pink, and black. When she held it up to herself, Tianming's heart skipped a beat. For a second, she looked just like Spider-Gwen from the comics. Gwen noticed the look in his eyes and blushed, her voice softening.
"Too much." "No," Tianming said, stunned. "It's perfect."
"Then I'm buying it." She smiled, and for a fleeting moment, Tianming forgot all about timelines, villains, and the future chaos looming over New York. Right now, she was just Gwen. And he was just the guy lucky enough to be by her side.
Dusk approached night. "This is the first time I have come to a big company." Jiang Tianming, Gwen, and Peter came to the front desk of Osborn Industry, and Peter couldn't help but exclaim, "Dr. Connors led the three of them and a group of students to visit various researches of the Osborn Industry. Among them, Connors explained the most about the biological research. During this period, Jiang Tianming couldn't help but look around curiously, and didn't know what the mutant spiders were doing. Place. This is the laboratory of Dr. Otto Gunther Octavius. He is not in the laboratory now, and there is no need for us to go in." Connors pointed to a laboratory with the lights off and said. Jiang Tianming vaguely saw the tentacles-like machinery inside the laboratory, and he guessed that this might be one of the main villains in Spider-Man in the future, Dr. Octopus Otto's laboratory. Okay, students, I will take you to learn about a recent new study. After finishing speaking, Connors led everyone to a laboratory. There were many dense spider webs in the center, and several spiders were climbing on it. Jiang Tianming was certain in his heart that maybe they were mutant spiders. There is a glass between them and this group of mutated spiders. Everyone curiously sticks it to observe the group of spiders. Coincidentally, a researcher in a white coat walked in. He opened a window and took one of them. Spider. However, what no one knew was that 3 mutated spiders were sneaking out together as if they had been negotiated. One crawled into Gwen's backpack containing notebooks and the like, and the other crawled into Jiang Tianming's sleeve and stood still as time stopped. As for the last one, it seemed a little impatient. After climbing onto Peter's collar, he saw the flesh of Peter's neck, and bit it hard. Ah! Peter cried out in pain, and then slapped him hard on the back of the neck. Everyone in the laboratory was attracted by his cry. Peter quickly calmed down his face until everyone continued to look at him. On the mutant spider, Peter walked up to Jiang Tianming and Gwen, pointed the back of his head at them, and whispered, "Is there something on it?" Seeing that a spider on the neck had been patted to pieces, Gwen couldn't help but change his face. "It's disgusting. I suggest you go home first, Peter." Jiang Tianming reminded. Afterward Peter will have a fever, and he will have the Spider-Man ability when he wakes up the next day. Peter firmly believed in Jiang Tianming's words, and the exhibition was coming to an end soon, so he had to go back early to avoid the Parker couple's worries. "Okay, I'll go back now. Remember to say hello to Dr. Connors." After speaking, Peter left the laboratory. After Peter left, Gwen asked Jiang Tianming beside him, what was that on Peter's neck just now? Since the mutated spider had been photographed to pieces, it was impossible to tell what it was. "I don't know, we should go too, and the exhibition is over." The exhibition came to an end with Peter's departure. The two came to the door of the Osborn building. Jiang Tianming and Gwen exchanged glances, planning to kiss goodbye. George honked his police car horn on the side of the road. Damn. Gwen secretly rolled her eyes. George clearly agreed with their relationship, but always came to interrupt at critical moments. Just when Jiang Tianming was about to laugh, a stabbing pain came from his hand, which made him cry out in pain, and then he swung it vigorously, only to see a small black figure fly out. Jiang Tianming observed his stabbing pain palm. "I saw 2 small hole-like wounds on the tiger's mouth of his palm." Looking at these wounds, Jiang Tianming always had an ominous premonition. "Oh my god, I have to go home quickly to treat the wound." Gwen, who was on the side, saw Jiang Tianming's wound, and hurriedly pulled him into George's police car. As for the mutated spider that flew out, it precisely landed on a girl of the same age as Jiang Tianming. The girl seemed to have sensed it, and she stopped and looked around. "What's wrong, Cindy?" the best friend beside her asked concerned. "It's nothing, let's go back." The mutated spider on her body slowly crawled into Cindy's backpack, and this girl was its new target. At Gwen's home, Gwen is helping Jiang Tianming treat the wound. "My god, this wound seems to be bitten by a spider." Gwen looked at Jiang Tianming's hand with some distress, and she was preempted by a spider before she even bit her. If Jiang Tianming knew what she was thinking at the moment, he would definitely exclaim, "Girl, there is something wrong with you?" What Jiang Tianming was thinking now was whether it was a mutated spider or an ordinary spider that bit him. In short, no matter whether he had to deal with it at Gwen's house for one night, as for the Georges and his wife definitely agreed, as long as they didn't sleep in the same room. Afterwards, Jiang Tianming went to take a shower, and when he was returning, he heard Gwen screaming. Jiang Tianming ran to Gwen's room in a hurry, and saw her standing there looking at his hands. Jiang Tianming walked over and looked around, only to find a corpse of a bug on the floor. "Look closely, isn't that a spider? Does it hurt?" Jiang Tianming held Gwen's hand and said distressedly. Before Gwen could respond, George behind him couldn't help coughing twice, and after attracting the attention of the two, he said, "Tianming, I didn't expect you to be so impatient, you shouldn't." Before George could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Gwen blushing. "Dad, I was just startled by the bug." After finishing speaking, Gwen pointed to the corpse of the spider on the floor that had turned into meat paste. George realized that he had misunderstood someone, and immediately smiled awkwardly, and said, "Ahahaha, I still have something to do, you guys talk about it." Then he left Gwen's room and went downstairs, closing the door by the way. It's not George's fault. If he heard his daughter screaming and saw Jiang Tianming holding Gwen's hand when he went upstairs, he might have misunderstood something. At the moments Jiang Tianming was attracted by Gwen's wound. He always had an ominous premonition that the Marvel world of at the moment seemed to be starting to change. Sure enough, both Gwen and Jiang Tianming passed out on the bed with a fever, and I believe Peter did the same. Until tomorrow. Today is the weekend. Jiang Tianming invited Gwen and Peter to an abandoned factory. "Oh my god, you don't know what happened this morning. I turned on the faucet and the faucet exploded. Look, I'm still glued to my keyboard keycap." When Peter came, he crazily talked about the strange things that happened to him this morning, and showed all his fingers, which were all covered with keyboard keycaps. Compared to Peter's panic, Jiang Tianming and Gwen seemed much calmer. Because of Jiang Tianming's reminder, after Gwen got up, he walked lightly and didn't break anything. "Calm down Peter, we were all bitten by the experimental mutant spiders in Osborn Industries yesterday, so I guess it's the mutant spiders' problem." Okay. Peter took a deep breath, calmed down a bit, and asked, "Does this mutated spider have no side effects?" For example, it wants to bite people like a zombie. I think those mutated spiders like to bite people. Oh my god. Oh, I won't become a monster. Now Peter started to yell again, causing Jiang Tianming to have a headache. He began to wonder if there was a mouth that could speak in the ability given by the mutant spider. Okay, there won't be any side effects, but the most important thing now is... Jiang Tianming looked at Peter, then at Gwen, and said slowly, the most important thing now is that you have with such power, what do you want to do? The two looked at each other when they heard the words. Gwen thought for a while and then said, actually, I have wanted to be a policeman like my father since I was a child. I think it is very handsome, and it hasn't changed in the slightest now, but you also know that, my dad won't allow it. Gwen shrugged helplessly. Her father protected her so well that she basically wouldn't let her do hard work. After Gwen finished speaking, the two looked at Peter who was still struggling. Peter also shrugged his shoulders and said, I don't know, I never thought that such a thing would happen, but I was completely unprepared. Usually I have a plan to do things, but now, I am completely, don't know what to do with myself. Also, after all, Uncle Ben is still alive. Peter decided to become a righteous Spider-Man, and Uncle Ben's sacrifice played most of the role, and now, Jiang Tianming has no plan to let Uncle Ben sacrifice in exchange for Spider-Man the birth of the man. Jiang Tianming exhaled, and said slowly, Peter, I know you are a kind person. Now you are different from ordinary people. You have a smart brain, and now you have power beyond ordinary people. What do you think you are going to do? I think you already have the answer in your heart, don't you? An elder once said that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Jiang Tianming put his hand on Peter's shoulder and said to him seriously, I think this sentence is very suitable for you now. Peter's eyes brightened in an instant, and Gwen on the side could even be described as stunned. She couldn't help but said, Tianming, from the time I knew you to now, I didn't know you were so eloquent. Facing Gwen's complaints, Jiang Tianming could only smile awkwardly. He couldn't say that he knew that this day would come sooner or later, so he practiced for a long time. All right Gwen, I'll catch you below, don't be afraid. Jiang Tianming was on the ground, and said carefully to Gwen who was standing on the high platform. Gwen looked at the chains in front of her and took a deep breath. Gwen Stacy, you have to believe in yourself. Then she jumped lightly, grabbed one chain, and then swung to another chain. Come on, going back and forth in the iron chain. She is not afraid of losing everything in jeans now, and she began to smile as she became more and more proficient. Peter beside Jiang Tianming couldn't help asking, how did you come up with these ideas? In addition to being able to climb walls, the spider also has his iconic thing, the cobweb. Peter frowned, and asked suspiciously, but, we don't know how to weave silk. It was Jiang Tianming's smile that responded to him. Peter's mind gradually cleared up. He hurriedly took out a small bottle from his pocket, which contained a long and slender cobweb. Peter showed the smile of discovering something novel. I found out this morning that this cobweb is so tough that it's hard to tear it apart. If we can mass-produce this cobweb. Then he looked at Jiang Tianming with a look of admiration. You are really a genius. Jiang Tianming shook his head. He patted Peter on the shoulder and said, I didn't say anything. You are the genius who discovered this. After speaking, Jiang Tianming went up to swing the iron chain with Gwen. Even without his reminder, Peter would have found out about this sooner or later. It's just ahead of time. After that, the three of them sat aside, pointing at Gwen's small notebook. Gwen, who had learned a little design, was designing their battlesuit. Peter stated that he wanted the iconic red and blue color scheme, while Gwen chose the main tone of white and pink. As for Jiang Tianming, he chose black and white color schemes. After all, he is a flower grower and has been interested in Tai Chi since he was a child. He has an inexplicable love for the two extremes of black and white. Night. Did we come here with the consent of Osborn Industry? Peter came to the door of Osborn building and asked the two people beside him. At this point, Gwen is very confident. She said proudly, our school has cooperated with Osborn Industry. They have opened a separate laboratory for our graduate students. There are all the facilities in it, believe me. In addition to admiration, Peter still admires it. After all, it is Peter with a normal world line, and these things can only be done by himself. The three of them were walking around in white coats in the research room. Before they knew it, the time passed quickly, and the three of them had successfully developed the spider launcher. Used together with the specially developed cobweb liquid, the cobweb is super flexible and will automatically melt about an hour after spraying. The ejected spider webs can be switched into compressed balls, ropes, and nets, and the length of the ejected can reach more than 100 meters. Definitely the last data is only measured in the laboratory, and the actual length can only be measured outside. Several large bottles and dozens of small bottles of cobweb liquid are enough to fill the backpacks of 3 people. These spider liquids can allow them to travel back and forth in New York City for dozens of days. Early the next morning, Peter woke up first. He looked around in a daze, and finally saw Jiang Tianming and Gwen who were sleeping on the ground hugging each other. Then he thought of something, and hurriedly whispered, oh my god, Betty also asked me out breakfast today. After filling his backpack with his spider launcher and cobweb fluid, Peter tiptoed out of the lab. My back hurts from sleeping on the floor. After waking up, Jiang Tianming stood up, stretched on the spot, looked around, and found that Gwen was gone. Not long after, Gwen walked into the laboratory with a dinner plate, and there were 9 small sandwiches on it. You're awake. I borrowed the company's kitchen to make breakfast. Come and have a taste. Gwen put the plate on the table, then picked up one of the sandwiches and handed it to Jiang Tianming. Jiang Tianming ate the small sandwich that Gwen handed over, and felt a little bit of happiness at the moment. Beautiful lady, delicious breakfast, everything you need at this moment. Where's Peter? Peter and Betty went on a date. After finishing speaking, Gwen pointed to the note left by Peter on the table, then Gwen thought of something, clapped her hands and said, I almost forgot, our battle uniforms are ready, I'll get it. Gwen was busy stuffing the sandwich into her mouth, then ran out in a hurry, and ran back after a while, holding 3 brightly colored tights in her arms. These battlesuits are also made with the high technology of Osborn industry. It can only be said that it is easy to use if you have the privilege. Gwen is a graduate student studying in cooperation between the university and Osborn industry. And Peter, Jiang Tianming, and Norman Osborn's son Harry Osborn are good friends, and Norman is very optimistic about Peter's ability, so they are basically unimpeded in the Osborn building. The high-tech facilities inside there are also materials that they can use as long as they are not damaged. Wow, that's great. Jiang Tianming never dreamed that he would cooperate with the future Spider-Man and Spider-Gwen to form a team. It would be fun. When he picked up his own spider battlesuit, a voice suddenly sounded in Jiang Tianming's mind. Detected the origin and birth of Spider-Man. Congratulations to the host for becoming a member of Spider-Man. Reward, Kamen Rider Kabuto Belt, Kabuto Insect Instrument. Note, the belt is used to store the system space, and the host can be summoned anytime and anywhere to transform. This system is a hero system, and I am very happy to serve the host. Issuing a hero mission, defeat a supervillain alone, and the reward will be random. At the moment Jiang Tianming even forgot to chew the sandwich in his mouth, and stared blankly in place. Now he is full of question marks. The system is really awakening at this time. Gwen on the side saw Jiang Tianming standing dumbfounded with staring eyes, and thought he didn't like this spider battlesuit, so he quickly said, if you don't like it, you can change it. It was only at this time that Jiang Tianming came back to his senses. Hearing Gwen's words was a little funny. The silly girl thought he didn't like this battlesuit she designed. Jiang Tianming shook his head and said with a smile, I like it very much. How can I not like the handsome battle uniform designed by the beautiful lady? When Gwen heard this, she blushed and muttered in a low voice, forget you can talk. Looking at Gwen's red face, Jiang Tianming suddenly became playful, and with a direct thought, there was a wave of ripples in the air, and a red mecha insect flew out of it. That was the Kabuto insect instrument. In its mind, Jiang Tianming was him maker and father of. The Kabuto insect instrument flew directly in front of Gwen's eyes, which made Gwen startled. Gwen bumped into Jiang Tianming's arms in a panic. Jiang Tianming felt the softness in his arms, and thought that although this was a bit inappropriate, it would be fine to hug his future wife. What is this? Gwen asked calmly, looking at the Kabuto insect instrument that fell on Jiang Tianming's shoulder. For this, Jiang Tianming improvised a reason. This is a mechanical insect pet made by a research friend of mine. It was a failure, so he gave it to me. The Kabuto insect heard Jiang Tianming say that he was a failure, although he knew he was lying, but he was still as if angry, and pushed Jiang Tianming's neck with its horn. Oh, does it have self-awareness? Seeing the human side of the Kabuto insect, Gwen couldn't help but want to touch it, but it was a pity that it flew away and avoided it. Obviously, it didn't want to be eliminated. Jiang Tianming encountered by others. It does have self-awareness, but it is a little shy. Gwen nodded half comprehensively, and then realized that she was still in Jiang Tianming's arms, and then gently pushed Jiang Tianming. She turned her head shyly, sometimes aggressively, and sometimes shyly, which made Jiang Tianming feel Gwen's cuteness. The Kabuto insect sees that there is nothing to do without it, so it returns to the space ripples obediently. Just then, a voice sounded. Peter, Tianming. Harry came in from the door of the laboratory. He walked in with a smile on his face, only to see Jiang Tianming and Gwen with an ambiguous atmosphere. Then he smiled a little jokingly, did I come at the wrong time? Jiang Tianming rolled his eyes fiercely. Harry is just like George now, he likes to appear at some strange timings. Who would have thought that our fighting king would have an owner, ha ha ha. Harry laughed wantonly in the lobby of the Osborn building, and the people around him didn't say anything and dared not say anything. After all, this was his territory. Since childhood, Peter and Harry have been under Jiang Tianming's cover, and because of Jiang Tianming's relationship, Peter is not as weak as before, and instead becomes talkative in front of his friends. However, when Jiang Tianming heard Harry describe him as a famous flower, still in Chinese, his face couldn't help turning dark. Harry, you are really enough. If you let Uncle Norman know that your first love has not been handed over, what do you think he will look like? Jiang Tianming shot back mercilessly. Seeing that Harry's face changed, he immediately became serious. Tianming, please, don't tell my dad about this matter. It depends on your performance. After speaking, they came to the gate of the building, and Jiang Tianming said to Harry, okay, Harry, send it here. Remember to say hello to Uncle Norman for me. After finishing speaking, Jiang Tianming took Gwen's hand and left the Osborn building. After Tianming and the two disappeared from sight, Harry put away his smile, turned around and walked to the elevator, and took the elevator upstairs. Harry came to one of the floors, came to a door, he took a deep breath, and then opened the door and went in. Dad, Harry, have you finished greeting your friends? Facing Harry, Norman didn't look at him, but kept his head buried in his own experiment with a stern face, and he didn't seem to care much about his son. Yes, Dad, Tianming asked me to say hello to you for him. Harry looked a little nervous in front of Norman, in front of his own father. But Harry's nervousness has always been in Norman's eyes, and his child's cowardice has not changed. It has been like this since he was in junior high school and high school abroad. If you can be as good as Tianming and Peter, I won't say anything. Let's not talk about Peter. Tianming has no father and no mother since he was a child. Although he has received help from the Parker couple, he can grow up. Compare yourself with others. Jiang Tianming, Peter Parker, Gwen Stacy, each of them is the best among young people. Why don't you think about why you are so far behind them? Ever since Norman's wife, Emily Lyman, died shortly after Harry's birth, Norman hadn't shown his only son a good look, belittling Harry contemptuously, or attacking him angrily. Harry didn't speak, but bowed his head and blushed, and he didn't even retort, which made Norman even more angry. I still have a meeting to attend? Norman threw off his white coat and walked out of the laboratory angrily. Only Harry was left standing there, with a pile of gloomy experimental equipment. One day, I'll let you approve mine. Harry roared in the lab, then sat where he was, saddened. Damn it. Connors slammed his desk angrily. He just got the news that because his experiment progress was slower than the school and Osborn industry expected, so he planned to withdraw the funds and stop the experiment. Now this scene. There's still a little time left. Connors looked at his severed right arm, and then looked at the formula written by Peter on the green blackboard behind him, and said slowly, Peter, there is no time. Then Connors picked up the white coat on the chair and walked towards his laboratory, preparing to conduct his own experiments in the morning until late at night. At the same time, the laboratory on the other side. Dr. Otto conducted prosthetic experiments in his own laboratory, relying on the chip on the back of the brain to control the movement of the prosthetic, and the prosthetic in front of him tried to pick up a cup in front of the prosthetic under the control of Otto. The experiment went smoothly at the beginning, and even Otto began to smile, but an accident occurred in the next second. The prosthetic limb suddenly lost control, the prosthetic limb was suddenly clenched, and the cup broke apart instantly when it couldn't bear it, and the pieces fell. It was everywhere, and even Otto couldn't help scolding, damn it. Just when Otto was gradually relaxing and preparing for the next experiment, there was a rough knock on the door. Boom. Otto. Norman walked in, without any smile on his face. Dr. Otto was startled, and stood up quickly. Osborn Industry is the big sponsor of his experiment. He asked quickly, Mr. Norman, what can I do? Norman was expressionless, with only disdain and coldness in his eyes. He said, Otto Gunther Octavius, your experiment has passed the unanimous vote of the board of directors, and your experiment is officially stopped. 3 days later, you and your poor prosthetic needs to get the hell out of here. Norman's words hit Otto's heart like a heavy blow, and he began to grimace, scolding, you can't do this. I can succeed. As long as I have time, I can succeed. We've given you enough time. Norman was also full of anger today. He was always calm, but he couldn't help but lose control of his emotions in front of the two of them today. You'll regret it. Otto suppressed the anger in his heart, and gritted his teeth. After venting, Norman once again showed the temperament of a superior, and said slowly, I don't think I will regret it, Dr. Otto. Never. Today is really my unlucky day. Peter was on his way to Dr. Connor's experiment with his head downcast. This morning, because of Peter's late arrival, and the fact that it was the same in the past, Betty thought that Peter didn't care about her at all. Separate. Oh, Tianming will probably laugh at me if he finds out. Peter told his close friend Jiang Tianming about this on his mobile phone. Dr. Connors was sitting on a chair, observing the data on the computer. After he noticed Peter's arrival, he looked at him. Seeing that he was downcast and lacking energy, he asked with concern, What's wrong, Peter? Who made you like this? It's just a trivial matter, Dr. Connors. Peter obviously didn't want to go into details on this matter, but picked up the notebook on the laboratory table, and walked out of the laboratory door. See you later, Dr. Connors. See you later. Connors definitely knew where he was going. He had an intersection with Dr. Otto. From Wednesday to Friday, he was Connors' assistant, and from Sunday to Tuesday, he was Otto's assistant. So now Peter is on his way to Otto. Then Connors stared at the screen in front of him. All the experiments have been carried out, but there are still 2 last experiments, which are human experiments. There should be enough time, but Osborn Industry is pressing. If you don't come up with results, then all these years of hard work will be in vain. I will succeed, definitely. Connors said firmly, looking at the little white mice in the training room. Sorry Dr. Otto, I'm late. Peter hurried into Otto's laboratory, still dangling from his mouth the toast he bought on the way. Peter, you're here. Otto sat decadently on the chair, without looking back at the prosthetic limb in front of him. What's the matter, Dr. Otto? Peter asked concerned. Otto took a deep breath and explained the reason. The board of directors of Osborn collectively passed to stop my experiment. After hearing this, Peter complained for Otto, they can't do this. Dr. Otto has worked so hard for so long, how can he just stop? Then, Peter turned around and wanted to leave. Otto, who knew in his heart what Peter was going to do, immediately stopped him. Peter, don't go. Peter just wanted to find Harry or even Norman to resolve this matter, but he was too naive. In this huge company, Norman is not the only one who has the final say. The board of directors disagree, and Norman's agreement is useless. Not to mention that Harry was only Norman's son. But Dr. Otto, we can't sit idly by. Peter still wanted to persuade Otto, but Otto was not as fragile as he thought. No, Peter, who said we have to sit back and watch. Otto stood up slowly, turned his head to look at Peter, and there was a hint of madness hidden in his eyes. Peter, are you ready to give it a go? Seeing that Otto was not depressed, Peter also laughed. Yes, Dr. Otto. As for Jiang Tianming and Gwen on the other side, not as busy as Peter's, even Gwen's band training is at school, and by the way, they have Betty and Mary Jane in their band, which I can only say is intentional. Jiang Tianming and Gwen came to a secret place and took off their coats. Before they came, they had already found a public toilet to wear their battlesuits inside, so they only needed to take off their coats. Woohoo! Jiang Tianming had already started to wander around the city with Gwen, and Jiang Tianming exclaimed even more excitedly. During the process, they encountered several robberies, and the gangsters were all subdued by them, leaving behind the names of Ghost Spider and Black Spider, but Jiang Tianming secretly thought that he hoped that deceased Black Spider would not come to ask for it. Copyright fee. After that, they landed on the glass of a building. They stood on the reflective glass, and they looked at themselves in a standing way. They were very satisfied. Jiang Tianming can be said to be delighted to see Gwen's current appearance. This tight battlesuit directly outlines Gwen's beautiful figure to an unparalleled level. The same is true for the battlesuit on him, which perfectly outlines Jiang Tianming's strong figure. How do you feel, Gwen? Jiang Tianming looked at the little white spider beside him. This feels so cool. The little white spider, Gwen exclaimed excitedly, and then danced on the glass, and then realized Jiang Tianming's existence, ran to Jiang Tianming and made a gentleman's salute, stretched out her with a low voice. He laughed and said, "Handsome man, would you like to dance with me?" The little black spider Jiang Tianming rolled his eyes. Obviously he should do this, but as long as Gwen is happy, he put his hand on Gwen's palm and said, "Definitely, beautiful lady." They then waltzed on the company glass. Jiang Tianming danced the girl's part. Although he was wearing a mask, he still had a sense of shame in his heart, but it gradually dissipated with Gwen's happy laughter. Inside the glass under their feet, that is, inside the building, is a restaurant. The people in the restaurant looked at the two waltzing outside the window, and thought it was a restaurant program, so they all gave good reviews. The band in the restaurant was also very sensible. Directly the music of the waltz was played, although Jiang Tianming couldn't hear it. "Tianming, this is my happiest day." Gwen hugged Jiang Tianming together and said in his arms, "It's mine too, Gwen." Gwen's room window. Two figures, one black and one white, passed by and landed precisely on the fire escape. They were Jiang Tianming and Gwen, who were coming back from a date outside. Jiang Tianming was sitting on Gwen's bed, playing with Gwen's laptop. Gwen was about to change clothes when she suddenly thought that Jiang Tianming was still behind her. Turning her head slowly, she saw Jiang Tianming staring at him intently. "Sorry." Knowing that he was found, Jiang Tianming decisively closed his eyes. "Honey, I'm coming in." It was Gwen's mother's voice. "Wait." Before Gwen could shout, Helen Stacy opened the door. The atmosphere froze instantly. When the door opened, Jiang Tianming habitually looked in the direction of the door. As soon as Helen came in, she saw that her daughter was taking off her shirt halfway, and her boyfriend was still watching from behind. In an instant, Helen understood what was going on, secretly said sorry, and slowly closed the door. Fortunately, Jiang Tianming put on his clothes before he came back, otherwise the battlesuit would have been exposed by now. "It's all your fault. Now my mother must have misunderstood something." Gwen blushed and wanted to discuss an explanation with Jiang Tianming. "But we were originally boyfriend and girlfriend. Then we have to do something to prove it." "What?" Just as Jiang Tianming looked at Gwen, who was pressing down on him, the door of the room opened again. This time he only stretched out one hand, and threw the things in the room into the room, then the door closed. "What's that?" Jiang Tianming cobweb shot, pulled the thing over, took a closer look, and the corners of his mouth crazily raised. "It's Doocy." Gwen's mother is really a good mother, at least in terms of dealing with feelings. She is much more comfortable than the rigid George. "I'll go and explain to my mother." Gwen blushed and said, planning to get off Jiang Tianming after speaking. Originally she was just joking around, but Jiang Tianming didn't plan that way. The future mother-in-law sent the guy in, so there was no reason to back down. Fortunately George was on duty, otherwise it would be George who knocked on the door. Jiang Tianming grabbed Gwen, pulled hard, and changed Gwen's position. Jiang Tianming looked at Gwen with a smile, and said with a smile, "It's better than at the moment." I thought Gwen would be shy at this time, but in the next second, who is afraid of whom? After speaking, Gwen pulled Jiang Tianming by the collar and kissed him. Gwen said that she wanted to wait until this day. The cobweb injector on Jiang Tianming's wrist sprayed out cobweb, pulling the two curtains together, and the room was instantly darkened. Gwen also very tacitly sprayed out cobweb to stick the door, making it difficult to open the door within an hour. Open. In the room, only the whirring of the two could be heard, and the light from the laptop placed on the ground revealed the shadows of the two playing poker together. Yesterday, the CEO of Stark Industry, Tony Stark, conducted a weapon test in the Middle East, and was attacked by terrorists on the way back, and his whereabouts are still unknown, said the news channel on the laptop. But the at-the-moment duo didn't have time for the news, because they had more to explore. After more than an hour, Gwen lay in Jiang Tianming's arms. draw circles on his chest. It's lucky that I can meet you, Gwen said affectionately. Now that I think about it, they met because of a fight. If Gwen had come early or late at that time, the ending would have been different. Me too. Jiang Tianming took her hand, kissed the back of her hand, and said, it's almost noon now, let's go down and see if my mother-in-law can help with cooking. After speaking, he hooked her chin, making her chuckle a few times. All right. The two put on their clothes, and when they got downstairs, they saw an incredible scene. Oh my god, Gwen, come here quickly and look at your mother, what are you doing at the top of the stairs? George waved when he saw Gwen and the two going downstairs, holding a broom to block the stairs. Helen's mother-in-law turned around and said with a smile, oh, you're done, I can't believe it took an hour. George on the side heard the words, and immediately squinted his eyes and asked in doubt, what are you talking about? Now Gwen is blushing, hesitating and temporarily losing her language ability, so Jiang Tianming had no choice but to step forward and say in person, it's nothing, we were just doing a project on it. Because there were too many topics to do for an hour, my mother-in-law stopped at the stairs just because she didn't want you to disturb us. Jiang Tianming didn't even blush when he said this, lying like drinking water is a right. That's it, okay. Suddenly George realized what the problem was. Wait, what did you call Helen just now? Helen on the side patted George on the shoulder and said with a meaningful smile, okay George, these are things that will happen sooner or later, and they will all grow up. George heard question marks all over his face, and spent the whole process from eating to washing dishes in a daze. During this period, his eyes kept wandering between Jiang Tianming and Gwen, wanting to see something, but apparently Sergeant George didn't think of that step. Soon, Osborn Industries will surpass Stark Industries as the largest supplier to America's military, so, fellow directors, profits will increase, costs will decrease, and our company's stock price will rise as never before. Ladies and gentlemen, we at Osborn Industries have a brand new future ahead. Norman stood in the center of the board meeting room, and what was projected on the projection wall was the news about the missing Tony Stark. All the directors on the board of directors glanced at each other, and the oldest director with gray hair stood up at last. Very well, so we decided to sell the company to Stark Industries. What? Norman's smile gradually disappeared, and he couldn't believe what he heard. The elderly director had no expression on his face, but continued, the military is disappointed with our progress, and the contract with us will be withdrawn. Stark's current controller has offered very good acquisition conditions, so we will selling the company would be the most profitable way. Hehe. Norman laughed angrily, his figure couldn't help trembling, and his smile gradually turned cold. I founded Osborn Industry by myself. How could you do this? How dare you do this? You know how much I paid for this for Osborn Industries. Even, the board of directors did not inform him before making this decision and action, as if they regarded themselves as a jumping joker, which undoubtedly made him lose control of his emotions the most. Norman Osborn. The elderly director ignored Norman's anger, and instead directly called Norman by his full name. The military is all disappointed with us because of you. Look at what you've done. The human strengthening experiment you've done hasn't yielded any results so far. The Connors and Otto you recruited, have their experiments yielded results? This is why the military is disappointed with us. In this way, they might as well choose Stark Industries with better efficiency and better quality. So, tomorrow we will be announcing your dismissal after the World Carnival. Your ignorance and incompetence will get you out. Norman Osborn. After hearing this, Norman sighed weakly, sat on his chair, his eyes almost overflowed with anger. Don't let me out. Never. Why are you in such a hurry, Norman? Dr. Shi looked suspiciously at Norman, who hurried into the laboratory. We have to hurry up. Norman walked to the refrigerator and took out a tube of green liquid inside. Norman, who had thought enough, stopped at this moment. He recalled the mocking and disdainful expressions on the faces of those on the board. He resolutely took out another tube of human body strengthening agent from the refrigerator. No one thought that this move would cause Norman to disappear completely. Use it on me. Norman handed 2 tubes of medicine to Dr. Shi. Dr. Shi never thought that Norman would become so anxious and crazy at this time. He shook his head and refused. No, we can't do this. The human body strengthening agent has not yet been perfected. The volunteers will come tomorrow. What's the hidden danger we don't know? Norman didn't have time to wait. He put the medicine in the nebulizer by himself, and then gradually walked into the huge cultivation chamber. Tomorrow, Osborn is done. The progress of science is to try boldly. Start now, now. Seeing that he could not persuade Norman to return, Dr. Shi had no choice but to walk to the control device and tap the keyboard with his fingers. After learning the instructions, the device began to gradually atomize the 2 tubes of medicine and release them into the cultivation chamber. I will definitely succeed, Norman said firmly after drinking the catalyst that would allow the enhancer to enter his blood faster. Norman looked at the green mist gradually spreading up from his feet, and his heart began to beat violently. As the mist spread to the entire training chamber, Norman felt that he was starting to have difficulty breathing. He pinched his neck in pain, eyes it starts to turn white. On the computer instrument, it can be clearly seen that Norman's entire muscles are gradually growing as the gas enters the body, and various data also soar. Norman, are you okay? Dr. Shi looked at the cultivation chamber, which could no longer be seen directly with the naked eye, and asked, patting the glass of the cultivation chamber. Ah. The mist gradually dissipated, and the inside of the cultivation cabin gradually became clearer. Norman was lying on the ground without any reaction. Norman. Dr. Shi was in a hurry, and hurried into the training chamber, performing CPR on Norman's chest. Suddenly, Norman opened his eyes, and his hand grabbed Dr. Shi's neck like lightning. Dr. Shi was easily lifted into the air without even reacting. It's not over. Norman roared, and then threw Dr. Shi out of the training chamber. The glass shattered instantly, Dr. Shi hit the wall, and the instruments on the way were also shattered. Norman looked at the pool of blood left by Dr. Shi's collision with the wall, and showed a crazy smile. Now I feel like I have been born again. Ha 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 ha. Norman's wicked, maniacal laughter echoed throughout the lab. I'm already looking forward to the days when we will live together with Tianming in the future. Helen ate the florist's food cooked by Jiang Tianming and enjoyed it with her eyes closed. Helen, not so fast. George rolled his eyes, a little speechless towards his wife, although he also admitted that Jiang Tianming's cooking skills are good, at least the dishes are much richer than his wife's lemon base. It's not fast, they've all grown up. But they still have to study. Suddenly, a voice from the TV interrupted the argument between the husband and wife. The TV was turned on by Jiang Tianming. Definitely, he didn't mean to stop the argument. Instead, he habitually turned on the news channel to see if any big events were about to happen. Today, Stark Industry and Osborn Industry jointly organized this World Carnival, and the delegation sent by Stark Industry this time is having a drink with the board members of Osborn Industry. Among them, there are high-level military officials here, and the scene is really lively. On TV, the TV station broadcast the carnival live. Humph. George wiped his mouth with a napkin, and said in a somewhat unfriendly tone, these rich people occupy public resources on the street whenever they are happy, and the only trouble is us the police. I have to go out. Maintaining law and order is really not an easy task. After George went out, Jiang Tianming also planned to go to the scene, because he felt that as long as there were more people and police, there would be a high probability of accidents. It's getting late, I have to go back. He has to join in the fun. Maybe he can be lucky enough to meet a supervillain, and then do the task. I'll see you off. Gwen followed suit. When the two came downstairs, Gwen stepped forward and hugged Jiang Tianming, a little bit coquettishly. Why can't you stay longer? Since the relationship between the two, Gwen found that she was more dependent on the person in front of her and wanted to spend more time with him. Gwen, my intuition tells me that there might be an accident at that carnival, so I have to rush there. Jiang Tianming patted Gwen's head, smiled and said to her, do you want to come? Definitely. Gwen jumped up happily after hearing this, and she immediately went back to the house and changed into her battlesuit. She has long wanted to save the world with her favorite person. Jiang Tianming used the Kabuto extender in the form of a mask to carry Gwen, speeding on the road, and the small gift issued by the system, Jiang Tianming gave praise in this regard. Both of them were wearing spider battlesuits. In the eyes of others, they were two guys with unknown cosplay, but they realized that they were the two who waltzed on the building not long ago, and they picked up their mobile phones to take pictures. Why don't we swing by with the cobweb? Gwen asked suspiciously from under the mask. After all, riding a motorcycle may cause traffic jams, and it will be too late for something to happen. Don't worry, I just want to try this guy. It's my first time riding this bike. In fact, Gwen's house is not far from the place where the carnival is held, and it's only a matter of minutes to get there. Look, it's still too late. Jiang Tianming stopped the car when he arrived at the carnival, and the scene was still lively. After Jiang Tianming got off the car, he stepped forward to hug Princess Gwen, and the Kabuto extender turned around and left. Wow, autopilot. Gwen exclaimed, and then realized that she was being hugged by Jiang Tianming in a princess hug in front of the public, and said shyly, hey, there are still so many people here. Why panic? We're still wearing masks. That's right. Immediately, Gwen put her hands on Jiang Tianming's face, and moved him to face her. In the eyes of others, it was like two young lovers looking at each other affectionately. The spectators around were taking snapshots with their mobile phones and posting them on various social platforms. A hot search called Masked Couple instantly went up. Regarding this, Jiang Tianming could only feel speechless. You really know how to find trouble, my little white spider. Not only this time, but also the last time in the building, Gwen relied on the mask on her face, and made various intimate movements with Jiang Tianming, making it appear that they were a couple. How could Gwen be a little different from what she had seen in the past? Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, crazy laughter came from the air, instantly attracting everyone's attention. I saw the green figure throwing a beeping sphere into the building. I won't be out. Boom. The building was blown to pieces in an instant, and there were many high-class people standing on the balcony of the building. As the balcony collapsed, they all slipped and fell. Gwen hurriedly sprayed cobweb to catch them, but was blocked by the green figure. No, you can't save them, they all deserve to die. Just in time to try this. Jiang Tianming stepped back a few steps, then raised his hand up, a ripple appeared in the air, and the Kabuto insect instrument quickly flew into Jiang Tianming's hand. Henshin. Henshin transformation? A mechanical sound sounded. The belt began to spread over the whole body like a nanomecha, and finally a white figure appeared in the eyes of the three of them, and it was true that one of them was the belated Peter. There was a young woman sitting on the balcony that was struggling to hold on. That woman had orange-red hair. If Jiang Tianming saw it, he would definitely guess who it was. She was future Peter's MJ, Mary Jane. Here I come. Peter, wearing a red and blue spider battlesuit, fell from the sky and caught her. After Peter put Mary Jane in a safe place, he turned and went back to deal with the green figure. The three Spider-Man stood together, confronting the figure in the sky, although one of them didn't look like a Spider-Man at all. Three ordinary people in fancy clothes just want to save the world. Then let you save enough. With that, he took the demon glider back into the air and fired missiles at nearby buildings. Boom! Countless pieces of gravel fell quickly, and the people under the gravel closed their eyes in despair, preparing to face their own death. No! Gwen and Peter exclaimed, and they spewed out cobweb to save people, but there were too many people and they couldn't save everyone. They felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. Cast off. Cast off. Change, Beetle. After hearing the voice, Green Goblin looked back, and a red figure appeared in front of his eyes. He only heard clock, up, and the red figure in front of him disappeared instantly. The next second, he heard clock, over, and the sound of a pile of rubble falling to the ground. This is impossible, he exclaimed when he turned his head, because he saw that those people who would have been crushed to death by the gravel were all standing in front of him safe and sound. Those people looked at the red figure in front of them with eyes as if they were looking at a god. Being able to save all people in an instant is no different from a god in their hearts. What the hell are you? Green Goblin had the idea of running away, and when he was about to fly away in the glider, Jiang Tianming saw his intention. He would not let him run away. This is a reward. Jiang Tianming tapped the button next to his belt with his hand. Clock, up. Time stopped in a second, and everything around him stopped. Jiang Tianming slowly approached the bottom of the Green Goblin. After the distance was almost the same, he jumped up. On the way, he quickly pressed the button of the insect meter. Kill button. 1, 2, 3, rider, kick, night kick. A mechanical sound sounded, and the Kabuto horns on the head flickered with lightning, then gathered all over the body, and finally gathered at the feet. After Jiang Tianming jumped at the same height as Green Goblin, he kicked Green Goblin's arm and waist with a horizontal kick, and the armor on his body burst instantly. Clock, over, AHH. Green Goblin's screams resounded throughout the sky. He was separated from his glider, and he was kicked violently into the pile of rubble beside him, his face wrinkled in pain under the mask, his arm bones and a few ribs in his waist were all broken. Everyone present didn't even know what happened, they only saw Jiang Tianming disappear, then Green Goblin was kicked down hard, and finally Jiang Tianming landed lightly on the ground. Do you want to stop me? Okay, we will meet later. As soon as the words came out, the glider sprayed several smoke bombs in the air, and the entire square of the carnival was filled with smoke. During the period, the glider came to Green Goblin. Green Goblin grabbed the corner of the glider with his intact hand, and the glider carried Green Goblin away from the scene. Grass, my reward. Jiang Tianming was about to pursue, but the voice in his head interrupted him. Congratulations to the host for defeating Green Goblin. Reward the Man of Steel. Note, as the name suggests, with a steel-like physique, RPG can only have a shocking effect. Issuing a mission, defeat 3 supervillains in total, and the reward is randomly unknown. This made Jiang Tianming's eyes shine. It's not the reason for the reward, but the condition for completing the mission. The mission can be completed just by defeating it instead of killing it. Wouldn't it be possible to deliberately keep the card bug in the hand to get the reward in the future? But in the next second, the system ruined his long-term reward plan for PRST youths. Remind again, this system is a hero system. If you deliberately let go of the enemy card reward path, it will be regarded as a mission failure. Well, this system fixes bugs a little too fast, but it doesn't matter. At least now before Thanos comes, he can probably fight them twice with other villains. Oh, when did you have the ability? It's amazing. Peter shouted excitedly from behind. This is not a place to talk, let's go back first, the old place. After speaking, Jiang Tianming released his transformation, sprayed out cobweb and left the spot. Gwen and Peter followed suit. Peter also turned his head and waved to the crowd taking pictures, saying, "Bye, I'm your friendly neighbor Spider-Man." After this incident, the reputation of the three officially started, especially Jiang Tianming, who is the most eye-catching among them, is called the One-Horned God by fans. Afterwards, Jiang Tianming burst into laughter when he saw this title. He had never seen such a title, which simply ruined Kabuto's reputation. He will find an opportunity to spread the name of Jiadu in the future. When Jiang Tianming passed by a park, he found a white-haired girl threatened by a robber with a knife. Isn't that Felicia? The future Black Cat, Felicia Hardy, is in the same grade as Jiang Tianming, Gwen and others. As early as the freshman year, she had admiration for Jiang Tianming and has been pursuing her until now, but at that time Jiang Tianming was with Gwen is ambiguous, and has always refused Felicia's pursuit of Jiang Tianming. As for the man who can be said to have influenced Black Cat's life in the original work, Ryan, when he saw Jiang Tianming and Felicia approaching, he consciously disappeared from their sight. Hand over the rich things, the robber threatened. But in the next second, a black figure appeared in front of his eyes. Hi sir, robbery is not allowed in broad daylight, even at night. Just like because of the Spider-Man hood, Jiang Tianming habitually said mouth escape, and then punched the robber in the face. The robber fainted instantly. Fortunately, he recovered, but the bridge of his nose was already obviously shape-shifting. Tianming. Felicia's question made Jiang Tianming stunned in place. How did she guess it? Jiang Tianming's reaction made Felicia's suspicion more certain, and she asked in surprise, Tianming, are you a black spider? How did you guess it? Jiang Tianming hesitated for a while, and after making sure that there were no surveillance cameras nearby, he took off his hood and turned his head to ask. He couldn't understand. He was wearing a spider hood, and the hood had a voice-changing function. Could this be the inside of the future black cat? A confident smile appeared on Felicia's face. She pointed at herself with a thumbs up and said proudly, I know your figure well, you look naked in front of me, and when I asked you, there is obviously a reaction, so I dare to conclude. Jiang Tianming was surprised when he heard this. When will the famous black cat awakening the ST attribute, which made him feel a little chilled down the spine? Will he not awakening the sickly attribute in the future? Fortunately, I have a body of steel, so I can't use a hatchet. Trigger a temporary mission to train black cats. It is the duty of a hero to train future superheroes. Mission props, human body strengthening agent. Mission reward, you understand. What do I understand? Why is this system so weird? Forget it, no harm anyway. Jiang Tianming took out the human body strengthening agent from the space in the backpack, and said to Felicia, this is for you, I need an assistant, come and learn fighting techniques with me when you have time, understand? The tone was a bit domineering, but based on years of experience, Felicia liked it very much. After all, she never gave up every time she refused, and her face still had that sickly flush. Understood. Felicia said excitedly, snatching the human body strengthening potion from Jiang Tianming's hand. I still have something to do, I'm leaving first. Jiang Tianming put on the hood again without any hesitation, and fled the scene directly. Felicia was on the spot, waved her hand, and jumped a few times. Yes. The three came to the abandoned factory in the old place, and the three took off their hoods at the same time. Peter spoke first, when did you have the nano armor? It's so FG cool. You will have it in the future, so just use the current one honestly, Jiang Tianming thought to himself. Is that the mechanical unicorn you showed me last time? Gwen asked. Yes, this was developed by a friend. He asked me to try it out, and it seems to work well now. Oh, your friend is too cool. Peter originally wanted to sigh, but then he thought something was wrong and asked, wait, I obviously grew up with you, why didn't I know you had such a friend? Peter, have you forgotten? I went abroad once when I was in high school, and I met that time. Jiang Tianming can be said to be impeccable, and what he said is still true. Hearing this, Peter nodded dully. Jiang Tianming patted him on the shoulder and joked to him, the girl you saved just now looks pretty. He suddenly felt Gwen pat him on the back. Jiang Tianming said again, he suits you very well, maybe it's time for you to get out of that relationship. I just fell out of love this morning. Peter rolled his eyes, and then said, I have to go to Dr. Otto's. After all, I asked Dr. Otto for a temporary leave after hearing the news here. After Peter left, Gwen squinted her waist and said in a bad tone, that girl is pretty, isn't she? She admitted that when Jiang Tianming said another girl was pretty, she felt a little uncomfortable, but she also knew that Jiang Tianming didn't mean that, at the moment just wanted to see how he behaved. Jiang Tianming turned around and hugged Gwen, lowered his head and kissed her. Gwen's eyes instantly turned into crescents of laughter. At least she was satisfied with Jiang Tianming's current performance. After lip parting, Gwen said, the girl's name was Mary Jane, and she was a member of our band. Mary or Jane, I just want to go on a date with my dear Miss Gwen right now. Then I'll do what I can to satisfy you. Dr. Otto? Are you still there, Dr. Otto? I'm here, Peter. Otto came out from a hidden place. He didn't put on the white coat he used to do the experiment. Instead, he was wearing a green one-piece bodysuit, showing his fat body completely. A large mechanical belt that has never been seen before. Dr. Otto, who is this? Peter frowned, because Otto from at the moment gave him a strange feeling, but he couldn't say it. Suddenly, Peter saw some black ash on Otto's body who had been injured by electricity. Dr. Otto, are you injured? Otto waved his hand, and an excited smile began to appear on his face. He stared at Peter, our experiment was successful. Look. After the words fell, the device on Otto's waist began to slowly stretch out 4 sharp mechanical tentacles. Under Otto's control, the mechanical tentacles began to extend, grabbed the wine on the table behind Peter, poured a glass on each of the other 2 glasses, and then handed the glasses to their hands. Dr. Otto, you need to rest now, your condition is not very good. Peter really wanted to congratulate Otto on his success, but now Otto's body was full of scars, which made him concerned. The smile on Otto's face was a little stiff. He didn't expect that his students didn't congratulate him on his success and recognized his works. Although he cared about himself, he was still a little disappointed. He forced a smile and said, I will, thank you Peter, without you, I may not be able to succeed in a short time, I will take a good rest. Otto turned his back to Peter and continued, Peter, it's time for you to go home, I also need to rest. Peter watched Otto's back in silence for a while, then left the laboratory with a sigh. After Peter left for a while, Otto's laboratory received an unexpected visitor. Several men in black suits came to Otto. One of the men stood up and said in a flat tone, Dr. Otto, after Mr. Norman's decision, your laboratory was sealed up in advance, and... The man glanced at the mechanical tentacles on Otto's body, and continued, recall all your works. What did you say? My experiment has been successful. Why do you want to do this again? The 4 tentacles behind Otto began to look at those people unkindly following the mood swings of their master. The man's face began to change color, and finally he calmed down and said, "It's useless to say anything, the order has already come down." The man's words seemed to be an ultimatum, and Otto, full of anger, manipulated the mechanical tentacles to knock everyone to the ground. "Ah, you monster!" The man who spoke finally yelled. He lay on the ground and kept moving his body, trying to stay away from Otto. But no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't stop Otto's mechanical tentacles. Otto's tentacles pinched the man's head, lifted him into the air, and slowly pulled him in front of him. "It's you guys who forced me." Everything in the laboratory was seen by one person, that is, Norman, who was seriously injured and returned to the Osborn building. On the way back, he realized the strength of the red figure. A group of messy helpers. A plan sprouted in his mind. Norman, who was lying on the hospital bed, looked at Otto, who was madly throwing those he regarded as victims on the TV surveillance, and began to laugh evilly. "It's only just getting started, little Spider-Mans." At Jiang Tianming's home, Jiang Tianming and Gwen are sitting on the sofa watching TV. "Look, that's me." Gwen pointed to the news reported on the TV. On the news, Gwen's ghost spider incarnated was flying between buildings, rescuing those who were about to die under countless pieces of rubble. Gwen waved her hand happily, and at the next moment, she shouted excitedly, "It's your turn." A red figure resembling a human-shaped unicorn appeared in front of the camera, and it took only 3 seconds to complete the achievement of saving people and defeating the Green Devil. The news has been blowing about this figure they hailed as the Unicorn God. Especially when this title was directly marked on the headlines of the news, Jiang Tianming was left speechless with a headache. "Tianming, you are so cool." Gwen hugged Jiang Tianming excitedly. Jiang Tianming felt the softness coming from his body, and a smile began to appear on his face. He turned his head to look at Gwen, and Gwen became quiet under his gaze. The two looked at each other like this, and the atmosphere gradually heated up. They approached slowly, and when their lips were about to touch each other, beep, the doorbell rang at the door. The two were interrupted instantly. Gwen reacted and immediately turned her head away, looking to the other side. Her face began to turn red. This girl was sometimes really shy and sometimes proactive. Jiang Tianming really couldn't understand. When Jiang Tianming came to the door, he wanted to see who would dare to interrupt his and Gwen's chat. After opening the door, a touch of silver appeared before Jiang Tianming's eyes. "Hi," I saw Felicia waving her hand to greet Jiang Tianming. The smile on her face undoubtedly meant that I was here. "Damn." Jiang Tianming reacted and closed the door without saying a word, but Felicia also reacted quickly. She put her foot on the crack of the door, preventing the door from closing. Jiang Tianming secretly thought something was wrong. Why did this girl come here at this time? The potion given just a few hours ago now came to her door. The most important thing is that Gwen is at home now. "Tianming, who is it?" Gwen came behind Jiang Tianming and asked in confusion. "Gwen, it's me," Felicia said before Jiang Tianming could speak. After Gwen heard Felicia's voice, the smile on her face disappeared and then appeared again. She patted Jiang Tianming's shoulder and said kindly, "What are you doing here? Why don't you let her in and sit down?" What else could Jiang Tianming do? He had to open the door and let Felicia in. After Felicia came in, Gwen hugged Felicia happily. "Felicia, it's been a long time, why did you suddenly come to my boyfriend's house?" Gwen was still smiling all over her face. To outsiders, Gwen looked like a hospitable hostess. "Then it was definitely your boyfriend who invited me over." After speaking, he gave Jiang Tianming a wink. Gwen's face froze. She turned her head to look at Jiang Tianming. She narrowed her eyes, and asked in a bad tone, "Really?" Jiang Tianming touched his neck in embarrassment, expressing his acquiescence. After all, he told Felicia that he could come when he was free, that is to say, she was free now, so he put himself on himself, and he also admired himself. "I won't disturb you?" Gwen asked Felicia. "Definitely not, but Tianming will teach me the fighting technique later, and there will inevitably be some physical contact during the process." Felicia's words undoubtedly hit the nail on the head, and the immature Gwen lost in this small war. Just when the two were about to fight, Jiang Tianming hurriedly stood up to avoid Lu Xiaobu's happy scene. After Jiang Tianming explained the ins and outs, Gwen's anger subsided a little. "Why do you need an assistant? If you want an assistant, I can do it too." Jiang Tianming hugged Gwen in his arms, and Gwen was very happy being hugged. She thought it would make Felicia give up, but it was a pity that Felicia was far less fragile than she thought. "Gwen, this world is far from being as peaceful as we imagined. There is definitely an unexpected crisis brewing in the dark, so we need more heroes. Felicia is very capable." After Jiang Tianming finished speaking, he felt that he could tell stories, and he could say anything at his fingertips. After hearing this, Gwen thought it made sense. "Are you sure you want to come?" Jiang Tianming asked Gwen. Just now, Gwen offered to let her teach Felicia, and he also asked if the system was feasible. It seems that his system did not want him to be hacked, and agreed. "Then definitely, I'm not bad at fighting technique," Gwen said proudly with her waist in her arms. "Okay then, I'll make you some tea." After Jiang Tianming went downstairs, Gwen and Felicia looked at each other. Gwen took the lead and said, "You attack first, don't say I bully you." Gwen is quite upset now. She knows that Felicia has been chasing Jiang Tianming for almost 4 years, so as a girlfriend, she is naturally upset. "All right then." As soon as Felicia finished speaking, she directly swung her fist to hit Gwen. The speed of the fist was already beyond ordinary people, and only the shadow of the fist could be seen with the naked eye. Gwen was startled. She raised her hand to block the punch, and said in surprise, Tianming is right, you are indeed very capable. Your punch has at least a ton of power. You will be more surprised. After finishing speaking, Felicia raised her legs and attacked Gwen's abdomen. A few years ago, in order to catch up with Jiang Tianming, she also practiced the fighting technique for a long time. Since Jiang Tianming gave her this chance, she would naturally not let it go, and she would not stop her footsteps because of Gwen's existence. Jiang Tianming, who was making tea downstairs, felt the movement upstairs and sighed. It's really a house with a bad atmosphere, and it's not good to go home. At Connor's house, there is no time anymore. Connors looked at the green potion in his hand, with a firm look in his eyes, and said firmly, Forgive me, Peter. Osborn Building. A strong man from the Bear Gang was brought here by people from Osborn Industry. His name is Alexei Sisovic. His gang is obsessed with money and power. Just in the morning, people from Osborn Industry go to him and tell him that you can give him strong strength, and then you can have everything. Alexei believed it, and he followed the people from Osborn Industry to the Osborn Building. When will I get the power you speak of? Alexei was a little simple-minded, and he became impatient with waiting, so he asked. Don't worry, Mr. Alexei. Since Osborn Industry has agreed to your request, you will naturally agree to our request. The experiment will start soon. Please be patient. The leader was not in a hurry. In his eyes, Alexei was like a volunteer doing an experiment, and accidental serious injury or death might happen at any time. But Alexei didn't think so much. He frowned and nodded. That's fine. I can't wait for long. Thank you for your magnanimity. Before the experiment is completed, Osborn Industries will be responsible for your daily necessities, and all expenses will be borne by Osborn Corporation. On the other side, MacDonald Gargan, a private eye in a black fur coat, also came to the Osborn Building. He was hired by Osborn Industries and came to try out a set of powerful armor. His business was not very prosperous, and he finally agreed to a commission without any hesitation. He was just trying out a set of armor, not any human experiments. In an abandoned factory, it is used by the Magic Gang as a place for secret transactions. Head, the person has been found. A younger brother bowed to a man in a black suit. Very good. The man in the suit got out of the car, threw his cigarette on the ground and stumped it out. When he walked into the factory, he saw a man who was tied to a chair and couldn't move. It's you who secretly told the Devil Gang the route of my goods. Anyone who is on the road knows that the Magic Gang and the Devil Gang led by him are sworn enemies, but this person in front of him has betrayed. Joseph Harrow, I have seen the power of Mr. Negative. It is not something we ordinary people can fight against. Let's surrender as soon as possible. The man sitting on the chair was brave, not at all afraid of this terrifying existence known as Hammerhead in the Tao. Joseph walked up to the man, but made a move that puzzled everyone around him. He untied the man's rope from the chair, then put the pistol on his waist in the man's hand, and pointed the muzzle at the man's own head. In my eyes, the Demon Gang is nothing. As long as I want to, I can go directly to their lair and smash Mr. Negative's head inside. As the killing intent in Joseph's eyes grew stronger, the man put his finger on the trigger in panic and fired several times. Bang bang bang. I saw that there was no scar on Joseph's forehead, and the man's terrified expression had already filled his face. You really are a monster. Joseph grabbed the man's shoulders and slammed his head into the man's head, causing the man's head to be smashed into blood. Ah! The man's screams echoed throughout the factory. Joseph threw the man on the ground expressionlessly, and said to the younger brothers around him, Get rid of him, don't let him die too easily. Yes, head. The surrounding members were all terrified by Joseph's terrifying side. They had only heard the rumors, but they didn't expect it to be true. In the gloomy alley, a man wearing a windbreaker and a hat is hiding inside. No one can see what he looks like, and he looks like he is hiding from something. His name is Ed Ryan Toombs, who was originally an electronic engineer. His dream was to fly in the sky and look down on the earth, but he couldn't realize it because of insufficient funds. Later, he asked for help from a businessman friend, but the businessman mass-produced his flight weapon and sold it to the military. He refused to agree, so he was framed by his businessman friend and put in prison. Now he escaped. Hiding is the police. Hello, Mr. Ed Ryan. A greeting suddenly came from behind Ed Ryan. Ed Ryan turned around quickly, lowered his hat and voice, Sorry, you admitted the wrong person. I'm not mistaken, Mr. Ed Ryan, an electrical engineer, who doesn't know. Ed was caught off guard by the man's admiration. He hesitated for a while, and took off his hat, revealing his old and grey face. Who are you? What do you want to do? It's nothing, I just want to negotiate a deal with Mr. Ed Ryan. The deal is that Mr. Ed Ryan can study your invention to the fullest in the company with the assistance of the company's employees, and what Mr. Ed Ryan has to pay is up to we will notify you when. Ah, almost forgot, welcome to Osborn Industries. Jiang Tianming was still sipping tea and watching TV leisurely. Recently, the Spider Trio has gained momentum, which has resulted in a much lower crime rate. Except for Green Goblin, the other villains have not yet come out. And Gwen sat sideways on Jiang Tianming's lap, with her head resting on his shoulder, which really made Felicia on the side envious, and Gwen did it on purpose. Suddenly, Jiang Tianming's cell phone vibrated, and he opened it to see that it was a message from Peter. The content is roughly that Connors is missing. He got the video recorder left in the laboratory and found that Connors had injected the lizard potion that he and Connors had made a few days ago, and the laboratory was full of terrible claw marks. He suspected that Connors did it. But the school sent him out for an internship, so Peter asked him and Gwen to keep an eye out. Urgent news? There is a mysterious figure with 4 mechanical tentacles climbing up the Osborn building. So far, the purpose of this person is unknown. On the TV, the news showed that Dr. Octopus was climbing the glass wall outside. The plane of the TV station did not approach, and no one knew who this person was, but Jiang Tianming knew that he was Peter's good teacher and good friend. Now in Jiang Tianming's eyes, Otto, Dr. Octopus, is suspected to be seeking refuge with Green Goblin Norman, or for other reasons, such as seeking revenge. Looks like we have to make a move. Jiang Tianming patted Gwen on her body to make her get down. Gwen got down behind her, and Felicia also wanted to get up, but Gwen quickly stopped her. You don't have a battle uniform now, so you can't fight with us, just stay here obediently. You don't want to disturb the daily rescue of our heroic couple, just stay at home obediently and watch us on TV, hee. Although Felicia was a little reconciled, she had nothing to do. After all, Gwen was right, she couldn't be with Jiang Tianming if she didn't even have a battle uniform. Congratulations to the host for the birth of the superhero Black Cat, and reward Kamen Rider Faiza's basic form, enhanced version, plus Black Cat Nano Battlesuit, can be automatically repaired. 99 damages can be automatically repaired. The host will continue to work hard. The value of the Faiz basic enhanced version is, punching power 10t, kicking power 15t, jumping power, 60m, running speed 100m/3s. The voice of the system suddenly came out of Jiang Tianming's mind, but he frowned slightly, not because the system's rewards were bad, but because he came out at this time. He began to suspect that the system was not serious, as if the system just wanted to watch him have fun. After all, black cats are not so easy to be born, at least he thinks so, and this battlesuit. Jiang Tianming looked at the atmosphere of the two women gradually becoming gunpowder, and decided in his heart that this battlesuit would be better for Felicia later. Jiang Tianming hurriedly dragged Gwen upstairs to change the battlesuit to prevent them from fighting again. Norman. Dr. Octopus came to Norman's office floor, and saw Norman, who seemed to have been waiting for a long time, at a glance. The irrational Dr. Octopus did not think about the problem, but gradually approached Norman, and said angrily, "Since you want me to go to hell, then I will let you go to hell first." After speaking, Dr. Octopus raised one of his tentacles to hit Norman. At this moment, heroes are here. A yell sounded, and Gwen's ghost spider broke through the glass and kicked Dr. Octopus directly. Dr. Octopus gave up the smashed tentacles, and directly raised 2 tentacles to resist Gwen's kick, and the other 2 tentacles were firmly fixed on the ground, stabilizing his figure. Gwen pulls away from Dr. Octopus with a backflip. AHH. Help. Seeing the target appear, Norman immediately made an expression of panic, shivering in a corner. At the moment Norman has only one purpose, and that is to make Dr. Octopus Otto also hate the Spider Trio, by the way, so that he can't kill his enemies and hate the Spider-Mans. Don't be afraid, sir, we will protect you. Gwen believed it was true, and quickly comforted her. Why stop me? Dr. Octopus roared. Because you intend to hurt innocent people. Gwen retorted immediately. Jiang Tianming, who came belatedly, heard the argument between Gwen and Dr. Octopus, raised his eyebrows and glanced at Norman, who was trembling beside him, and guessed his purpose directly. However, he did not expose it directly. On the contrary, he found it very interesting. Jiang Tianming seemed to feel that the Norman of at the moment was somewhat different from the Green Goblin Norman he knew. Tisk. Damn spider. Dr. Octopus realized that the situation was not good, and the 2 Spider-Man were a bit tricky for him, which made him want to quit. How could Norman let go of this opportunity? He was already prepared. The next moment, there was a burst of sound from the door, and the sound was like the sound of a machine touching the ground. Boom. A green humanoid mechanical scorpion opened the door and rushed into the battlefield. Hey, it's getting more and more interesting. Even the scorpions have come out, and they are still in front of the lizardmen. Jiang Tianming narrowed his eyes, and began to feel that things were getting more and more interesting. Hey, that guy who looks like an octopus, do you need help? The face under the scorpion mask showed an evil smile. If you guessed right, this scorpion armor has already begun to erode the owner's consciousness. It won't be long before the real scorpion will be born. That's the best way. Dr. Octopus was instantly confident, thinking that the other side was also seeking revenge from Norman. Gwen didn't care about the appearance of the scorpion. She said to Jiang Tianming behind her, "Honey, can I give that scorpion to you?" Jiang Tianming was taken aback for a moment, and then he realized that the helicopter of the TV station was filming outside, but their voices should not be recorded, and Gwen was purely teasing. "No problem, my lady." Since she wanted to act, let's act low. Jiang Tianming gave her a gentleman's salute with his hands on his chest. Then Jiang Tianming turned to face the scorpion. With a thought, the Fei's belt instantly appeared on his waist, and the Fei's mobile phone appeared in his hand. He flipped the cover and pressed the 5 button 3 times. Standing? By standby? Flip it back. A special sound sounded. He held it high in the air, and shouted, "Henshin." Immediately, he inserted it into the belt, and the blood of Photon began to circulate throughout his body. With a flash of red light, the basic form of Fei's appeared in front of everyone. Complete. Norman even stopped pretending to be panicked. He stared blankly at Jiang Tianming, who had transformed into a phase. So far, this person had given him too strong an impression. The belt appeared on his waist like magic, and Norman had already knowing that the Scorpion will not be his opponent at all. I still need more helpers. Norman silently made plans in the corner. Little Spider-Man, do you know what kind of man Norman is? Dr. Octopus said while waving his 4 tentacles. Gwen was agile and shuttled back and forth among his 4 mechanical tentacles, but it was equally difficult to get close to Dr. Octopus. I don't know, but the hate will never end. After saying that, Gwen sprayed out the cobweb, stuck to the desk, and smashed it hard at Dr. Octopus. Dr. Octopus blocked it with his mechanical tentacles, showing his gnashing grin, and said in a low voice, "You don't understand anything at all. If one day you are deprived of something you love so much, then you will regret saying this." As soon as the words fell, Dr. Octopus stretched out 2 mechanical tentacles to grab Gwen, but Gwen dodged it with a rollover in the air, and Gwen immediately sprayed cobweb at Dr. Octopus' eyes in an attempt to block his vision. But unbeknownst to Gwen, Dr. Octopus' tentacles give him vision. Before Gwen landed, the 2 tentacles stretched out by Dr. Octopus immediately turned around and grabbed Gwen. Gwen's legs were caught and thrown directly to the wall. "I heard you call that black spider my dear, guess how you feel when I kill him." The corners of Dr. Octopus' lips curled up. He was obviously confident enough to deal with Gwen. "How dare you?" Gwen exploded directly, and she sprayed cobweb bombs, sticking the 2 tentacles of Dr. Octopus standing on the ground in place, making it temporarily immobile. Then, Gwen sprayed out the cobweb again to stick to the 2 tentacles above, pulled back forcefully, and then flew herself towards Dr. Octopus with the help of force. Dr. Octopus was kicked hard by Gwen and fell directly to the ground. "You shouldn't have shot at the people around me. Really?" Dr. Octopus showed an evil smile. He manipulated a tentacle to pick up the shards of glass on the ground and quickly threw them in the direction of Norman. His target was not Norman but Jiang Tianming outside the door. Norman just incidentally. No. The cobweb ejected from his hand didn't have time to pull back the shards of glass, so he could only let it fly towards Norman. But Norman is not an ordinary person. He reacted very quickly. He quickly dodged sideways, and just flew towards Jiang Tianming, who was still outside the door. Jiang Tianming turned his head sideways to dodge. The glass shards collided with the Scorpion's armor, making friction sounds and sparks. Aha! Scorpion flicked his scorpion tail towards Jiang Tianming, who was walking slowly. Jiang Tianming raised his hand to block it, and stopped after only a few steps. He grabbed the scorpion's tail with his backhand, and there was a magic circle of love. When he let go, the scorpion slammed into the surrounding walls. Norman, you really found me a good job." The face under the scorpion mask was gloomy. The man in front of him was not as strong as a human being. Even if he wore the scorpion armor, he was not as strong as him. "Go to hell." The scorpion's scorpion tail revealed a dangerous white light. It was his secret weapon with a highly poisonous needle. The scorpion raised its tail high, and then stabbed at Jiang Tianming. Clang! The poisonous needle precisely hit Jiang Tianming's chest, making a crashing sound. But only the sparks appeared, but did not cause substantial damage to Jiang Tianming, only leaving a shallow trace on it. "It's a little itchy," Jiang Tianming said slowly. It seems that he guessed right. His steel body can still act on the Kamen rider. Jiang Tianming raised his fist, wearing a mechanism similar to a glove on his fist. It was a phase camera with a phase command memory inserted into it, which made Scorpion stare wide. "When did this glove appear?" Jiang Tianming smiled slightly. "Sorry, hanging out is different. Ready to complete? Exceed? Charge energy loading?" Just when the Scorpion was in a daze, Jiang Tianming had already started running towards him. The Scorpion hurriedly came to his senses, and with a movement of his body, he wanted to run to the wall to avoid Jiang Tianming's attack. But Jiang Tianming pulled him down to the ground with a light jump, raised his fist and punched Scorpion in the chest. Punching? Unit huge shock? Scorpion's screams resounded through the entire floor, and his body passed through one floor after another, smashing through 4 floors before stopping. Jiang Tianming has already pulled back his strength. It's not that he doesn't dare to kill, but he just wants to play again, otherwise the Scorpion at the moment is already dead. "Well, I will make Norman compensate me later." Scorpion got up slowly with some difficulty, and glanced at the hole in his chest armor. Jiang Tianming jumped lightly, jumped in front of him, and gradually walked towards him. "Wait, Black Spider, please let me go. I have never hurt anyone. Norman forced me to do everything." Scorpion directly abandoned his dignity and knelt on the ground begging for mercy. "Although I know you're faking it, I want to say that you're really ***ing softbone." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Tianming grabbed Scorpion's head with one hand, and punched him in the face with the other hand until Scorpion passed out completely. "Don't move, hands up." The New York policeman, who was late and not late, raised his gun and aimed at the 2 of them. "He's yours now, and there are ladies up there who need my help." After saying that, Jiang Tianming jumped upstairs to the floor where Gwen was. As soon as he went upstairs, he saw Gwen grabbing Dr. Octopus by the collar and punching his fat face a few times. Gwen's breathing was violently rising and falling, apparently from anger. "The biggest mistake you ever made was hurting my boy." Gwen let go of Dr. Octopus after he passed out. "As soon as I turned around, I saw Jiang Tianming, thinking of the violent situation I had just now, and quickly explained, 'He made me angry. I can't control it. I'm not like this usually. Jiang Tianming shook his head helplessly, then looked at Norman at the side. Norman at the moment was making a rescued expression, although he really wanted to punch him a few times, but Gwen was watching, and the TV station outside was also watching. See, he didn't want Gwen to make things difficult. He said, let's go back, today we took care of 2 big bad guys. Ha ha ha, it feels great to fight crime. After returning to Jiang Tianming's house, Gwen immediately yelled happily, asking why, because Felicia was here, and Gwen planned to anger her. I'm going to take a shower, my dear, wait for me to have a meal together. Gwen bounced up the stairs, she was obviously in a good mood today. Jiang Tianming didn't expect Gwen to be so jealous, but it happened that it was the most suitable time to hand over the Black Cat Nano battlesuit to Felicia. Felicia, I have something for you. Jiang Tianming walked in front of Felicia, reached into the inner pocket of his clothes, actually opened the system space, and took out a watch. Felicia took a closer look at the electronic watch in Jiang Tianming's hand. She didn't know what brand it was. It was a plain black electronic watch, but she liked it very much, as long as it was a gift from him. Thank you, I will cherish it. Felicia took the watch and put it on her left wrist. There's something even more amazing. Put your index finger on the watch and try it out. After Felicia put the index finger of her right hand on the watch, suddenly there was a mechanical sound from the watch. Start scanning fingerprints? Fingerprint collection is complete. Okay, let's put it up and have a look. Felicia nodded obediently. After putting her index finger on it again, the watch emitted a green light. After scanning her finger, a metallic black battlesuit spread from the watch, with cat ears on the head and even a cat on the tail. The most amazing thing is that the battlesuit can remove the other parts of the head except the cat ears and the special eye mask. If necessary, it can be fully covered, just like the head of Black Panther. It can resist tanks and cannons, the temperature of -20 degrees, increase the strength of the legs and hands, and there is a special jumping device on the soles of the feet, which can help the user jump 40 meters high. Damn. Jiang Tianming pinched his nose subconsciously, mainly because it was the first time he saw Felicia's beautiful side, and the battlesuit outlined her figure to the extreme. Felicia stared at the battlesuit on her body with wide eyes, her chest began to rise and fall, and asked in disbelief, is this really for me? Then she raised her head and saw that Jiang Tianming was fascinated by her current appearance, and she laughed happily. Then she walked in front of Jiang Tianming. Her whole body was close to him, wanting to stick together with Jiang Tianming. I'm beautiful now, right? Felicia took Jiang Tianming's hand and pulled him to the sofa, pushed him to sit on the sofa, and sat on his lap. The beautiful and charming face is close to Jiang Tianming's face, and the two can feel each other's breath. How do you want me to thank you? The cat tail behind Felicia's nano battlesuit swayed slightly, and even came to the back of Jiang Tianming's hand to wrap around his wrist. You're a natural goblin, Felicia. Thank you for the compliment. When Felicia held up Jiang Tianming's face and was about to kiss it, Gwen's voice suddenly came out, Tianming, I need your help. Here we come. Jiang Tianming immediately got rid of Felicia's request for a kiss and ran to the second floor. Felicia was not annoyed, but very happy, because Jiang Tianming had been shaken, and she could start the next wave of offensive. When Jiang Tianming came to the bathroom on the second floor, Gwen poked his head out of the bathroom door and said, there is no shower gel in the bathroom, go and get it quickly. But seeing Jiang Tianming gradually approaching, Gwen blushed in a hurry, then closed the bathroom door and said, no, you can't do bad things. Downstairs, Felicia has taken off her battlesuit and is giggling while watching TV. She now has a beautiful plan. It was getting late. Gwen was about to go home, but before going back, she blushed and gave Jiang Tianming a look. I took Felicia and went out. The old lady has gone back. You still want to stay here? After the two left, Jiang Tianming turned off the lights downstairs and went upstairs to sleep. Not long after Jiang Tianming lay down, there was movement outside the window. A dark shadow appeared on the window. I'm coming, my boy. The black shadow straddled Jiang Tianming with a precise front flip, and Jiang Tianming saw clearly that the black shadow's face was Felicia, who had just left. Felicia, why are you here? In response to him, Felicia held his face and kissed him passionately. It took an unknown amount of time before Felicia ended the long kiss out of breath. Today's night is still long. Felicia licked her red lips, she took off her battlesuit, and what appeared in front of Jiang Tianming was the embodiment of beauty and charm. Felicia. Jiang Tianming looked at Felicia's aggressive eyes and looked at each other. After a long time, Jiang Tianming laughed. In the morning, sunlight shines into the room through the windows. Jiang Tianming opened his eyes, looked around in a daze, then noticed the softness of his arms, looked down, and saw the silver-haired beauty lying in his arms like a sleeping beauty. As if noticing Jiang Tianming's gaze, Felicia moved her eyelids, opened her eyes slowly, and soon realized where she was, closed her eyes again, rubbed Jiang Tianming's chest with pleasure, and sucked him comfortably. Scent. Felicia, I know you're awake. Felicia leaned forward. The distance between the two faces was only a few centimeters. She hugged Jiang Tianming's neck, and put her cheek against his, looking very intimate. Good morning, dear. Felicia kissed Jiang Tianming lightly on the mouth, still exuding her charm. Do you want to do morning exercises? What? Jiang Tianming was suddenly unable to be dealt with by her. Throughout the whole morning, he stroked Felicia's pretty face. Felicia was as cute as a cat, squinting her eyes and enjoying the stroking beside her face. I don't know how to face you, Felicia. Felicia seemed to have guessed Jiang Tianming's words for a long time. She still smiled, tapped Jiang Tianming's chin with her finger, and said softly, I know in what capacity I intervene in your emotional life, so I don't care about those titles. Interest, just knowing that I love you and you love me is enough. From the beginning, she thought so. In fact, in Felicia's memory, she and Jiang Tianming actually have to go back to the year of junior high school. On that day, she and her father got angry and quarreled and ran away from home. Her trafficker. It's really beautiful, and it will definitely sell for a good price. But she was very lucky to meet the one she loves. The boy named Jiang Tianming came in front of the trafficker, raised his fist and punched the trafficker's damned face a few times. If I see you traffickers again in the future, I will see you again. Hit me once. The trafficker fled, but did not escape the pursuit of the law. Jiang Tianming came to her, stretched out what she thought was the warmest hand, and said to her in the most gentle voice, Little angel, I will take you home. It was raining and dark that day, and Jiang Tianming could only vaguely see Felicia's white hair, so he nicknamed her Little Angel. Ever since her father died in her first year of college, he was the only person she cared about, and the only person on her mind. But Jiang Tianming didn't know about all this, maybe he had forgotten it, and Felicia didn't plan to say it. She thought it was fine now, at least she was in his arms now. Jiang Tianming was silent. He stroked Felicia's smooth and flawless jade back lightly, and said after a long time, I don't know why I deserve what you do, but I won't let you down, I promise. It doesn't matter Tianming, it really doesn't matter, as long as you know that I love you. Felicia buried herself in Jiang Tianming's arms. She will never forget that day and today. I know, I love you too, Felicia. Jiang Tianming only hoped that those few punches that Gwen hit her in the face would be a little lighter. Jiang Tianming thought. Okay, it's time to get up. Jiang Tianming patted Felicia's jade back to get her up. Hold me up, Felicia said to him with a smile. Don't push yourself too far. That's what Jiang Tianming said, but Jiang Tianming still directly hugged Felicia like a princess. In the bathroom, Felicia was taking a shower, while Jiang Tianming was brushing his teeth. The sound of the shower suddenly stopped, and Felicia's head appeared from the crack in the door. She smiled and said to Jiang Tianming who was brushing his teeth, Tianming, why don't we go together? We can save a lot of water. You think I don't know what you're thinking? Jiang Tianming rolled his eyes and said, come out quickly after washing, don't catch a cold. Felicia dragged her into the bathroom before he finished speaking. I didn't expect him to enter this bathroom in the past 2 days, once actively and once passively. It's still early in the morning, my boy. Jiang Tianming decided that short-term pain is worse than long-term pain, and told everything to Gwen who came to his house, and then Felicia also pulled Gwen aside and whispered. After that, Gwen surprisingly agreed to their relationship. It's just that his complexion wasn't very good, but Jiang Tianming was glad he didn't get punched or slapped. Just like that, the three of them sat on the sofa watching TV, planning to spend the long morning like this. The atmosphere will inevitably be a little awkward. The shrewd Felicia rolled her eyes, hugged Jiang Tianming's arm and leaned her head on his shoulder. Humph. Gwen turned her head aside, pouted softly, and then embraced Jiang Tianming's arm. Jiang Tianming didn't dare to move while watching TV. He just felt that what was shown on TV was an idle soap opera, but in reality he was playing a palace drama with open and secret fighting. 3 days later. St. John's Cathedral. After being scolded by Norman that day, Harry left home and chose to live outside for a while. This time he came to St. John's Cathedral in Manhattan. There was thunder and lightning outside, and there was a violent storm. As gloomy as he was now, Harry was always thinking about how to make his father think highly of him, but it never occurred to him that maybe, as his father said, he was really useless. Boom. The lightning outside was deafening, and the entire cathedral was instantly darkened, very gloomy. What's the matter? Didn't you pay the electricity bill? Harry was in a bad mood, he said dissatisfied. The thunder light brought by the lightning outside the window made the church clearly visible, and the frequency was so fast that it was as bright as a light was turned on. Suddenly, Harry felt a chill on the back of his hand. He looked carefully and saw thick black liquid dripping on the back of his hand. What's this? Harry stretched out his other hand to touch him, but the liquid stuck to his hand and couldn't get it off. The next second, the same liquid dripped from his shoulder. Not only that, more and more black liquid fell from the sky, and they squirmed wildly like life, which made Harry completely panicked, and he kept shaking some liquid. The liquid on Harry's body gradually covered his whole body, and even entered his nose and throat. He only felt more and more pain. There was another flash of thunder outside the window, and a black monster full of sharp fangs was roaring crazily. Ho 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 ho. Early morning. Harry opened his eyes and looked around, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, thankful that it was a dream. He looked at his body with some fear, but he felt the strength coming from his body, a source of constant power. Harry had never felt this way before. Dingling, dingling, the phone on the table suddenly rang out. Harry stepped forward to pick it up and looked at the note, hesitation for a while, and finally answered the phone. Hey, Peter, what's the matter? Harry, I'm in Manhattan too, do you want to have dinner together? No. Harry was about to refuse, but he saw himself in the mirror. His originally thin body became stronger overnight, and his temperament changed slightly. I mean, definitely, where is the location? That's great, I'll send you the address. Peter hung up the phone, and the next second, there was a new message in the message box. Hi Harry, I haven't seen you for a few days, my temperament has improved a lot. After Peter and Harry met, they hugged him warmly, and then took a closer look at Harry, and he's much stronger. Have you been exercising recently? Yes, I've been bored recently, so I started to exercise. The two had lunch in a very ordinary Western restaurant. During this period, Peter always took the initiative to find topics to talk about. Harry responded perfunctorily without interest. Peter didn't care about it but was a little worried about Harry's mental state. 3 days ago, the Ghost Spider and the Black Spider fought 2 villains in the Osborn building. The reason was caused by Dr. Octopus' hatred for Norman. In the end, the two heroically defeated the villains. The following picture shows Norman being interviewed, and 8 out of 10 sentences are polite words praising the Ghost Spider and the Black Spider. But many believed it, including his son Harry. Everyone was drawn to what was on the TV, and it made Harry feel something called jealousy. Harry, they're great, aren't they? Peter pointed to the 2 friends on the TV and praised them to Harry with a smile. Do you think so too? What? Peter didn't catch it, because Harry's voice was so low that even if he was a Superman, he couldn't hear it. Harry got up with a gloomy face and was about to leave. Thank you for the treat, Peter, I should go. Harry, etc. Harry didn't listen to Peter's persuasion, but walked out the door without any hesitation. Peter looked at Harry's leaving back with some concern, but the next second he heard the news that shocked him. By the way, Scorpion's real identity is a private detective who is struggling, and Dr. Octopus' real identity is Dr. Otto, who is well known in the industry. No, Dr. Otto. And Harry, who was walking outside, strode violently into a dark alley, and used his strength to lift the surrounding walls to vent his anger. Hey, which family's son is this? Recently, the brothers are a little short of money, and I want to ask you. A familiar criminal with a familiar complexion, a black man led several men to Harry's back. But he saw that Harry ignored him at all and just stood there stupidly, which made him furious. I asked you something. The men's roar seemed to have an effect. Harry turned around slowly, and he smiled evilly at the men. I feel it, new power. The black liquid gradually spread throughout the body, and a tall and strong black body appeared in front of everyone. At the same time. At noon, 3 white vans drove into an abandoned factory, and the vans stopped one after another. A group of people wearing white ghost masks came to the trunk of the van, opened it, and lifted the heavy wooden boxes inside into the factory one by one. Have all the goods arrived? One of the people who looked like a small leader asked the little boy who was counting the goods. Xiao Luo nodded, and handed the tablet in his hand to the little boss. After the little boss looked at it, he also nodded. Very good, but we need to confirm again to avoid mistakes. After finishing speaking, the little boss came to the pile of goods and opened one of the boxes. What appeared in the box were all kinds of cold weapons, but these cold weapons would be of great use in the future. While these people were busy, no one noticed that there were 3 uninvited guests on the top of the factory above their heads. They speak Chinese. Are they the Devil Gang? Gwen cautiously poked her head out of the window above the factory. The Devil Gang, Mr. Negative's gang, is one of the largest gangs in New York. The leader, Mr. Negative, is a Chinese-American, Martin Lee. His ability is also quite tricky. Well, they are Mr. Negative's subordinates. They all hold a dangerous weapon. Be careful then. They are a piece of cake for Jiang Tianming, but it may be a little tricky for Gwen and Felicia who are newcomers. Well, you have to protect me when the time comes. Felicia lay on Jiang Tianming's back. Her body was close to his junior, and she said softly with her small mouth next to his ear. Ahem. Jiang Tianming coughed a few times, signaling Felicia to come down quickly, because he noticed that the dangerous aura emanating from Gwen was getting stronger and stronger. In the past 3 days, Jiang Tianming can be said to have lived very comfortably and very uncomfortable. He had all the benefits that he should have, but there were also many Shura fields that he should have. He was used to it. To himself. They're about to take away the goods, let's get on. Jiang Tianming didn't stay where he was, and jumped into the factory. The members of the demon gang saw the familiar black figure and shouted directly, the Black Spider has appeared. Attack him. Jiang Tianming shuttled through the bullets, and from time to time he used his body to catch the bullets hard. The cobweb in his hand sprayed out, pulling the heads of 2 adjacent Devil Gang members, and pulling them hard to make them collide. They cried out in pain and fell to the ground. The other members saw that the bullets had no effect on them, so they directly picked up the cold weapons on their backs and used their abilities. Black and white lights flashed on the weapons, which seemed extremely dangerous. Damn Black Spider, go to hell. Xiao Luo number 1 was holding 2 whips, black and white lights flickering on the whips, mixed with dangerous electric lights. He swung towards Jiang Tianming forcefully, but Jiang Tianming remained in place, silently looking at the little guy number 1. I saw another black figure appearing, and Felicia blocked the blow for Jiang Tianming directly in front of Xiao Luo. A man who hurts others is not a good thing. Felicia grabbed the whip and slammed it vigorously, and Xiao Luo number 1 was thrown flying before he could let go of the whip in his hand. The nano battlesuit on Felicia's body is only emitting black smoke, but there is no trace left on it, which shows that the defense is amazing. How about me? Felicia turned her head, removed the upper part of her face mask, revealing her beautiful eyes, and winked at Jiang Tianming. Very nice. You guys are enough. Gwen roared. The fists and feet in his hands became heavier, and only the sound of fractures could be heard, and the young people who were in pain wailed again and again. It is estimated that they would have to lie in the cell for several months due to their injuries up. She agrees with the relationship between the three of them, but it doesn't mean that she can just watch them show their affection. At least she should take one of them. Hey, it seems that a certain little white spider is jealous. Felicia bounced to Gwen's back, gently squeezed her shoulder, and whispered, okay, tonight he let me hear you go. Gwen's little face under the mask flushed, and she hugged her chest a little arrogantly and turned her head away. I don't care. Then I want it. No. Hearing that Felicia wanted to repent, Gwen ran to Jiang Tianming's side and hugged his arm. Tonight is mine. You can't compete with me. Jiang Tianming, who didn't interrupt, was speechless for a while. What do you guys think of me? Why are you taking turns? There they are. Let's go together. The demon gang members gathered more people and rushed towards Jiang Tianming and the others with weapons in hand. Jiang Tianming shrugged his shoulders. At least he is living comfortably in this daily life of combating crime. Get over it. Go home and sleep. Jiang Tianming raised his hand, and the insect instrument flew into his hand. Henshin. Snapped. Damn it. He slapped his hands on the desk fiercely, and his master was glaring. He was the leader of the demon gang, Mr. Negative Martin Lee. Just now, one of his businesses was directly disrupted by the Spider Squad and the latest black cat, which made him fly into a rage. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Mr. Negative adjusted his breathing, and then said, come in. As soon as the voice fell, the door of the office opened, and a boy from the demon gang walked in. He respectfully said to Mr. Negative, boss, the person you want has been brought. Oh, let him in. Mr. Negative's eyes lit up, and he quickly waved his hand to let Xiao Luo bring the person he wanted over. Not long after, a man in a tattered white coat came to Mr. Negative, and Mr. Negative stood up politely and held out his hand to him. Hi, Dr. Connors, my name is Martin Lee, they call me Mr. Negative. Connors looked haggard now compared to his high-spirited appearance back then. At that time, he did become Dr. Lizard, but the spider trio was in full swing at that time. He was the only one who didn't dare to take the lead, so he could only be cautious. An experiment of his own sitting in the sewer. As for how Connors and Mr. Negative met, in a coincidence, Connors broke into Mr. Negative's trading venue and injured an unknown number of his younger brothers. Now they all have a common enemy, the spider trio. Connors originally planned to break into the Osborn mansion to snatch the equipment he needed. I've thought about it, I'll cooperate with you. Connors decided after taking a deep breath. When Mr. Negative learned that the lizard man was Connors, he thought of a brilliant plan. Their common enemy needed more hands to deal with it. So he put forward the idea of soliciting, providing funds and experimental facilities, and the condition is to deal with the spider trio. Thank you for coming, Dr. Connors. Mr. Negative smiled politely. We will have a very pleasant cooperation. After fighting the crime, Jiang Tianming and others returned home. Tianming, I'm going to band practice in the afternoon, and we'll gather at the graduation ceremony. After returning home, Gwen packed her backpack, then came to Jiang Tianming, hugged him and whispered in his ear, wait for me to come back at night, don't give Felicia a chance. Felicia on the side was not an ordinary person either. She could hear these words. She stood there with her chest folded in a funny way. After Gwen left, Felicia stretched, showed her graceful figure in front of Jiang Tianming's eyes, and lay lazily on the sofa watching TV. Since the relationship was confirmed, Felicia has moved into Jiang Tianming's house, and even Gwen only comes to live for a while from time to time, which is why Gwen is worried about Felicia. I'm going to take a nap. Jiang Tianming also stretched, yawned, and walked upstairs. Felicia's eyes lit up, her small eyes narrowed and she quietly turned her head to watch Jiang Tianming go upstairs. After waiting for him to go upstairs, she turned off the TV after waiting for a few minutes, walked upstairs on tiptoe, and slowly turned on Jiang Tianming's TV. Room door. I saw that Jiang Tianming had already closed his eyes and was lying on the bed, falling asleep. Hee hee. Felicia smiled triumphantly, and got into Jiang Tianming's bed directly. Jiang Tianming opened his eyes after hearing the movement, and saw the white-haired beauty hugging him under the quilt, and looked at her speechlessly. Didn't you say that you will give it to Gwen? Also let me take a good rest. That's wrong. I said give it to her at night, but I didn't say afternoon. A classic word game, worthy of the Sly Kitty. Huh. Felicia pursed her lips actively, the meaning she wanted to express was obvious. Oh. Jiang Tianming pampered Felicia's cheek, then held her face and kissed her. Osborn Building. A black man wearing glasses is walking on the way to work. He is in a hurry, holding a pile of rolled-up drawings in his arms. Please make way, this road is still very spacious. His voice was a bit submissive, and no one cared what he said. One of the pedestrians slammed into him fiercely. He let go of his hand, and the drawings in his arms scattered on the ground, and even rolled into the road. My drawings, my drawings. He hurried to the road and picked up the scattered drawings on the ground. But he didn't know that a car was flying towards him behind him. Be careful. A red and blue figure threw him down. He was Spider-Man Peter. Oh, it's dangerous, are you okay? Peter glanced at the overturned car and patted the black man on the shoulder. Are you Spider-Man? He stared, obviously still not recovering. You can tell by looking at the clothes. Peter sprayed cobweb and pulled the blueprints over and handed them to the man. These should be important, Max. How do you know my name? Peter pointed to Max's badge. It says on your badge. I'm just a nobody. Max was a little nervous and even a little inferior in front of Spider-Man. Hey, you're not nobody, you're a big shot, okay. Peter straightened Max's hair. You're my eyes and ears, see you next time. I am a big shot. Hey, Peter, what are you doing now? Jiang Tianming was on the phone with Peter, who was at the graduation ceremony with Gwen and Felicia. You're running late. I'll be fine in 10 minutes. Peter replied immediately, leaning against the front of the police car. When Jiang Tianming heard the siren on his mobile phone, he knew that at the moment Peter was fighting crime. Okay, you'd better hurry up. After speaking, Jiang Tianming hung up the phone and continued to wait for the graduation ceremony to start. There were also parents and family members of the graduates present, and the scene was quite lively. It didn't take long for Gwen to give a speech as a graduate representative, and after that, he went to the stage to receive his own things. Harry Osborn. When it was Harry's turn to go on stage to receive his graduation certificate, Gwen on the side noticed the change in Harry's temperament and couldn't help frowning. Harry at the moment gave her a weird feeling, which was not at all uncomfortable. I want to remind Tianming to be careful, Harry. Gwen made up her mind, her intuition was always accurate. After the graduation ceremony, all the teachers and students gathered in a large garden and took pictures. Come, say eggplant. Eggplant. Jiang Tianming, Gwen, and Felicia stood together and smiled facing the camera. They each held Jiang Tianming's arms, and their small faces were all close to his, looking very intimate. Okay. Gwen's mother, Helen, smiled and handed the camera back to Gwen, and secretly asked in Gwen's ear, who is that girl? Why is she so close to Tianming? She is. Gwen racked her brains and made up a lie. Our classmate is also Tianming's distant cousin. Okay. Helen could only reluctantly believe it, but she still persuaded, you have to take care of it, and don't let other girls get you. Afterwards, Helen wanted to give the two of them space and left. Haha, I will. Gwen forced a smile, she really wanted to say that she is also Jiang Tianming's girl. Not far away, Peter was taking photos with Uncle Ben and Aunt May. After a while, Harry came up to say hello to Peter. Hi, Peter. Harry and Peter hugged each other, smiled apologetically. Sorry, I left without saying goodbye a few days ago, I was not in a good mood then. The kind-hearted Peter quickly waved his hands. No, I'm fine. Everyone has bad moods. It's really my good friend. Harry put his hand on Peter's shoulder, pointed to Jiang Tianming and the three of them, and said, let's go and take a photo with them. Okay. Peter definitely agreed. Gwen was the first to notice that the two were coming towards them, and gradually approached Jiang Tianming, whispering next to him, Tianming, Harry is a little different, we have to be careful. Jiang Tianming glanced at Gwen suspiciously. It wasn't that he didn't believe Gwen. On the contrary, Gwen was the most sensitive person in spider telepathy among them. If she noticed something, then there must be something strange. Tianming, Gwen. Harry walked up to the three of them and greeted them with a smile. We haven't seen each other for several days, let's take a photo together. After all, we don't know when we will be able to get together in the future. Suddenly, Harry noticed that there was a beautiful lady beside Jiang Tianming. He smiled and stretched out his hand. Hi, I'm Harry Osborn. You must be the girl who has been chasing Tianming, right? Unfortunately, Tianming already has a girlfriend. Felicia frowned, her cat instinct made her subconsciously stay away from Harry. At this time Jiang Tianming stood in front of Felicia and protected Felicia behind her. I'm sorry Harry, she's a bit shy. Jiang Tianming put his arms around Harry's shoulders, and he didn't realize what was wrong with Harry until now. The introverted Harry in the past suddenly became enthusiastic, and there was a strange aura about him. Come, let's take a photo. Jiang Tianming handed the camera to a passing girl and asked her to take a photo for them. Jiang Tianming is very famous in the school, and that girl was also willing to help. Eggplant. Osborn Building. Norman sat in the office chair with joy today, not because his son graduated, but because those recruited had obvious results. Soon. A strange green light flashed in Norman's eyes, and he smiled with satisfaction. The next second, Norman's smile faded away, because he saw his son Harry walking towards him. Harry, is the graduation ceremony over yet? Norman didn't want to focus on his son Harry, but directly issued the order to evict. I think you are tired too, go and rest, I still have some business to do. As soon as he finished speaking, a black shadow flashed past his peripheral vision. Boom. It was only then that Norman came back to his senses. He stared blankly at the nearly shattered glass behind him, and then looked back in Harry's direction, only to see a huge amount of black humanoid monster appearing in front of him. Father, are you satisfied? Harry asked with a wicked smile. Norman stared in surprise now, and a smile appeared on his face after a while. It's so interesting. Ha. That night, when the three returned home, Felicia took the initiative to sit on the sofa and watch TV, and Gwen also dragged Jiang Tianming into her room. Gwen, this is for you. Jiang Tianming took out a watch, which was given by the system, and said that it was the 19th anniversary of crossing. It contained Gwen's spider nano battlesuit, and Felicia's one. Sets have the same functionality. Afterwards, Jiang Tianming explained the many uses of the battlesuit to Gwen, and Gwen was also very happy after hearing it, and rewarded Jiang Tianming well, definitely, just kissed. I remember, Felicia also has such a battlesuit. Gwen held Jiang Tianming in his arms and looked at him with a smile. Why is she first? Jiang Tianming went straight into a brainstorm, trying to figure out what reason to convince Gwen. Gwen pouted and snorted dissatisfiedly, then pushed Jiang Tianming down on the bed and straddled it. You are mine tonight. After finishing speaking, Gwen grabbed Jiang Tianming's collar domineeringly and kissed him directly. What else can Jiang Tianming do? He is definitely risking his life to accompany a gentleman. Oh no, a lady? Times Square in Manhattan is under attack. Call for help? Call for help. Suddenly, a hurried voice came from the walkie-talkie at the side, and Gwen and Jiang Tianming, who were hugging and sleeping together, were awakened directly. While Gwen yawned, squinting her eyes without the slightest intention of getting up, and patted Jiang Tianming's chest, "You go, I still want to sleep." As the culprit, Jiang Tianming naturally didn't dare not listen. He put on a battlesuit and came to the garage. There are 2 locomotives in the garage. One is the Kabuto extender that was driven a while ago, and the other is the mobile Pegasus given by the system after Kamen Rider phase is unlocked. Jiang Tianming rode on the Pegasus and started heading towards Times Square. The other party is a mutant capable of generating electricity. All units be careful. The voice of the New York police came from Jiang Tianming's earphones again, and he frowned after hearing this. Hearing this description, there is a high probability that it is one of the villains in Spider-Man, the King of Electricity, Max Dillon. After contemplating, Jiang Tianming tapped the earphones next to his ears and contacted Peter. Peter, where are you now? ZZ. I'm a little busy right now, can you help me? There was the sound of electric shocks and Peter's hurried voice coming from the earphones. Okay, I'll be right there. Times Square. Some unfortunate people have been knocked down to the ground by the King of Electricity, and even a few people have been burnt black by the electricity, without a trace of movement. The surrounding electronic equipment stopped working and fell into darkness. I saw Peter frantically shuttling under the electric shock, and Peter wanted to persuade the other party back. Max, stop. This is not the real you. You're with them. I won't trust you anymore. The King of Electro was wrapped in blue lightning. His eyes flashed a ruthless look, and he gathered the lightning in his hands and shot it towards Peter in the air. Peter was hit, covered in black smoke, and smashed into a car. At this time, Jiang Tianming was long overdue. Sorry Spider-Man, I'm late. Jiang Tianming got out of the car, and then took out the phase phone to transform. Standing? By standby? Henshin. Complete. Under Max's surprised gaze, a figure with red light appeared in front of him, and in the darkness, the light of Photon's blood illuminated the surroundings. If you came later, I would probably be lying on the ground and unable to get up. Peter shook his dizzy head and complained. Next time. Afterwards, Jiang Tianming glanced at the fire hydrant not far away. He knew that although the King of Electricity in front of him had a powerful ability, he had a fatal weakness, that is, his electricity was not constantly flowing, and he was also afraid of water. Spider-Man, I have a task for you. Jiang Tianming approached his ear and whispered his plan. Peter nodded immediately when he heard it. This power is intoxicating. Electric King once again absorbed the surrounding electricity, and now, there is no electricity around for him to absorb. Dragon Impact. Electric King heard a loud roar, and saw Jiang Tianming step hard, and his body slammed into his direction like a meteor. Dian Wang couldn't dodge in time, and was directly knocked out, hitting the Times Square screen behind him. Dian Wang walked out slowly and twisted his neck. I won't go back, now I am enjoying their gaze. Look, their eyes, they are afraid of my eyes. Electric King pointed to the people who were blocked by the police, and smiled wildly. If I defeat the famous Spider Squad, guess who will be the headline tomorrow? Today's King of Electric has an inexplicable obsession with being famous. Come on. Black Spider. Electric King shouted disdainfully at Jiang Tianming. Tisk, it's so annoying to be noisy all the time. Jiang Tianming subconsciously flicked his hands, and rushed directly in the direction of the King of Electricity. The King of Electricity roared, wrapped in electricity, and rushed towards Jiang Tianming as well. Boom. The two collided with each other at an alarming speed, and Jiang Tianming directly raised his fist to hit Electric King in the face. Electric King suffered a burst of pain. Even if Jiang Tianming didn't use all his strength, it was enough to make his head feel dizzy. Die. The Electric King burst out the electricity in his body, intending to stun Jiang Tianming or even electrocute him to death. But to his surprise, Jiang Tianming was surprisingly fine. How can it be? Strictly speaking, phase is mechanical armor. No matter how bad it is, even if there is no phase, his steel body is enough to block the electricity of the King of Electricity, and the behavior of the King of Electricity can be regarded as giving him a massage. Nothing is impossible. Drink. Jiang Tianming kicked Dian Wang flying with a straight kick. Boom boom. Dian Wang flew backwards and knocked over several unmanned cars. He stood up tremblingly in pain. I have to escape from this place. When the King of Electricity was about to use the remaining power in his body to fly away, suddenly the sound of rushing water came from his ears, and he turned his head to look. Pfft! The ferocious water jet directly knocked him to the ground. No matter how hard he struggled, he was powerless to resist. Exceed. Charge energy loading? Dian Wang heard a special sound effect. He looked up with difficulty, and found a crimson electric drill in the air. Crimson? Smash crimson diamond attack? The crimson electric drill hit Dian Wang directly, flew upside down and hit the wall, and a big hole was smashed out. After Jiang Tianming landed, he took a deep look at Dian Wang's direction. the ability given by the system. Even if this is not a phase world, anyone killed by his phase skills will be directly deserted. Therefore, this is the first time he has killed someone, although King Dion is no longer a human being. The Dion Wang inside the wall fell unconscious on the ground. He suddenly felt an unusual change in his body, and he watched his hands gradually disintegrate. Before he finished speaking, King Dion turned into dust and dissipated in the air. No one knew he was dead, only speculation that he had escaped. Hey, great job. Peter was wearing a fire hat, and he high-fived the surrounding firefighters. The people around cheered Peter and Jiang Tianming one after another. Even George, who always hated masked vigilantes like them, showed an expression of approval on his face. In his heart, these weirdos should be solved in weird ways. Black Spider? Black Spider. Spider-Man? Spider-Man. The cheers of the people resounded in Times Square, where the electricity was gradually restored, and everyone showed their admiration and love. I love you. Peter waved to them, enjoying the love of the people after saving the world, which put him in a good mood. Jiang Tianming was not very interested in these, and waved to them symbolically, and then left the scene directly on the mobile Pegasus. Hey, go back and catch up on sleep. Suddenly, in Jiang Tianming's field of vision, a black figure appeared. That figure made him feel familiar. It was Venom. Venom noticed that Jiang Tianming was looking at him, turned around and ran, using black slime to shuttle between buildings. Interesting. Where do you want to lead me? Jiang Tianming raised the corner of his mouth, and drove directly to follow Venom. Afterwards, Venom came to an open space, turned around and waited for Jiang Tianming's arrival. Interesting. What are you planning to do when I come over? Jiang Tianming got off from the mobile Pegasus and looked at Venom interestingly. Black Spider, we officially challenge the Spider Squad. Tomorrow, we will make a big fuss in New York. I wonder if you can stop us. Don't wait until tomorrow, I can keep you here now. Jiang Tianming didn't want to listen to Venom's nonsense, so he stepped forward directly to fight him. Suddenly, dozens of beeping balls fell from the sky and exploded with a bang, filling the entire open space with thick white smoke. Black Spider, we will meet later. Jiang Tianming looked up, and Green Goblin carried the Venom and left far away. Venom and Green Goblin teamed up. Jiang Tianming frowned, and now the plot is starting to go a little off track. Electric King should have met Peter this morning, but he became Electric King at night. Hope it's not a bad thing. Early tomorrow morning, Jiang Tianming told Peter and Gwen Felicia the news that the villains will do evil. They are all constantly watching the police walkie-talkies in their hands, which will tell the news stolen from the police, which will be very convenient for them. Times Square in Manhattan under attack again. The Osborn mansion is under attack too. And Brooklyn. The four looked at each other, and the division of labor was clear. Peter went to Manhattan, Gwen and Felicia went to Brooklyn, and Jiang Tianming went to the Osborn mansion, the home of an old friend. Times Square, Manhattan. Damn Spider. For unknown reasons, Dr. Octopus, who had just been released from prison, ran wildly on the street, and he slammed the car grabbed by his tentacles. A woman turned her head and saw the car flying towards her. She was so frightened that she twisted her foot and fell to the ground, just when she was about to hit the woman. A red and blue figure flashed past. Catch it. Mary Jane slowly opened her eyes, and found herself in the arms of the person she was thinking of, and said happily, Spider-Man. MJ, find a place to hide. Peter looked at Mary Jane affectionately, and kissed her on the forehead through the mask. Just 2 days ago, they were officially together. After Mary Jane walked away, Peter looked back at his respected teacher, Dr. Otto. Dr. Octopus heard Peter's shout. He paused for a while before turning around. His expression was extremely helpless at the moment. I didn't expect Spider-Man to be you. As luck would have it, Peter was once Otto's most proud student and his only assistant. Peter, who is full of justice, always shines on Otto, who wants to give up gradually. Unexpectedly, at the moment when he is about to succeed, Norman comes. Sorry Peter, I was also forced, and I have no choice. The current Otto can be gradually eroded and begin to become an evil personality. As long as you kill Norman, everything will be fine, and everything that belongs to me will come back. Craziness appeared in Otto's eyes, and he hoped that Norman would die by his hands. I won't let you do this, Dr. Otto. Peter bowed his body and narrowed his eyes, ready to subdue Otto and let him break free from the Dr. Octopus. Enough? Are you going to stop me? Otto roared. He never thought his students would stop him. Peter didn't think there was anything wrong with this. He shook his head and said to Otto, Dr. Otto, I won't make it impossible for you to turn back. There is still time. Then give it a try, my proud student. Brooklyn. Gwen and Felicia landed on the roof of a building, looking down. I saw people in mechanical flight suits constantly attacking passersby on the street. Gwen frowned slightly. She always felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell. Vulture sensed the arrival of Gwen and the two, raised the corners of his mouth slightly. His target appeared, and he flew high to level with them. Ghost Spider and Black Cat, if you want to stop me, then try to see if you have that ability. As soon as the words fell, Vulture swooped down quickly and grabbed the middle-aged woman who was fleeing on the ground. Help me. The middle-aged woman's cry for help resounded through the sky, and both Gwen and the Black Cat chased after them with their cobwebs and hooklocks. The purpose of Vulture has never been to defeat the opponent, but to delay time, so the main force is in the Osborn building. As long as the Black Spider is solved, the mission will be completed. Osborn building. At the moment the police had surrounded the Osborn building and aimed their guns at the Osborn gate. "Mr. Black Spider, I'm the person in charge here, Chris." A white New York policeman walked up to Jiang Tianming and held out his hand to him. Jiang Tianming shook his hand politely and asked, "How is the situation?" "I don't know, I just heard someone report that someone attacked the Osborn building." The New York policeman's expression was not very good, and he continued, "The few brothers we went in have no communication and haven't come out yet." "I see, I'll go and see." "Standing? By standby? Complete." Jiang Tianming quickly completed his transformation and walked step by step towards the silent Osborn building. At the moment, the lobby of the Osborn building was full of chaos. "Ha ha ha ha, Black Spider? I've been waiting for you for a long time." Green Goblin's signature laugh rang through the floor. "Green Goblin, you joined forces with Venom just to deal with me. Don't you think highly of me? It's more than that, I have specially prepared a surprise for you." As soon as Green Goblin finished speaking, there was a sudden burst of heavy stomping from outside the wall, and even the ground trembled. Boom! The wall was shattered like paper, and what appeared was one of Spider-Man's villains, Rhino. "Ah!" The rhinoceros roared, and charged straight in the direction of Jiang Tianming. With a flash, Jiang Tianming avoided the rhino's impact. He turned around to look at the rhino, and assumed an attacking posture. "That's not all, Black Spider." Suddenly, a figure fell from the sky. This person Jiang Tianming was very familiar with, but he was just the scorpion who was defeated by him a few days ago. "This is really a surprise." Jiang Tianming under the phase mask smiled slightly. He was defeated. Just give him 2 punches to complete the task. Just now he was worried that the thick-skinned rhinoceros would take him a lot of time. That's a quick fix. After finishing speaking, the phase belt automatically disappeared, and the Kabuto belt appeared, and Jiang Tianming reached out to grab the insect meter. "Henshin. Henshin, go together, don't give him a chance." Green Goblin's hasty voice sounded again. He knew very well that Jiang Tianming in this form was rarely able to defeat him, so he quickly ordered to the rhinoceros and scorpion. "Cast off. Cast off. Change, beetle." The armor burst directly hit the 2 rushing scorpion and rhinoceros, making them stop. "Damn it." Both rhinoceros and scorpion looked at Jiang Tianming, who had transformed into Kabuto, solemnly. They all knew how outrageous he was in this form. Even if the image is slowed down 100 times, his speed cannot be captured normally, which shows that his strength is beyond imagination. Clock up. Clock up. The moment the mechanical sound sounded, the scorpion was instantly knocked into the air, and even the rhinoceros was punched several times for no reason. Feeling the pain, the rhinoceros could only wave his fists around clumsily. But he didn't know what the scorpion next to him would face. The scorpion was knocked into the air, and when it was about to fall, the space stopped like a freeze frame. Jiang Tianming, who was walking normally, came to the place where the scorpion was about to fall. He stretched out his hand to the insect instrument on his waist. 1, 2, 3, rider, kick, rider, kick, night kick. Zizzle, thunder and lightning wrapped around his feet, turned around and kicked. The knight's roundabout kick accurately hit the falling scorpion, and the armor on the scorpion exploded in an instant, and McDonald inside flew out directly, with black smoke rising from his body, leaving only a breath. After this time, McDonald would rather eat in prison than come out to face this terrifying opponent again, and he lost overwhelmingly every time. Damn it. Scorpion, who had just been released from prison, was dealt with in an instant. Norman patted the table angrily, looked back at Harry, and gritted his teeth. "Let's do it together." Congratulations to the host for completing the task of defeating the 3 villains. Reward, Transcendent Insect Instrument, Special Edition. Note, the various values of Kabuto in the transcendent form are greatly enhanced. In the super time state, you can only travel back to the time and space 1 minute ago. Time and space. The value of Kabuto's transcendence form is punching force 30t, kicking force 45t, jumping force 150m, running speed 100m/1s, normal state. Release mission, defeat 5 supervillains in total, the reward is unknown. Jiang Tianming smiled in satisfaction. This system is really powerful. I wish I could kiss it. Don't be too complacent. Black Spider. Green Goblin flew the glider to the sky in front of Jiang Tianming, and then there was Venom that fell heavily on the ground. "Long time no see, Black Spider." Venom revealed his sharp and white fangs, and said to Jiang Tianming, "You seem to be unable to maintain a state similar to this acceleration mode for the 3rd time. After that, I will defeat you and prove that I am the most proud son of my father. I'll be proud of you. Well done." Green Goblin turned around and praised Venom. If it was anyone else, they would only be surprised that Venom was the son of Green Goblin, but Jiang Tianming was different. He knew Green Goblin's real body, and he looked at Venom with some surprise. The timeline changed again, and Harry became the new host of Venom. "I didn't expect that the host of the Venom would be you." Green Goblin's eyes were fixed, and he looked in Jiang Tianming's direction again. His voice was gloomy and full of killing intent. "It seems that you seem to know our identities very well, then you have to die." Just when Jiang Tianming and the villains were confronting each other, the police outside the door seemed to be in quite a bit of trouble. "How's it going?" George's voice came over Chris's intercom. Chris picked up the walkie-talkie without taking his eyes off the door of the Osborn building for a moment. "I don't know, but I believe the Black Spider can solve it." "I hope so." Spider-Man is fighting Dr. Octopus in Manhattan, and Ghost Spider and Black Cat are chasing the flying strange bird man. I just hope they can end soon. George's helpless voice sounded, and this New York has never stopped day by day. At this moment, there were screams from other policemen behind Chris. A lizard-like creature was grabbing the leg of a New York policeman and throwing it aside. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Fire! Fire! Chris immediately ordered, cursing in his heart, why is there so much trouble in this damn New York? I must be transferred to another place later. Thuk thuk. Ho ho. The policemen poured out the guns in their hands, but they didn't know that there was an unexpected guest behind them. AHH. A pair of hands was placed on the shoulders of two New York police officers at the same time. They were instantly overwhelmed by black and white light, their bodies became black and white, and their eyes emitted a strange white light. Mr. Negative smiled slightly, and controlled the New York policemen under his control to raise their pistols and aim at their former teammates. Bang bang. Many policemen fell to the ground in response, and Chris escaped by hiding under the car. After being shot by the controlled New York policeman, he stood there motionless until he was punched flying by the lizard man. Let's go, let's meet the Black Spider. A sword emitting black and white light suddenly appeared in Mr. Negative's hand, and he walked straight to the gate of Osborn building. After walking into the lobby of the building, they saw huge amounts of figure hitting them. Mr. Negative and the lizardman quickly dodged, only to see the rhinoceros hit the wall directly, creating a cracked wall. Boom. Green Goblin is flying in the air, his glider shoots bullets at Jiang Tianming, but the damage to him is negligible, and he cannot use large-scale bombs here. Not only will he hit his teammates hard, but his Osborn building may also be damaged. So it collapsed. Jiang Tianming ignored him directly and fought with Venom hand-to-hand. Suddenly, a burst of black and white sword energy shot towards them. The quick-reacting Jiang Tianming dodged the blow with a backflip, while Venom took the blow with his rough skin and thick flash, but was still sent flying. Jiang Tianming looked in the direction of the sword energy, and saw Mr. Negative film and the lizard man standing there. There are so many guests today. Jiang Tianming counted the number of people and said with a smile, and it's just right. Mr. Green Goblin, are you interested in cooperating? Mr. Negative seemed confident, ignoring Jiang Tianming directly, and started talking with Green Goblin. Definitely, the more the merrier. Naturally, Green Goblin was willing. He looked at Jiang Tianming and laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, Black Spider, you are already surrounded by us. Oh, is that so? Jiang Tianming raised his hand slightly, a burst of green light flashed, and the transcendent insect apparatus automatically appeared in his hand. The number of people is not an advantage to me. Hyper, cast, off. Hyper, cast, off, change, hyper, beetle, lightning flashed, and Kabuto appeared in front of 5 people beyond his form. Jiang Tianming looked around them and said, now, I should be the one who surrounds you. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of defeating the 3 villains. Reward, Transcendent Insect Instrument, Special Edition. Note, the various values of Kabuto in the transcendent form are greatly enhanced. In the super time state, you can only travel back to the time and space 1 minute ago. Time and space. The value of Kabuto's transcendence form is punching force 30t, kicking force 45t, jumping force 150m, running speed 100m/1s, normal state. Release mission, defeat 5 supervillains in total, the reward is unknown. Jiang Tianming smiled in satisfaction, this system is really powerful, I wish I could kiss it. Don't be too complacent. Black Spider. Green Goblin flew the glider to the sky in front of Jiang Tianming, and then there was Venom that fell heavily on the ground. Long time no see, Black Spider. Venom revealed his sharp and white fangs, and said to Jiang Tianming, you seem to be unable to maintain a state similar to this acceleration mode for the 3rd time. After that, I will defeat you and prove that I am the most proud son of my father. I'll be proud of you, well done. Green Goblin turned around and praised Venom. If it was anyone else, they would only be surprised that Venom was the son of Green Goblin, but Jiang Tianming was different. He knew Green Goblin's real body, and he looked at Venom with some surprise. The timeline changed again, and Harry became the new host of Venom. I didn't expect that the host of the Venom would be you. Green Goblin's eyes were fixed, and he looked in Jiang Tianming's direction again. His voice was gloomy and full of killing intent. It seems that you seem to know our identities very well, then you have to die. Just when Jiang Tianming and the villains were confronting each other, the police outside the door seemed to be in quite a bit of trouble. How's it going? George's voice came over Chris's intercom. Chris picked up the walkie-talkie without taking his eyes off the door of the Osborn building for a moment. I don't know, but I believe the Black Spider can solve it. I hope so. Spider-Man is fighting Dr. Octopus in Manhattan, and Ghost Spider and Black Cat are chasing the flying strange bird man. I just hope they can end soon. George's helpless voice sounded, and this New York has never stopped day by day. At this moment, there were screams from other policemen behind Chris. A lizard-like creature was grabbing the leg of a New York policeman and throwing it aside. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Fire! Fire! Chris immediately ordered, cursing in his heart, why is there so much trouble in this damn New York? I must be transferred to another place later. Thuk thuk. Ho ho. The policemen poured out the guns in their hands, but they didn't know that there was an unexpected guest behind them. AHH. a pair of hands was placed on the shoulders of two New York police officers at the same time. They were instantly overwhelmed by black and white light, their bodies became black and white, and their eyes emitted a strange white light. Mr. Negative smiled slightly, and controlled the New York policemen under his control to raise their pistols and aim at their former teammates. Bang bang. Many policemen fell to the ground in response, and Chris escaped by hiding under the car. After being shot by the controlled New York policeman, he stood there motionless until he was punched flying by the lizard man. Let's go, let's meet the Black Spider. A sword emitting black and white light suddenly appeared in Mr. Negative's hand, and he walked straight to the gate of Osborn building. After walking into the lobby of the building, they saw huge amounts of figure hitting them. Mr. Negative and the lizardman quickly dodged, only to see the rhinoceros hit the wall directly, creating a cracked wall. Boom. Green Goblin is flying in the air, his glider shoots bullets at Jiang Tianming, but the damage to him is negligible, and he cannot use large-scale bombs here. Not only will he hit his teammates hard, but his Osborn building may also be damaged. So it collapsed. Jiang Tianming ignored him directly and fought with Venom hand-to-hand. Suddenly, a burst of black and white sword energy shot towards them. The quick-reacting Jiang Tianming dodged the blow with a backflip, while Venom took the blow with his rough skin and thick flash, but was still sent flying. Jiang Tianming looked in the direction of the sword energy, and saw Mr. Negative film and the lizard man standing there. There are so many guests today. Jiang Tianming counted the number of people and said with a smile, and it's just right. Mr. Green Goblin, are you interested in cooperating? Mr. Negative seemed confident, ignoring Jiang Tianming directly, and started talking with Green Goblin. Definitely, the more the merrier. Naturally, Green Goblin was willing. He looked at Jiang Tianming and laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, Black Spider, you are already surrounded by us. Oh, is that so? Jiang Tianming raised his hand slightly, a burst of green light flashed, and the transcendent insect apparatus automatically appeared in his hand. The number of people is not an advantage to me. Hyper, cast, off. Hyper, cast, off, change, hyper, beetle, lightning flashed, and Kabuto appeared in front of 5 people beyond his form. Jiang Tianming looked around them and said, now, I should be the one who surrounds you. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of defeating the 3 villains. Reward, Transcendent Insect Instrument, Special Edition. Note, the various values of Kabuto in the transcendent form are greatly enhanced. In the super time state, you can only travel back to the time and space 1 minute ago. Time and space. The value of Kabuto's transcendence form is, punching force 30t, kicking force 45t, jumping force 150m, running speed 100m/1s, normal state. Release mission, defeat 5 supervillains in total, the reward is unknown. Jiang Tianming smiled in satisfaction. This system is really powerful. I wish I could kiss it. Don't be too complacent. Black Spider. Green Goblin flew the glider to the sky in front of Jiang Tianming, and then there was Venom that fell heavily on the ground. Long time no see, Black Spider. Venom revealed his sharp and white fangs, and said to Jiang Tianming, you seem to be unable to maintain a state similar to this acceleration mode for the 3rd time. After that, I will defeat you and prove that I am the most proud son of my father. I'll be proud of you. Well done. Green Goblin turned around and praised Venom. If it was anyone else, they would only be surprised that Venom was the son of Green Goblin, but Jiang Tianming was different. He knew Green Goblin's real body, and he looked at Venom with some surprise. The timeline changed again, and Harry became the new host of Venom. I didn't expect that the host of the Venom would be you. Green Goblin's eyes were fixed, and he looked in Jiang Tianming's direction again. His voice was gloomy and full of killing intent. It seems that you seem to know our identities very well, then you have to die. Just when Jiang Tianming and the villains were confronting each other, the police outside the door seemed to be in quite a bit of trouble. How's it going? George's voice came over Chris's intercom. Chris picked up the walkie-talkie without taking his eyes off the door of the Osborn building for a moment. I don't know, but I believe the Black Spider can solve it. I hope so. Spider-Man is fighting Dr. Octopus in Manhattan, and Ghost Spider and Black Cat are chasing the flying strange bird man. I just hope they can end soon. George's helpless voice sounded, and this New York has never stopped day by day. At this moment, there were screams from other policemen behind Chris. A lizard-like creature was grabbing the leg of a New York policeman and throwing it aside. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Fire! Fire! Chris immediately ordered, cursing in his heart, why is there so much trouble in this damn New York? I must be transferred to another place later. Thuk thuk. Ho ho. The policemen poured out the guns in their hands, but they didn't know that there was an unexpected guest behind them. AHH. A pair of hands was placed on the shoulders of 2 New York police officers at the same time. They were instantly overwhelmed by black and white light, their bodies became black and white, and their eyes emitted a strange white light. Mr. Negative smiled slightly, and controlled the New York policemen under his control to raise their pistols and aim at their former teammates. Bang bang. Many policemen fell to the ground in response, and Chris escaped by hiding under the car. After being shot by the controlled New York policeman, he stood there motionless until he was punched flying by the lizard man. Let's go, let's meet the Black Spider. A sword emitting black and white light suddenly appeared in Mr. Negative's hand, and he walked straight to the gate of Osborn building. After walking into the lobby of the building, they saw a huge amounts of figure hitting them. Mr. Negative and the lizardman quickly dodged, only to see the rhinoceros hit the wall directly, creating a cracked wall. Boom. Green Goblin is flying in the air. His glider shoots bullets at Jiang Tianming, but the damage to him is negligible, and he cannot use large-scale bombs here. Not only will he hit his teammates hard, but his Osborn building may also be damaged. So it collapsed. Jiang Tianming ignored him directly and fought with Venom hand-to-hand. Suddenly, a burst of black and white sword energy shot towards them. The quick-reacting Jiang Tianming dodged the blow with a backflip, while Venom took the blow with his rough skin and thick flash, but was still sent flying. Jiang Tianming looked in the direction of the sword energy, and saw Mr. Negative Film and the lizard man standing there. There are so many guests today. Jiang Tianming counted the number of people and said with a smile, and it's just right. Mr. Green Goblin, are you interested in cooperating? Mr. Negative seemed confident, ignoring Jiang Tianming directly, and started talking with Green Goblin. Definitely, the more the merrier. Naturally, Green Goblin was willing. He looked at Jiang Tianming and laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, Black Spider, you are already surrounded by us. Oh, is that so? Jiang Tianming raised his hand slightly, a burst of green light flashed, and the transcendent insect apparatus automatically appeared in his hand. The number of people is not an advantage to me. Hyper, cast, off. Hyper, cast, off, change, hyper, beetle, lightning flashed, and Kabuto appeared in front of 5 people beyond his form. Jiang Tianming looked around them and said, now, I should be the one who surrounds you. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of defeating the 3 villains. Reward, Transcendent Insect Instrument, Special Edition. Note, the various values of Kabuto in the transcendent form are greatly enhanced. In the super time state, you can only travel back to the time and space 1 minute ago. Time and space. The value of Kabuto's transcendence form is punching force 30t, kicking force 45t, jumping force 150m, running speed 100m/1s, normal state. Release mission, defeat 5 supervillains in total, the reward is unknown. Jiang Tianming smiled in satisfaction. This system is really powerful. I wish I could kiss it. Don't be too complacent. Black Spider. Green Goblin flew the glider to the sky in front of Jiang Tianming, and then there was Venom that fell heavily on the ground. Long time no see, Black Spider. Venom revealed his sharp and white fangs, and said to Jiang Tianming, you seem to be unable to maintain a state similar to this acceleration mode for the 3rd time. After that, I will defeat you and prove that I am the most proud son of my father. I'll be proud of you, well done. Green Goblin turned around and praised Venom. If it was anyone else, they would only be surprised that Venom was the son of Green Goblin, but Jiang Tianming was different. He knew Green Goblin's real body, and he looked at Venom with some surprise. The timeline changed again, and Harry became the new host of Venom. I didn't expect that the host of the Venom would be you. Green Goblin's eyes were fixed, and he looked in Jiang Tianming's direction again. His voice was gloomy and full of killing intent. It seems that you seem to know our identities very well, then you have to die. Just when Jiang Tianming and the villains were confronting each other, the police outside the door seemed to be in quite a bit of trouble. How's it going? George's voice came over Chris's intercom. Chris picked up the walkie-talkie without taking his eyes off the door of the Osborn building for a moment. I don't know, but I believe the Black Spider can solve it. I hope so. Spider-Man is fighting Dr. Octopus in Manhattan, and Ghost Spider and Black Cat are chasing the flying strange bird man. I just hope they can end soon. George's helpless voice sounded, and this New York has never stopped day by day. At this moment, there were screams from other policemen behind Chris. A lizard-like creature was grabbing the leg of a New York policeman and throwing it aside. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Fire! Fire! Chris immediately ordered, cursing in his heart, why is there so much trouble in this damn New York? I must be transferred to another place later. Thuk thuk. Ho ho. The policemen poured out the guns in their hands, but they didn't know that there was an unexpected guest behind them. AHH. A pair of hands was placed on the shoulders of 2 New York police officers at the same time. They were instantly overwhelmed by black and white light, their bodies became black and white, and their eyes emitted a strange white light. Mr. Negative smiled slightly, and controlled the New York policemen under his control to raise their pistols and aim at their former teammates. Bang bang. Many policemen fell to the ground in response, and Chris escaped by hiding under the car. After being shot by the controlled New York policeman, he stood there motionless until he was punched flying by the lizard man. Let's go, let's meet the Black Spider. A sword emitting black and white light suddenly appeared in Mr. Negative's hand, and he walked straight to the gate of Osborn building. After walking into the lobby of the building, they saw a huge amounts of figure hitting them. Mr. Negative and the lizardman quickly dodged, only to see the rhinoceros hit the wall directly, creating a cracked wall. Boom. Green Goblin is flying in the air. His glider shoots bullets at Jiang Tianming, but the damage to him is negligible, and he cannot use large-scale bombs here. Not only will he hit his teammates hard, but his Osborn building may also be damaged. So it collapsed. Jiang Tianming ignored him directly and fought with Venom hand-to-hand. Suddenly, a burst of black and white sword energy shot towards them. The quick-reacting Jiang Tianming dodged the blow with a backflip, while Venom took the blow with his rough skin and thick flash, but was still sent flying. Jiang Tianming looked in the direction of the sword energy, and saw Mr. Negative Film and the lizard man standing there. There are so many guests today. Jiang Tianming counted the number of people and said with a smile, and it's just right. Mr. Green Goblin, are you interested in cooperating? Mr. Negative seemed confident, ignoring Jiang Tianming directly, and started talking with Green Goblin. Definitely, the more the merrier. Naturally, Green Goblin was willing. He looked at Jiang Tianming and laughed loudly, ha 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 ha, Black Spider, you are already surrounded by us. Oh, is that so? Jiang Tianming raised his hand slightly, a burst of green light flashed, and the transcendent insect apparatus automatically appeared in his hand. The number of people is not an advantage to me. Hyper, cast, off. Hyper, cast, off, change, hyper, beetle, lightning flashed, and Kabuto appeared in front of 5 people beyond his form. Jiang Tianming looked around them and said, now, I should be the one who surrounds you. Ah, the rhinoceros roared, and rushed straight to Jiang Tianming. This time, Jiang Tianming didn't dodge, but directly caught the impact of the rhinoceros. Jiang Tianming was only forced to retreat a few steps. Under the unbelievable eyes of the rhinoceros, he grabbed the rhinoceros horns with one hand and raised his fist with the other, and suddenly hit the rhinoceros on the head. Boom! Rhino's head instantly fell and hit the ground hard. He only felt that he had been hit hard on the head, and he became dizzy for a while. Ho ho! Venom and the lizardman stepped forward together, raised their fists and threw at Jiang Tianming. I saw that Jiang Tianming was unflappable in the face of danger. He raised his hands to block their fists, and the fist wind caused by the collision of fists blew around. Mr. Negative's eyes were fixed, astonishing negative energy erupted from his whole body, and then gathered in his hands, toward the 3 Jiang Tianming who were fighting together, erupted huge amounts of black and white energy waves. Hyper, clock, up. Hyper, clock, up. Everything around stood still, and Jiang Tianming walked slowly among them, but in the eyes of others, Jiang Tianming's figure simply disappeared. Unfortunately, the venom was hit by the energy wave, and flew upside down, smashing a big hole in the wall. Mr. Negative and the lizardman only felt a huge force hit their bodies, and fell to the ground spitting out blood. The lizardman who had been beaten the most even fell on the spot and passed out. 1, 2, 3, hyper, rider, kick, night kick. Jiang Tianming leaped lightly, came to the sky above Green Goblin in an instant, and kicked Green Goblin directly with a night kick. Green Goblin couldn't react in time and was kicked directly. Boom! There was an explosion in the hall instantly. Green Goblin's figure had long since disappeared, and the other 4 looked at all this in a daze. Hyper, clock, over, damn, I never thought it would be so strong. Mr. Negative's face was extremely ugly. He never dreamed that Jiang Tianming's strength would be so strong. If he knew his strength was so strong, he would not dare to touch him even 10 times. Your Excellency, I was only bewitched by Green Goblin, and I really don't want to be your enemy. Mr. Negative Film begged for mercy directly. He knew a word, if you keep the green hills, you won't be afraid of running out of firewood. What responded to him was Jiang Tianming's sandbag-sized fist, which knocked out Mr. Negative with just one punch. Just when Jiang Tianming wanted to continue fighting, there was an angry roar from Venom behind him. You killed my father. The venom exploded at an unprecedented speed, but this speed was not enough in Jiang Tianming's eyes. Jiang Tianming firmly caught Venom's fist. Roar. Suddenly, the rhino who had fainted on the ground got up again and ran into Jiang Tianming. Jiang Tianming quickly punched Venom in the abdomen, knocking him into the air, and then turned to face the rushing rhino. 1, 2, 3, hyper, rider, kick, night kick. Jiang Tianming used the night kick again. This time Jiang Tianming stood and used the roundabout night kick to the oncoming rhino. Boom. The armor on rhino immediately exploded, and Alexei inside the armor was swallowed by the aftermath of the explosion. Venom roared. His arm transformed into a meteor hammer shape, and hit Jiang Tianming's head. Jiang Tianming stretched out his hands and crossed to block Venom's attack. Jiang Tianming's feet were sunken on the ground, but his figure remained firm and motionless. Harry Osborn, it's still too late for you to turn around now. Everything is caused by the black liquid on your body. Jiang Tianming persuaded Jiang Tianming not to want to do anything to his childhood playmate. But what he didn't know was that Harry, who was possessed by venom, had already killed many people. I've already eaten a lot of those snacks, and you will be next. The setting of venom is obviously unable to make people better or worse. Why did Harry, who is a good person, become like this? Is it another butterfly effect? Sigh. Jiang Tianming's eyes gradually became sharper. He would not kill Harry. This could be regarded as his selfishness. Boom. Jiang Tianming exploded at an unprecedented speed, instantly knocked Venom to the ground, stretched out his hand to put on Venom's chest, and tore it forcefully. Roar. Knowing that the person in front of him wanted to separate him from Harry, Venom roared angrily. Shut up, beast. But no matter how hard Jiang Tianming tried, he couldn't tear the venom off Harry's body, and he couldn't help but curse in his heart. Does it have to be a sonic attack or high temperature to force him to separate? Suddenly, a mysterious space-time vortex appeared on the ground below them, sucking them in. Chris, who arrived later, found that there was no other figure except the dying supervillain lying on the ground. Wow. In the turbulent flow of time and space, Jiang Tianming only felt that he was trapped in the toilet bowl, or in the drum washing machine, turning back and forth. As for the venom, it has long since disappeared. Moldy country New York City. At dusk, a time-space vortex appeared at an altitude of about 1,000 meters, and a red figure fell from the vortex, and that person was Jiang Tianming. Jiang Tianming reacted quickly, released Kabuto's transformation, and sprayed cobweb at the building beside him, pulling himself over. After rolling several times in the air, it landed firmly on the roof. After standing straight, Jiang Tianming looked around. The familiar routines and scenes reminded him of the plot of the parallel universe. He looked at the big screen not far away. What is broadcast is the news that Spider-Man rescued the victims. Be sure of the idea in your heart. It seems that it was a few days before the plot started, and Miles hadn't been bitten by a spider at this time. I just don't know if I exist in this universe. Jiang Tianming wondered curiously, if so, would he have a system in this universe? Or just an ordinary person? In view of the plight of the host at the moment, this universe identification information is specially presented. Jiang Tianming snapped his fingers happily. His system still understands him, although sometimes it is not serious, but it doesn't hurt. Several things suddenly appeared in the system space, all of which were ID cards, passports, and other identification documents. Jiang Tianming happily jumped off the roof, flying between the buildings, and greeted passersby on the road. Hi, guys. As for the venom, he guessed that he went to another universe and didn't land in the same place with him, so that should be the case. Suddenly, he only felt a flicker on his body, and he fell powerlessly on the sidewalk. Curious people stopped and took pictures of Spider-Man's new battlesuit with their mobile phones. Hey, guys, you have to pay copyright fees without consent. Jiang Tianming got up and mouth escaped. Although the voice is a little different from the Spider-Man they are familiar with, most people don't feel anything wrong. After all, everyone can catch a cold or something. Spider-Man, I love you, someone shouted in the crowd. Everyone else shouted along with the main force. Okay, I know you guys love Spider-Man, but I still have some things to deal with. Jiang Tianming squeezed out of the crowd as he walked, spraying cobweb upwards and leaving directly. He finally escaped from the hell on earth. No matter when, the enthusiasm of fans far exceeds his cognition. Let's go to Brooklyn, Miles lives there. Jiang Tianming was thinking about this, but he saw a familiar figure in the next second. The classic red and blue spider battlesuit was standing on the opposite rooftop looking at him, and the two of them stopped and looked at each other tacitly. Not long after, the Peter of this universe jumped in front of Jiang Tianming and looked at him curiously. I thought I was the only one. Peter started circling Jiang Tianming, amazed at every sentence. Peter, do you recognize me? Seeing Peter revealing his true identity all of a sudden, Peter subconsciously raised his vigilance, because in addition to his closest people who knew his identity, there were also some of his sworn enemies who knew it. Who are you? Jiang Tianming looked around, and when he saw no one, he took off his spider mask on his own initiative, revealing his handsome face. God, Don. Peter's eyes widened. He didn't expect the new Spider-Man to be his best friend. Seeing Peter's reaction, Jiang Tianming knew now that this universe has its own existence. Wait, why did you become a Spider-Man after you went to Konguo? Peter became more and more excited. Jiang Tianming quickly waved his hand and said, calm down first, Peter, and listen to me first. First, I am not Jiang Tianming from this universe, but from another universe. After finishing speaking, Jiang Tianming felt that he had changed the timeline again, and traveled to the days before this Peter died, and met Peter who was more mature than the Peter in his universe. And Gwen, the Spider-Gwen from another universe also traveled to a few days before the start of the plot, but I don't know if there is a chance to meet her, and I can ask her what she is like in that universe. Wow, that's so cool. Parallel universes really exist. Let's not talk about me first. Well, let's talk about me. What kind of person am I in this universe? Jiang Tianming couldn't help asking curiously. After all, it was still incredible that this happened to him. Peter rubbed his chin, pondered and stroked his words. Genius, playboy, monopoly, philanthropist. Wait. It sounded like it was describing Tony Stark. I'm asking, do I have super abilities in this universe? No. Peter shook his head and continued. You, Gwen and Felicia went to settle in Konguo after graduation. Well, now it seems that I am the most special. The only thing is that he in this universe has more money than him. According to Peter, neither he nor Gwen in this universe became Spider-Man. The difference is that he in this universe is a super rich man, with financial resources second only to Tony Stark. Waiting for the Spider-Man from other universes to come, maybe you can learn a lot of interesting things. Then what should you do now? Even if it was Jiang Tianming from other universes, Peter still cared. I can help, but don't underestimate Spider-Man's connections. After finishing speaking, he pointed to his chest, proudly holding his head high. Peter in this universe is very lucky. He has a happy family, a beautiful girlfriend, and a good career. Otherwise, he would not be able to make a spider battlesuit with so many functions. If he has the opportunity, he will visit his basement. No need, I have prepared myself. Jiang Tianming flashed his ID card. Brooklyn Vision Academy transfer student. Peter took the ID card and looked suspiciously at Jiang Tianming's face. Well, he is indeed quite young. Then you must need a place to live now, right? I still have a spare room. Peter still didn't give up, and he didn't know why. Peter, why are you being so aggressive? Do you have to say it? Peter looked at Jiang Tianming with inquiring eyes, and after Jiang Tianming nodded, he took a deep breath and said, "Well, in fact, you have taken care of me a lot over the years, and I want to pay it back once. Although it's not the same you, there is always some psychological comfort." After speaking, Peter blushed, waiting for Jiang Tianming's joke. In this universe, most of Peter's entrepreneurial success is due to the help of Jiang Tianming in this universe. Even Mary Jane was introduced to him by Jiang Tianming through Gwen. He didn't pay back a favor, so they went to settle in a distant country to enjoy life, and as a Spider-Man, he couldn't abandon New York. In terms of safety, although Jiang Tianming in this universe doesn't have any super abilities, he does have money abilities, and has made a variety of body armor to protect the safety of himself and those around him. Peter only felt that he couldn't help anything, so he had such an idea. But unlike what Peter thought, Jiang Tianming didn't laugh at him, but just showed a smile similar to relief. "This is the Spider-Man Peter Parker I know. I don't think I need anything from you in this universe." Jiang Tianming patted Peter on the shoulder and walked behind him. "See you later, Peter." Peter nodded in a daze, then realized something, and quickly looked back, but Jiang Tianming's figure had already disappeared. "I don't know how to contact him yet." After leaving, Jiang Tianming didn't realize this problem. He subconsciously thought that Peter in this universe had his contact information. Where should we go next? Jiang Tianming sat on a rooftop and looked at the big screen on the street in front of him. Suddenly, a space-time vortex appeared in the sky again, and Jiang Tianming's very familiar figure fell down. He sprayed cobweb and flew in that direction. Gwen stood up, touched her sore butt, and looked around in a daze. Suddenly, her spider telepathy felt something, and she subconsciously looked in that direction. "Who are you?" Taking a closer look, she found that it was a spider battlesuit similar to hers. She was a little surprised and said, "I thought I was the only one." After Jiang Tianming came to Gwen, he asked with some uncertainty, "Gwen?" Sure enough, when Gwen heard the man in front of him say his name, he reacted similarly to Peter, looking at him vigilantly, bending slightly, ready to react as quickly as possible. "Who are you?" Jiang Tianming made the same steps to see if anyone was there, and then took off his spider mask. "My god, Tianming. Well, that universe of Spider-Gwen also has its own existence." Gwen came to Jiang Tianming at a trot, looked at his whole body carefully, and said in disbelief, "How did you become a Spider-Man?" Soon, Gwen thought of the situation just now and reacted quickly. "Are you Tianming from another universe?" Gwen still couldn't get over it, and still couldn't believe it. "I didn't expect that everything in physics class was true." "Gwen, in your universe, what is my identity?" "A super hacker and super scientist." In Spider-Gwen's universe, also known as Gwen Stacy, Jiang's full name, Jiang Tianming is a super hacker and scientist, responsible for giving Gwen various technical support, as well as the production of Gwen's battlesuit. "It's still my husband." After finishing speaking, Gwen smiled happily and brightened the ring on her left ring finger. It turns out that he and Gwen in that universe are already married, but he doesn't know when he and Gwen in that universe will get married. He and Gwen from another universe can still distinguish clearly. They will keep a distance from each other, and will not make any strange plot developments. Only fools can do that plot. Jiang Tianming listened to all kinds of sweet stories about Gwen and himself in that universe, and often fantasized that he and Gwen in his own universe would do the same thing, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. This trip to the parallel world was not bad, at least let him know a lot of interesting things. That's right. Just when Jiang Tianming wanted to ask something, the same space-time vortex appeared above their heads again. "That's..." Gwen looked up and asked. "That's the passage for us to come to this world." Jiang Tianming replied, his eyes narrowed at the same time, guessing who would appear in his mind. Both he and Gwen traveled to a few days before the start of the plot, and he didn't know anything else, and they were the only ones in his memory. Could it be the butterfly effect again? Jiang Tianming muttered. Just as the two of them were thinking, a petite figure fell from the vortex of time and space, but she had obviously passed out. After all, they knew how they felt in the turbulent flow of time and space. "I'll catch her." Gwen cobweb shot, flew towards the figure, caught it easily, and returned to Jiang Tianming again. The figure in Gwen's arms slowly appeared in the sight of the two, wearing a spider battlesuit with the same color as Jiang Tianming, and having the same hood as Gwen, which made the two of them have some guesses. Cutie slowly opened her eyes. First she looked around in a daze, and then she looked at Jiang Tianming and Gwen. Am I dreaming?" Cutie looked back and forth between Jiang Tianming and Gwen, and then said something surprising. "Dad, Mom." "What?" The screen changed. "Okay, let me introduce myself. My name is Zhang Wen. My mother gave it to me. I like it very much. I am 8 years old. I come from Congo in 2030. I have not been bitten by a radiation spider, and I am not the only one Spider-Man, but I am the only daughter of the two Spider-Mans. I was born with super ability. When they planned to live a two-person world, they trained me to be a new generation of Spider-Man. Regardless of my petite appearance, I can punch nearly 50 tons of strength. Fortunately, under the training of my father, I managed to control my self-strength, and my battlesuit is also designed by my mother. I am called a beautiful spider girl. My father gave it to me. I also like it very much. Whenever there is a crime, I will be attacked every day. I like this kind of life. But I heard that there were all kinds of big villains in the past, and they were all defeated by my parents later. They never did evil again, and I didn't have the opportunity to show my true strength. It's nothing more than robbery and theft. The screen returns to the scene of the three looking at each other again. Okay, I've had enough surprises today. Jiang Tianming held his forehead. He really didn't expect that he even had a daughter. Me too. Gwen said she felt the same way. Jiang Wen just lifted her spider mask at this time, revealing a lovely face. Her hair is black, and she has the same heroic short hair as Gwen. Her eyes are like Gwen's, beautiful blue eyes, and her facial features have Jiang Tianming and Gwen's sameness. It's so cool. I've never seen my parents wear a battlesuit in my life. Jiang Wen's eyes lit up, and she kept bouncing her little feet back and forth between Jiang Tianming and Gwen. This little girl is so cute. Jiang Tianming only felt that his whole body had been healed, and couldn't help pinching Jiang Wen's face, making Q and Q play. As expected of his own daughter, Jiang Tianming only felt that he was really a master at giving birth to daughters. Yeah, she's like a little angel sent from heaven. Gwen bent down and hugged Jiang Wen, and kissed her gently on the face. So when did mom and dad come with you? A naive girl, in her eyes, her parents are omnipotent, there is nothing they don't know, and she naturally feels that they came here with her. Jiang Tianming and Gwen looked at each other, and Gwen explained the ins and outs of this matter to Jiang Wen. Although he didn't know why he came here, it was explained by Jiang Tianming. Wow, it turns out that all this was done by the big villains. When are we going to take them down? Jiang Wen's eyes were shining, and she waved her hands excitedly in Gwen's arms. She couldn't wait to fight the bad guys. Gwen also looked to Jiang Tianming, seeking his opinion, and they all used Jiang Tianming as the backbone in their respective universes. Jiang Tianming thought for a while. He knew where the collider was, but now he had to activate the collider to jump in, and it probably hasn't been completed yet. There is another way, that is to enter the school of the protagonist Miles and observe his every move, as long as there are signs that the plot seems to be starting. Let's create a fake identity first and then decide on the others. I already have a fake identity, as for yours. While Jiang Tianming was still thinking about what to do, Jiang Wen and Gwen raised their hands at the same time and said in unison, I have a solution. Jiang Tianming looked at them twice. Should he say that they are indeed mother and daughter? There is such a tacit understanding. Who will speak first? Gwen smiled and said to Jiang Wen, you talk first. Okay, my dad made a super black disk. As long as it is plugged into the computer, we can create our fake identities out of thin air, and no one will doubt it. It's exactly the same as mine. Gwen looked at Jiang Wen in her arms in surprise. Jiang Tianming on the side felt instantly inferior to himself in other universes. He was rich and wise, but it didn't matter. They didn't have Bandai's genuine transformation belt. Thinking of this, Jiang Tianming nodded in satisfaction. Sure enough, the super black disk given by Jiang Tianming from other universes is really powerful and convenient, and they can create their fake identities in no time. Both Jiang Tianming and Gwen are transfer students of Brooklyn Vision Academy, and Jiang Wen's nano battlesuit has a shrinking function similar to Ant-Man, and can enter the academy with them. But that will be a few days later. In the next few days, they will find a new place to live and wait for the plot to begin. When paying the rent, Jiang Tianming fumbled in his pocket left and right. Now he has a false identity, but he doesn't bring any money. He had never brought any money with him to fight criminals. No doubt he just returned home after work, and now he needed money, which was a little embarrassing. The landlady pointed impatiently at the table. If she hadn't been handsome, she would have turned around and left. Gwen on the side shook her head helplessly, and even her daughter Jiang Wen looked at him suspiciously with her head tilted. Could it be that her father has no money? Swipe your card. Maybe Jiang Wen couldn't wait anymore, took out a black credit card from his pocket and said to the landlord aunt. After the landlady took the credit card, she looked at Jiang Tianming with strange eyes. It was the first time she saw Jiang Tianming asking her daughter to keep the money. Humiliated in front of his daughter, Jiang Tianming wanted to cover his face and run out, secretly deciding in his heart that he must work hard to make money when he went back. Ahem, let's go up and look at the room. Jiang Tianming looked at Gwen and the others with the corner of his mouth pulled, and then he walked into the elevator and waited for them. After their mother and daughter walked into the elevator closed. The current father doesn't work yet, right? Ahaha, yes, dad doesn't have a job yet, so it's normal to have no money, right? Jiang Tianming noticed that Gwen was looking at him with intriguing eyes, and he couldn't help but ask, are those eyes saying that I'm inferior? Please, you are looking down on my cosmic Gwen's vision. Gwen waved it with one hand, covered her mouth with the other hand and couldn't help laughing. No, I didn't say that, it's what you think. Xiao Wen, did dad give you that credit card? Gwen changed the subject skillfully, and also gave Jiang Tianming a lot of face. Yeah, dad said that this card allows me to buy all kinds of delicious food and clothes that I like, but I don't know how much money is in it. Hey, this is the same as my Tianming. He also gave me a card, but I didn't bring it. Jiang Tianming performed silence is golden next to him. He is really the poorest among the 4 universes. The 3 of them came to the room they rented, 1 room for him, 1 room for Gwen and Jiang Wen, with a kitchen and bathroom. It was getting late, and Jiang Wen had already fallen asleep in the room. In the living room, only Jiang Tianming and Gwen were watching TV. Jiang Tianming was boringly pressing the remote control, and Gwen was peeling an apple. Oh, I've never felt so tired. This was the first time he had broken his defense in such an age. He would rather be surrounded by 10 supervillains than lose face in front of his daughter. Gwen kindly peeled an apple for him, at least it can keep his stomach from breaking the defense. In your universe, how are you and I doing? Feeling bored, Gwen chatted with Jiang Tianming on the sidelines. It's just that the tone of voice sounds like your parents are concerned about your love life, which makes Jiang Tianming feel weird. It's not long since the relationship was confirmed. Jiang Tianming answered truthfully. Have you met Felicia? Gwen said suddenly. Jiang Tianming gave Gwen a strange look. Seeing his reaction, Gwen immediately understood something. Gwen narrowed her eyes slightly, drank the tea in her hand, and looked at Jiang Tianming faintly. Sure enough, no matter which universe you are in, you are a big carrot. Gwen rolled her eyes, her tone extremely helpless. I just asked Xiao Wen, guess what she said? Not only Aunt Felicia, but also many aunts are very close to Dad. It's exactly the same as my universe. Ahaha, maybe it's just the universe on your side. Jiang Tianming ate the apple with a guilty conscience, not daring to look at Gwen at all. Believe me, I thought so at the beginning. Felicia is just your beginning. Gwen said firmly. She combined what Jiang Wen said about Jiang Tianming's emotional life, and combined hers. She came to such a conclusion, and later these women formed an alliance. But don't worry, you will suffer soon. Gwen patted Jiang Tianming unexpectedly and deeply, and left the living room. Gwen thought about it, and she went to take a shower and go to bed. My God, what a hell of a day it is. Although he was very happy to see his future daughter, the number of times he broke his defense today was much more than the number of times he was beaten in the past. I just hope it ends quickly, and then go home, wash, and sleep. After the three of them dawdled around in Brooklyn for several days. At the beginning of the semester, Gwen, Jiang Tianming, and definitely Jiang Wen, who was standing on Jiang Tianming's shoulders and shrunk down using shrinking technology, came to the gate of Brooklyn Vision Academy, and Jiang Tianming couldn't help but sigh with emotion. I didn't expect that I would come to school again after graduation. Come on, how long have I been married, and I haven't called you for anything? Gwen said Jiang Tianming and walked in front. The two instantly attracted almost all the students on the road. Look, that Asian boy is so handsome. Yes, and the figure is so tall, so mighty, and so charming. Many girls on the road couldn't help turning their heads to look at Jiang Tianming. Maybe because he had been a black spider for a long time, he waved at them habitually. They couldn't help but blush a little. They turned their heads quickly and only dared to peek at them secretly, and those who were bold even waved their hands. We're running out of time. Gwen couldn't stand it anymore, and went directly to Jiang Tianming's side and pulled his ear and walked forward. It hurts, I obviously didn't do anything. Jiang Tianming immediately protested. I'm only responsible for me in another universe. That's right, Mom was right, and Dad was too bad. On this point, Jiang Wen supported Gwen unconditionally. Gwen looked at Jiang Wen sitting on Jiang Tianming's shoulder with satisfaction, and said in her heart that she is indeed my daughter. And the people along the way looked at them with strange eyes when they saw this scene. Is this still a couple transfer student? Okay, I surrender. Jiang Tianming escaped under Gwen's fingers, straightened his clothes, and pretended to be serious. From today onwards, I, Jiang Tianming, will be a man I love, and I will never touch anything. Flowers mess with grass. Hearing this, Gwen looked at him with half-closed eyes. His eyes undoubtedly said, would you believe what you said? Father, even I don't believe what you said just now. Jiang Wen whispered in his ear. Jiang Tianming coughed lightly, and said to Jiang Wen, my daughter, do you know what is the most important thing for a man? What? Its face. Gwen couldn't help laughing. Seeing the father and daughter looking at her, she immediately adjusted her expression management. Sorry, I can't help it. Happy but short campus time. Jiang Tianming and the others are sitting in a dark classroom, and the projection screen is playing the female Dr. Octopus of this world, Olivia Octavius, who can also be called Liv. She is the female version of Dr. Octopus you mentioned. Gwen was at his desk, and she whispered in Jiang Tianming's ear. Yes, she is the one who built the particle collider, and we all have to rely on her when we go back. Ahem, whispering is forbidden during class time. The teacher behind them coughed softly and reminded. It might be DNA. Jiang Tianming and Gwen sat up straight after hearing the sound, staring at the screen in front of them. Not long after, a black boy walked into the classroom. He sneaked into his seat, but how could he escape the teacher's eyes? Mr. Morales, who sneaked in, you are late again. The teacher folded his arms and looked at Miles, who sneaked in with half-closed eyes. Einstein said that time is relative. Maybe it's not that I'm late, but that you are early. Well, it makes sense. Jiang Tianming suddenly interjected, and seeing the teacher's look, he said flatteringly, I'm farting. Pissed. Gwen couldn't help laughing, then thumped his arm. Then do you want to stand like this, or sit down? Hearing this, Miles lowered his head so that his face was half covered by the book in his hand, and walked to his seat, which was right next to Jiang Tianming. I've never heard such a reasonable joke, it's very fresh. Jiang Tianming didn't lie, but if it was placed in his previous school, he would probably be criticized. Really? Do you think it's good? Miles' eyes lit up, and he couldn't wait to make some new friends. Bang bang. AHH. ×2. The female teacher patted each of them on the head without any intention of holding back. The two sat up straight and stopped whispering. At dusk. These subjects are really simple. Jiang Tianming, who graduated as a college student, regards these knowledge as if a high-achieving student reads elementary school questions. Afterwards, Jiang Tianming thought about it. Miles will be bitten by a radiation spider tonight and become the new Spider-Man. Xiao Wen and I are going to the children's paradise. Gwen took Jiang Wen's hand and turned to Jiang Tianming and asked, then do you want to go together? No, I'm going to take a stroll. Okay, don't go shopping for too long, remember to go back and cook. Immediately, Gwen narrowed her eyes, pointed at Jiang Tianming's nose, and warned Jiang Tianming. Don't get too close to girls, you're not even from this universe after all. I obey, ma'am. Jiang Tianming pretended to be serious and stood up straight, and saluted. Gwen also seemed to be very helpful and nodded, well this is more or less the same, I have to be responsible for another me. Jin Bin, the biggest gangster boss in the country, was sitting in his office, looking at the computer screen with an amused expression. The image displayed on the computer screen was a tall black figure continuously throwing dozens of grown men into the air. Just a few days ago, he picked up a strange man at the trading base. What was amazing was that this strange man killed several of his own minions by himself. I don't know how much effort and manpower and financial resources it took to completely take him down. Boss, the research is over. The female Dr. Octopus, that is, Liv, walked into Jin Bing's office without any intention of knocking on the door. At the moment, she looked excited, as if she had discovered a new continent, which was a creature that did not exist on Earth. Oh, let's hear it. The liquid on his body is like a living thing, and it has a symbiotic relationship with him. The high temperature and sound waves can weaken it, and now it has been separated from the man. The most important thing is that it can greatly enhance the host's various physical abilities. If it is attached to a thin man, it can directly compare to the world boxing champion, or even be stronger. Liv seemed to have discovered a new world, explaining various data of the venom on the projector with an excited face. Yes, this is secondary. How is the processing of the particle collider? Jin couldn't wait to see his wife and son. It's ready, boss. The next day. Standby, Henshin. Complete. Early in the morning, in order to save his face, Jiang Tianming performed a genuine transformation in front of Gwen and Jiang Wen. But to his disappointment, the mother and daughter looked as usual, and he was not surprised by this. My cosmic dad would do the same. My Tianming is too. Jiang Tianming patted his forehead. Thinking about it carefully, Kamen Rider is like nano armor in the eyes of Gwen and others. As long as the technology tree is clicked, it can be manufactured. Okay, it's time for us to go to school. Jiang Tianming just wanted to leave here quickly and embrace the cradle of knowledge. Brooklyn Vision Academy. The three of Jiang Tianming saw the flustered Miles. Suddenly there was a special reaction from the three of them, and Gwen looked at Jiang Tianming in surprise. You are right, he has really become a new spider. And that's not all, Miles also has special skills, invisibility and electric shock. Hi, Miles. Jiang Tianming stepped forward to greet him. Oh, hi. Miles turned around nervously and greeted back. He asked awkwardly, I don't know your name yet. Just call me Tianming. Jiang Tianming glanced at the sweat on Miles' face. Are you okay? Why are you sweating so much? Ahaha, I'm growing. Oh no, I'm not growing. I'm mature, I'm a man. Miles was a little incoherent. Obviously the changes this morning made him a little uncomfortable. I still have some things to do, I'm leaving first. Miles hurriedly said. He subconsciously patted Jiang Tianming's shoulder, but the next second his hand was stuck to the clothes on Jiang Tianming's shoulder and he couldn't let it go. Oh, sorry, I'm letting go now. Jiang Tianming felt that Miles' strength was getting stronger, and immediately grabbed his wrist, saying, relax, Miles. I'm so relaxed, lol. Think about how you relax. Jiang Tianming directly cited the method Peter taught Miles. Miles looked around, and everyone around looked at them curiously, and asked Jiang Tianming, not here? Trust me, otherwise your hands will only live with my clothes. Okay, Miles sang a song as expected, and his fingers gradually loosened one by one as the master relaxed. After letting go, Miles couldn't bear the gazes around him, and ran away as if fleeing for his life. Well, compared to us, he seemed a little reckless at first. Gwen stepped forward to straighten Jiang Tianming's messy clothes, and said, actually, Mom, Dad said that you did this to him back then. Jiang Wen said in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Gwen is like a cat whose tail has been stepped on, blowing out. This is impossible. Jiang Wen ignored Gwen's gaze, and directly told what happened back then. My father said that when my mother just got awakening ability, he tore off his clothes in public, and was laughed at by those students for several days. Jiang Tianming's eyes lit up, and he finally found out about Gwen's embarrassment, and immediately said, looking at your reaction, you seem to have had this kind of experience back then. Gwen blushed and turned her head angrily. It couldn't be exactly the same as what Jiang Wen said, it was the same in her universe, and it also pulled Jiang Tianming's hair and asked him to shave half of his head. But this can be regarded as their fate, this is their beginning. Jiang Tianming and the others were walking on the way to the classroom, but found a tragic figure on the wall outside. Miles was shirtless, with two pigeons stuck to his hands, walking uncontrollably on the wall. Gwen stretched out her hand to cover Jiang Wen on Jiang Tianming's shoulder, preventing her from seeing this embarrassing moment. It is indeed much worse than us. Jiang Tianming shook his head. Both Peter and Gwen had Jiang Tianming on the side to guide them, so they avoided a lot of oolongs. Miles in this universe didn't know his own changes, so he had so many oolongs. Tonight, Miles will go down the subway tunnel again and meet the Green Goblin and Peter of this universe. Let's see what effect my butterfly can have. Roar. The Green Goblin of this universe is a huge amounts of green monster. He raised his fist to hit Peter, but Peter was too petite for him, but he was agile and easily dodged the Green Goblin's attack. Stop it, Norman, I won't let you start the particle collider. Brooklyn will be destroyed, and the whole world will be messed up. You can't stop us, Spider-Man. I don't want Brooklyn to be swallowed by a black hole. Peter was nimble, swinging the cobweb to dodge Green Goblin's attack, and punched Green Goblin in the face. Miles, who was watching the battle, shivered. I think I'd better go quickly. But he was caught in the aftermath of the fight, as Green Goblin kept dropping his bombs. Myers was so frightened that he had no choice but to run away, and ran to the place where the particle collider was. Little did he know that the Green Goblin behind him was kicked by Peter and knocked him into the air. Fortunately, Miles caught the corner of one side. No, AHH. Miles didn't hold on firmly, and his hand slipped and fell directly. Peter heard the sound and quickly shot the cobweb in his direction. After catching Miles firmly, he put him on the construction building aside. Peter was worried that he was startled, so he wanted to calm his emotions and said to him, "Hey, do you know that your shoelaces are loose? This, mine is a jumpsuit, so I don't have to worry." In the next second, Miles and Peter frowned, and felt each other's spider telepathy at the same time. You two, you are the same as me. Peter was a little surprised. He didn't expect that there was another person like him besides Jiang Tianming. This. I don't want to either. After what happened today, Miles doesn't want the Spider-Man's ability at all. I'm afraid you don't have a choice, kid. Peter tried his best to reassure Miles. I can understand your confusion. You'll be fine. I can help you. After I get it done, I can even teach you a few tricks. Okay. Seeing Miles' emotional stability, Peter was relieved. Suddenly they felt a tremor, and their distant particle collider had started. I had to destroy that machine before it started. A friend of mine was already here because of this machine. Don't run around. See you later. After speaking, Peter swung the cobweb and flew towards the collider. Myers was stunned by Peter's skillful and handsome operation. How the hell did he do it? Miles originally believed that Spider-Man would take care of everything soon, but not long after, a purple figure appeared, and he grabbed Peter in the air and wrestled with him. That purple figure was Miles' uncle, the Prowler. And there's Green Goblin messing around. Do you like my toys? It cost me a lot of money, but money is something outside of me. Jin Bin watched all this in the observation room, and Peter, who was stepped on by Green Goblin, narrowed his eyes. Jin, do you know the consequences of doing this? Instead of answering Peter's question, Kim smiled and said, "You're going to love this light show." As soon as the words fell, the particle collider started to rotate, and the red particles collided together. The whole of Brooklyn began to tremble because of the operation of these two machines. There was a flicker on the street, and things that did not belong to this universe appeared, such as Christmas trees and buildings from other universes. They all merged with various objects. Christmas trees merged with street lights, buildings merged with buildings, and it looked extremely weird. Norman, how do you usually deal with head trauma? Peter felt a steel plate fall off their heads. Green Goblin was a little puzzled at first, and then he was hit directly on the head, and let go of Peter under his feet in a dizzy head. I warned you. The Green Goblin, who came back to his senses, felt the insult, flapped his wings and flew up, angrily grabbed Peter and stepped on the middle of the particle collision. Green Goblin? No, get him out. Jin Bin looked at the warning on the computer instrument. His expression changed drastically, and he yelled directly at Green Goblin. Boom. The particle collider couldn't bear it at first, and exploded directly. With a strong white light, the explosion destroyed everything around it. The vicinity here turned into ruins. Green Goblin was directly killed, and countless rubble piled up together. Ahem. Miles waved his hand to fan away the surrounding dust, and he looked around. When he saw Peter's figure, he ran over quickly and threw away the gravel on his body. Are you all right? Ahem, I'm fine, just take a rest. Find him, hurry up. Jin Bin's voice sounded not far away. Peter knew something was wrong, and immediately said to Miles next to him, "Listen, we don't have much time, we have to cooperate. Only this heavy-duty key can stop the collider. Insert it and press the red button." After speaking, Peter held something similar to a USB flash drive in his palm. "If you see another Spider-Man, you will give this to him. By the way, his name is..." Peter was thinking of telling Miles the name of Jiang Tianming, but he saw a man not far away, the figure of Jin Bing and his party. "Hurry up and hide." Hearing this, Miles quickly ran away to a hidden high place to observe Kim, and the group approached Peter. "I know what you want to do, Jin Bin, but it's impossible." Bang! The iron sheet beside Miles fell down, causing some noises. Jin and everyone looked around, only to see Miles' figure. Fortunately, Miles' complexion was black, otherwise at the moment the face will be seen clearly. Kill him. Oops. Seeing that Miles was exposed, Peter planned to get up to help him, but his injuries did not allow it. Damn it. Peter's current injuries did not allow him to stand up again, and now he is still alive thanks to his extraordinary physique and resilience. Seeing that the Prowler had already chased him out, Jin Bing turned around and looked at Peter, who was lying on the ground. Nobody can stop me, and neither can you. The picture comes to Miles, who is fleeing, and Miles runs desperately. While running, he looks back at the Prowler, who is chasing after him like a ghost. Boom. Suddenly, the Prowler was instantly knocked down by an unknown figure, who didn't even see the shadow. Miles in front looked back and saw that there was no one there, but he still didn't dare to stop and kept running. The Prowler shook his dizzy head, looked around, and a red figure that he had never seen before appeared in his vision. That figure was none other than Jiang Tianming, who had transformed into a Kabuto. Humph. The Prowler's sharp eyes narrowed slightly, he stood up and showed his sharp claws, and immediately rushed towards Jiang Tianming. Jiang Tianming didn't change his face, and steadily raised his hand to receive various attacks from the Prowler. There were several attacks where Jiang Tianming didn't receive it with his hand, but used his body firmly next to each other, but there were only sparks but nothing. Any harm. At this time, the Prowler retreated a little after a wave of output, and his attack had no effect on the person in front of him. Who the hell are you? Prowler made a distinctly accented voice. According to the way of heaven, I am in charge of everything. My name is the Director of Heavenly Dao. Jiang Tianming smiled slightly, and opened his mouth just as a joke. I remember. The Prowler even felt that this person was extremely stupid, and told his name to the desperado. Jiang Tianming didn't care what he thought. The reason why he didn't attack the Prowler was because he was too lazy to do it. Anyway, he had to die in the end. The most important thing is Peter inside. Jiang Tianming wants to keep him. Clock, up. Hearing a special sound, the figure in front of Prowler disappeared immediately. Prowler looked around vigilantly, pressed the earphones next to his ears, and said to Jinbing, Mr. Jinbing, something happened? Jin, who was about to attack Peter, stopped. What did you say? But in the next second, Jiang Tianming appeared before his eyes. Jinbing, Tombstone, and the unexpected hammer hurriedly backed away, looking at Jiang Tianming warily. Those who can appear in front of them in an instant are not ordinary people. Who are you? A person who wants to save him. Jiang Tianming pointed to Peter behind him and said, I can give you money that you can't spend in your life. I just hope that you don't meddle in our affairs. Jinbing tried his best to speak calmly. Peter behind him heaved a sigh of relief. He could recognize the person in front of him. Although he didn't know which universe it was Jiang Tianming, he knew that Jiang Tianming must have magical and powerful armor. I'll take care of this guy. Jiang Tianming didn't change his face. He did have aspirations in terms of material things, but not to that extent, not to mention that Peter was still his friend since he was a child. Your Excellency really won't let go. If I have to say it again, I will protect him. Humph. After thinking about it, Jinbin snorted coldly, and waved his hand to make the tombstone and hammer head retreat behind him. A hero does not suffer immediate losses, and these need to be considered in the long run. The tombstone and the hammerhead obviously didn't think much more than Jinbin. They looked at Jinbin with some hesitation, but they were forced to retreat by Jinbin's eyes. After Jin waited for the others to leave, Jiang Tianming turned around and looked at Peter, but he did not cancel the transformation. He needed to guard against Jin and waited for someone to return his carbine. And he still has to keep the gold and his life, otherwise who will turn on the Dem Particle Collider? Are you okay? Jiang Tianming knelt down to check Peter's injuries. The situation was not optimistic. Even if Jin didn't take action, Peter would die with time. Haha, it's great to have you. Peter looked at Jiang Tianming optimistically, and he smiled. Your favor is really getting worse and worse. You owe me a favor. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect me to admit my mistake, although I didn't completely admit it. Ahem. Peter seemed to know that his time was running out, and he subconsciously sighed. I'm very lucky to meet you. You are definitely from my universe, and you can also meet MJ, you know? I almost died at the hands of those bad guys many times, and you saved me every time, etc. After I leave you, remember. Wait. Jiang Tianming immediately stopped him. It turned out that he thought he was going to die to say so many words, and he looked at Peter with hatred. Who said you were going to die? You don't believe me. Definitely not. It just took a lot of time to get me out of here. Peter also glanced at the Kabuto on Jiang Tianming's waist, and continued, and I don't think there is any way to use your ability a second time. But in the next second, after he heard clock, up, the streets of Brooklyn appeared directly in his vision. It's amazing. Peter's eyes widened before he could react. You can always trust me. Seriously injured Peter was secretly hidden by Jiang Tianming to heal his wounds, just as Peter brought him to the secret base created by Jiang Tianming in this universe. Peter, you don't mind if I release the information about your death? In the original world line, the growth of Miles is inseparable from Peter's death. Definitely, Jiang Tianming will not disclose Peter's real identity. Definitely no problem, I believe you. Peter, who was wrapped into rice dumplings, hesitated on the hospital bed, and Jiang Tianming barely heard what he said. Only the Maiban couple and Mary Jane know the real situation, but there must be a process. They know Peter's true identity in this universe, but they still have to act. Okay, you just stay here to recuperate quietly, your dear MJ will come to see you. Peter couldn't heal in a short time and fought. For the rest, Jiang Tianming can handle it enough. The next day, the news of Spider-Man's death spread all over the streets, and everyone knew it. All the people mourned silently for the hero who had saved them, and the whole New York fell into mourning. Jiang Tianming came to a Spider-Man peripheral store and saw a sad Myers inside. Myers, are you okay? Jiang Tianming still had to act, and he pretended to be ignorant. Now Miles is still blaming himself. He feels that he has done nothing to help. He lowers his head. I'm fine, thank you Tianming. See you later. Miles left after buying the costumes around the spider. Jiang Tianming was also about to leave for a walk, when suddenly the store manager at the side stopped him. Wow, hello, Wonder Boy. The store manager with Stan Lee's face greeted him with a smile. You know me. Jiang Tianming raised his eyebrows in surprise. He never thought that old man Stan Lee, who often plays a guest role in Marvel works, would know him. Definitely no. Stan Lee smiled, and after he finished speaking, he walked towards a door. After entering, it was another strange man who came out again. I'm the manager of this store. May I help you? The man said to Jiang Tianming with an official smile. At the moment Jiang Tianming frowned. He estimated that it would take some time to recover. Perhaps his arrival brought wonderful changes to the world. What I love most about Spider-Man is that he makes us all feel empowered. Each of us has our own powers. We play Spider-Man in our own way. We all need you. Mary Jane was speaking on the podium. For Mary Jane, who was born as an actor, these were trivial matters, but many people believed them to be true, such as Miles. They all need me. Miles murmured to himself somewhat trustingly. I think it's just a polite remark, and you know it, it's a speech. The elder brother who was wearing a mask around Spider-Man couldn't help complaining after hearing this. Miles naturally filters out his rants. Miles came to the alley and took out the Spider-Man cartoon, intending to learn the Spider-Man training method above. Miles exhaled nervously, glanced at the opposite rooftop, and planned to just jump over. If I were you, I would tie my shoelaces first. Wow, Miles was startled by the words that came out suddenly. He was running up and couldn't break in time, and fell to the ground with his face on the ground. Miles massaged his sore face, and then noticed a familiar person sitting on the air conditioner. Ginger, why are you here? If I wasn't here, what do you think you'd be doing here? Wearing Spider-Man merch and jumping off a building. Miles scratched his face in embarrassment, and then thought that Spider-Man would have a few good friends who knew their true identities. Okay, Tianming, speaking of it, don't be afraid. In fact, I was bitten by a radiation spider. I became a person with the same ability as Spider-Man. But Jiang Tianming's reaction was beyond his expectation. Not bad. Jiang Tianming's face was as calm as water, as if he didn't believe this sentence. Wait, don't you believe me? No, I really believe what you say. Jiang Tianming still had that calm face, giving the impression that he was listening to a joke that wasn't funny. Okay, I have to leave beforehand. Don't do such a dangerous move. Jiang Tianming got up to leave, and he waved to Miles without looking back. But Miles didn't listen to Jiang Tianming's words, and still did the same thing, still didn't tie the shoelaces, and the ending was the same as the original one. The heavy-duty key was dropped to pieces. At night, Miles came to the cemetery. There are countless flowers near a tombstone with the unknown hero Spider-Man written on it. Sorry, I thought I'd keep our promise, but I haven't met another Spider-Man yet and broke something you gave me. Just as Miles was blaming himself, a figure behind him came towards him. Miles felt that he put the mask on his head again, and then stretched his hands back. Hey, boy. Peter was caught off guard and flew backwards. Web shooters fired cobweb and flew out with Miles. Jiang Tianming was walking on the street, holding a lot of ingredients in his arms, and was about to go back to make a big meal, when suddenly his spider telepathy reacted. He looked up and found that Miles was flying in the sky with a fat version of Peter in his arms, and there were police cars chasing after him. It's really interesting. If he didn't bring a camera, Jiang Tianming really wanted to take a picture of the fat Peter for his Peter in the universe to see. Early the next morning, the three of Jiang Tianming were on their way to the Oakmax company in the Hudson Valley. Wow, this is the power of technology. Gwen was amazed, and everything in front of her surprised her. Just now, Jiang Wen took out a universal capsule containing a motorcycle, which she said was invented by Jiang Tianming of her universe. My dad is omnipotent. Jiang Tianming on the side could only take it as a compliment to himself. The three of them got on the motorcycle, started the engine and started heading to the Hudson Valley. Not long after they entered the valley, they saw Peter and Miles being chased by the female Dr. Octopus. Whoa, Otto. Jiang Tianming couldn't help joking as he parked aside and put it in the capsule. Be serious, it's time for us to make a move. Gwen patted him on the shoulder. Over there, Peter and Miles are thankful they escaped. I am really a good teacher from back then. Your qualifications are good, but you are not as good as I was back then. Peter boasted stinkingly. Suddenly, Peter felt a flicker on his body, and he fell down in pain and powerlessness. Miles hurriedly wanted to catch him and the host, but they were snatched away by the rushing female Dr. Octopus, and Peter and Miles were tied to the tree by the sudden cobweb. What the hell? Just when Miles was wondering, three figures appeared in front of everyone. Your showtime, Gwen. Jiang Tianming didn't intend to make a move, and had to use women to solve women. And he came to Peter and Miles with a happy face. Hey, guys. Jiang Tianming took off his mask and greeted them. My god, Don. Miles and Peter both made surprised voices, and learned from this that the fat version of Peter also has his own existence in the universe. We got it, we should go. It didn't take long for Gwen to walk up to them with the host in his arms and said to them, how many Spider-Mans are there? Miles made a puzzled voice. It wasn't Peter's Spider-Man, he saw three at once. Go to Comic-Con and see for yourself. What is Comic-Con? Just as Miles was thinking about the question, Peter pulled him and flew away with him. On the bus, Peter stared at Jiang Wen, who was being held by Gwen with wide eyes. Is this really your daughter? This is too cute. Peter even thought of having a baby with his own MJ. Yes, it's my daughter in another parallel universe. Driven by curiosity, Jiang Tianming suddenly asked Fafa Peter, what kind of person am I in your universe? Embracing left and right, the beautiful life of clothes and food. Peter's voice was full of envy. Why Jiang Tianming didn't have such a problem when he was sad about his relationship. Perceiving Gwen's gaze, Jiang Tianming forced a smile and said, how is that possible? The joke you told is really funny. Fortunately, there are only 2 of them now, and there will be plenty of opportunities to prove them wrong. He is not like this in every universe. How did Uncle Peter get fat? The innocent Jiang Wen asked, looking at Peter's big belly. In Jiang Wen's universe, although Peter is not a Spider-Man, he is a sunny person and forms a happy family with Mary Jane, unlike the current Peter, who is haggard and bloated. Ahaha, before I came to this universe, I was very thin. Peter also could only force a smile on his face. Look at you, is it because of Mary Jane? Jiang Tianming knows Peter very well, whether he has read the original work or as a good friend. Yes. Why? MJ is a very good girl. As Mary Jane's best friend, Gwen raised a question. Peter sighed, as if asking a life coach. MJ wants to have a child, but I'm a little scared. Why are you afraid? Jiang Wen said from the side, my parents said that I am their happiest child. I have never seen the expression on my parents' faces like Uncle Peter's. Peter was silent for a while, and then smiled from the bottom of his heart. Thank you, Xiao Wen, I don't think I will be afraid anymore. Miles, who was silent on the sidelines, asked the question, so all 3 of you are from your own universe? Everyone asked the questions they wanted to ask on the bus, and it was the first time for Miles to feel that the world was so big. Queens, New York. Jiang Tianming and the others stood in front of the Maiban couple's house. Peter sprayed cobweb bombs and rang the doorbell. Peter put his waist in a little nervously, and then pretended to be relaxed and said to the 4 people beside him, why don't we go? Peter was worried about what the Mabens and his wife would look like when they saw him, and the mature boy was a little uneasy. Peter, we have already arrived at the door. Jiang Tianming is right. Peter's performance was a little speechless, and he would not be nervous when facing his parents. This chubby Peter is completely different from the Peter in his impression. They are completely 2 people. Is love so powerful? Well. Then Peter couldn't bear it anymore and started to walk elsewhere. This is too bad, really too bad. Jiang Tianming and Gwen squirted cobweb tacitly to pull Peter back, and both of them held their foreheads speechlessly. You can't be so cowardly, Peter. Gwen frowned and said to him that in her universe, Peter almost became a lizardman. If Jiang Tianming hadn't stopped him at a critical moment, the consequences would have been disastrous. Seeing that Jiang Tianming was about to speak, Peter quickly waved his hand. Okay, I really don't want to listen to your lectures. Squeak, there was a sound of opening the door, and Uncle Ben looked at them after opening the door. I'm not ready yet. Peter tried to make his smile seem natural. Peter? Uncle Ben asked in surprise, looking at Peter, who looked like but didn't look like him. Afterwards, Aunt May also appeared behind Uncle Ben, and the 2 came in front of Jiang Tianming and others. Wow, Peter, you look a lot haggard, and also, Aunt May poked Peter's belly, you've plumped up a lot, even wearing slacks. Jiang Tianming complained from the side. Tianming, you came back from Congo. Uncle Ben warmly hugged Jiang Tianming, and also noticed Gwen and Jiang Wen, who looked very similar to them. He came back with his wife and daughter. Okay, listen to me. Peter interrupted Aunt May, who was getting more and more playful. Has this Aunt May never seen such a big belly? Still poking hard. We are from another. Just when Peter was about to explain, Aunt May also interrupted him. She said with a normal face, is this from another time and space? The Maiban couple are not people who have never seen it before. They have seen a lot of bizarre events, let alone parallel universes. Okay. Peter didn't know what to say. Okay, Aunt May and Uncle Ben, we need to repair this gadget, can you take us there? Jiang Tianming took out the broken heavy-duty key and said to the Maiban couple. The Maiban and his wife looked at each other, their expressions gradually becoming serious. Come with us. They brought Jiang Tianming and others to a cabin in the backyard. I also have such a place, a small room where I store all kinds of super equipment. A high-tech operation appeared in front of them. Peter rolled his eyes, such an exaggerated place, it looks like it was made by Tianming. Jiang Tianming's family glared at him directly, as if saying, do you have a problem? I just like such flamboyant and handsome ones. Peter immediately confessed. After everyone entered the secret base, they saw all kinds of high-tech, spider tanks, spider fighters, etc. At the bottom, a bunch of high-tech computers and battle suits appeared in front of them. Wow, not bad, but still much smaller than ours. Gwen looked around and said. Jiang Wen nodded in agreement. Kim didn't know for sure that we were going back, they were outnumbered and we were obviously short-handed. Aunt May put her waist on her waist and said with a smile, do you think you are the only ones who thought of this place? The 5 Jiang Tianming looked up following spider telepathy, and 3 figures appeared on the spider web above. Shadow Spider-Man greeted them, hi guys. His image was ridiculed by everyone. Is he black and white? Where is the wind coming from? We should be in the basement. Afterwards, Penny and Spider-Ham from the two-dimensional style greeted them. Their style of painting was obviously not in line with the crowd. Jiang Tianming only felt it was weird. Hi, hello, I'm Penny Parker, this is my good friend. The petite and lovely Penny introduced herself and introduced the spider robot beside her to them. My name is Peter Poke, and I am. Spider-Ham also introduced himself. After everyone got to know each other, they began to discuss how to solve the crisis. The way to get home is to jump into that collider, but the only obstacle is that one of us has to stay and destroy him. Jiang Tianming looked around them and asked, who's coming? I'll do it. Every Spider-Man volunteered. Jiang Tianming squeezed his chin, thought for a while and said, I have someone to choose. I have someone to choose. Jiang Tianming said so, and then looked at Miles aside. No. This decision was immediately opposed by everyone. In their eyes, Miles was just a kid with awakening ability, and fighting against the supervillain would only kill him in vain. Why? Don't you know what will happen to you? Miles was unwilling on the spot, knowing that he was looked down upon. Don't know what? Penny asked. But in the next second, except for Miles and the Maiben couple, everyone only felt a flicker on their bodies, and fell to the ground in pain. That feeling is like the space is constantly squeezing you and tearing you, and it will take away all your strength. It will definitely not feel good. You can't stay here, you will die if you stay. Tianming is right, I should turn off that damn machine. I will wait for you to go back before doing anything. I am also one of you. In his heart, Peter in this universe was killed by him, and he must do something to make up for the guilt in his heart. The Shadow Spider-Man stood up, hugged his chest and raised a question, who are you? His name is Miles, he will save the parallel world, he will become invisible, and he can become invisible now. Peter came to his favorite disciple and tried his best to introduce Miles to the Spider-Mans. Miles made a sound similar to constipation, but the invisibility was never activated. I can't just hide it. Although he can't just hide it, it's still cool to show them the electric shock, Miles. Peter flashed a flash of embarrassment, trying to save face with him and Miles. Miles said with a helpless expression, I can't come just as I say. Did you hear? He can't just come, but he has other skills, like what? Peter was still trying to ease the embarrassment. Only these two things. Haha, only these two things. Peter was smiling, and his defenses had been broken several times in his heart. I believe in Miles, he can send us home. Jiang Tianming still maintained his point of view, because only he can. Except for Miles, all of them have their own universes and families, and the only way to stay here is to wait for death, so it is the best choice for Miles to come. Tianming, are you sure? He's still a child. Although I am also a child, I have been trained. Gwen and Zhang Wen have doubts about Jiang Tianming's choice, but they also respect Jiang Tianming's choice. I'm pretty sure he's the most critical part. Shadow Spider-Man was still doubting. He stepped forward and started to say, well, young man, Kim will send a lot of people to find you. All of them are difficult to deal with, real big guys, can you take them all at once? Well, actually, I haven't fought anyone else yet. Surprise. The Shadow Spider-Man swept Miles to the ground with a sweep of his legs. Can you reassemble the motherboard during the fight? Penny threw the motherboard in her hand to Miles on the ground. Can you cut off your humanity and not feel guilty for your violent behavior? Shadow Spider-Man is still approaching step by step to question Miles. Can you help Aunt May and Uncle Ben decide some tourist attractions? Aunt May interjected at this moment. Are you strong enough? Are you ruthless enough? Is it self-disciplined enough? As a Spider-Man, can you stand up again when you fall down? Enough guys. Peter tried to dissuade their verbal attacks, but in his heart Miles was also a kid who had just become Spider-Man. After everyone finished speaking, they surrounded Jiang Tianming and planned to continue to persuade Jiang Tianming not to take Miles. The Shadow Spider-Man said, my buddy, you can't deceive yourself like this. He's not ready yet, it's too obvious. It won't work, he's just a kid, we have to stay and complete the task for him. Look at his appearance. Miles. Everyone noticed that Miles' figure had already disappeared, and he took the elevator back to the ground after being invisible. See, he's really invisible. The weather outside has brightened. Jiang Tianming stood alone at the door waiting for Miles to arrive. After standing there for about a few hours, Miles' hurried figure appeared in Jiang Tianming's sight. Tianming, my uncle? My uncle is a prowler? He works for Jin and he wants to kill me. Miles hurriedly said everything he had just learned, almost out of breath. Calm down Miles, is someone following you behind you? I don't think, probably not. But in the next second, Jiang Tianming's keen spider telepathy reacted. He suddenly pushed Miles away, and an explosion occurred at their original position. Jiang Tianming was directly blown away, knocking over a car. Tisk, I thought I could take two. On the roof not far away, a young man was somewhat dissatisfied with carrying RPG rockets. Don. Miles yelled. The movement outside caught the attention of the Spider-Mans in an instant, and they ran out directly to confront the gradually emerging villains. Tianming. Gwen came to Jiang Tianming and helped him up. Jiang Tianming shook his dizzy head. Although it didn't hurt him substantially, he still felt the tremor. He just felt like his head was thrown into the washing machine. How are you? I'm fine, just a little dizzy. After Jiang Tianming comforted Gwen, his eyes looked at the menacing villains. Scorpion of Otherworld counterparts, Female Dr. Octopus, Hammerhead, and Tombstone, Craven the Hunter, Thriller, Vulture, and Prowler, Miles' uncle. There are so many people here, it seems that I scare them a lot. After thinking about it, Jiang Tianming became a Kabuto that day, which really made Jin Bing cautious, and invited more supervillains. Everyone looked at the heavy-duty key hanging on Peter's neck. The female Dr. Octopus fixed her eyes and directly manipulated the tentacles to grab the heavy-duty key. Give me that gadget. Peter quickly dodged and jumped into the sky, but was pressed to the ground by the other two tentacles, and the heavy-duty key on his neck fell to the ground. Relay, guys. Gwen Cobweb pulled the reload key over with one shot, and the other villains found their target and rushed here one after another. If you want to touch her, you have to ask me first. Jiang Tianming blocked Gwen behind him, and took out Fei's phone. Standing? By standby? Henshin. Complete. Hunter Cleven rushed towards Jiang Tianming with an axe in hand, and with the axe raised, he aimed to chop at Jiang Tianming. Bang! Jiang Tianming raised his arm to block Hunter Craven's axe, then grabbed the axe and pulled hard, pulling Hunter Craven towards him, and he raised his other fist to hit Hunter Craven's face. Just when he was about to touch the face of the Hunter Craven, suddenly Thriller raised his fists and hammered the ground, and huge amounts of shockwave attacked the two of them. Both were knocked back by the shockwave attack. On the other side, Penny drives the spider robot to confront the Hammerhead and the Tombstone. Penny's attack couldn't cause damage to the rough-skinned and thick-skinned physiques of the two, but it could force the opponent back. Miles' uncle, Prowler, is considered the most sensitive of the villains on the scene. He fights with Shadow Spider-Man and Spider-Ham alone. The Shadow Spider-Man and the Prowler are both masters in fighting, and neither can gain the upper hand. With Spider-Ham interfering at the side, the Prowler began to struggle a bit. I got it. With the help of Scorpion, Vulture snatched the reload key from Gwen, but he was suddenly pulled hard by Peter with the cobweb, punching Vulture dizzily, and he took the reload key from his hand. Snatch it back. Don't bully my mother. Zhang Wen directly grabbed Scorpion's mechanical leg and smashed it to the ground, just like Hulk smashed Loki. Lying in the pothole, the Scorpion couldn't move, its body was trembling. As expected of my daughter. Gwen happily touched Zhang Wen's little head. You two, this is not the time for family gatherings. Peter's voice sounded directly, and he was pinched by the neck and pressed to the ground by the female Dr. Octopus in pain. Gwen and Zhang Wen ran directly to the female Dr. Octopus, and the three women directly fought together. After the catastrophe, Peter hurriedly took a breath of fresh air, almost out of breath after being pinched just now. Then he looked at Miles, who was watching the battle, and threw the heavy-duty key in his hand to Miles. Myers, take it and run. Miles quickly picked up the heavy-duty key and ran to the other side. The Prowler's eyes were fixed, and he threw away the Shadow Spider-Man and Spider-Ham directly to chase Miles. Wait. Shadow Spider-Man and the others were about to stop them, but were stopped by Vulture falling from the sky. Scorpion, who stood up slowly, shook his head, looked at Hunter Craven and Jiang Tianming, who was dealing with terror, and swung his tail directly to fight there. Jiang Tianming felt something and flipped backwards, and the Scorpion's tail sent Craven the Hunter flying. Thriller adjusted the shock intensity to level 3, then rushed towards Jiang Tianming, launching shockwave at such a close distance. Boom! Jiang Tianming was directly blasted by the shockwave and crashed into a house. I let you release the water, since you are so ruthless. Jiang Tianming stood up and patted the dust off his body, and suddenly found the little boy in this house looking at him with a bewildered expression. The little boy thought that such a big commotion was due to the renovation next door. Jiang Tianming glanced at the big hole he smashed into, and said, find a guy named Thriller and reimburse him. After speaking, Jiang Tianming rushed out, put the Phase camera on his hand, and saw the Hunter Craven rushing towards him with an axe in hand. Just in time. Ready to complete? Exceed? Charge energy loading? Jiang Tianming dodged to the side to avoid Hunter Craven's slash. He seized the opportunity to punch the Phase camera on Hunter Craven's waist. Punching? Unit huge shock? The Hunter Craven flew upside down and flew nearly 10 meters away. Jiang Tianming took advantage of the victory to pursue. The command memory on the Phase camera disappeared instantly, and appeared on the Phase cursor under Jiang Tianming's right foot. Exceed? Charge energy loading? Jiang Tianming jumped up and kicked the Hunter Craven, who was trembling on the ground. Crimson? Smash Crimson Diamond attack? Huge amounts of Crimson Electric Drill directly crashed into Hunter Craven's body. The Hunter Craven's flesh and blood couldn't bear it, and he died in the desert in an instant. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of defeating 5 supervillains. Reward, Space Gem, Special Edition. Issuing the task, the plan to stop the gold merger. The reward is random. Jin Bin witnessed the tragic situation of the Hunter Craven, and directly pressed the earphones next to his ears and ordered to the villains, let's retreat. The villains didn't stay any longer, and ran away without any hesitation, and the Spider-Man didn't plan to chase anymore. What they wanted to make sure was whether the reload key was still there. Bang bang. After Miles returned to the dormitory, he swept everything on his desk to the ground, and smashed the small desk lamp. Then he threw the picture book he used to draw out of the window. He had just experienced the death of his uncle, and he was sad and angry. He killed another person, and that person was still his favorite uncle. Suddenly, the picture book outside the window flew back again. Miles sensed it, and subconsciously turned around to catch it. Everyone crawled in from the window. They all saw the tears in the corners of Miles' eyes, and heard the news from Jiang Tianming that the prowler was Uncle Miles. "Hey guy," Peter asked concerned, "are you okay?" At the moment Miles still didn't recover. Peter put his hand on his shoulder and said comfortingly, "I lost my good friend Harry. What I lost was my Uncle Benjamin." The Shadow Spider-Man also put his hand on Miles' shoulder. "What I lost was my father." Penny also had tears in her eyes. Although Zhang Wen was younger than Penny, she still hugged Penny comfortingly. Gwen, Jiang Tianming, and Zhang Wen didn't speak. They were the luckiest of all, and no one was lost, so they chose to remain silent. "Miles, the hardest thing for us to accept is that you can't save everyone every time." Spider-Ham was sitting on the chair, also comforting Miles. "These are all my faults, you can't understand." "Hey Miles, believe me, we may be the only people in the world who can understand you." Peter knew well what kind of responsibility Spider-Man would take. Squeak. Suddenly the door opened behind Miles. Oops. Everyone jumped straight to the ceiling. Miles' roommate, a chubby Asian guy, walked in. He was wearing earphones, and he happily sat on a chair and picked up a comic book to read. "Over there, over here, over here." The little fat man turned the chair around, causing everyone to keep changing positions. But then, the little fat man looked up and found that everyone in Spider-Man was crowded on the narrow ceiling. "Hi, buddy." Miles was squeezed between Peter and the Shadow Spider-Man, and greeted the little fat man. "Can you animals talk? I don't want to scare him." Spider-Ham asked Miles. In the next second, the little fat man was frightened and fell backwards, fainting on the ground. After Miles laid the little fat man back on the bed, he looked back. Only Jiang Tianming and Peter were looking at him. "What happened to you guys?" "Myers, we're here to say goodbye." Jiang Tianming and Peter looked at each other, and Peter stood up and said, "This time is different from the previous ones. They will go to Jinbin's base camp. It can be said that they are close to death." Peter's suggestion is not to let Miles continue to follow. "We can say goodbye at the collider." Miles knew they didn't want to take him, but he chose to say it anyway. "You don't understand, you have to stay here. I have to go so you can go home, and that's my responsibility." Miles didn't want to hear it. "They can all go home, Miles, and I'll be here alone." Miles frowned, turned his head to look at Peter. "You will die if you stay." "What are you doing this for?" "Because I'm Spider-Man, I have to do what I have to do, and I wish I could tell you myself." But Miles wanted to say something, but was interrupted directly by Peter. "Give me the heavy load key, please don't force me to take it from you." The two were in a stalemate, and Jiang Tianming, who had been watching for a long time, said, "Myers, this time, you should listen to Peter and give him the reload key." Both of them looked at Jiang Tianming in surprise. Myers never thought that Jiang Tianming, who had always supported him, would propose to give the reload key to Peter, which meant that he had no bargaining chips to follow. Although Peter was surprised, he still nodded to Jiang Tianming and then looked at Miles. "Trust me Miles, this time is different. It's not fair. I'm going to give Kim and pay the price, you have to let me help. I know you want revenge, but you're obviously not ready yet." Peter stopped talking nonsense and directly sprayed Cobweb with one hand and pulled over the chair, then pushed Miles to sit on the chair, sprayed Cobweb with both hands and pulled Meyer tangled up in the chair. After Peter took the heavy-duty key from Miles' hand, he said to Jiang Tianming, "We're going to dawn, we're running out of time." Peter came out of the window without any hesitation, swung the cobweb and left the dormitory. He had no reason to continue seeing Miles. "Tianming, Miles wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Jiang Tianming waving his hand. "Myers, I know your potential is more than that. Believe me and yourself, you will know what to do." After Jiang Tianming finished speaking, he followed the crowd to Jinbin's base camp. "He'll break out anyway, no need for him to do anything." Seeing the backs of everyone leaving, Myers lowered his head in disappointment and powerlessness. Everyone came to Jinbin's building, and through the window, they could see the lively party below. "This guy Jinbing really has a set behind his back," Jiang Tianming said after seeing the Spider-Man party held below. "Thank you. It's a great honor to commemorate Spider-Man with everyone tonight. We used to be best friends. He's like..." Jinbin pretended to say the prepared speech on the podium. "He really looks like a pig." Gwen couldn't help cursing seeing Jinbin's hypocritical appearance. I agree with what Mom said." "Hey, I can hear what you're saying." Spider-Ham was immediately dissatisfied, which was an insult to pigs. Shadow Spider-Man stopped their conversation, pointed to the waiters below and said, "Wait, look at the dresses of those waiters, they are very tasteless, but we shouldn't make it so easy, right?" What he meant was obvious, that is, to wear a butterfly collar and walk in directly. Obviously this method was very successful, and they really managed to get in. Well, it's that easy. The four of Jiang Tianming wore bow ties and pretended to be waiters, while Spider-Ham, Penny, and Zhang Wen squeezed into the spider robot loading the cart. They thought they had been fooled, but they were not. Jinbin and others had already discovered them, but there were too many people present, and it was difficult for them to do anything, so they had to lie in ambush under the collider. Jiang Tianming has also discovered this point. He was also afraid of accidentally hurting innocent people because there were too many people present. "Thank you, Mary Jane Parker, for attending our evening." There was another figure that Jinbing said directly attracted Peter's attention. He stopped and looked at the familiar figure, MJ. Hey, buddy, can you concentrate? That's not your MJ. Jiang Tianming went directly to pull Peter to move on, but he didn't expect this guy to be as unreliable as in the plot. I want to tell her. Oh. Peter turned and almost bumped into Mary Jane. Hi, can I have some bread for table 12, please? Mary Jane asked politely. Okay, I want to say, I'm really sorry, I didn't show up when you needed me, and I didn't even try my best. I will definitely give you a good one when I go back. Peter's words got more and more off topic, and Mary Jane backed away in fright. The little friends behind him directly stroked his forehead speechlessly, and he would lose the chain at a critical moment. Jiang Tianming couldn't stand it anymore, so he stepped forward and pulled Peter over, and said to Mary Jane with a smile, "Ahaha, he meant to go back and make you some bread. No, add some bread to table 12, later just go up." They felt the ground tremble, and time was running out, the collider was about to start. Jiang Tianming and the others came above one of the colliders, and the two colliders in front of them had already started up, making loud noises. Boom. The whole of Brooklyn was shaking, and countless items that did not belong to this universe appeared in various places. We have to hurry. Everyone came to the place where the heavy-duty key was to be inserted, but many young men pointed guns at them on the building not far from them. I'll stick that thing in, and after you guys leave, I'll blow him up. Peter suddenly felt something was wrong, not only him, but other Spider-Man as well. They know we're here. At the beginning of the battle, everyone was spraying cobweb to deal with the surrounding enemies, and Peter was still fighting passionately with the female Dr. Octopus. The two little girls, Zhang Wenwen and Penny, plus Gwen and Hammerhead, this is a piece of cake for them. Shadow Spider-Man and Spider-Ham are facing off against Tombstone, and the poor gangsters are about to face a righteous brawl. Jiang Tianming stood on the building, facing many villains, and smiled. When it comes to gang fights, I have never been afraid. Henshin. Henshin? The Kabuto transformed by Jiang Tianming appeared in front of them, and many villains rushed towards Jiang Tianming with a loud roar. Drink. The scorpion raised its paw and slapped Jiang Tianming. Jiang Tianming took the scorpion's blow without haste. Jiang Tianming kicked the scorpion away with a straight kick, and raised his hand to block the attack of Vulture's wings attacking from the side. Drink. Thriller slammed his hand down to the ground again. Huge amounts of shockwave rushed towards Jiang Tianming. Jiang Tianming rolled to the side to avoid the blow. It seems that we can't drag it any longer. Jiang Tianming had already seen miles coming. He looked at the three villains again, grabbed the void, a green light flashed, and the transcendent insect apparatus appeared in his hand. Hyper, cast, off. Hyper, cast, off, change, hyper, beetle. The white armor on Jiang Tianming's body exploded directly, and the blue light flashed by, and Kabuto appeared directly in front of the villain's transcendent form. Jiang Tianming pointed to the sky with one hand and said, "Grandma said, as long as I think about it, I am invincible." Boom. The center of the particle collision began to pour out a lot of other cosmic things, such as buildings, cars, and even subway trains. Shock. I allow you to use the high-level shockwave. Jin Bin's order came from Thriller's earphones. After Horror learned of the order, he adjusted the vibrating gloves on his hands to an unprecedented high level, but he hadn't reached the highest level yet, otherwise the entire building would be destroyed. Boom. Thriller jumped and smashed his fists to the ground, and the shockwave, which was far beyond the previous level, rushed towards Jiang Tianming. Everywhere shockwave went was destroyed, and even Scorpion and Vulture scrambled to stabilize themselves and avoid falling. Jiang Tianming can't take the shockwave hard. Although it can't hurt him, it can cause him to stun. He dare not bet on any changes in the future. Hyper, clock, up. Hyper, clock, up. With a flash of Jiang Tianming's figure, he easily dodged shockwave and disappeared directly into the eyes of the three villains. They hurriedly looked around to find Jiang Tianming's figure. In the Vulture's field of vision in the sky, Scorpion and Thriller, who were originally safe and sound, were directly knocked into the air by the mysterious force, and he quickly increased his firepower and took off. But in Jiang Tianming's eyes, his speed was even several times slower than the tortoise. The wings behind Jiang Tianming spread out, as if wearing a jet engine and flying directly in the air. He began to stretch his hand towards the insect instrument. Maximum, rider, power, 1, 2, 3, hyper, rider, kick, night kick. Jiang Tianming flew towards Vulture, using a flying kick directly. Huge amounts of tachyon energy gathered on his right foot. Boom. The huge amounts of atomic explosion directly engulfed Vulture without leaving even a trace of ashes. Hyper, clock, over. Thriller and Scorpion who fell on the ground looked up, only to find that there was only Jiang Tianming in the air, and their teammate Vulture had already disappeared. FK, I don't want that money anymore. Scorpion cursed angrily, and chose to run away without any hesitation. The same is true for Horror. They have no reason to sacrifice their own lives for some money. The opponent in front of them is not at their level at all. Big villains, where do you want to escape? Zhang Wen swayed the cobweb and landed directly in front of Scorpion and Thriller. The same figure also began to appear behind Zhang Wen, the Shadow Spider-Man, Spider-Ham, Penny, and Gwen. They had a righteous gang fight against the two villains, and Jiang Tianming was not interested in joining it. He turned his head and looked at Peter and Miles, who were fighting the female Dr. Octopus on the ceiling in the distance. It's just that an unexpected incident happened, and the female Dr. Octopus was directly hit by a sudden truck, which made Peter and Miles win easily and comfortably. It's almost over. The villain is almost done, and the final gold should be left to Miles to solve. He looked at the friends who were still fighting in groups below. Guys, we should go. On the other side, Miles said to Peter beside him, okay, it's time to end, I'll take care of it. Okay, that little thing is still in my hand. Peter touched his hand, and found that the heavy-duty key disappeared as soon as he met, and appeared directly in Miles' hand. I actually fell for your trick. Peter narrowed his eyes. When did it happen? Did he get old? Hey, don't just listen, you have to watch carefully. Miles jumped up, just like Peter in the previous universe, with a fancy way of climbing to the top. Is this, we taught him? Peter's eyes widened in shock. That's not what we taught, at least not you. Jiang Tianming, who was untransformed, came to Peter's side and complained to him. Everyone came to the ceiling. Miles had already inserted the heavy-duty key, and Jin Bin's plan was on the verge of failure. Jin Bing angrily smashed the computer equipment in front of him, and then thought of something. It seems that you are forcing me to use the last hole card. Everyone on the ceiling said their final goodbyes. Goodbye, friends, and you, little Wen. Sitting in the spider robot, Penny first said goodbye to the others, and then said goodbye to Zhang Wen, who was the best she had played with during this time. You too, bye Penny. Shadow Spider-Man put his hat on his chest and said to everyone, it was a good trip, guys, I will also bring this little thing called Rubik's Cube back, I think I will figure it out. I want to give this to you, it fits in your pocket, bye, guys. Spider-Ham gave Miles a wooden hammer as a souvenir, and then followed the Shadow Spider-Man. Then came Gwen and Zhang Wen. Goodbye guys, and Amayo from another universe. Gwen looked at Zhang Wen tenderly, and my cutest daughter, I must give birth to one Tianming after I go back. Goodbye, Mom. Zhang Wen smiled sweetly. Then, with a graceful leap backwards, Gwen jumped into the middle of the particle collision. Goodbye, Dad and friends, I will definitely tell my parents in that universe about this trip when I go back. Jiang Tianming touched Zhang Wen's head and said to her, goodbye, my lovely daughter. Okay, it's my turn. Thanks to Wen and Miles, I really want a baby when I go back. I can face MJ again. Impossible, Peter, you can't have such a cute baby, you can't even have a baby like Miles. Because Peter is white and Miles is black, Jiang Tianming complained in his heart. Miles agreed. Hey, you can't do this. So all the friends left and returned to their own universe, only Jiang Tianming and Miles remained. Thank you, Tianming, for your help these days. You're welcome Miles. Just when Jiang Tianming wanted to say goodbye, the spider telepathy of both of them reacted, and they looked in a certain direction at the same time. You can't stop me. Jin Bin held a figure in his hand, which was very familiar to Jiang Tianming, and it was Jiang Tianming's friend Harry. The venom on Harry's body seemed to sense a stronger host, and it actively came out of Harry's body and spread to Jin Bing's body. Jin, who was originally strong, swelled even stronger now. Jin, who was nearly 2 meters away, directly turned into a 3-meter giant black monster, and Jin threw Harry out of his hand with a flick of his hand. Miles. Understood. Miles flew straight out, swinging the cobweb to catch Harry. Jiang Tianming's eyes turned hard, and he fell in front of Venom Jinbin, and directly transformed into a Kabuto transcendence form to face the huge amounts of Venom Jinbin. Venom Jinbin roared, and ran towards Jiang Tianming at a super high speed, and punched Jiang Tianming with a raised punch. The Venom Jinbin's fist hit Jiang Tianming with a powerful fist wind, and the surrounding glass also shattered. Bang! Jiang Tianming crossed his arms and raised his arms to block Jinbin's fist. The huge amounts of fist force caused Jiang Tianming's feet to sink into the concrete wall of the building. Jiang Tianming frowned. He felt that Jinbing's punching power was comparable to his, and this was a powerful opponent he had never encountered before. For the first time, he decided to use all his strength to deal with the opponent. Boom! The other fist of Venom Jinbing hit Jiang Tianming's waist. This punch almost reached the level of a sonic boom, and Jiang Tianming's body fell into another building like a meteor. It's the first time I feel pain, although it's a little light. Jiang Tianming's eyes gradually became serious, and he had long wanted to find a suitable opponent to fight with him passionately. The jet behind Jiang Tianming spewed out white gas, flying in the air looking down on the Venom Jinbin. Drink. Jiang Tianming quickly flew to Venom Jinbin and punched him in the face with his tongue sticking out. Huge amounts of punch force stretched Venom Jinbin's neck backward. Then he quickly landed on the ground, and a sweep of his legs knocked Venom Jinhe to the ground. Jiang Tianming jumped in the air, and stomped heavily on him with his feet together. The ground broke, and Venom Jinhe fell directly into the building. Ho ho! Venom Jin grabbed Jiang Tianming's leg and threw it aside. Jiang Tianming quickly flipped a few times in the air and landed firmly on the ground. The two started to run, both raised their right fists at the same time, and finally collided with each other. The huge amounts of fist wind destroyed everything around them, and made everything in the building a mess. Bang bang bang. Fisting to the flesh, they all hit each other's body with their fists without sparing any strength, and the building gradually collapsed as they fought. Not far away, Miles supported the unconscious Harry, swallowing his saliva with a grunt. This was the first time he had seen such a fierce battle. The opponent received the opponent's fist without dodging, and the aftermath of the fist collision was enough to collapse the building. Bang! Jiang Tianming caught Venom's punches, and Jiang Tianming looked into the eyes of Venom Jinbin through compound eyes. Spider-Man, do you think you can defeat me with that strange armor? Venom's head disappeared, and Jinbing's head appeared. He said to Jiang Tianming with a wicked smile. Too naive. The venom returned to Jinbin's head. He first hit Jiang Tianming's head with a head hammer, and then kicked Jiang Tianming out of the building with a straight kick. It can't drag on any longer, Brooklyn is about to fail. Jiang Tianming looked around the entire space, and everything nearby gradually disintegrated over time. Most importantly, he will never go back. However, neither Jiang Tianming nor Venom Gold could do anything to each other in a short period of time, and the Knight's kick might not be able to kill each other, so he decided to get some wool from the system, which was not the main purpose. System, can you see if this works? I can't drag that meatball with me. Shouldn't you give me something? The system fell silent for a short time, and then said, specially endowed to the host, the bee insect device, Drake insect device, SAS word insect device, perfect insect device, 100 insect sword. Jiang Tianming really loves this system. He is so generous, he directly gave him the whole set of equipment. This set of equipment can knock him down even with 2 more Venom Jinpins. Hey, thanks to the system, I'll be sure to ask you for help later. When they become brothers, it will be much more convenient for them to gather wool in the future. The system remained silent. Jiang Tianming looked at Venom Jinpin again. He already knew how to blast Venom Jinpin into slag without leaving a single drop. Hyper, clock, up. Hyper, clock, up. The Jiang Tianming in Venom Jinpin's eyes disappeared immediately. In the next second, he only felt that his chin was impacted by huge amounts of power, and his whole body flew upwards accordingly. Time paused, and Jiang Tianming slowly came under Venom Jinbin, looking at Venom Jinbin in the air directly above with a calm expression. Then he took out the perfect insect instrument and switched to gun mode. With a thought, the 3 insect instruments flew directly to the perfect insect instrument. Jiang Tianming pressed his finger on the perfect insect apparatus, and made several special electronic sounds. Kabuto, power, the bee, power, Drake, power, SAS word, power, all, Zector, combine. Jiang Tianming pointed the muzzle of the perfect insect instrument at the Venom Jinpin who was stagnant in the air, and the Kabuto armor on his body entered the super elevation state. With the sound of an electronic sound, the muzzle began to gather unprecedented powerful energy. Maximum, hyper, cyclone, boom. Huge amounts of energy poured out, and a tornado-shaped super huge energy wave with a diameter of 500 meters instantly swallowed the Venom Gold. The recoil force was too great, and Jiang Tianming's legs sank into the ground to stabilize his figure when he was super elevated. Ho ho, ah. The venom began to disintegrate gradually, followed by the Jinbin inside, and finally both disappeared directly, and Jinbin's building was bombarded by the sudden energy wave, leaving nothing left. The people have all been evacuated, and now the sheriff is inside. A policeman outside the building was reporting the situation with a walkie-talkie. The next second he felt the ground trembling and there was a loud noise. He looked back and saw that the Jinbin building was being swallowed up by the tornado-like ability wave, and there was nothing left in the end. God, is this still human? Miles protected his father and Harry, looked up at the huge pothole created by the huge amounts of ability wave. He couldn't help but be speechless. Jiang Tianming touched the perfect insect instrument in his hand. He really liked it more and more, but he remembered the business. He flew to Miles and took Harry over. I'll leave the rest to you. Since Miles' father was present, Jiang Tianming did not intend to say his name directly. Then goodbye, the new Spider-Man of this universe. After speaking, Jiang Tianming took Harry and flew into the colliding particles. Universe 65. This universe is the universe of the female Spider-Man Gwen Stacy, and the buildings here are basically exactly the same as Jiang Tianming's main universe. Gwen stood on the top of Tony Stark's industrial building, overlooking the New York she knew. My New York, I'm finally back. Gwen leaned forward, and the whole person began to dive down. She couldn't wait to return to her husband's arms, and told him about her experience. Mingwen Industry. On the top floor is Jiang Tianming's office, his research studio. Oh, my wife is back. It seems that this is a good time travel. Jiang Tianming looked at the big screen in front of him with great interest, which showed Gwen's whereabouts. Just a few hours ago, his wife disappeared into this world inexplicably. When he felt the scene, he detected a different kind of energy with the special instrument in his hand, which seemed to be related to the energy of time and space, but he was not worried. Although the location could not be detected, the life instrument told him all the time that Gwen was safe. He also set up various insurances on Gwen's spider battlesuit, and the moment of crisis is enough to make Gwen out of crisis or even turn defeat into victory. Okay, it's time to pick up my wife. Jiang Tianming took off his white coat and walked leisurely towards the rooftop. It just so happened that Gwen landed on the rooftop with a cobweb. Honey. Gwen ran towards Jiang Tianming and threw a bear hug into Jiang Tianming's arms. Her excited and flushed pretty face kept rubbing against Jiang Tianming's face. Tell me, what kind of journey do you have? Gwen pulled Jiang Tianming to sit on the sofa, talking about all the things he encountered in the parallel universe, the fat Peter, him who just graduated, and what he was most interested in, his daughter. Our daughter. Jiang Tianming stared with surprise in his eyes. Yeah, she's so cute. Suddenly she sat on Jiang Tianming's lap, looking at him with affection in her eyes. I want a child. Jiang Tianming caressed her face, then gently leaned against her face, his lips touched together. Happy to oblige. After Zhang Wen returned to his own universe, the first thing he did was to go home and report to his parents that they were safe. In this universe, their home is on an artificial island, and the entire artificial island is their private property. Welcome back, miss. Zhang Wen took out a universal capsule, and what appeared was a small pink spaceship. Zhang Wen drove the small spaceship to the house. When he saw his parents standing outside waiting for him, he smiled happily. Father, Mom. After getting off the spaceship, Zhang Wen ran directly to Jiang Tianming and Gwen. Gwen bent down and hugged Zhang Wen. Xiao Wen, is the trip to the parallel universe fun? Gwen kissed Zhang Wen's little cheek and asked her. It's fun and fun. I met my parents from another universe, and I also met very good friends. It was so much fun. The reason why Gwen knew that Zhang Wen went to the parallel universe was because Jiang Tianming's technology detected it. Jiang Tianming was even able to pinpoint Zhang Wen's location in the universe at that time, and relied on the hyperspace spacecraft to go there. However, Jiang Tianming knows that Zhang Wen will not be in danger. Other universes have their own existence, and their strength is not weak. He also believes that Zhang Wen can survive this crisis safely by relying on his own strength. Zhang Wen's battlesuit has cards that can handle everything, and this is where Jiang Tianming feels relieved. You should really tell us what interesting things Xiaoan encountered there. Jiang Tianming and Gwen each took Zhang Wen's little hands and walked into the house step by step. Main universe. Jiang Tianming at the moment is still in the turbulence of time and space. Warning, the space gem absorbs too much spacetime energy and is about to go berserk. Warning, the voice of the system sounded in Jiang Tianming's mind. Jiang Tianming wondered if it was the fault of the system. He had never encountered any problems with the things given by the system, not to mention the words special edition added after space gem. Wait, special? Let's put these questions aside first, and send Harry back first. In the original messy Osborn building, a spacetime vortex appeared in the sky, and it was Jiang Tianming and Harry who fell unconscious. Phew, I'm back at last. Putting Harry on the ground, Jiang Tianming sat on the ground. Congratulations to the host for completing the stop gold and planning tasks. Reward, the host's physical data is doubled. Black Spider. Chris' voice came in surprise. Just a few minutes ago, Chris had just entered the Osborn building, and after seeing the mess on the scene, he reported to his superiors. After that, Jiang Tianming appeared directly in front of him, bringing Norman Osborn's only son Harry with him. Jiang Tianming glanced left and right, and saw that the surrounding area was still a mess. It seems that the time flow speed of each parallel universe is still somewhat different. This police officer, I'll leave it to you. I have some things to deal with later. If you encounter ghost spiders, tell them. I'll be back soon. The system warning sounds in Jiang Tianming's mind are getting more and more. It seems that the space gem is about to go berserk. Here, Black Spider. In the next second, a blue light burst out from Jiang Tianming's body. The light directly wrapped Jiang Tianming, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After the dazzling light disappeared, Chris opened his eyes, and he found that Jiang Tianming's figure had already disappeared. DC Universe. Paradise Island. There is a group of powerful women, the Amazons, living on Paradise Island. They are all beautiful, strong, and good at using various weapons and fighting. According to legend, Hippolyta, queen of the Amazons, was barren, but she longed for a child. One night, she molded a pile of clay into the shape of a child and prayed to the gods. The next morning, Hippolyta is awakened by a baby who is the future Wonder Woman, Diana. But there are other sayings. Diana is the illegitimate daughter of the king of gods Zeus and Hippolyta. If it is Jiang Tianming, he will believe this version even more. Which statement is true or false, perhaps only Zeus himself, Hippolyta and some few people know. In the morning, the sun is shining brightly. A few hundred meters above Paradise Island, a burst of blue light flashed, and a blue spacetime vortex appeared. A figure fell from the vortex, and that figure was in an irregular free-fall movement. That figure was Jiang Tianming. At the moment, he was in a state of dizziness. This journey through time and space made him feel unprecedented pressure, even greater than the pressure of going to a parallel universe. His at the moment has been transformed, the cobweb injector on his wrist has been damaged, and even the spider battlesuit on his body has been torn by the turbulence of time and space, leaving only tattered plain clothes. Plop. The dizzy Jiang Tianming landed heavily on the blue sea. If he didn't have an extraordinary physique and a body of steel, he would have been smashed to pieces by the sea at the moment. On the beach outside Paradise Island, a beautiful figure passed by. She has a nearly perfect appearance. Her eyes are like a sky full of stars, extremely beautiful. As expected of having the beauty bestowed by Aphrodite, the god of beauty, even the gods praised her. Her hair hangs in the air like a waterfall. That's it. Diana was walking on the coast when suddenly she saw a figure falling down without any rules, straight into the sea. Diana jumped into the sea without any hesitation, and swam towards Jiang Tianming at an extremely fast swimming speed. When Diana came to Jiang Tianming's side, she couldn't help but paused when she saw Jiang Tianming's face. It was the first time she had seen such a good-looking person, and there was no ups and downs in his chest. He seemed to be a legendary man. Immediately Diana came to her senses, hugged Jiang Tianming in her arms, and swam towards the sea. Hoo-hoo. After Diana returned to the surface of the sea, she brought Jiang Tianming to the shore, laid him flat on the ground, and then carefully observed his face. She involuntarily stretched her hand towards Jiang Tianming's face, put it on his handsome face, and began to observe carefully. It's just like the rumored Apollo. In mythology, Apollo is the most handsome of all male gods. At the moment uses him to describe Jiang Tianming, which shows her evaluation of Jiang Tianming. Ahem. Jiang Tianming coughed out a mouthful of seawater, and slowly opened his eyes. First, there was the dazzling sunlight, and then a beautiful figure appeared under the sunlight. Damn it, it's really pretty. Jiang Tianming subconsciously said, this is the truth, this is the first time he has seen such a good-looking woman. Diana frowned slightly. She could understand but not understand what the man in front of her said. Could it be that the language outside has evolved again? She looked at Jiang Tianming curiously, and asked with a voice like the sounds of nature, are you a man? Listening to the familiar Chinese, Jiang Tianming couldn't help raising her eyebrows, but what did she mean? Haven't seen a man? But, the familiar plot and lines. Yes, I am indeed a man, but where is this place? Who are you? Jiang Tianming asked, but he actually had a little guess in his heart. Diana thought of her mother's words. She said that men are not good people and need to be careful all the time, but she looked at Jiang Tianming and struggled in her heart. This is Paradise Island. Diana didn't decide to tell the other party her name, saying the place name was already the biggest concession. But what she didn't know was that Jiang Tianming already knew her name. With such a good-looking appearance and this being the Paradise Island where the Amazons lived, it was hard not to guess the other's name. If it were other Amazons, then Jiang Tianming would be regarded as an intruder at this moment, and would be chased and killed by a bunch of Amazons. It is estimated that Diana is the only one who is so patient. Okay, Jiang Tianming was about to say something when his spider telepathy directly sensed a group of hostile people heading towards them hundreds of meters away. It is easy to guess that they are Amazons, and it seems that they have already noticed the existence of Jiang Tianming. This beautiful lady, look at me. Jiang Tianming took the initiative to look at Diana, which made Diana, who had never met a man, suddenly feel a little embarrassed. Do you believe me? Diana was attracted by Jiang Tianming's deep eyes. Naively she could feel that the person in front of her was not a bad person. I trust you. Jiang Tianming is sure that this is the most heartwarming thing he has heard in the past few days. Listen, I have no ill intentions towards Paradise Island. I need a hiding place to figure out how I get out of here. Can you help me keep my mouth shut? This is also the truth. Jiang Tianming just wants to study the space gem well, and then think about how to get out of here. The DC universe is notoriously dark, and dangerous. Diana looked at Jiang Tianming who was waiting for her promise. Her heart beat a little inexplicably faster, and then said almost instinctively, promise you? After Diana agreed to help Jiang Tianming hide it, Jiang Tianming found a place to hide. Soon, a group of Amazon female warriors riding strong horses with spears and bows and arrows came to Diana's place. I want to complain here, as expected of Paradise Island, even the horses are all female. Diana, where are the intruders? The leader was Antiope, Hippolyta's sister and Diana's aunt. She is the general of Paradise Island. She is obliged to defend the safety of Paradise Island, and she must be ready for intruders. I don't know, I just rushed here, but there's nothing here. Diana said with her usual expression, her face not blushing and her heart not beating. The most miraculous thing is that the blessing bestowed by Hestia, the goddess of the kitchen, is the honesty of the holy fire, which makes her stick to the truth, but it is inexplicably invalid here. Antiope did not doubt Diana. She believed that right and wrong could be distinguished in front of the invaders, but she was wrong. She glanced at the calm sea, thought for a while, and said to the Amazon female warriors behind her, go back and be alert, and find the whole Paradise Island for me. Then he dismounted and walked in front of Diana, with a smile on his cold face. Diana, why don't you come to train today? I just want to walk here alone. Diana turned around, enjoying the calm sea breeze. It's for you too. You know, you have to undergo several times more rigorous training to protect yourself. Antiope thought that Diana escaped here because she couldn't stand the training, so she spoke. Speaking of which, where were you when the intruder appeared? Antiope didn't intend to continue on this topic, and immediately changed the subject. I just came to the shore. After the intruder fell into the sea, there was no more movement. Could it be drowned? Antiope glanced at the sea, then shook his head again. Impossible, even the enchantment didn't notice when the other party invaded. This kind of person can't die easily. The magic barrier of Paradise Island has protected Paradise Island from outside interference for an unknown number of years. As long as someone invades, the barrier will immediately report to Hippolyta in the palace. This time they realized the existence of the intruder, and they only knew it by seeing it with their own eyes. If no one saw it, it would be an unknown consequence when they sneaked into a dangerous guy. I need to tell your mother about this. Be careful yourself. After speaking, Antiope rode on his horse very seriously, and quickly left the coast. Diana poked her head to see the leaving figure of Antiope, and after the figure disappeared, Diana walked in the direction where Jiang Tianming left. It should be fine here. Jiang Tianming found a cave and looked around. The space inside was neither too big nor too small. As for daily necessities, he plans to ask the kind-hearted Princess Diana, and there is also the question of whether he will be discovered. As long as he is still on this island, he will be discovered sooner or later. You are here. Diana's voice came from behind him. She also looked at the entire cave and nodded involuntarily. Are you sure you want to hide here? Our people here have already found out, and you will be found sooner or later. For some reason, Diana even cared about the stranger in front of her. Thank you for your concern. I didn't think I'd have to hide for long. Jiang Tianming turned around and smiled at her, then thought of something and said to her, can I ask you to bring me some daily necessities? No problem, but you have to tell me your name. Diana said to Jiang Tianming with a beautiful smile on her waist. Jiang Tianming was taken aback for a moment. He had thought that Diana would make a request, but he didn't expect it to be such a simple request. The current Diana is still innocent and lovely. Definitely no problem, Your Royal Highness. Jiang Tianming, who had just been in the water, lit a fire to keep his body warm. Although his body was already hard to catch a cold, his clothes were still wet and uncomfortable to wear. They sat by the fire and talked. Among them, Diana was amused by some of Jiang Tianming's jokes, and the two got along unexpectedly happily. Thank you Tianming, you are the funniest person I have ever met, I am very happy. Diana got up and walked towards the entrance of the cave. She looked back at Jiang Tianming, I will bring the things over this afternoon. See you later, Diana. After Diana left, Jiang Tianming sat on the ground and began to formally study the space gem. He didn't know the difference between this space gem and the one in the Marvel world. Jiang Tianming touched his chest. Since the system gave him the space gem, it has been staying in his body. This space gem has merged with him and become a part of him. Since this space gem can bring me to the DC universe, it is better than the space gem in the Marvel world. That means that it is not impossible to bring him back to the Marvel world, and to shuttle back and forth between the DC and Marvel worlds in the future. Diana hugged the pillow quilt and the ancient Greek-style white robe that was changed. The ancient Greek white robe is simply a pile of white cloth worn on the body. Now Diana's mind is full of training, and she is going to meet Jiang Tianming in the cave on the shore. Wow! Diana came to the place where the cave was with her daily necessities, and saw Jiang Tianming standing on top of a boulder with his bare upper body and using one finger to stand upside down. His bodybuilding muscles were like ancient Greek sculptures. Although they were not that exaggerated, they were still beautiful enough. Type. Seeing Diana standing there in a daze, Jiang Tianming had no choice but to call her back to his senses. If you want to stand there and watch, I have no problem. Oh, I'll put these here. Diana regained her senses and panicked, her fingers randomly pointing. I should go to training. Bye. After speaking, Diana ran away without looking back. In this situation, Jiang Tianming can only say sorry to Steve, the bad soldier who has not yet arrived. Diana seems to be fascinated by him. Not long ago, Gwen promised Universe 65 that he would not mess with women. Oh, my damn charm. Jiang Tianming made a slight effort with his fingers, and landed himself firmly on the ground. Looking at the boulder in front of him, he raised his hand and aimed at the boulder. Boom. His fingers suddenly retracted and he made a fist to hit the boulder. The boulder burst instantly, and the gravel flew around. Wow. Jiang Tianming suddenly heard an exclamation. He heard the sound, but found nothing except stones, but he was sure who the owner of the sound was. Diana's training was fake, but the peeping was real. Jiang Tianming didn't care about Diana's stealing, and walked into the cave directly with his daily necessities. Diana, where have you been? Antiope questioned Diana with his waist thrust forward. It was time for training, but their princess released their pigeons and made them wait here for nearly half an hour. Sorry, I went for a walk along the coast. Antiope frowned. She seemed to sense something was wrong inside. Why do you like walking so much these days? Ever since the day of the intruder, Diana had been in all sorts of ways, distracted during training, smirking in a daze in her room, and it was simply suspicious. Walking can calm down my mind and better face everything I will face. Diana's words are absolutely killer for Antiope. These words were taught to her by Jiang Tianming, so that she could better help him hide herself. Antiope's frown slowly relaxed. She knew very well what kind of responsibility Diana would shoulder. Ares would come to her sooner or later, and Diana's time was running out. Diana, you should have had a wonderful childhood, but we have no time to choose. It's time for you to face everything by yourself. Master General, Her Majesty the Queen has something to ask for you. Just as Antiope was comforting Diana, an Amazon female warrior came over. Antiope frowned again, nodded to the Amazon female warrior, then looked at Diana and said, "You are training here, I will go back as soon as I go." After speaking, Antiope rode his horse and followed the Amazon woman warrior and left the training ground. When Antiope came to Hippolyta's palace, he saw Hippolyta standing by the window looking at the scenery outside the window. "Hippolyta, what do you want from me?" Hippolyta kept looking out the window without looking at Antiope. She seemed to think after a while and said, "Antiope, I found the intruder. I'm going to kill him." Antiope narrowed his eyes, a dangerous light flashed in his eyes, and when he was about to turn and leave, Hippolyta stopped her. "You can't kill him, I tried." Hippolyta looked away from the window, turned her head and said to Antiope, "Just now, I led the Amazon fighters to capture the intruder, but, in just a few minutes, all our Amazon fighters were defeated by the opponent." Antiope firmly believed in Hippolyta's words. The Amazons have existed since ancient times. In terms of physical fitness, there may be no ethnic group stronger than them on the entire earth. Really only a few minutes. A name flashed in Antiope's mind, and she stared at Hippolyta with wide eyes. "Is it Ares?" I saw Hippolyta shook her head. She had seen Ares' appearance and was familiar with Ares' aura, which was full of tyranny and murderous intent. Although he is a man, he doesn't have the aura of Ares. He is calm and has no hostility towards Amazon. He is merciful to our people, and he has means that even Ares doesn't have. Only then did Antiope know what Hippolyta meant. She came to the ladder and looked at her sister with puzzled eyes. Are you serious? You want to give up the idea of capturing him? He is a man, maybe Ares has found a way to hide his breath. Antiope, maybe I'm far inferior to you in terms of fighting, but in terms of judging people, I don't think I'm worse than you. Antiope looked at his own sister for a long time, and then asked, why did you do this? My dear sister, I see in him the possibility of defeating Ares, and maybe he can help Amazon and Diana through this difficult time. Outside Jiang Tianming's cave, 3 guests came. These guests Jiang Tianming knew very well, Diana, her mother Hippolyta, and the latter's younger sister Antiope. Your Excellency Jiang Tianming, welcome to Paradise Island. I am really disappointed. Hippolyta is worthy of being the queen of Paradise Island, and her temperament is unique among them. Diana looked at her mother with ghostly eyes. Shouldn't it be reasonable to dispatch Amazon warriors to capture the intruder? In fact, what she didn't know was that they had already been dispatched, but they returned in a complete defeat. Even Jiang Tianming was a little surprised, just to show his strength and let the Queen of Paradise Island come over in person. Your Majesty, there is no need to be like this. To Paradise Island, I am indeed an intruder. It is my fault that I came here uninvited. Now I just want to leave here as soon as possible. He hasn't researched Space Jam thoroughly yet. The landlord here has come to find him, although he is not afraid. I hope you can leave it to Diana as a mentor, and Paradise Island will be responsible for the supplies that leave here. It was said that Diana and Antiope on the side had different expressions. Diana was very happy to know the news. Not only could she see Jiang Tianming every day, but she could also learn the unique skills from Jiang Tianming. Antiope's face was a bit ugly. She hadn't seen Jiang Tianming's strength with her own eyes, and she was very unhappy that he took away her student. Jiang Tianming secretly sighed in his heart. He didn't want to leave Paradise Island so easily. He wanted to leave the dangerous world of DC Universe. Forget it, I promise you. Jiang Tianming was afraid that they would come to harass him in the future, and he wouldn't want to kill a group of women, so it could be regarded as giving himself a clean environment. Then it's settled, Your Excellency please. Hippolyta turned sideways and put on a posture of asking. She believed that under this man's teaching, Diana could become stronger and protect herself well. Well, this is the first time I've been watched by so many women, and I feel a little shy. Jiang Tianming was brought into the palace by Hippolyta and announced that he was an important guest of Paradise Island. Along the way, a group of women watched curiously. Even Jiang Tianming's thick skin couldn't stand it. All of this was seen by Hippolyta. She nodded secretly satisfied. At least Jiang Tianming did not have evil intentions against her Amazon people, which made her very satisfied. On the first day of work, Antiope and Diana took Jiang Tianming to the place where the Amazon female warriors were training. Prove it to me. Antiope came to Jiang Tianming with the sword, and handed the sword to Jiang Tianming. Hippolyta recognized him, but Antiope did not. There was only one thing that convinced her, and that was power. Jiang Tianming accepted the sword helplessly. It was a classic trial stage. Did those female warriors fall in love with him after defeating their general? Jiang Tianming made a little joke in his heart. Drink. Antiope held another sword and slashed at Jiang Tianming. Jiang Tianming calmly stretched out his fingers and held the blade firmly. This. Antiope glanced at Jiang Tianming in surprise. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't withdraw the sword in her hand. Seeing that the situation was getting stalemate, Jiang Tianming took the initiative to put down his finger, and retreated a few steps away after a short step. Antiope took the initiative to throw away the sword, and directly raised his fists to hit Jiang Tianming. In Jiang Tianming's eyes, Antiope's fist speed was like a slowed-down image, and it was easy to just lean forward. Dodge Antiope's punches. Although the Amazon female warriors have extraordinary physiques, they are still a bit unsightly in Jiang Tianming's eyes. They are like the female version, a slightly weakened version of the captain of the country. Bang! Jiang Tianming stopped dodging and took the initiative to catch Antiope's fist. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't withdraw her fist. Antiope raised her leg and kicked Jiang Tianming's abdomen with a knee, but it did not cause any real damage to Jiang Tianming, as if to Jiang Tianming it was like a ball of cotton hitting his body. Is it enough to prove my strength? Jiang Tianming just felt very tired. She was not a villain, but a woman. He didn't bother to make a move, and she was really weak to him. Both of them took the initiative to let go of their hands, but Antiope obviously did not agree with him. It's not enough, just dodging and brute force can't convince me. Jiang Tianming touched his chin and thought for a while, then said, how about this, if you can't catch my move, what if I pass? Okay, it's decided. Jiang Tianming put his palm on Antiope's abdomen. Antiope frowned slightly. What kind of move can make her lose? But Jiang Tianming thought differently. How would he control his strength to complete the test without seriously injuring Antiope? Boom. Oh. Antiope only felt a huge force coming from her abdomen, and her figure flew upside down a few meters away, and she stroked her abdomen in pain. Jiang Tianming heaved a sigh of relief. At least he didn't vomit blood, otherwise he wouldn't be able to stay peacefully on this Paradise Island. Almost a week has passed since she was approved by Antiope. During this period, Diana often came to visit. Originally, it was Jiang Tianming who took the initiative to find her to teach, but now she took the initiative to find Jiang Tianming. Jiang Tianming often talks about interesting things outside with Diana, but he doesn't know when the human world outside is. There are two versions of the origin of Wonder Woman. The first one is the period of World War I in the movie, and the second one is the modern era, and going out is the modern society. So Jiang Tianming didn't plan to say anything. It was fine to talk about common sense, and the days passed like this. During the period, Jiang Tianming also received a task issued by the system, which was nothing more than to stop Ares and help Diana, but the reward was no longer random, but 25% of space gem mastery. This dispelled his original idea of staying on Paradise Island to study space gems with peace of mind. Jiang Tianming came to the shore to blow the sea breeze. This is his habit in Paradise Island. He customized a training plan for Diana, so he sneaked directly to the shore to see if the plot started. The most important reason was that a group of women were asking the man it's not that there are also problems like big ants. Jiang Tianming squinted his eyes and basked in the sun, when he suddenly saw waves rising from the magic barrier of Paradise Island, and a fighter jet flew out of it and fell with black smoke. Looking at the propeller fighter jet, Jiang Tianming can confirm that the timeline of at the moment is during World War I. Without further ado, Jiang Tianming jumped into the sea and swam at an astonishing speed close to the place where the fighter jet landed. When he got close, he saw Steve, the soldier of the bad country, staring at him. I know. The cry for help in Steve's eyes almost overflowed. Jiang Tianming directly tore off the safety belt, and after being rescued, Steve went directly upstream. Phew. Steve breathed in the fresh air frantically. He looked at Jiang Tianming, and thanked. Thank you, sir. Let's go back to the shore first. It's not good to be soaked in the water. The two went up to the shore, and Steve sat there weakly, and then saw the ancient Greek-style dress on Jiang Tianming. Mr. Yuan, what is this place? This is Paradise Island, Just when Jiang Tianming was about to say something, irregular horseshoes sounded in the distance. Antiope was leading the Amazons on horseback towards them. Wow, it's indeed heaven. Steve was dumbfounded. No woman in this era wore such revealing clothes, and the thighs and arms of Amazon female warriors were all exposed. Jiang Tianming glanced at him, and he would regret saying this later. They are not friendly to outsiders. It is because of his strength that they reluctantly accept it. Diana also followed. She walked up to Jiang Tianming and looked him up and down. She was relieved when she saw that he was not injured. It seems that your excellency has caught the intruder. Antiope smiled and came to Jiang Tianming. What? What intruder? But in the next second, Steve quickly raised his hands, because those Amazon female warriors were already pointing at him with their longbows. Oh, calm down ladies. This isn't heaven, it's hell, Steve thought wryly. The situation changed again, and the magic barrier in the distance made waves again, and a group of German troops with guns appeared from it. Beautiful ladies, they are bad. I am good. Shut up. Antiope yelled at Steve, who obediently shut his mouth. Antiope looked at Jiang Tianming and said, are they what you call the outside army? That's right, and the gun barrels in their hands are not vegetarian. You stand back and let me solve it. As soon as Jiang Tianming grabbed it, the Kabuto insect instrument appeared in his hand, and on the other hand, a green light flashed, and what appeared was the insect instrument beyond. Henshin. After a set of smooth operations, Kabuto appeared in front of everyone's transcendent form. A white light flashed in the sky, and the perfect insect instrument fell into Jiang Tianming's hands. The 4 insect instruments fly and jump, and are automatically installed on the perfect insect instrument. That's right, Jiang Tianming doesn't want to waste time. For these miscellaneous soldiers, he just wants to go there with a map gun and settle the matter. After all, Paradise Island is responsible for his basic necessities, food, housing, and transportation, so it's embarrassing not to do anything. Although all the Amazon warriors on Paradise Island possess unique skills and their physical fitness far exceeds that of ordinary humans, if a bullet passes by, the one who should fall will still have to fall. He switched the perfect insect instrument to gun mode, pointed the muzzle at the invading German army, and put his fingers on the buttons of different colors. Kabuto, power, the bee, power, Drake, power, SAS word, power, all, Zector, combine. The muzzle of the gun began to gather huge amounts of energy, and fired suddenly. Huge amounts of tornado-like energy waves swept towards the German army. Maximum, hyper, cyclone, boom. The German army only saw the figure of the island and a burst of white light, and they were directly engulfed by the energy wave, which finally stopped on a reef, generating huge amounts of explosion flames. Oh my god. Steve stared blankly. The person who saved his life in front of him turned out to be a humanoid bomber. It seems that we are still underestimating your excellency. Antiope had the calmest expression in the room, but her heart was not at peace. She had seen those so-called gods, and their destructive power was quite astonishing. Nowadays, a boy who is even younger than Diana has such destructive power. It is hard not to think of the gods, and even the illegitimate child of some god is not out of the question. Can you teach me this too? Diana ran directly to Jiang Tianming's side, looking at him expectantly. All right, Diana, the most urgent task now is to bring this intruder into the palace for trial. Antiope's face darkened, and he directly pulled Diana away from Jiang Tianming's side. As an Amazon princess, how could she feel dependent on a man in front of everyone? But there was an intruder. Oh, all right, I'll go by myself. Steve was pushed forward directly by his shoulders, but he couldn't resist. The strength of these women was astonishing. The stone picked up by Jiang Tianming was thrown into the sea, and it flew tens of meters away before stopping, and Jiang Tianming followed the team of Amazon warriors. Inside the Amazon palace, Steve was kneeling on the ground tied by a mantra lasso, and at the moment he had the same feeling as Jiang Tianming. It was a bit uncomfortable to be watched by a group of women. I am Captain Steve Trevor, flight member of the American Expeditionary Force, number 814-1921, and that's all I can tell you. In his heart, Steve was secretly surprised how he revealed his information without anyone noticing. Lieutenant Mina lip drove the lasso of truth, making Steve unable to help but speak the truth in his heart again. Being dispatched to the Chinese intelligence agency, what the hell is this? Steve asked Manalip on the side, looking like he had seen the hell. Antiope, who was beside Diana, stood up. This is the lasso of truth. It can force you to tell the truth of the matter, and don't make unnecessary resistance. But it's too FG hot. Useless resistance will only make you more painful. Jiang Tianming, who was watching the play quietly, was pinching his chin, looking curiously at the lasso of mantra on Steve's body. He hadn't tried the power of the lasso of mantra yet, so he was a little curious. Say, what is your mission? I'm a spy. Steve felt a burning sensation as soon as he resisted the mantra lasso, and he shouted when he couldn't help it. Steve didn't intend to hide any more, and directly told the whole story, from his discovery of Germany's conspiracy to the whole process of escaping by flying a fighter jet. If I can bring the experiment notes back to the Chinese intelligence department in time, millions of lives can be saved and the war will end. Jiang Tianming shook his head disdainfully. What he said sounds good. The Aborigines in the Mold Island continent were massacred by you to save lives. What a wonderful lie. It's nothing more than fighting for their own interests. There is no difference between those hypocritical politicians and the culprits who caused the war. War? What war? Diana sensed something was wrong. In fact, all the Amazons present felt something was wrong. The Great War is a war to end all wars. In 4 years, 25 million people died in 27 countries. There were soldiers and civilians. Innocent civilians, men, women, and children were brutally killed. Their homes and villages were looted and burned, and the weapons were deadly beyond imagination. It was a scene I had never seen before. It was like the end of the world. Afterwards, Steve was imprisoned in a prison, and Antiope took the initiative to find Hippolyta, Diana, and Jiang Tianming. It was Ares who started this war. Hippolyta glanced at Diana at the side, and then said to Antiope, "Don't mention this matter again, it's not the time yet. Mother, it is our Amazon's duty to stop Ares, and it is our destiny." Diana stood up, and she meant the same as Antiope's, demanding to take the initiative. Hippolyta looked deeply at her daughter Diana, and then at Jiang Tianming who was silent on the other side. "Do you have any advice, Your Excellency?" Jiang Tianming raised his eyebrows. He was pulled over by Diana. He just wanted to simply listen to their family meeting. He didn't expect to be asked questions. "My point of view is that it's a blessing, not a disaster. It's a disaster that can't be avoided. Paradise Island still has a lot of knowledge, and they can understand it. Since Ares has taken the initiative to come to the door, we must call back." Hearing what Jiang Tianming said, both Antiope and Diana cast approving glances. The three main fighters are the Truce faction, and the result is already obvious. "Hey, I hope His Excellency Jiang Tianming can escort Diana in the next journey." Seeing that the three insisted, Hippolyta sighed. She had already made preparations, as if she should have made such preparations the moment Diana was born. "I will, after all I am the first guest of Paradise Island in thousands of years." Jiang Tianming smiled and held out his hand to Hippolyta. Hippolyta also showed a rare smile. She shook Jiang Tianming's hand and said to him, "He is also the first friend of Paradise Island." Jiang Tianming made a comfortable sound while soaking in the blue bath water. Tonight, he, Diana and Steve, who was in charge of leading the way, headed to the country to stop Ares' conspiracy. Now Diana should go get her 6-piece suit. There are many artifacts on Paradise Island. For the safety of her daughter, Hippolyta will give the most powerful artifact on Paradise Island to Diana. Except for the Starlight Crown being used as a boomerang, which one is not a super high-level artifact. There are exactly 6, which are called Lia Shenzhuang by Jiang Tianming. "Hey, Tianming, what do you think?" Diana's joyful voice appeared, and Jiang Tianming looked up, only to see Diana appearing in front of Jiang Tianming wearing a familiar battle dress and armor. Wearing a crown of stars, which is different from the movie version, this crown of stars represents a symbol of the royal family. It is currently estimated that only Hippolyte, Antiope, and Diana are wearing it. She is carrying a divine shield on her back, which is also an artifact that can resist various attacks. Holding the Vulcan sword in his hand, this does not seem to be the village goods sword in the movie version, the one that was lost by Ares all of a sudden. There is a mantra lasso hanging around his waist, and the guardian silver bracelet on his wrist from the beginning, and Jiang Tianming doesn't plan to look at the rest. It's not bad, but can you go out first? Jiang Tianming is still in the bath now. What should he do if he wants to get up now? It's okay, you can just do your own thing. Diana put on an indifferent expression, shrugging her shoulders and spreading her hands. Snort. Jiang Tianming straightly got up and looked at Diana with his waist down. Diana blushed, and her eyes began to turn to other places, and they looked back from time to time. I'll go and see if the boat is ready. Diana couldn't bear it any longer, she just turned around and slipped away. Although Diana had seen ancient Greek-style sculptures and knew what the man's place looked like, she was still a little shocked to see it with her own eyes. Xiaomian, fight with me. Jiang Tianming smiled slightly, picked up the clothes and put them on. Now it's nighttime on Paradise Island. When Jiang Tianming came to the coast, he saw Hippolyta and other female Amazon warriors waiting for him, Diana on the side, and Steve who didn't even untie them. Seeing Jiang Tianming appearing, Steve said as if seeing God, "Sir, for the sake of men, let these ladies let me go, my arm hasn't moved for a long time." Steve knew it. In his eyes, Jiang Tianming was like the leader of the place. He was there when discussing matters, and sometimes his words played a decisive role. Jiang Tianming looked at the female Amazon warrior beside Steve and nodded to her. The female warrior understood and untied the rope on Steve's body. After being saved, Steve stretched his muscles and bones. "God, this is the most comfortable time I've been in these days." "Tianming, can I call you that?" Hippolyta stepped forward and said. Seeing Jiang Tianming nod, she continued, "I'm bothering you these days. Diana doesn't have much experience outside, you can even say that she has no experience. I hope you will take good care of her." Since the relationship between Jiang Tianming and Paradise Island has changed from a host-guest relationship to a friend relationship, Hippolyta, Antiope, and the top executives of Amazon have all looked a lot better at Jiang Tianming. "Don't worry, I will take good care of Diana, and I believe that with Diana's ability, she is not slow to learn." After hearing this, Diana turned her hands away in embarrassment, and looked at Jiang Tianming with crescent-shaped eyes. After Diana said goodbye to Hippolyta and others, she boarded the ship with Jiang Tianming and Steve. These days, Jiang Tianming's control over the space gem has not increased significantly, and he dare not bet on the consequences. After all, the system does not accept after-sales service, otherwise it will be no problem to send it directly to the country. "Where should we go now? Why don't we go to the forefront of the war, where we will definitely find Ares?" Diana said, sitting beside Jiang Tianming. "No, Ares is not there, we can just go to the country." Steve gave him an approving look. If it was the movie version, Ares is still in the country disguised as Sir Patrick Morgan. Mr. Jiang is right. We have to go back to the country and report the information, so that the war can end sooner. It would be nice to have Jiang Tianming here, at least these primitive people can be quiet. Steve thought so. Those intelligence will not stop the war, only the killing of Ares can stop the war. Diana insisted that all wars are caused by Ares. In fact, Jiang Tianming knew that although Ares was contributing to the flames, it was still a human problem in the final analysis. Steve looked at Jiang Tianming. Jiang Tianming had no choice but to pat Diana on the shoulder. "Okay, let's rest first. By the way, this is for you." Jiang Tianming took out a white pill, which contained all human common sense, which he asked for from the system, and the system was more than happy to help with these trivial matters, making it much more convenient for him. "What is this?" Diana asked after taking it, and then swallowed the white pill directly. Diana felt dizzy, and then fell into Jiang Tianming's arms. If other people saw this, they would definitely suspect that Jiang Tianming had drugged her. Jiang Tianming laid Diana flat on the made-up makeshift cot, and helped her cover the quilt carefully. "You drugged her?" Steve asked, sitting across from her. Jiang Tianming's face darkened, and he glared at him. "Shut up and go to sleep." Diana and Steve on the boat had already fallen asleep, while Jiang Tianming was sleepless all night. He was quietly looking at the calm sea, wondering what he was thinking. Steve frowned and sat up straight. He looked at Jiang Tianming with sleepy eyes and asked him, "Mr. Jiang, have you been up all night? I'm thinking about something, and I can't sleep." "Okay, let me take the liberty to ask." Steve pointed to Diana who was still sleeping next to Jiang Tianming, and then pointed to Jiang Tianming. "Sir, are you and this lady a couple?" "Huh? Why would you ask such a question?" "Because a discerning person can tell at a glance that only a fool would not know Diana's affectionate eyes and her active approach. Because this lady has been taking the initiative, but you, sir, don't seem to have that intention." Steve wanted to help Jiang Tianming and Diana, so as to repay Jiang Tianming's life-saving grace. After all, with Jiang Tianming's strength, he probably couldn't help much. How could Jiang Tianming not know what Diana meant? This was what he was thinking about all night. After all, he is from the Marvel world. He may have the opportunity to come to the DC world again in the future, but he doesn't know how to face this feeling. "Sir, do you have a partner?" "Yes, and more than one." Cough. "What?" Steve was choked. He couldn't believe what he heard. What kind of person can have two partners? But when he thought of Jiang Tianming's devastating strength, he felt reasonable up. "So don't worry about it, time will tell." How could Jiang Tianming fail to see Steve's thoughts? He still pays attention to letting nature take its course. He doesn't know what's going on at Marvel, whether the timeline flow of the two worlds is the same. He just wants to go back as soon as possible. "Here, let's not cause trouble." "I hope so." "Sir, it is not a gentleman's behavior to hang a lady's appetite." This time Jiang Tianming didn't speak anymore. Not long after, both of them saw a light coming from not far away. When they took a closer look, it was a huge steamship. Under Steve's communication, they agreed to take Jiang Tianming and others for a ride. With a huge ship pulling them, the time required for them to reach the country was greatly shortened. After arriving in the country, it was already dawn. Only, Jiang Tianming laughed while looking at the smoky city. This may be what some people call the air of foreign countries. Diana beside Jiang Tianming dimly opened her beautiful eyes. She glanced at Jiang Tianming at the side first, then got up and looked around in a daze. Are you awake? There are kind-hearted people who are willing to take us for a ride, so it's much faster. Welcome to beautiful London, Steve said as he packed his luggage. It's too scary here. Diana, who was used to seeing the scenery of Paradise Island, couldn't help complaining. Their place was always sunny and the air was fresh. Well, not everyone likes it here. Beep. Diana looked at the passing vehicles curiously, tugged at Jiang Tianming's sleeve, and asked him excitedly, are those steam-driven cars? Yes. Steve, who was walking in front, turned to them and said, okay, I'm going to hand in the information, you guys just stay here and don't move around, okay? But facing the eyes of the two, Steve had no choice but to say, okay, you can take a look around, I should be able to find you, probably. After Steve left, Diana curiously took Jiang Tianming's hand and walked around. She inexplicably knew a lot of knowledge about the human world in her mind, but she knew that Jiang Tianming gave her all these. The two walked to a photo studio. The owner of the photo studio enthusiastically stepped forward after seeing the two of them. Welcome, do you two want to take a photo? Take a picture for us. Jiang Tianming took a banknote and gave it to the owner of the photo studio. Steve was not worried before, so he gave them a small stack of banknotes for them to use. After the two changed their clothes, Diana sat on a chair, Jiang Tianming put his hands on her shoulders and stood beside her, both smiling and facing the camera. A white light flashed, and both of them rubbed their eyes unaccustomed to it. Jiang Tianming stepped forward to get the photo, looked at the smiling two, and couldn't help but fell into deep thought. Not satisfied? This gentleman, the owner of the photo studio asked. No, I feel fine. Seeing this situation, I specially presented a life necklace. The necklace symbolizes the life of the host. If the host is still alive, the necklace will not be damaged. At this time, a voice came from the system in my head. Jiang Tianming also probably knew the purpose of the system, and wanted to watch his good show, which is really full of viciousness, or is this the retribution of pulling wool? Then do as you wish. Diana, let's take a look. Jiang Tianming called Diana over, and handed the photo and the ruby necklace to Diana, and explained the general function of the ruby necklace, which is nothing more than a sign of safety. Roll. This is. Diana looked at the necklace in Jiang Tianming's hand in surprise, and her heart beat faster. A present for you. Thank you, help me put it on. Diana looked at Jiang Tianming expectantly. Jiang Tianming looked at Diana quietly, and smiled after a long time. Okay, I'll help you wear it. Holding the ruby necklace in his hand, he put the ruby necklace on Diana's fair and beautiful neck bit by bit. Suddenly, they felt a flash of white light, and they all looked to the source of the white light, which was the white light caused by the camera. He, I can't help it, the two of you are a match made in heaven, this one should be given to you too. Diana took the new photo and looked at the photo of two people in love. With a sweet smile on her beautiful face, she turned her head to look at Jiang Tianming. I will cherish everything today. After changing their clothes, Jiang Tianming and Diana came to the place where the Imperial Cabinet was discussing. At the moment Steve and a group of cabinet members were racking their brains to think about the contents of the notebook. Jiang Tianming also took a special look at Sir Patrick Morgan in the crowd. He was really Aries, and he was the only one who knew it. Nor was he going to tell Diana that Diana needed to grow up, that she would mature through this experience. It seems that you need help. Jiang Tianming came behind Steve and patted him on the shoulder. Oh, Steve trembled all over, startled by the sudden pat on the shoulder, turned around and saw the two of Jiang Tianming. Why are you here? The contents of this notebook can only be deciphered by Diana. She knows several languages. Diana can be said to be a language genius, proficient in all languages, and has knowledge of nearly 10 languages. Who are these two? All the cabinet members asked Steve after discovering the existence of Jiang Tianming and Diana. They are, my friend and his secretary, they're both excellent. Steve thought for a moment and replied. We are not playing tricks, send them out. A cabinet member directly issued an order to evict the guests. Jiang Tianming really wanted to give them a punch each. A group of incompetent people shrunk in the rear, no wonder the old empire on which the sun never sets gradually declined. Sir, if she can translate, please let her try it. Steve tried to persuade him. He was a little afraid that Jiang Tianming's displeasure would wipe out the cabinet members present. Oh, all right. Diana took the notebook and translated the text. Here is a recipe for a new type of gas, mustard gas, with hydrogen instead of sulfur, and the notebook says they intend to release this gas on the front lines. It's hydrogen-based? Gas masks can't block hydrogen-based poisonous gas. This is the evidence we want, sir. Steve snatched the notebook from Diana's hand and placed it in front of the cabinet members. We have to find where the gas is being produced and destroy it. Destroy the gas. We can't send troops there to occupy Belgium while negotiating surrender with the German army. It was still the cabinet member who ordered the expulsion. Sir, I have seen that kind of poisonous gas with my own eyes. Once it is released on the front line, both sides will die together, and no one will be spared. It's a soldier's job, Captain. This made Jiang Tianming angry. It's no wonder why the sun never sets like that. Ignorance and inflexibility are deeply rooted, but it's okay. The bad thing is this country, at least he doesn't have a good impression of this country. Save their lives to come to their own country. Let's go Diana, get out of this damn place. Jiang Tianming took Diana's hand and left the meeting room. I don't understand Tianming, why did they do this? Why did they abandon the soldiers at the front? Diana asked Jiang Tianming on the way. Because that's what they are, Diana. If the First World War ended after the death of Ares, then who started World War II? Definitely, it is not impossible for Ares to pretend to be a failed art student. Diana, humans have ceased to be clean a long time ago. These wars are just pushed by Ares. They are the ones who caused the wars. Jiang Tianming pointed to the direction of the cabinet meeting room and continued, those sitting in the meeting room, they only have interests in their eyes, and those soldiers are just pawns to them, completely forgetting that they are flesh and blood people, saying it is ridiculous that death is the duty and honor of a soldier. Even so, do you want to fight for them, Diana? Diana stopped and looked at Jiang Tianming with her own eyes. She suddenly smiled. I am not fighting for them. Amazon warriors are warriors of love and peace, so am I. I am here for this, isn't it? Perhaps Diana was destined to prevent such tragedies from the moment she was born. Maybe she didn't fight for human beings, but she must fight for peace. Oh, Jiang Tianming smiled helplessly, and said to Diana, although I am not a good person, I will do my best. At the same time, I also promised Hippolyta that I will guarantee your safety during this operation. Jiang Tianming is fighting for a better tomorrow. He doesn't mind how cruel the means are. He will just ignore the decayed country and only protect the people he cares about. Thank you for supporting me, Tianming. Diana hugged Jiang Tianming and attached herself to him. Cough, did I bother you? Steve coughed lightly and walked down the stairs, ignoring the gazes from the two of them. Have you finished talking? Jiang Tianming secretly rolled his eyes and asked. Well, they won't let us in, but we've got to do it ourselves. We've got to destroy the gas, and we'll get some reinforcements. Steve went to a tavern alone to find the so-called reinforcements, but Jiang Tianming and Diana didn't follow, and everyone agreed to set off to the front line together. Early in the morning, Jiang Tianming and others were ready to set off for the front line. My God, I didn't believe it when you said that lady was beautiful at first, but now I do. Samir, who was shorter, whispered beside Steve. In his eyes, Diana, who has the beauty that all the gods admire, is as beautiful as a work of art. I also told you that she has a mail ticket that you can't afford to mess with. You'd better not think about it, or the consequences will be serious. Steve didn't want this guy to be burped by his own people before he went to the front line. He had seen Jiang Tianming's strength with his own eyes. Jiang Tianming accurately captured their words, but he didn't want to care about these trifles, because Diana's eyes caught what she had been looking forward to for a long time. I want an ice cream. Diana hopped up to the ice cream stand, and excitedly extended a finger to the boss. She knew ice cream was delicious, but had never tried it, so she had been looking forward to it for a long time. Jiang Tianming gave her a doting look, and obediently gave the money to the ice cream owner. It's so delicious. Diana couldn't help admiring, and then passed the ice cream in her hand to Jiang Tianming's mouth. Try it, it's delicious. Okay. Jiang Tianming took a bite of the ice cream that Diana had eaten, and the pure milk flavor filled his mouth. Steve smiled gratifiedly. If we come back alive, maybe we can attend their wedding. The happy time is always short. On the way to the front line, Diana witnessed the cruelty of war, the crying of babies, the wounded soldiers, and all the people present did not have any smiles. Everyone finally came to the front line, to the trenches of the Ying army. Well, it's our turn to perform, Diana. Well, let's go. Diana jumped 4 meters high. She came to the top of the trench and took off her robe, revealing the armor inside. She raised her shield and charged towards the opponent's trench. Jiang Tianming also jumped up with Diana, but he didn't need to use the divine power shield and the guardian silver bracelet to resist the bullets like Diana. He sprinted at an extremely fast speed, and arrived in the trenches of the German army in a few seconds. The soldiers didn't even react, and they raised their guns at Jiang Tianming in the next second. Jiang Tianming kicked a soldier flying with a straight kick, and fell to the ground with several soldiers behind him. Then quickly turned around, facing a group of soldiers and bullets, he stepped lightly without changing his face, knocking down several soldiers like a shooting star. As Jiang Tianming and Diana charged forward, they came to a small village occupied by the German army. Thuk. The soldiers upstairs used machine guns to shoot in the direction of Jiang Tianming and others. There were exactly 2 places. Jiang Tianming and Diana looked at each other and decided to split up. Seeing Diana crashing into a building, Jiang Tianming automatically created the BGM of Wonder Woman in his mind. Along with his blood boiling, Jiang Tianming also slammed into a building like a human-shaped cannonball. Facing the soldier's hail of bullets, he calmly grabbed the flying bullets. When the soldier looked at him with hellish eyes, Jiang Tianming opened his palm and dropped bullets to the ground one by one, with the sound of metal clashing. It's up to me now. Jiang Tianming's smile only appeared for a moment, and he approached those soldiers at an extremely fast speed, and smashed his fist on their heads. Boom. The body of a German soldier fell directly in front of Steve and the others. Now I believe it. I believe you in everything. Samir stared at the dead soldier on the ground with wide eyes. He didn't believe how dangerous a gentleman was before, but now he does. It's dangerous? Seeing that Jiang Tianming was already rushing to other places, Steve quickly called the partners behind him to hurry. Jiang Tianming came to the small square in the center of the small village. A tank was already waiting for him there. The pitch-black shells flew towards Jiang Tianming. Jiang Tianming's feet forcibly left marks. Boom. This time Jiang Tianming was not stunned. After the double strengthening of the system, his current body values are even higher than before. Drink. Jiang Tianming shouted, and stumped heavily. The original ground cracked directly, and his whole body fell towards the tank. Bang. The tank was directly knocked to the ground, and the surrounding soldiers were stunned, and even forgot the guns in their hands. They all looked at the figure in front of them like a god descending in fear. Diana, Steve, and the others who came later dealt with the miscellaneous soldiers on the ground. Bang bang. Suddenly a bullet was shot from above. Snipers. Steve yelled, and his buddies took cover. Diana. Jiang Tianming shouted, and exchanged glances with Diana, who nodded knowingly. Jiang Tianming ran to almost the same position, with his palms overlapping upwards. Diana ran directly to Jiang Tianming, stepped on Jiang Tianming's hand and flew to the sniper's position, and the whole building was knocked down by Diana. After that, the people of the village came out tremblingly, and after seeing that they were safe, they all cheered for Diana and Jiang Tianming. Stand up, friends. Come on guys, this is important. Jiang Tianming, Diana, and Steve's team stood up straight in front of the camera, and the photoshoot ended after a flash of white light. Thank you, it's an honor to take pictures of you guys. Night. The villagers were singing and dancing, cheering for the hard-won victory and peace. Steve came to Jiang Tianming with 2 glasses of beer and handed them to him, and said to Jiang Tianming, "It's a good night." After giving it, Steve smiled and left. After Jiang Tianming handed Diana a glass of beer, she readily accepted it and drank it boldly. It turns out that beer tastes like this, it's very fresh. To Diana's demigod body, beer means nothing, just like drinking fruit juice. Are they lovers? Diana looked at the men and women dancing not far away, and asked Jiang Tianming on the side. Yes. Diana's eyes reflected the man and woman in love, and after a moment of silence, she looked at Jiang Tianming. I've learned a lot since you gave me that magical white pill. I understand what liking is and what love is. Diana stood up and walked in front of Jiang Tianming, her eyes tightly locked on Jiang Tianming's. Can you dance with me? Diana held out her hand to Jiang Tianming, and Jiang Tianming was happy to oblige. The two danced under the lights and under the snowflakes, and they only had each other in their eyes. After a long time, Diana said softly, I like you, and I love you too. Jiang Tianming looked at Diana, her own reflection reflected in her eyes, and then said, Me too, Diana. The faces of the two gradually approached each other and kissed under the flying snowflakes. Tonight will be beautiful. Afterwards, Jiang Tianming, Diana, and Steve infiltrated the German castle base. Diana and Steve all infiltrated in the original world line, but Jiang Tianming definitely died, turned into Kabuto, and walked in slowly. Okay. Diana thought that General Ludendorff was the incarnation of Ares, and wanted to kill him directly at the banquet, but was stopped by the sharp-eyed Steve. Jiang Tianming just looked but did not stop him, but left early to evacuate people in the village. Sure enough, the poison gas bomb was launched, and the target was the small village where Jiang Tianming and others had stayed before. Fortunately, Jiang Tianming evacuated the people in time, and those high-ranking Germans saw the collapse of the house due to the poisonous gas, and they were convinced of the power of the poisonous gas, and directly let Ludendorff carry out his crazy plan. Diana rushed to the location of the village immediately, and she was relieved when she saw that the villagers were safe because of Jiang Tianming's evacuation. Fortunate to have you, Tianming. Diana stepped forward to hug Jiang Tianming, and kissed him hard on the face. She didn't dare to imagine what the consequences would be if the gas bomb was absorbed by the villagers. Thinking of this, she couldn't help being afraid for a while. Diana, now is the time to settle all this. Jiang Tianming patted her on the back. Diana nodded, because Steve's team had been following Ludendorff's whereabouts and easily arrived at the German military base where a large number of gas bombs were stored. After Jiang Tianming and Diana came to the military base, the sharp-eyed Diana saw Ludendorff's position, and after talking to Jiang Tianming, she ran directly to Ludendorff's position. I'm the only one in charge of the little soldier. Jiang Tianming took out Fei's cell phone that hadn't been used for a long time, inserted it in his belt, and after a flash of red light, he transformed into Fei's. He took out the Fei's phone from his belt, snapped it lightly, and switched the Fei's phone to gun mode. Single shot mode? Bursts of red light passed directly through the soldiers' bodies, killing them on the spot. On the contrary, their attacks had no effect on the people in front of them. Seeing that the bullets were useless to the enemy, the soldiers directly raised the knives in their waists and rushed towards Jiang Tianming desperately. It's a little itchy. The knife scratched Jiang Tianming's body, but it didn't even spark. Seeing that it was useless, the soldiers backed away in fear. It's my turn. Jiang Tianming immediately jumped up, shuttled back and forth among the soldiers, and could easily end their lives with just one fist. On the other side, Diana has already found Ludendorff in the observation deck, and they fought directly. Ludendorff absorbed the gas given to him by Dr. Maru, and his combat power increased, but he was against Diana of demigod body. Does not have any suppressive effect. Boom. Ludendorff's body was slammed against the table beside him, and he lay on the ground in pain after smashing the table. He quickly stood up and tremblingly walked towards the highest point, but was easily caught up by Diana. Diana jumped on top of him with a light leap, and pulled Ludendorff with a lasso of mantra, and immediately let him smash to the ground. I am Diana from Paradise Island, and I am the daughter of Hippolyta, Queen of the Amazons. This is the end of your rage to this world. Drink. Diana raised the Vulcan sword in her hand and stabbed Ludendorff in the chest, and Ludendorff died unwillingly. It's over. No, it shouldn't be like this. Diana, who thought everything was over, found that the soldiers were still carrying the gas bombs. But she obviously killed Ares, or is it human nature to kill each other all the time? Don't they deserve our help? Diana suddenly perceived movement behind her. She turned around and found a figure appeared inside. That figure turned around slowly, and a familiar face appeared in front of her. That is Sir Patrick, one of the cabinet members, or should be called Ares. You're right, Diana, they don't deserve our help, they deserve to be destroyed. You are him. Diana's eyes were fixed, and killing intent surged in her eyes. I am not your enemy, Diana, on the contrary, I am the person who understands you best, and I understand human beings best, just like you are now. Their nature is hard to change, always cruel and greedy, that is, selfish and arrogant. I just want the gods to see how unbearable the human beings created by my father are, but they don't believe me. Ares didn't change his face, and appeared directly in front of Diana in a flash. He looked at Diana with burning eyes. Diana, the real god-killing weapon is you. Originally, only God can kill Death God. Zeus reserved his daughter born to the Queen of Amazons as a weapon against me. Diana couldn't believe what she heard. She took out the mantra lasso around her waist and tied Ares directly. I order you to tell me the truth. Diana, this is the truth. I whispered in their ears, telling them the idea and inspiration of the recipe, as well as the weapons, but I didn't force them to use it. It was the war they started themselves. With the strength of you and me, we can recreate the world before the emergence of human beings. I won't be with you. Diana refused. Diana, I don't want to fight with you, but if it is necessary. As he said, Ares put his hand on the mantra lasso, and the white lightning and the mantra lasso produced huge amounts of explosion, and the entire watchtower was engulfed. Jiang Tianming's attention was attracted by the explosion, and he fixed his eyes on Diana's direction. He ignored these little soldiers and ran directly to Diana's direction. During the run, Jiang Tianming quickly released Fei's transformation, then quickly switched the belt, and pushed the Kabuto insect instrument horizontally on the belt. Henshin. Henshin? Then he broke off the horn of the insect instrument and transformed into a knight form. He came to Diana and helped her up. Looks like you need help. We have to be careful, he is Ares, the god of war after all. Diana picked up the divine shield behind her and confronted Ares with the Vulcan sword in her hand. Ares looked at Jiang Tianming with a little interest, and he said, I have to say that you, as a human being, are the strongest among human beings, but you still cannot shake the status of god. After finishing speaking, Ares raised his hand, and the ground on both sides of Jiang Tianming and Diana attacked them directly, and they punched through the ground with quick eyesight and quick hands. Hyper, cast, off, hyper, cast, off, change, hyper, beetle. With a flash of green light, the transcendent form appeared in front of Ares, and Jiang Tianming put his palm on his waist. Hyper, clock, up, Jiang Tianming disappeared in a flash. In Diana's eyes, she could barely catch Jiang Tianming's shadow. Ares was slightly stronger than her, and she could barely see Jiang Tianming's trajectory. Ares raised his hand to block Jiang Tianming's attacking fist, but the huge force from his arm made him fly backwards several meters away. Boom! Ares stomped hard on the ground to stabilize his body, and then he looked at Jiang Tianming in surprise. I admit that I underestimated you. Your speed and strength are the highest among human beings in my opinion, but, that's all. Drink. Ares roared, his whole body rushed towards Jiang Tianming like a cannonball, and he raised his fist to hit Jiang Tianming. Bang! Jiang Tianming also raised his fist to confront Ares, and the aftermath of their fist fight even shook the ground. My god, what should we do? Samir exclaimed, asking Steve beside him. He has seen enough bizarre things these days, and now he has witnessed the existence of the legendary Ares. Do our job well, and the lunatic will be handed over to Mr. Jiang and Miss Diana. Steve looked at the huge amounts of propeller plane, and had prepared a time bomb under Jiang Tianming's proposal long ago, just for at the moment. Fly to a certain height in the air and blow it up directly. At the same time. Drink. Diana roared, and rushed to Ares from the side holding the divine shield, and Ares was knocked into the air without being able to dodge. Boom. Ares slammed into the wooden box full of grenades, causing a violent explosion. If it was Ares when Darkseid invaded for the first time, then Jiang Tianming and Diana might have a lot of difficulty, but there is still a gap between the scale of the current World War I and Darkseid's war. So Ares gets far less bonus than before. It seems that I have to get serious. Ares raised his hands, and his divine power drove the iron pieces smelted in the flames nearby, and gradually the adsorbent was on his body, forming a red armor with red light on his head, wearing two small and two large four-cornered helmets. At the same time, two blades were condensed in his hands. I am the embodiment of war. I am Ares. I am the nightmare of all existence. Ares stepped hard on the ground with both feet, and the ground exploded directly. Ares' figure exploded towards Jiang Tianming and Diana like a meteor. Diana raised her divine shield, and Jiang Tianming raised her arms to block Ares's blade. Violent sparks were generated, and Jiang Tianming kicked Ares back a few steps. Drink. Diana raised the Vulcan sword and slashed at Ares. After stabilizing her figure, Ares crossed her two blades to block, but in front of the Vulcan sword, two ordinary blades formed. The blade broke instantly. Ares backed away quickly, almost being slashed by the Vulcan sword, and a crack was severed in the battle armor on his body. Ares had sharp eyes and quick hands, raised a punch to knock Diana back, and looked at Jiang Tianming and Diana with serious eyes. Now he is a little weak to deal with these two people. He had to use the divine power accumulated over hundreds of years to decide the winner between the two in front of him. Ares' eyes turned white, and his body was surrounded by terrifying white lightning. Everything around him began to gradually collapse due to the explosion of Ares' divine power. A battle axe formed by divine power was condensed in his hand, and the battle axe exuded a strange and terrifying red light. Now, it's time to end. The situation is not good. Tianming. The strong wind generated by Ares' divine power burst made Diana raise her divine power shield, and firmly tied her heels on the ground so as not to be blown away. I can see it. Jiang Tianming is not blind either. The current situation is somewhat unexpected. The Ares in front of him seems to be much stronger than the movie version. For hundreds of years or even thousands of years, Ares has accumulated a lot of supernatural power in large and small wars, and now he plans to use his real full strength here. In the current situation, unless it is Diana's divine power awakening, it will be difficult for them to defeat Ares in a state of divine power. Now because of her own existence, Diana lost Steve, the medium of awakening divine power, and suddenly he thought of a way. After contacting the space gem on my body and the ruby necklace sent by the system, it seems that the system has already decided a way for me. I'm going to use all my strength. Jiang Tianming thought, and the perfect insect instrument flew down from the air, but Ares didn't intend to give him any chance. Drink. Ares came to Jiang Tianming's body like lightning, raised the battle axe in his hand and slashed down fiercely. Clang! The perfect insect instrument collided with the battle axe, and Ares under the divine power awakening was much stronger than before. Seeing that Jiang Tianming was in trouble, Diana ran directly to the two people who were in a stalemate, first knocked Ares into the air, and then stabbed Ares with the Vulcan sword, but was avoided by Ares, and then Ares punched in the abdomen, and Diana was directly blasted tens of meters away. Kabuto, power, the bee, power, Drake, power, SAS word, power, all, Zector, combine. The perfect insect instrument condensed huge amounts of energy, and began to form a nearly 10-meter-long red particle light blade on the blade. Jiang Tianming started to run, holding the perfect insect instrument and rushing directly to Ares. Ares' eyes were fixed and he didn't dare to neglect, and the battle axe was entwined with terrifying divine power and lightning, and he also rushed towards Jiang Tianming. Maximum, hyper, typhoon, boom. The two forces collided instantly, and everything around was swallowed by the aftermath. Diana stabbed the Vulcan sword on the ground to stabilize her body. A burst of intense white light illuminated the entire sky, and the ground began to collapse with deep cracks. Steve and the others were also frightened and hurried away from their surroundings. Do you think this can solve me? Ares asked Jiang Tianming in the center of the huge energy field. It's not me who should deal with you now. I believe you will not die. I will have more opportunities in the future, whether it is you Ares or the gods who hide behind and watch you and Diana kill each other. What? In the next second, Jiang Tianming emitted some strange energy, and the blue light began to spread throughout Jiang Tianming's body, until finally, Jiang Tianming was swallowed by the blue light. The huge amounts of energy white light began to dissipate, gradually appearing the pitted earth, and Ares, who hadn't reacted yet, and Jiang Tianming was no longer present at the scene. Ares thought for a while, as if he had thought of something. He taunted Diana directly. Human beings are human beings. Diana, how could you find such an unbearable helper, and you will be backlashed by your own power. And now, there's not even ashes left. Diana stared blankly at the surroundings. Her familiar aura had long since disappeared. She slowly clenched her fists. The aura on her body was gradually soaring. No. What happened to Ares' keen gap? He looked at Diana with surprise. Diana's divine power was stronger than he had ever imagined. Boom. Huge amounts of shockwave mixed with lightning swept towards the surroundings, and wherever it went, the ground burst. Ares quickly raised his hand to protect himself, and the powerful shockwave pushed his body straight back tens of meters. I won't lose. Ares raised his hands, driving the divine power to pinch the fragments of the ground into spikes and shoot at Diana. Bang bang bang. The spikes seemed to hit the Invisible's protective shield, shattering one by one, and Diana slowly raised her hands. Drink. The two Guardian silver bracelets collided with each other, bursting out unprecedented divine power shockwave, rushing directly to Ares and knocking him into the air. The Vulcan sword flew into Diana's hands in response to the owner's intention. Her eyes hardened, and she stomped heavily. Diana instantly flew in front of Ares, and stabbed the Vulcan sword in her hand fiercely. Chest, cough. Ares felt the sting from the Vulcan sword. This weapon forged by Vulcan Hephaestus seemed tailor-made to kill him. Ares began to collapse. He looked at the angry Diana unwillingly, but said nothing, until finally he turned into ashes and disappeared into the air. The world seemed to be at a standstill, and everything around her was destroyed. After a moment of trance, Diana thought of something, and picked up the ruby necklace around her neck. After discovering that the ruby necklace was intact, Diana's eyes flushed, but luckily he was fine. Miss Diana, Mr. Jiang asked me to bring you something. Seeing that everything was over, Steve came to Diana with a small box in his hand and handed it to her. After Diana took over, Steve also left. Diana slowly opened the small box. Inside was a diamond ring, and there was a small note next to it, which read, "For the beautiful Miss Diana Prince. Night. The city is always clouded, the sun may have become a rare phenomenon here, and the weird Gothic buildings stand tall. Under the glitz, there are dark and evil deeds hidden in the dark alleys, and this is Gotham City, one of the cities with the highest crime rate in the country." In a coffee shop, the toilet door flashed blue, startling a man who was peeing and thought there was a bomb. Living in Gotham City, it can be said that every day is full of fear. From time to time, a gangster with a gun may walk out. The door of the toilet opened, and a man in a black suit came out. The black suit on his body had many obvious bullet holes. That's right, he is Jiang Tianming, who hasn't had time to change his clothes. He just crossed over and saw a modern toilet. Looks like I'm back. After Jiang Tianming walked out of the toilet, he found himself in a coffee shop, but the atmosphere in this coffee shop always made him feel a little uncomfortable, very gloomy. Where is this in Mold Country? Jiang Tianming glanced at the English on the menu and thought. But when Jiang Tianming was still thinking about how to contact Gwen and the others, the voice of the system sounded in his mind. Welcome to the host to come to the famous Gotham City. I will give you Kamen Rider Kiva's transformation ability as a gift, and I will also give you a full-level violin. Plus the reward for preventing Ares from planning missions. Space Gem Mastery is 25%. Note, the current mastery degree allows you to appear anywhere in the world, and it takes time to recharge to use it once. In other words, the current level of mastery still cannot return to the Marvel world, right? But to be able to appear in every corner of the Earth and even the universe is the shortcoming of needing to recharge. And he seems to have come to the DC universe. Etc. Where is this? Gotham City can be said to be the most dangerous city on Earth in the entire DC universe. Although it is not a problem for supermen like Jiang Tianming, the problem is that there are masters of mental attack like Joker. Damn it, it's not easy now. Jiang Tianming can definitely find Joker and kill him, but it depends on which version. If it is a Joker with Dionysus factor, then there is no need to play, and it will come back after killing it, and there may be Joker toxin in the heart. Let's take one step at a time. Wow, I didn't sleep well yesterday, I'm so sleepy. Barbara rubbed her eyes, and suddenly she saw a coffee shop not far away, and she planned to buy a cup of coffee to refresh herself. Barbara Gordon, James Gordon, is the daughter of Director Gordon. She has superb hacking skills and fighting skills. She officially became the female hero of the night, Batgirl, half a year ago. Last night, she stayed up in the middle of the night to fight crime, but she herself became drowsy due to lack of sleep. Ding-ling-ling, there was a sound of opening the door, and Barbara's pretty figure appeared in the coffee shop. I'm sorry. Barbara didn't pay attention to the person in front of her because she was a little sleepy, and bumped into it in a daze. It's okay, remember to watch the road next time. Only then did Barbara raise her head and see the person in front of her. She only felt that her eyes lit up. The man in front of her was the most handsome and good-looking man she had ever seen, but the bullet holes in his clothes were a bit suspicious. Suddenly, Barbara's mind became hot, and she immediately thought of an idea. I'll buy you a cup of coffee, just as an apology. Barbara raised her glasses, her gaze shy. This was her first date with a boy. Jiang Tianming touched his face. He didn't expect his charm to be so great. Before, Diana was fascinated by him. He even had a little bit of doubt, but now he is convinced that his charm is really great. Definitely yes, thank you for this beautiful lady. After saying this, Jiang Tianming felt like a playboy. 2 cappuccinos. Barbara didn't expect that she would successfully date a handsome boy, and hurriedly said to the waiter. The waiter also understands very well. On the 2 cups of cappuccino, the foam is printed with a pattern of love. My name is Barbara, what about you? Barbara asked, blushing. There are still many people named Barbara, and Barbara Gordon's biological mother is also named Barbara, but the only Barbara wearing glasses is Barbara Gordon, who is still a college student. Jiang Tianming, you can call me Tianming. This is the first time I have come to Gotham City today, and I am still unfamiliar with the place. The purpose of Jiang Tianming's words is obviously to let Barbara Gordon talk about the recent situation in Gotham City, so that he can make plans. I can tell you what you want to know. Thanks, I wanted to ask if you knew D.K. Grayson. DK is Barbara's boyfriend in the original world line, so asking this question can not only determine whether Barbara has become a Batgirl, but also determine whether DK Grayson has become a generation of Robin. Barbara gave Jiang Tianming a strange look. Is this a question about her emotional life? I know, I have known each other for 2 or 3 months, are you his friend? She not only knew each other, but also knew that the other party was Robin, Batman's assistant. In this universe, Batgirl knows Robin's true identity, but currently Robin doesn't know Batgirl's true identity. Jiang Tianming definitely knows him. He knows the future humanoid self-propelled gun DK Grayson, but the other party doesn't know him. And DK Grayson even has DK's buttocks, DC's sole reputation, that buttocks are even more upturned than ordinary heroines. I knew him when I was a child, but he didn't know me, and he heard that he lived in Gotham City, so I was curious to ask. Barbara nodded, believing it was true. The current Batgirl has just debuted not long ago, and her mind is not very mature yet. In other words, the current generation of Robin DK has just been born, and so is Barbara, but judging from Barbara's reaction, they don't seem to have the relationship in the original work. While Jiang Tianming was chatting with Barbara, the coffee shop ushered in an event that is normal in Gotham City, that is, robbery. Everyone, take out the valuables. It's really a simple Gotham City, where crime is almost as normal as everyday life. Thuk. The masked man shot the ceiling with an Uzi submachine gun, in order to intimidate everyone present. Barbara frowned slightly. She was going to sneak into the toilet and change into the Batgirl uniform, but the gangster saw her. The gangster pointed the gun at Barbara, and shouted, "Don't move, or I will shoot." Barbara immediately raised her hands and stopped moving, desperately thinking about how to break the situation, while Jiang Tianming at the side blocked her behind and looked at the gangster. The gangster thought he was trying to be a hero in front of the lady. He smiled evilly, walked up to Jiang Tianming, and aimed his black gun at Jiang Tianming's forehead. "Boy, do you want to be a hero? Hand over your money, or I will shoot you, and your little girlfriend." Barbara's face changed, and she quickly pulled Jiang Tianming's clothes secretly, telling him not to act rashly and do as the gangster wanted. Jiang Tianming smiled slightly, turned a blind eye to Barbara's action prompts, and showed a calm demeanor. He said softly, "This is the first time I have been threatened with a gun." In the next second, Jiang Tianming moved, grabbed the opponent's neck as fast as lightning, lifted the gangster into the air and pressed him against the wall, and held the gangster's Uzi submachine gun in the other hand, and everyone didn't even see clearly Jiang Tianming's actions. "You son of a BCH." The gangster was about to swear, when Jiang Tianming hit him on the head with an Uzi submachine gun and passed out immediately. Afterwards, the police arrived at the scene. They knew Barbara very well. The director's daughter actually dated a strange man here. They must tell Director Gordon later. "How did you do it? It's amazing." Barbara walked up to Jiang Tianming and looked at him with little stars in her eyes. Jiang Tianming was the most powerful person she had ever seen, even she couldn't see his movements clearly. The trick is to read more books, read more newspapers, eat less snacks, and sleep more. Jiang Tianming perfunctory. Hearing this, Barbara pouted dissatisfiedly, and said with some displeasure, "How can you do this? I'm asking sincerely." Dingling. Barbara's cell phone rang in her pocket, and she took it out to look at the note. Her expression changed slightly. "Hello, Dad." Barbara answered the phone immediately, and she was talking to Gordon on the phone with her back to Jiang Tianming. "Barbara, when did you get your boyfriend?" "Why don't I know?" Gordon's voice came out on the phone, with a trace of dissatisfaction in his tone. This smelly girl had a boyfriend and didn't tell her father immediately. "No, Dad, we just met today." Barbara explained, but Gordon didn't believe it at all. "Whoever met for coffee on the first day." Okay, let's take it back and see if you have a chance. I don't want you to have a boyfriend. That's it, bye." After speaking, Gordon hung up the phone. Sorry, my dad was joking. I'll explain it to him when I get back." Barbara smiled awkwardly. Jiang Tianming was by her side, and by analyzing her words, one could guess what the content of the call was. "It's okay, I should leave too." Jiang Tianming got up and was about to leave when he suddenly thought of something and turned to Barbara and said, "Can I have your phone number? I think we will meet again in the future." Barbara blushed and her heart beat faster. She didn't expect Jiang Tianming to be so active. She wrote down her phone number on the order paper, then tore it off and gave it to Jiang Tianming. Jiang Tianming took it and left. Looking at the back of Jiang Tianming leaving, she sat in her original position and smiled innocently, thinking to herself, "Barbara, today is your lucky day to meet Prince Charming." And Prince Charming is on the road thinking about his plans in Gotham, where he's penniless. Jiang Tianming came to this Gotham with no identity and no money. The space gem was still charging and could not be sent to Paradise Island for free prostitution. So he planned to take a stroll in this place. It can be said that crimes are committed all the time here, and he planned to eat black. He asked for the way and came to the Bingshan restaurant run by Coppert. Maybe some people don't know who Coppert is. He has a Taoist named Penguin Man. As soon as he arrived, he saw a van coming out of the hidden back door of the restaurant, and he followed the route of the van between the rooftops. It is still a classic abandoned factory, where people from both sides conduct illegal transactions. Penguin's subordinates are holding several heavy wooden boxes. When they open it, they see a dark and cold M4A1 carbine inside. The other party holds 2 black boxes. It was full of banknotes. "We have a good cooperation. Say hello to Mr. Copperpot for me." The 2 parties shook hands, but then they heard the sound of chains clashing. Ding ling ling ling. They looked at the direction of the sound at the same time, and saw a red figure appearing in their field of vision. His appearance was like a humanoid bat. Another dem bat. Perhaps the most hated animal in this city is the bat, Batman, Batgirl, and Oracle Man. Robin is barely one, and now there is another one. Fire? Kill him. Thuk thuk. The gangster took the M4A1 carbine and fired a burst. The bullets hit Jiang Tianming's body firmly, but nothing happened except the sparks from the friction. "I will kill you." One of the gangsters carried the RPG rocket launcher on his shoulder and fired it at Jiang Tianming. Jiang Tianming calmly raised his hand, took the RPG shell abruptly, and squeezed it hard. Boom. Jiang Tianming's body stepped out of the flames, and the gangsters were terrified. Even Batman should dodge, you don't have to dodge to block it directly. Damn, let's retreat. A gangster shouted, but they started to run, and the gangster in front of him was knocked into the wall by a figure. Ah, you, I can give you what you want. He is the little leader who leads these little gangsters. He managed to climb to this position, and he doesn't want to die here today. Jiang Tianming didn't answer him, but directly missed him and picked up the black box full of money on the ground, turned around to look at the group of gangsters, and slowly approached them. Just when he was about to end them, a bat-shaped flying darts landed in front of his feet. Jiang Tianming looked up, and a familiar black figure appeared in his eyes. The black cloak, the bat logo on the chest, and the cat head on the head, these elements undoubtedly mean that the figure is the Dark Knight of Gotham, Batman. Who are you, and what do you want to do in Gotham? Batman fell to the ground, looked at Jiang Tianming with a frown, and questioned him. I came to Gotham unintentionally. For some reason, I can't leave here temporarily. Believe me, I will leave here by myself when my time is up. Batman can be said to be the person Jiang Tianming admires the most. He has super high rationality and willpower, but he still retains the kind of sensibility that belongs to humans and has super high wisdom. This is such a person who stands out among many Superman heroes. I'm not going to let a very menacing person wander around Gotham City. Tell me, who the hell are you? Batman approached. It's just that there is no human touch, and he is too wary of strangers. After all, he can understand Batman. Sorry, I don't have time to chat with you. I have to go, then I will see you again. Bye. Anyway, the money has already arrived. With a single movement, Jiang Tianming left the factory at lightning speed. Even Batman was a little surprised by the speed. Alfred, can you find the other party's location? Batman said to Alfred while pressing the earphone next to his ear. It's difficult, Master Wayne. Alfred's elegant voice sounded through the earphones. The monitoring can only barely capture the other party's shadow, but it's a pity that I couldn't put the locator on the other party, otherwise it would be much easier. And there is an inexplicable source of interference affecting him. It will take time to find him. Jiang Tianming came to an apartment, and he planned to deal with his own apartment before thinking about other things. Fill in the identity information, 600 yuan a month. The aunt at the front desk was grinding her nails without even looking at Jiang Tianming. Jiang Tianming ignored the identity information form, but put 1,200 yuan in front of the receptionist's eyes, and the receptionist's attention was instantly attracted. The aunt at the front desk smiled immediately, and handed the key in the drawer to Jiang Tianming with a smile. Room 302, dear sir. Thank you. To a certain extent, in Gotham City, money can solve most problems. Well, it can solve most problems no matter where. When he walked to the door of his room, he suddenly felt something rubbing against his feet. Jiang Tianming looked down, and it turned out to be a black cat. Jiang Tianming bent down to pick up the cat, and skillfully stroked it on its fur back. The cat acted like a baby in Jiang Tianming's arms comfortably, and he also subconsciously laughed. It seems that it likes you very much. It's the first time I've seen it so close to people. At this moment, a nice and charming voice sounded. Jiang Tianming heard the sound and saw that she was a resident of 301 opposite. She was a beautiful woman with beautiful black hair and a graceful figure. She felt like a cat. Well, it seems that I am quite fond of cats. Jiang Tianming said and put the cat back on the ground, and the cat obediently returned to the woman's feet, sitting there looking at Jiang Tianming. It's the first time I've seen such a handsome young man. You just arrived in Gotham not long ago. The woman's eyes glanced up and down at Jiang Tianming. Yay, how do you know? You have a different smell from Gotham. It's very fresh and smells good. The woman came to Jiang Tianming as she spoke. The distance between the two was a little close, and Jiang Tianming could still smell her body fragrance. Hehe, it sounds like Gotham is a dump. It turns out that Gotham is a dump, rancid and filthy. It's really interesting what you said. I don't know Mrs. Name. Jiang Tianming turned around with a smile, and asked while unlocking the lock. Selina, full name is Selina Kyle. Hearing this, Jiang Tianming's action of unlocking the lock stopped abruptly, and he looked at the woman in surprise, never expecting that the famous cat woman would be met by him so easily. What's the matter? Is my name so attractive to you? Selina slowly leaned her body against the wall, looked at Jiang Tianming with her charming eyes and smiled. I'm a little surprised. It happens to have the same name as someone I know. Surprise turned into surprise, and then the door opened, and Jiang Tianming walked in without looking at Selina. Selina was a little surprised. It was the first time he met a man who was not tempted by her beauty, except for a certain Batman who kept a straight face all day long. Interesting. Tell me about your story. Selina slipped into Jiang Tianming's room with the door still open. Ms. Selina, breaking into a strange man's room at night is a very dangerous thing. You can't imagine what will happen next. Jiang Tianming frowned and threatened. It seemed that the lady in front of him broke into his room unscrupulously relying on her own ability. I believe you are a gentleman. Do you have a wife? But you are still so young. Selina walked forward on her own, came to the small kitchen, made 2 cups of black tea and handed one of them to Jiang Tianming. Perhaps only wives and girlfriends can be immune to their beauty. Selina is still very confident in herself. I don't have a wife, but I have a girlfriend. Are you satisfied? Jiang Tianming just wanted to drive this woman out and have a good sleep. Bang bang bang. Suddenly there was a knock on the window, and Jiang Tianming held his forehead speechlessly after seeing it. It was Kivat Bat 3 who was knocking on the window. Jiang Tianming sent it to investigate the nearby gangster business, and now he probably found it and came back to report. This idiot Bat, didn't he say that there are still people here? Why is he still so stupid when he has self-awareness? Selena looked back, she raised her eyebrows and walked to the window, opened the window with a little interest and looked at Kivat 3 who flew in, wondering. A bat? Another Batman gadget. Master, I have found a new trading place, and now I can kill them. Kivat 3 excitedly flew into the air and shouted. You. Just when Selena was about to ask something, there was an extremely rude knock on the door. Boom. The door of the room Jiang Tianming just rented fell to the ground immediately. That smelly bat flew here. A group of gangsters broke into the room. They were all wearing black masks. Judging from their characteristics, they should be the masked gang led by the black masks. Soon they saw their target and someone they didn't expect, and the little boss who took the lead smiled and said, "Look who this is. The famous Catwoman thief. Today is really killing two birds with one stone." The little boss pointed his black pistol at them. "It's fine for women. You old men not only broken but also smashed my door. Do you really think that I won't get angry?" Hearing this, the little boss then turned his attention to Jiang Tianming who was talking, and looked him up and down. He didn't have any weapons, only a good-looking skin, and the danger was extremely low. "Where did you come from, little boy? I'll kill you first." The cold gun pointed at Jiang Tianming. Selena's face changed, and she rushed towards Jiang Tianming, but she was in vain. She looked at the ground under her in surprise, and she heard several screams in the next second. When she looked up, several members of the masked gang fell unconscious on the ground, and Jiang Tianming grabbed the little leader by the neck and lifted him up into the air. "It's impossible. The gun was almost accurate within 7 steps as agreed, and I was strangled by him before I even saw him move." Jiang Tianming's current speed, even without transforming into a Kamen rider, is enough for ordinary people's naked eyes to fail to catch. Be a good person next time you reincarnate. Don't point a gun at anyone casually, understand? After speaking, Jiang Tianming pressed his hand hard, and there was a clear sound of bone breaking, and the life of the little boss disappeared. Jiang Tianming glanced back at Selena, and walked out of the room without looking back. He planned to find another place to live, and this was the only way to avoid the police from harassing him. "You have to make it up to me." "What?" Jiang Tianming looked at Selena, thinking that she would disapprove or alienate her methods. "I definitely can't stay in this place anymore. I like this place very much, so you have to make it up to me," Selena said, looking at Jiang Tianming with her chest folded. "Speaking of which, I'm going to kill you to prevent you from spreading the news about me." Jiang Tianming walked up to Selena, held her fair neck with his hand, and said with a ruthless face, "You won't." Selena looked confident, and she didn't know where her confidence came from. The two stalemate for a while. Jiang Tianming sighed. Anyway, little thieving cat's compensation is probably to help her steal something, so he might as well agree to her. "Tell me, what do you want? I heard you found a good place, so we'll go there." Jiang Tianming and Selena came downstairs, and Selena had even changed Catwoman's clothes. Jiang Tianming passed by the front desk and put a stack of banknotes there. "Do you need me to help you dispose of the body?" The ant's head was exposed from under the front desk table. The gangsters walked in aggressively before, but now that Jiang Tianming and the others came out unharmed, it meant that the gangsters were probably dead. As expected of Gotham, Jiang Tianming smiled slightly, and put a stack of banknotes on the front table. "Thank you for your hard work." The mechanical Kiva had already parked quietly by the side of the road. Jiang Tianming sat on it, and Selena naturally sat behind, hugging Jiang Tianming's waist. "Ma'am, I don't think we know each other that well." Jiang Tianming could even feel the softness coming from behind. "I have to say that Selena's was big and soft." "Drive quickly, sir. Now I seriously suspect that you are deliberately procrastinating to take advantage of me." Selena opened her mouth and Jiang Tianming was left speechless by her, so he had no choice but to drive obediently. The two quickly came to the place where the black mask was traded. They had just robbed the Penguins deal not long ago, and now they are here to rob the black mask again. It can only be said to be fate. So, why is it an abandoned factory again? Jiang Tianming couldn't help complaining, and now he seriously doubts whether the trading places of the gangsters are all abandoned factories. "Let's get to work, boy." After speaking, Selena jumped on the seat with a flexible figure, jumped in front of the mechanical Kiva, and turned to look at Jiang Tianming. "Are you sure you don't cover yourself up?" "I have my own way of covering up." Jiang Tianming held the flying Kabuto insect instrument and pushed it on his waist. Henshin. Henshin. The white Kabuto mask appeared in front of Selena's eyes, which made her eyes light up, and a small thought appeared in her heart. You don't need to guess what she's thinking, but it's a pity that she can't steal these. Hurry up to start, hurry up to end. Jiang Tianming missed Selena's side directly, and walked straight to the trading place of the masked gang. Inside the factory, a group of masked gang members wearing black masks were discussing. "Why haven't they come back yet? Chasing a little bat for so long?" a member asked. Another member said, "I don't know what to chase, so afraid of things related to bats? What a coward." Huh. Suddenly a sharp-eyed member saw the figures of Jiang Tianming and Selena, and he quickly pointed there. "Look. Just now I heard that Penguin's goods were robbed. Is it our turn now? Whatever he is, fire me." Thuk thuk. Jiang Tianming was fearless, walking straight ahead, while Selena had nimbly dodged to the side to find a cover to avoid the bullets. Huh. Jiang Tianming started to run, and when he came to the face of the masked gang, he punched him. Every time he punched, he could hear a crisp sound, which was the sound of bones breaking. So the members of the masked gang fell to the ground, until finally no one could stand up. Your methods are really cruel. Selena came to Jiang Tianming's back on a catwalk, and lay on his back like a cat. I thought you'd be scared. In Jiang Tianming's impression, catwomen don't kill, they only steal from the rich and donate to the poor, but the one in front of him seems to be a little different from his impression. I have a grudge against the masked gang, and they deserve what they deserve. Selena walked to the pile of goods and found the black box containing the banknotes. As for the others, they were the trading goods of the masked gang. Got it, let's have a drink to celebrate. After Jiang Tianming and Selena left, it didn't take long for Batman Bruce Wayne to arrive at the scene, and saw the unrecognizable corpse lying on the ground. Judging from the current situation, this person seems to have an enmity with the gang, but the armor used is a little different. Could it be someone from a rich family? Otherwise it would be difficult to support the funds for making armor. In addition to super high fighting skills and countless money, Batman also has super high intelligence and detective ability. He is analyzing Jiang Tianming's information based on the crime scene. Alfred, according to the video I sent you, check out rich kids of equal height and build. Yes, Master Wayne. The two came to the Bella Monica Hotel proposed by Selena in a mechanical Kiva. In front of the reception. 2 single rooms, thank you, Jiang Tianming said to the receptionist. No, a single room. Jiang Tianming looked at Selena strangely. Is this woman so self-respecting? The front desk lady's eyes went back and forth between the two, and she didn't know who to listen to. What the hell are you trying to do? Selena didn't answer Jiang Tianming, but continued to say to the front desk lady with a smile on her face, I'm sorry, this is my boyfriend, we are having a fight, please open a room. I don't. Jiang Tianming wanted to express his disapproval, but Selena blocked his mouth with her hand and winked at him. Jiang Tianming narrowed his eyes, and realized what Selena wanted to do, which was nothing more than slapping his belt attention. Interesting, then play with you. In view of the current situation of Jiang Tianming, the matter of identity registration was handed over to Selena, and the two of them successfully booked the room. The room for the two of them has 2 floors, the second floor is the room, and the first floor is the hall and kitchen and other facilities. When the two came to their room, Selena gave Jiang Tianming half of the banknotes in the black box, although Jiang Tianming had to contribute to the whole process. Selena usually distributes part of the money to the poor, part of it is used to buy cat food, and the rest is her own living expenses. Tonight you sleep on the sofa, and I sleep on the bed. Jiang Tianming did not show Selena the slightest gentlemanly demeanor. Selena walked in front of Jiang Tianming on a catwalk, leaned close to Jiang Tianming. The two looked at each other, and Selena said, Don't you want to have a good night with me? No, not at all. After Jiang Tianming finished speaking, he entered the room without looking back. This was the first time Selena met such a man. Humph. Selena snorted in displeasure, released the stray cat she had adopted, and lay down on the ground to play with the cat. Jiang Tianming woke up early in the morning and found that Selena was no longer in the room, but she will come back because her stray cats are still there. He came to the floor-to-ceiling windows and stared ahead. It was already daytime in Gotham City, but the sun could not be seen. Jiang Tianming picked up the mobile phone he just bought last night, and only now turned it on. Sent a text to Barbara's phone, something like this is my phone number, call me if you need something like that. This time the system did not give him any assistance such as identity, which really made it difficult for him. Now it is impossible to get out of Gotham, and he will not use Kabuto to sneak out, that would be too bad. Just experience life. Ding-ling-ling. Just after sending the text message, the phone rang. Hi Tianming, how are you doing recently? Barbara greeted him politely after not seeing him for a day. On the other side, Barbara was already wearing Batgirl's battlesuit and driving her homemade bat motorcycle to the place where the accident happened. The next second, Jiang Tianming's voice sounded from Barbara's earphones. It's not bad. Has anything happened recently? If it was Gotham, it could be said that crimes happened every day, and with the sound of cars and wind in his ears, Jiang Tianming could easily guess that Barbara was going to fight crime. Joker has come out to do evil again. You may not know who Joker is. He is a super criminal. He is very dangerous. You should be careful in Gotham. I have something else to do. I'll call you next time. After speaking, Barbara took the initiative to hang up the phone. Since he is here to experience life, he also has to step in to see if Joker is as crazy as the original. System. The location of Batgirl Barbara has been located. The sound of the system rang before Jiang Tianming asked, which made Jiang Tianming frown. In this kind of thing, you are actively dying, and if it is related to your host, just let it happen. When Jiang Tianming was about to go out, he ran into Selena who came in. Selena from at the moment was carrying several bags of food. Where are you going? I bought you breakfast. Selena asked. I've already eaten, I have something to go out for a while. After speaking, Jiang Tianming left the room. Tisk. Selena stomped her foot on the ground fiercely, her eyes complained, it's really a dog's conscience. Selena turned around and opened the food, and the cats came over after smelling the scent. Fortunately, she bought food that even cats could eat, otherwise it would be wasted. The Joker took the entire building's employees hostage, and he called in several Batman-specific supervillains, all of whom were old acquaintances of Batman. Firefly, Bone Master Bane, and Killer Crocodile are all veteran villains, but Firefly, Killer Croc and Joker were all released by Bane to kill Batman. Ha 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 ha, now Bat is on his way, bringing his children with him. An unprecedented game is about to begin. Joker slides back and forth on the rolling chair, laughing maniacally there. Only Batman is his target in his eyes. Batman's target is Joker. I'll wait for him like this, and then kill him. Bane was wearing an extremely concealed leather jacket, and under the leather jacket was Bane's weapon, strengthening the poison in his body. Gahahaha, then you guys go and kill Batman and kill the little bats around him by the way. The Firefly and the Killer Crocodile, who were ordered by Joker, set off directly to their respective places to wait for the arrival of the Bat family, and Joker didn't think that alone could kill Batman. Oh ha ha ha, this game is really interesting. And on the roof of the building not far away, Batman Bruce, the first Robin DK, and Batgirl Barbara are all there. It seems that there are quite a few enemies. How about one for each person? DK smiled slightly. They could see the Fireflies, Killer Crocodiles, and Bane and Joker at the top. No, you go and rescue the hostages, and I will handle them. Bruce directly rejected DK's proposal. In his opinion, they were too dangerous for DK and Barbara to handle. After listening, DK frowned a little dissatisfied. He could clearly hear Bruce's contempt for him, and he suppressed the flame of dissatisfaction in his heart. Barbara didn't think anything of it, and being able to save the hostages was also a good choice. Okay, let's act now. After speaking, Bruce took the lead. He jumped off the roof, and the bat cloak instantly hardened and turned into a paraglider. Damn, DK cursed in a low voice, then turned to look at Barbara and asked, Batgirl, don't you feel uncomfortable? I'm fine, I don't care about that much anymore. Barbara followed Bruce's footsteps and jumped down from the rooftop. Tisk. At the moment DK made a dissatisfied voice, and an idea had already begun to form in his mind. Inside the building. In one room, it was daytime, but they closed the curtains and turned on the lights. The hostages included men, women, and children, and they were all sitting helplessly and desperately by the wall. In front of them were more than a dozen Joker thugs wearing Joker masks. Can we kill them? A thug pointed at the hostages with a baseball bat. Not yet, but Joker said they'll be at our disposal when the time comes. He, I can't wait to see the blood donation spurt. A mob rubbed his hands and shouted excitedly. These people all worship Joker, are followers of Joker, are crazy and bloodthirsty, and they are all thugs who kill without blinking an eye. Just as they were discussing how to deal with the hostages, suddenly the lights in the room went dark. Batgirl, can you handle it? Barbara and DK were squatting at the door of the room, and DK looked at Barbara tapping on the microcomputer in his hand and said with some doubts, Trust me, no one can do this better than me. Barbara is so confident in her hacking skills that no one can compare to her except Batman. Okay, I'll count to 3, and as soon as the lights inside go out, we'll go in and take them all down. Clear. 3, 2, 1. After finishing speaking, the suspicious voices of the thugs came from inside, and Barbara and DK quietly entered the room through the vent. What are you doing? Didn't you pay the electricity bill? I'm going to open the window. The thug who was still talking just now suddenly fell silent, and the thug who raised the question before looked there, but he couldn't see anything except the darkness. Hey man, why aren't you talking? The thug stretched out his hand to look forward, but he didn't feel anything. Suddenly he kicked something, his eyes narrowed, and his barely adapted eyes saw the outline on the ground, as if it was the thug who talked to him before. Hey, guys, something's wrong, the thug yelled to the thugs behind him, but no one responded. Suddenly, as soon as the curtains were opened, the light instantly illuminated the room. The thugs who hadn't adapted to come back blinked in pain, and when they took a closer look, all the Joker thugs lying on the ground were Joker thugs like him. He saw 2 black and red figures appearing in front of him. They were Batgirls Barbara and Robin DK. I surrender. The thug threw the baseball bat on the ground without backbone, and raised his hands and knelt on the ground. DK stepped forward and punched him in the face, knocking him unconscious to the ground. Then he turned to Barbara and said, The hostages should be rescued, right? Well, it's all over. Then can't we go find those real villains and beat them up? DK's eyes lit up. He was waiting for this day. Robin, Barbara tried to persuade them. They hadn't even settled the hostages yet, and they couldn't leave them alone. But DK doesn't think so. He thinks this is a great opportunity. This is a great opportunity to prove to Batman, I can't miss it like this. After speaking, Robin started to run outside, and Barbara frowned. She planned to support DK after the hostages were settled. As for Robin outside, he was running in the corridor looking for the target, and the Joker thugs on the road were also dealt with by him, and suddenly the situation changed. The door of the room ahead was smashed, and a giant man covered in gray scales appeared in front of DK. He was like a humanoid crocodile, a full 2.5 meters high. Although I didn't meet Batman, it would be nice to meet a little bird. Hearing Killer Crocodile's words, DK was quite upset. I will let you taste my strength, and make you regret saying this. On the other side, after Barbara settled the hostages, she immediately rushed to DK's direction to support, but similarly, she also encountered unexpected things. The Firefly smashed the glass and stood in front of Barbara, raised the flame gun in his hand, and sprayed hot flames at Barbara. Barbara can only shuttle between various obstacles, and throws the bat boomerang at the Fireflies on the way. I bite. Henshin. The sudden sound attracted the eyes of Firefly and Barbara, and they saw a red bat-like figure running towards them. That figure was Jiang Tianming, who had transformed into a Kiva. Jiang Tianming's speed was extremely fast, and it was only when the Fireflies reacted that they quickly aimed their flamethrowers at Jiang Tianming, but the flames were nothing to Jiang Tianming. Jiang Tianming jumped suddenly and directly pressed the Fireflies in the air to the ground. Firefly couldn't shake Jiang Tianming no matter how hard she struggled. With the other hand, Jiang Tianming forcibly tore off the 2 spray wings of the Firefly, and then punched the Firefly in the face. With just one punch, the Firefly's helmet was smashed and he passed out together. After quickly resolving the battle, Jiang Tianming looked at Barbara. Barbara was still looking at him vigilantly. He couldn't help but smiled. "Don't be so vigilant. I'll treat you to a cup of coffee later." The familiar tone and familiar words reminded Barbara of Jiang Tianming, whom she met recently. "You are." Barbara was about to say his name when Jiang Tianming interrupted her. "SHH, it's good to know." Barbara smiled, and when she was about to have a good chat with Jiang Tianming, she suddenly heard the sound of fighting not far away, and then she remembered that Robin was still fighting other villains. "God, what should I call you?" Barbara still didn't know how to address Jiang Tianming, like she was Batgirl. "Just call me Kiva." As for DK, he was fighting the killer crocodile. He relied on his agility to avoid the beating of the killer crocodile, and fought back with a baton on the way to dodge. Just when DK was thinking about how to deal with each other, Jiang Tianming flew towards the killer crocodile like a cannonball, and the killer crocodile was directly knocked out, and the two began to fight, but the killer crocodile was the one that was crushed. "What's the situation?" DK looked at them blankly, then looked at Barbara, pointed to Jiang Tianming and asked, "Is he your boyfriend?" Cough. The killer crocodile, which was originally the dominant size, suddenly became the weaker side. Its strength was not as good as Jiang Tianming's, its fighting skills were not as good as Jiang Tianming's, and its agility was also the same. It could be said that it was crushed in all aspects. In the end, the killer crocodile couldn't hold it anymore, its huge body fell straight to the ground, and blood began to overflow from the corner of its mouth. "Okay, Batgirl, can you tell me who he is?" DK thought Jiang Tianming was a fan of Batman, and he was dressed too much like a bat. Just like Batgirl, she started to fight criminals because of her worship of Batman, and she still made her own battle uniform. "His name is Kiva, he's my friend, and he's here to help." Okay, DK accepted the rhetoric. He turned around and walked towards Jiang Tianming, stretched out his hand to Jiang Tianming, and said with a smile, "I'm Robin, nice to meet you." DK was not at all annoyed by being robbed of his prey, but greeted Jiang Tianming like a sunny boy. "Hi Robin, nice to meet you." Just when Jiang Tianming and DK got to know each other, Batman on the other side also met his enemies, Joker and Bane. "Hi Batman, we meet again, this time I will give you a gift." Joker picked up the remote control button on the table and pressed it lightly. Gahahaha. Boom. There was a violent explosion in a building not far away, and the entire building was destroyed. It was a normal building, and I don't know how many people were inside. No. Bruce rushed to Joker to grab the remote in his hand, but Bane next to him wouldn't allow it. "Your opponent is me, Batman." Bane took off his leather jacket, revealing the green venom device inside. Once the venom device is activated, it will inject constant green venom into Bane's body, strengthening his body. The venom device was activated, and the venom in the input pipe started to work, injecting into Bane's body. Bane's body began to grow as the venom entered, and the blood vessels also showed a clear green color. Joker laughed from the sidelines. "At this moment, let me present the much-anticipated death of Batman to everyone. Drink." After Bane injected the venom, his sanity would be far worse than before, and he roared and rushed straight at Bruce. Bruce quickly rolled to the side to dodge. Bane punched the wall shattered directly. Bane looked at Bruce, who was starting to be cautious. "If you only have this ability, then I will be very disappointed." Bane walked towards Bruce step by step. Bruce narrowed his eyes and began to observe various information of Bane. But just when the two were about to fight, the ceiling not far from them shattered, and a figure fell down. He was Jiang Tianming. Both of them looked at him. They both knew Jiang Tianming's appearance. Bane had already heard the little news that two gangsters were robbed, and Bruce didn't expect Jiang Tianming to appear here. When DK and Barbara fell behind Jiang Tianming, Bruce dared to conclude that Jiang Tianming was with them. Wow, the situation has changed a little bit, and more people participated in the game. Joker still had that weird smiling face, and then he turned and ran. "Batman, how about this? Leave the Joker to you, and leave this big guy to me," Jiang Tianming suggested. Bruce frowned, first glanced at Bane, then at Jiang Tianming. He immediately made a decision, turned and chased after Joker. "Where did you come from, the Joker?" Bane was very upset when Batman ignored him. He looked at the three of Jiang Tianming. If he could kill these three, it would be a big blow to Batman. "Hehe, you will pay for the consequences of interrupting my duel with Batman." Bane came to Jiang Tianming, raised his fist and slammed Jiang Tianming hard. Jiang Tianming raised his hand unhurriedly, and caught Bane's fist with one hand. Bane was slightly taken aback by this, and then raised his other fist to hit again. It was still the same, and was easily caught by Jiang Tianming. Bane roared, and directly smashed his head at Jiang Tianming, but in the next second, except for a muffled sound, nothing unusual happened. Bane only felt his head hit the hardened version of the copper wall, making his head ache. After systematic strengthening, Jiang Tianming's various values have been strengthened in all directions, even the Man of Steel has been slightly strengthened, and ordinary thermal weapons cannot harm him. Definitely still has a certain gap compared with Superman's body that can't even be blown up by a nuclear bomb in the movie. Your name is Bane, right? You know what the first thing I did when I came to Gotham was you. What? Bane asked subconsciously. Just to give you a taste of bone setting. Jiang Tianming smiled slightly under the mask. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Tianming grabbed Bane's wrist with his backhand, and slammed his head against Bane's head, and Bane's nose bone was directly smashed. Bane let out a mournful roar in pain, and was kicked by Jiang Tianming in the next second, hitting the wall hard and kicking up a thick cloud of dust. After the dust dissipated, Bane's body sank deep into the wall, and Bane struggled to get out of the wall, glaring at Jiang Tianming. I'll kill you. Bane increased the speed of his venom input several times, and the muscles on his body swelled visible to the naked eye, and finally swelled into a giant of nearly 3 meters. Bane spat out a burst of green gas, and his eyes glowed with a strange green light. After this battle, his body may not be able to use venom for a short period of time. DK and Barbara had never seen such a horrific scene, and they couldn't help taking a step back. DK frowned and said solemnly, the situation is very bad, this big guy is too perverted. We have to help. We can't confront him head-on and harass him from the sidelines. Barbara immediately came up with a solution, and she said to DK on the side. DK nodded in agreement, that's all he can do now. Jiang Tianming also had no objection. This might not be Bane's limit, but it wouldn't be too weak either. He wanted to try the strength of the bone-setting master and his Kiva. Bane jumped heavily, and the ground exploded. He raised his arms and smashed down on Jiang Tianming like a heavy hammer. Boom! Jiang Tianming raised his arms to block, his feet sank deep into the ground, and then the ground couldn't support the weight of the two of them, so it collapsed directly, and both of them fell down. Bang bang! Jiang Tianming hit Bane's abdomen with his left fist after landing, and then hit him hard with his right fist in the face. Ouch! Bane groaned in pain, couldn't help but vomited out his stomach juice, and several of his teeth were knocked out. Not only that, he not only has to deal with powerful opponents like Jiang Tianming, but also always beware of the flying darts thrown by nearby DK and Barbara. Although it does little damage to him, it is still useful for weaknesses such as eyes. Anger and venom eroded Bane's sanity. He waved his arms to hug Jiang Tianming, but Jiang Tianming jumped away. Drink. Jiang Tianming put his feet together in the air and stomped hard on Bane's face, then somersaulted and landed firmly on the ground. Bane only felt a huge force rushing towards him, his feet were unsteady, and he fell backwards. His huge body fell to the ground and raised a cloud of smoke and dust. Jiang Tianming walked over slowly, stepped on Bane's body and came to him, then raised his fists and beat Bane's face non-stop. Bang 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 bang. The blood started to spurt, and it didn't stop until Bane's face was a little bloody. Then Jiang Tianming raised Bane's body and threw it into the air, then Jiang Tianming jumped heavily, and hit Bane's back hard with his right fist, causing Bane's spine to snap. DK couldn't help but swallowed his saliva. This scene is still a bit bloody for the current DK. Although he is used to seeing Batman break the enemy's bones, it is the first time he has seen such a serious bleeding. On the contrary, Barbara was a little scared of Jiang Tianming's current appearance, so she couldn't help calling Jiang Tianming, and said in a worried tone, "Are you okay?" With such a cruel method, Barbara thought that there might be some hatred between Jiang Tianming and Bane. "Don't worry, I'm fine, Batgirl." Jiang Tianming looked at Barbara. It seemed that she felt that she had an enmity with Bane. To be precise, he had an enmity with all villains, as long as he had done harm to others. They will all be ruthless. But Barbara didn't think so. In her eyes, Jiang Tianming must have some ulterior and tragic past. She walked over and held Jiang Tianming's hand. "Everything will be fine, don't worry," Barbara said softly. Ahem. DK interrupted with a few coughs, and then said, "I'm sorry to disturb you, but we should get out of here." Afterwards, Batman and Robin escorted villains such as Bane and Joker to Arkham, while Barbara and Jiang Tianming left on their own motorcycles. After Jiang Tianming returned to his room at the Bella Monica Hotel, he saw Selina sitting on the floor playing with the cats. She noticed Jiang Tianming's return and subconsciously got up. But thinking of Jiang Tianming neither responding to her overtures nor eating the breakfast she bought, he turned his head away angrily and continued to play with the cat. "Which beautiful woman are you dating again?" Selina seemed to be careless when she said this, as if asking casually. Who knows what's on her mind? "Let's not talk about this, so now you plan to live with me all the time?" Jiang Tianming asked Selina curiously. He paid the rent, and Selina was just helping with the identity issue. "Little busy, you incomprehensible man." Selina gave Jiang Tianming a blank look. How could she want to drive a lady away so much? Meow. The little black cat that day came to rub Jiang Tianming's trousers. It seemed that it really liked Jiang Tianming. Jiang Tianming knelt down, hugged it in his arms, and scratched on its belly. The little cat squinted its eyes comfortably. Selina stared at everything in front of her. It was the first time he met a man who liked cats so much. Stray cats are the most sensitive. They can detect who is good and who is bad. Keeping a cat is really a joy. Jiang Tianming walked to the group of cats and sat down, enjoying the fluffy feeling of the cats rubbing against him. Ding-ling-ling. The phone in Jiang Tianming's pocket rang suddenly, and he took it out to see that it was Barbara calling. "Is it your little girlfriend calling?" Selena said this sentence with a bit of yin and yang. Even if it's none of your business, you should thank me for allowing you to continue living here. Jiang Tianming rolled his eyes this time. Yes, thank you for your generosity. Hello, Barbara. Jiang Tianming didn't bother with Selena anymore. He directly connected the phone and said to Barbara, Tianming, are you free now? Definitely yes, what's the matter? Jiang Tianming is the most idle person now. I need a boy who can go shopping with me now. Do you think you can do it? Barbara's tone was shy, and she knew it without guessing. On the other end of the phone, Barbara's face was already blushing. Just as Jiang Tianming was about to refuse, a system voice came out of his mind. Issuing a mission, keep the appointment, and prevent future tragedies from happening. Mission props, spider strengthening potion, mission reward, unknown. Now Jiang Tianming wanted to pinch the system's neck and ask her, aren't you a hero system? What kind of heroic mission is it to go shopping with girls? I definitely would. Jiang Tianming, who promised to date Barbara, went shopping with her in the mall. Shopping is a woman's nature. In just half an hour, Jiang Tianming's arms were already covered with bags. They end up at a restaurant for lunch, and Barbara asks the question she's always wanted to ask. Tianming, since when did you become a superhero? Barbara asked with curious eyes blinking. To be honest, it's only been about a month. Jiang Tianming told the truth. If the time travel caused by the turbulence of time and space is not counted, then he has only been a hero for a month with all his efforts. Really? It's only been a month? Barbara was a little surprised. After all, she had been a superhero for several months, but Jiang Tianming, who seemed experienced, had only been a superhero for a month. Definitely it's true. In fact, I'm a rookie, and I need the famous Batgirl to carry me. At this time, Jiang Tianming gave Barbara a rainbow fart. Although Barbara knew that Jiang Tianming was flattering him, she still held her chest and raised her head, pretending to be very useful. Okay then, I'll take you as hard as I can. Barbara and Jiang Tianming were chatting happily. The restaurant ushered in a beautiful woman familiar to Jiang Tianming. She was wearing a black dress and sunglasses. After looking around, she saw Jiang Tianming's figure. Selena smiled, walked to Jiang Tianming's side and sat down beside him, leaning close to him, stroking Jiang Tianming's face with one hand, looking extremely intimate. Honey, why did you come to have lunch with a little girl without telling me? Do you dislike me? Selena's tone was as pitiful as she looked at Jiang Tianming with aggrieved eyes. But I was thinking in my heart, tell you to ignore my wife, see how my wife treats you, date, right, give me a share. Barbara just stood there in a daze. She obviously didn't react. A strange woman hugged the boy she liked doing very intimate movements. Selena, did you come here just to disgust me? Jiang Tianming asked with a dark face, never expecting this woman to take revenge on herself in this way. Isn't it just that he didn't give her any good looks? Please, as a loyal and good man, you have to keep a distance from a strange woman at all times. But Jiang Tianming already has 3 girlfriends, which seems very unconvincing. Perhaps, as Gwen in the parallel world said, Felicia is just his beginning. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Let me introduce myself. My name is Selena, and I'm Tianming's lover. Selena pretended to be surprised, and immediately stretched out her hand to Barbara. Barbara came to her senses and shook hands with Selena out of politeness. Her and Selena's eyes flashed into each other. You liar. Barbara naturally didn't believe Selena's words. Jiang Tianming had just arrived in Gotham not long ago. How could he have such a beautiful woman as a lover so soon? Just when Selena and Barbara were confronting each other, Jiang Tianming smelled a strong plant smell, which is very abnormal in a restaurant. I'll go out for a walk. Out of curiosity, Jiang Tianming didn't intend to pay attention to the 2 women who were confronting each other, and walked out of the restaurant directly, looking around for the unusual plant smell. That aura was like nature originally rushing towards Jiang Tianming. Thinking that this is Gotham, poison ivy is probably the only one who can have such a strong plant aura. Soon, Jiang Tianming perceived the source of the breath, and after thinking about it, he decided to meet the famous poison ivy. He searched for breath and came to a manor. Jiang Tianming raised his eyebrows. Poison ivy is still a rich woman who can afford to live in a manor. Suddenly, the door in front of Jiang Tianming opened by itself, and with his sharp eyes, he saw the vine in the corner, and it was the vine that opened the door, which proved that poison ivy was letting him in. It's really interesting. Jiang Tianming became curious. Poison ivy can be said to hate human beings, and even men, but today opened the door for him. Jiang Tianming stepped into the gate. Poison ivy's manor is not big, but it is enough. There are all kinds of plants here. It is like coming to the urban version of the Amazon rainforest. None of them were hostile to Jiang Tianming, and they just let him walk straight past, which surprised Jiang Tianming. It seemed that poison ivy regarded him as a guest. Jiang Tianming pushed open the door of the house. There was no furniture inside, only countless plants, and poison ivy looked down at him from the 2nd floor. Ever since you appeared outside my door, I've noticed you are a bit different. Poison ivy said while stepping on the stretched vines as if walking up the stairs to Jiang Tianming. She has fiery red hair, her whole body is wrapped in green leaves, she has a graceful figure, and beautiful blue eyes. Poison ivy, whose real name is Pamela Isley, was originally a female college student who loves plants, but was deceived by botanist Jason Wood. Plant toxins were injected into her body, turning her into a poison ivy whose blood is full of chlorophyll. The poison ivy in front of me seems to be different from other versions of poison ivy, but similar to New 52's poison ivy, defined as an anti-hero. Hearing what Barbara said, apart from taking revenge on Jason Wood, Poison Ivy also committed money-robbing crimes and never harmed a single person, except for those who maliciously destroy plants. Life is especially important in her eyes. I'm different. Jiang Tianming didn't think of what Poison Ivy said, thinking that there seemed to be nothing about him that could attract Poison Ivy, except for the inexplicably lit charm attribute. But Poison Ivy didn't look at these either. The current Poison Ivy didn't know how to change her skin to a normal one. It was still the familiar green skin. The red-haired beauty approached Jiang Tianming, her blue eyes wandering back and forth on his body with a bit of curiosity. You have an aura similar to mine, very kind. Jiang Tianming at the moment, his face was full of question marks. The first thing he thought of was his own charm, as if his charm value suddenly increased, and he suddenly had more attributes that attracted Poison Ivy. System. Jiang Tianming called out to the system in his heart, but the system didn't respond to his call and kept silent. Now Jiang Tianming knows that since the appearance of the system, his charisma value seems to have been accumulating and improving day by day, and now there is an additional attribute of plant breath. Just when Jiang Tianming was distracted, Poison Ivy and Pamela gradually approached Jiang Tianming, held his face, and offered her kiss to him without any hesitation. Jiang Tianming raised his eyebrows. What is this? Is it just taking advantage of him? He felt something along Pamela's lips and entered his mouth. After parting lips for a long time, Pamela saw that Jiang Tianming didn't respond, and she had a more definite guess in her heart. You're immune to poison, you're just like me. Jiang Tianming seems to have a strong plant affinity and immunity. Poison Ivy Pamela's toxin is simply a plant toxin, and Jiang Tianming's body is automatically immune. Maybe, I don't even understand what happened to my body. This must be the system's fault. Although there is no harm, it still feels a little weird. Ding-ling-ling, suddenly the phone in Jiang Tianming's pocket rang. It was Barbara calling, and it seemed that she was done fighting. Hey, Barbara, are you done with that? She left beforehand. It seems that the cat forgot to feed it. Tianming, where have you been? We should go back. The place to go back is Barbara's house. While having lunch, Jiang Tianming promised Barbara went to her house to meet her family. This is what Gordon meant. He also asked his daughter to bring her boyfriend back to see it, which seemed a little too fast. I'll go back now, wait for me. After speaking, Jiang Tianming hung up the phone, and then looked at Pamela. I should go, no offense, goodbye. Pamela looked at Jiang Tianming's back in a daze, and the aura on Jiang Tianming's body seemed to be attracting her, in the invisible. What's your name? Pamela asked the moment Jiang Tianming opened the door. My surname is Jiang and my first name is Tianming. Just call me Tianming. On the road, Jiang Tianming was blocked in front by a red Aston Martin DBS sports car. The window of the car fell slowly, and a handsome and mature man appeared. If Jiang Tianming had just arrived in Gotham, he might not have recognized him at the first time, but he has been there for a while and he recognized the person in front of him, the world-renowned super-rich Bruce Wayne. Whenever crime falls on Gotham, he will incarnate as Batman to deliver justice. Compared with other superheroes, Batman's methods will be much rougher. Although he will not be fatal to the enemy, he is still bound by the principle of not killing, but he usually breaks the other person's bones or something. In the movie Bat vs Superman, Batman has become more brutal than before, either dead or disabled. Perhaps because of something happening in the future, Bruce changed his previous style and gradually became violent. I'll take you back, get in the car. Bruce smiled and pointed to the back seat with his thumb. Jiang Tianming didn't refuse either. He could see what Bruce wanted to say to him. He sat in the back seat unceremoniously, and Barbara was there too. In the car, Bruce changed from a smiling smile to a serious expression. He looked at the road ahead and asked while driving, Jiang Tianming, or I can call you Kiva, what did you come to Gotham for? In this regard, Jiang Tianming was not surprised. Relying on Bruce's detective ability and super technology can easily find out Jiang Tianming's identity, but there is no such person as Jiang Tianming in this world, only various people with the same name and surname. The superhero who appeared suddenly, the person who appeared suddenly, combined with Jiang Tianming's performance in the coffee shop, it was easy to draw a conclusion, and Jiang Tianming also expressed his indifference to it. I came to Gotham for various reasons. Believe me, I have no interest in Gotham. I'm more concerned about my modest efforts as a vigilante. And I have many names. If you insist on one, just call me Red. Just like Marvel has a Black Spider, there is a different one in the DC world. But that's not what a kid like you should do. In Bruce's eyes, Jiang Tianming is just an ordinary college student, and there's no need to get involved in such a dangerous industry. It can be said that the current DK and Barbara are children in the eyes of Bruce, and he will not let them go on missions unless it is absolutely necessary. Bruce, this is our business. Barbara was not happy. He belittled Jiang Tianming and she was also belittled. She is also a college student. Bruce ignored Barbara's protest. He also had a headache for this friend's daughter. He said directly to Jiang Tianming, you should have guessed my identity. Since we first met, I have this feeling. Definitely, Mr. Batman. Hearing this, Bruce looked at Jiang Tianming through the interior rearview mirror. After a moment of silence, Bruce sighed. I hope you won't cause any trouble. Bruce stopped the car, unlocked the car, and said to them without looking back, here we are. After Jiang Tianming and the two got out of the car, Bruce didn't stop, and he stepped on the accelerator and drove on the road. Bruce pressed the earphones next to his ears and said, "Alfred, create a new plan on our computer, a countermeasure named Red Dot." "Okay, sir." Alfred did not hang up the call immediately after responding, but said after a moment of silence, "Sir, it seems that Mr. Jiang is not our enemy at present." Bruce still stared ahead, his expression unchanged. "I know, but it's the so-called prevention before it happens." Barbara stood at the door but didn't ring the doorbell for a long time. Instead, she took a deep breath there. Obviously, it was the first time for her to bring the boy home. Barbara, be brave, don't you just bring the boy you like home, why are you so nervous, you are the famous Batgirl. Barbara thought to herself so much in her heart, but the hand still stood still in front of the doorbell, and did not press it for a long time. Beep. Jiang Tianming pressed the doorbell, and Barbara even trembled from the sudden sound of the doorbell. She turned to face Jiang Tianming pitifully, looking at Jiang Tianming like a poor kitten. "I'm not ready yet. To be honest, this is the first time I've been in a relationship, and it's also the first time I've brought a boy go home." Hearing this, Jiang Tianming raised his eyebrows, and now he has a confused look on his face. When did he agree to fall in love with Barbara? Didn't he come to Gordon's house for dinner? "Barbara, does shopping with girls here count as a sure relationship?" "Why do you ask that?" Barbara tilted her head and asked in confusion, but when Barbara wanted to answer, the door of Gordon's house was already opened. What appeared was a middle-aged man with gray hair. He wore gentle glasses, but his body was not thin at all, but rather strong. He was Gotham Heads-Up King and Gotham Police Chief James Goasend. "It seems that my daughter's little lover has arrived." Gordon's playful eyes shuttled back and forth between the two, and then took the initiative to move away and said to them, "Come in. Sarah has prepared the ingredients for dinner." The full name of Sarah in Gordon's mouth is Sarah Issa Gordon, who is Gordon's second wife, Barbara's stepmother, and the first wife. Barbara Keene found that Gordon did not marry her, but his police badge and Gotham. Gordon dedicated his all to justice and Gotham, and finally chose to leave him. "Father." Barbara blushed, a little afraid to look at Jiang Tianming, and walked quickly into the room by herself. "Hehe, come here, come in quickly." Gordon put his hands on Jiang Tianming's shoulders enthusiastically. Why are George and Gordon two completely different fathers who are both police chiefs and have daughters? George is more strict with Gwen, while Gordon is more relaxed about Barbara's emotional life, and the two are in stark contrast. Jiang Tianming spent an afternoon at Barbara's house. After dinner, he and the Gordon family sat at the dinner table and started chatting. "When were you with Barbara?" Gordon asked curiously as he put the black tea on the table and moved it to Jiang Tianming. That's a long story, and I don't know where to start." Jiang Tianming forced a long smile, and he didn't know what to say. He couldn't say that he met Barbara for a week. Nothing. He, don't be nervous, just make a long story short. Gordon was amused by Jiang Tianming. He thought the person in front of him was nervous. After all, he was also a bureau chief. With his status under his control, young people would inevitably be nervous. How could Jiang Tianming be nervous? He didn't know what to say, and after thinking about it for a while, he came up with something to deal with. "I met Barbara at school. I accidentally broke her laptop that day. I took it to fix it. We exchanged phone numbers with each other. There was a lot of nonsense, but there was no truth in it." During this period, Gordon still listened and nodded as if believing it to be true. "It's so strange." Barbara was listening to Jiang Tianming's nonsense. Although she knew why, she still found it strange that the whole story was completely pulled out by Jiang Tianming. Beep. Suddenly the doorbell rang, everyone's attention was drawn instantly. Barbara was about to get up to open the door, but Jiang Tianming held her shoulder. "What's the matter?" Barbara turned her head and looked at Jiang Tianming in doubt, but what she saw was Jiang Tianming's serious face. "I'll just open it." Jiang Tianming smiled at Barbara. If he didn't guess wrong, he would see Joker and the pistol in his hand after opening the door. Letting Jiang Tianming go would be the best way. The man of steel is enough to keep him unscathed. Squeak. Jiang Tianming opened the door, and as expected, the green-haired man outside was smiling strangely, holding a cold pistol in his hand. But when Joker saw that it was Jiang Tianming who opened the door, although he was a little puzzled, he still shot. Bang! The bullet hit Jiang Tianming's waist firmly, but there was no harm, only a hole in his clothes. Jiang Tianming at the moment was looking at Joker with a smile, and then Joker felt something was wrong, and the corners of his extremely weird mouth began to bend. "What's the situation?" Just when Joker was wondering, Jiang Tianming pinched his hand around Joker's neck as fast as lightning, and lifted him up in the air. Only then did the two strong men beside Joker react, and quickly raised their fists to hit Jiang Tianming, but they were knocked down by Jiang Tianming's punches and kicks. "Hello, Mr. Joker." Jiang Tianming wants to cut Joker's neck very much now, but he can't do it yet. Jiang Tianming can't tell whether Joker has the Dionysus factor, whether there is a powerful Joker toxin in the heart. In another dark parallel universe, Batman killed Joker, Joker's poisonous gas infected Batman, and the laughing bat was born from this. What happened? Gordon and Barbara hurried to the door after hearing the gunshots, and they all looked at Joker, who was lifted in midair by Jiang Tianming in surprise. "Joker, when did you escape from prison?" Gordon completely forgot that Jiang Tianming subdued Joker. He pulled Jiang Tianming behind him, grabbed Joker's collar and pressed him against the wall and questioned him angrily. "Gahahahaha. Dear Chief Gordon, I also prepared a small gift for you. Joker took out a button remote control from his trouser pocket with a wicked smile, and waved it in front of Gordon's eyes. Gordon's heart skipped a beat, thinking something was wrong. Boom. Jiang Tianming frowned. The spider telepathy on his body kept reminding him of the approaching danger. He didn't hesitate to run into it until he saw the button remote control in Joker's hand, and put Barbara's mother Sarah in the living room. Pulled out. Afterwards, Joker pressed the button on the remote control in his hand with a wicked smile. Boom. With the activation of the button remote control, an explosion suddenly occurred. The explosion was not big, but the entire living room was destroyed by the flames. Jiang Tianming protected Barbara and Sarah in front of him, and also blocked the flying fragments to prevent them from being injured. As for Gordon, he was blown away by the aftermath of the explosion. Joker also broke free early, and ran out the door without hesitation. Jiang Tianming narrowed his eyes, and a ruthless look flashed in his eyes, saying that if someone like Joker meets him in reality, he will only want to deal with him as quickly as possible. Boom. Jiang Tianming stomped and rushed towards Joker at an extremely fast speed. Joker was quickly caught up by Jiang Tianming, who pinched his neck and pinned him to the ground. Ahem. Hee hee ha ha ha. Joker coughed in pain first, then put on his lunatic smile again. It turns out that you are a freak just like me. Although I can't kill you right now, but... Jiang Tianming raised his fist and said to Joker, who was pinned to the ground by him, I can cripple you. Bang bang bang. The firm fist hit Joker's pale face, and the nose and mouth were slapped with bright red blood, but even so, Joker still had that crazy smile. See if you can still smile. Jiang Tianming was about to break Joker's legs and arms, but Gordon had already rushed over behind him. Enough Tianming, enough. As the director, he couldn't let Jiang Tianming's abuse of lynching, so he immediately stopped it. But Jiang Tianming didn't care. He ignored Gordon's stop, and still raised his fist to hit Joker, but Barbara stepped forward to hold his fist. Stop it, even if it's for me, please. Barbara held Jiang Tianming's hand tightly with both hands, and begged bitterly. She doesn't want Jiang Tianming to commit murder, even if the target is the heinous Joker. This country is so sick. If you abuse lynching, you are no different from those criminals. Not only that, Bruce quickly turned into Batman and came to the scene driving the Batmobile. Based on Jiang Tianming's current understanding of him, Bruce will stop him. Whoa 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 whoa, it seems that you can't touch me today. Joker sees Batman coming, and he can be sure that he can't die today. Jiang Tianming didn't let go of Joker, but looked at Bruce, who was walking, and said, you know he deserves to die. I know. Then do you know what will happen to Barbara's family if I'm not here? Hearing this, Bruce looked at the house that was already on fire, and said after a moment of silence, I know. He no longer waited for Jiang Tianming's questioning. He looked at Jiang Tianming, met his gaze, and expressed his inner thoughts. We are different from them. If we take that step, we will never turn back, never stop, and I will all become criminals that I fight. He will forever remain in the shadow of Crime Alley, as he still does now. Today's Batman still has the principle of not killing, but because of this principle, many tragedies have occurred. Jiang Tianming is different from him. From the moment he was bitten by a radiation spider, he could not turn back. It's ridiculous. For your sake, and for Barbara's sake, I won't abolish him. Jiang Tianming put Joker in front of Bruce. Bruce will regret it, but Jiang Tianming is looking forward to the arrival of Batman, who breaks the no-kill principle. Let's wait and see. And Gordon also quickly took out the handcuffs to arrest the half-dead Joker and locked him in his own police car. You have to make sure that he won't come out again. If I see him continue to do evil, I won't beat him up. I will use various methods to kill him. Since you can't kill him by yourself, then use indirect methods, such as drowning and burning him to death, or take him to outer space and suffocate him to death if that doesn't work. This time Bruce didn't make a promise, and Joker would escape from prison in various ways. Just like today, he escaped successfully in less than a few hours after shutting him down. After that, Gordon and Bruce took Joker away to deal with various follow-up matters. Sarah was responsible for finding another residence, and Jiang Tianming and Barbara came to the Bella Monica Hotel. Barbara rebooked a room. The two sat on the sofa, watching TV silently with each other. Jiang Tianming was watching TV seriously, but Barbara seemed to be a little worried. Tianming, I'm sorry. Jiang Tianming looked at Barbara, only to see that Barbara lowered her head and hugged her legs, not daring to look at Jiang Tianming at all, feeling a little depressed. I know I made you make a decision that you think is wrong. Maybe killing Joker can really solve all problems, but you will also be treated as a murderer. Barbara seemed to muster up the courage to take a look at Jiang Tianming, but quickly lowered her head. I don't want the boy I like to fall. I'm not angry, Barbara. Jiang Tianming doesn't care how many people Joker will kill later. He just wants to take care of the people around him, and eliminating evil is just doing his part as a human being in his heart. I'm just doing my best as a human being, and I will only choose to eradicate the extremely evil people. While wiping the tears dripping from the corners of Barbara's eyes, Jiang Tianming talked about his thoughts. Barbara also felt the warmth from Jiang Tianming's hand, and mustered up her courage to look at the boy she liked. The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere became a little ambiguous. Barbara took the initiative to bring her face closer to Jiang Tianming, and both of them could feel each other's breath. This is my apology gift. After speaking, Barbara kissed Jiang Tianming's mouth. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward, phase acceleration watch. Note, the acceleration form of phase has been enhanced by the system. The various values are punching force 40t, kicking force 50t, jumping force 170m, and running speed 100m/0.001s, after the acceleration mode is activated. The acceleration mode will not crash under normal conditions. After the acceleration mode is activated, the acceleration time can be as long as 10 minutes. The acceleration can be stopped by itself, and the cooling time is 2 minutes. The voice of the system came from Jiang Tianming's mind, but he is very busy now. I don't know when it is night. Barbara lay on the bed panting. Beside her was Jiang Tianming, who was sitting there with a relaxed face. Why is your body so good? Throughout the whole process, Barbara was completely under pressure, and she had no strength to fight back. Just kidding. Jiang Tianming's current physical fitness, double Spider-Man physique, double steel body, can be said to be the hardest man besides Superman. Read more books and read more newspapers, eat less snacks and sleep more. By the way, I have a gadget for you. Jiang Tianming took out the spider strengthening potion provided by the system, which was for Barbara's strengthening anyway. What is a spider plus a bat? A spider bat. What is this? Barbara took the spider strengthening potion. The spider strengthening potion given by the system is a transparent liquid in a test tube. According to the optimization of the system, just open the cap and drink it immediately. A little gift for you. It's useless for Jiang Tianming to drink it anyway, he might as well give it to his own woman. As for the idea of mass production, there was, but it was not long after Jiang Tianming appeared, because the system told him that the things given by the system could not be copied. Barbara glanced at it repeatedly, then opened the stopper the next second and directly drank the spider strengthening potion. Bazi. Barbara tasted it repeatedly, but what she tasted was as tasteless as boiled water. Suddenly, Barbara only felt that her head was hot and she began to feel dizzy. She lay down on the bed and touched her forehead. I feel a little uncomfortable. It's a normal reaction, just get some sleep. Okay, then Barbara fell into a deep sleep as soon as she closed her eyes. No matter how much Jiang Tianming poked her face with his fingers, there was no movement. After Barbara wakes up, she will have all the abilities of Spider-Man, which can be regarded as a reinforcement for Batgirl, giving her enough self-protection ability in the dangerous Gotham City. According to the data given by the system, after Barbara possesses the Spider-Man ability, her power will be stronger than that of the previous Spider-Man. The punching and kicking strength can reach up to 35 tons. Spider telepathy is also somewhat stronger, and the rest it makes no difference. Perhaps in the future, except for villains such as Joker, who is good at mental and psychological attacks, there will be no villain enough for Barbara to fight. It was still early, and Jiang Tianming was bored, so he planned to go out for a walk. After getting dressed and closing the door, he left the Bella Monica Hotel and walked on the streets of Gotham. Suddenly, the Gotham Square not far away was full of people, and they were all queuing up to enter the inside of the square, where there seemed to be a performance. Jiang Tianming just found someone to find out. There is a famous circus here, and everyone comes here especially. Jiang Tianming has never seen a circus performance, so he also plans to join in the fun. After buying the ticket, Jiang Tianming entered the theater in the square. Fortunately, his seat was in the first row, and he could watch the circus performance up close. Does the circus also sell popcorn and Coke? Jiang Tianming was holding the popcorn bucket, stuffing popcorn into his mouth with one hand, and taking a sip of Coke from time to time with the other. It didn't take long for the performance to officially start, and the performances were still those classic events, and trapeze was one of them, but Jiang Tianming didn't have much interest in it. For ordinary people, these dangerous actions may be done by abnormal people, but in Jiang Tianming's eyes, they are simple and trivial things. I thought the circus would have some bright spots. Just when Jiang Tianming was about to get up and leave, the host began to announce the finale. Jiang Tianming also gave up the idea of leaving. Anyway, it was the last one. The spotlights began to gather and shine on the center of the stage. Suddenly, white mist burst out from the center of the stage, and a beautiful black-haired woman walked out of it, wearing a black tuxedo and a top hat. She has a beautiful face and a graceful figure, exuding charm all the time. Jiang Tianming narrowed his eyes slightly. He only felt that the woman's outfit in front of him was a bit familiar, a bit like a character he knew. Could she be? Jiang Tianming had some guesses in his heart. In the next second, the entire theater suddenly went dark, and nothing could be seen. Only Jiang Tianming could see that the black-haired woman's lips moved slightly, and 3 living elephants appeared in the center of the stage. The theater returned to its original light, and everyone except Jiang Tianming stood up, smiled and clapped their hands. In less than 2 seconds, 3 elephants suddenly appeared on the stage. For them, the ticket was worth it. And Jiang Tianming also guessed the true identity of the black-haired woman in front of her, a black-haired woman who can magic, wearing a black tuxedo and a black top hat. She is one of the most powerful magicians on Earth, Zaydina Pol. It's just that the Zaydina in front of her doesn't seem to have the iconic black stockings, and she looks a bit conservative now. It seems that this ticket is worth it. Jiang Tianming smiled slightly. This was also the first time he encountered magic. Floating. As soon as Zaydina's voice fell, 3 huge elephants floated up and gradually floated above the audience. Everyone in the audience was terrified, and even the timid fainted directly. In the next second, Zaydina waved her small hand, and the 3 elephants inflated and burst like balloons. Countless people fell down. Endless confetti. Only then did the audience react, and they stood up and cheered. Such a wonderful and magical performance can be described as magic, although it is magic. Interesting. Jiang Tianming couldn't help but marvel. Irony magic is the magic that reads the magic spell upside down so that it can be released and affect reality. And it's not limited to a variety of languages, including sign language, and even vocalizing with a spelling board toy. The next step is the interactive session. I will choose a gentleman or lady to perform with me on stage. Zaydina said with a smile, her eyes have already begun to look around the crowd for selection. Everyone raised their hands eagerly, wanting to be a part of such an amazing show. When her eyes stopped on Jiang Tianming, Zaydina couldn't help but her eyes lit up, and she said to Jiang Tianming, please invite this gentleman to come on stage and perform with me. The spotlight came on, and Jiang Tianming, who was drinking coke, was caught off guard when he received the invitation. Jiang Tianming was not shy, and got up and walked onto the stage. Okay, handsome sir, don't panic about what happens next. Zaydina was afraid that the next magic would scare Jiang Tianming, but she was wrong. Jiang Tianming has seen a lot of worlds. Don't worry ma'am, use your magic to your heart's content. That's right, the word Jiang Tianming used is magic, not magic. There are still some differences between the two. Zaydina raised her eyebrows after hearing this, and was a little surprised by Jiang Tianming's word, but soon felt that it was nothing. Magic is different from ordinary people. To the human eye it is as magical as magic. Alright then. Zaydina took off her top hat and put it on Jiang Tianming's head. Big increase. Zaydina waved the magic wand, and the irony spell took effect, and the top hat on Jiang Tianming's head instantly increased in size, covering Jiang Tianming's whole body in it. Now is the time to witness the miracle. Zaydina did not proceed to the next step, and said the words of the performance process to the audience. Shrink. With a wave of the magic wand, the irony curse came into effect again, and the top hat that wrapped Jiang Tianming shrank instantly. Zaydina stepped forward to pick up the top hat, and showed the audience the interior. There was nothing inside the top hat, and Jiang Tianming's figure had long since disappeared. In an instant, warm applause and cheers erupted at the scene. Not to mention why Jiang Tianming was missing, they were shocked by the top hat that can be changed in size and size. At the same time, Jiang Tianming was in a mysterious space. The space inside was so dark that he couldn't see his fingers. If he was a normal person, he wouldn't be scared to death. Magic is really convenient. I really want to ask for advice when I have time. Suddenly, a burst of thick white smoke exploded. After Jiang Tianming waved the smoke away, he found himself standing on the original stage. He has not met Ancient One and others in the Marvel world, so this is the first time he has seen magical magic. Oh, you are the bravest audience I have ever seen. Other audiences will inevitably be too scared to stand up. Zaydina then looked at Jiang Tianming's appearance. Jun Lang's face, deep black eyes, always filled with a confident smile. There is a charming tear mole in the corner of his eyes, and he has a strange temperament that attracts the opposite S**X. And these details, Jiang Tianming himself does not know, he only knows that he is handsome and attractive. God, this man is a little too charming. You're distracted, ma'am, is the show going to continue? Jiang Tianming reminded Zaydina appropriately, and Zaydina came back to her senses, shaking her head fiercely to throw out the thoughts in her mind. A smile appeared on her face again. She bowed to the audience and said, "This is the end of today's performance, ladies and gentlemen, see you later." The audience left the stage one after another with some unfinished business, and Jiang Tianming was about to leave too, but when he missed Zaydina's side, Zaydina's voice suddenly came to his ears. "Do you believe that magic exists in this world?" For some reason, Zaydina wanted to know more about the man in front of her. "I definitely believe, didn't you just use magic?" Jiang Tianming replied with a smile. "He, you are so funny." Zaydina totally thought he was joking. She stretched out her white-gloved hand and said to Jiang Tianming, "My name is Zaydina, Zaydina, how about you? Handsome little brother." Jiang Tianming, a Chong countryman. "Then I'll call you Tianming, and you can call me Xiaojia. I came to Gotham City for the first time, and I want a guide to accompany me around Gotham, can you do it?" Zaydina smiled with her hands behind her back. Jiang Tianming was taken aback for a moment. He could tell that Zaydina was lying. Zaydina had been to Gotham a long time ago, but now she pretended to be a little cute. But he doesn't care, he also wants to learn more about magic. "Definitely, it's my pleasure." Zaydina and Jiang Tianming went shopping casually, and they talked a lot on the way, including Zaydina's current situation. Zaydina is no longer the girl looking for her father, but to experience life and earn herself through circus performances living expenses. Giovanni Zaydira, also known as John Zaydira, Zaydina's father, may be sitting in the villa and drinking black tea leisurely. Their family is a magical family that has guarded the helmet of fate for generations. Wearing the helmet of destiny will give you powerful power and become Dr. Fate, but this power is not controlled by yourself, but God Nebo himself, so it is equivalent to a curse, and you may never be able to take off the helmet if you wear it up. What's more, Zaydina of at the moment and the master are childhood sweethearts, and Constantine, in Zaydina's eyes, is actually a liar who cheated her of money. This made Jiang Tianming very happy. Constantine is indeed a liar, purely selling teammates' goods. Said to be a guide, but actually just went shopping and chatted, and said goodbye after drinking a few cups of coffee. During the period, the two exchanged contact information. During the period, Zaydana looked at Jiang Tianming with a very strange look in his eyes, which can be described as seeing Jiang Tianming miss his life. Ding-ling-ling. Jiang Tianming was walking back to the hotel when the mobile phone in his pocket suddenly rang. When he picked it up, he saw that it was an unfamiliar number. Jiang Tianming didn't care to hang up directly, but it rang again the second after hanging up, and it was still the same number. Jiang Tianming connected the phone this time. If it was a messy call, he didn't mind going down the phone to call it. People have a meal. Hi Tianming, to be honest, it's very ruthless for you to hang up on me once. How are you doing recently? A familiar voice rang on the phone. It was the voice of DK, the soul of DC. Jiang Tianming never gave DK his phone number and real name, and then Jiang Tianming could guess why. I didn't expect DK that you would use the bat computer to check my phone number and identity. If you use the bat supercomputer to check, I believe there is nothing on Earth that cannot be checked, and there are definitely other examples. Ahaha, don't pay attention to this. Don't you also know my real identity? Speaking of which, I need your help with a small matter. Let's hear it. Anyway, it's boring. Although it's late at night, as a night owl, he won't go to bed early. Have you heard of Solomon Grundy? Someone reported seeing this monster in the swamp outside. Batman is dealing with the Scarecrow's disturbance, and I'm going to investigate this case. Jiang Tianming definitely heard that Solomon Grundy has super strength and a body that is almost regenerative healing factor. He is a monster with self-awareness. If he really meets him, DK probably has no chance of winning. Issuing a mission to investigate the Solomon Grundy incident. Reward, 50% mastery of the Space Gem. It seems that there is a reason to help. Jiang Tianming thought so. 50% mastery may allow him to leave the DC world. I heard that. If you want me to assist you in the investigation, I agree. Hearing this, DK on the phone was a little surprised. So refreshing? I thought I had to put forward some conditions to get you to help. In fact, the conditions are already there, and big. Soon, DK sent Jiang Tianming the location, and Jiang Tianming rode a mechanical kiva to the location. The outskirts of Gotham City. In a hidden place, DK has been waiting here for a long time. When he saw Jiang Tianming coming, he glanced up and down at Jiang Tianming. Where's your battlesuit? DK asked suspiciously. It's embarrassing for me to be the only one present wearing tights. My battlesuit can be changed at any time. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Tianming put his hands behind his back, and the Fei's phone appeared in Jiang Tianming's hands silently. Afterwards, Jiang Tianming unzipped the coat, revealing the Fei's belt around his waist, and the style of the belt was completely different from what DK had seen before. Here, your battlesuit is really full of diversity. It's good to have more. Jiang Tianming smiled slightly. A successful man would never think that he had too many belts. Standing? By standby? Henshin. Complete. Dazzling red light flickered on Jiang Tianming's body. DK hurriedly protected his eyes until the light disappeared, and then put down his hand. Cool, no man would refuse to transform. If there is, it is because he is not handsome enough. After transforming into Fei's, Jiang Tianming made DK's eyes shine. Dude, how did you get this thing? Give me one too. DK said that he also wanted a cool belt that could transform. If you want one, trust Batman to build you one, as long as you pull your face off. Ability plus nanotechnology gives you the entire DC version of Kamen Rider directly if Batman wants to. DK was taken aback for a moment, recalling Batman's indifferent face. He couldn't help trembling, and immediately shook his head. If he was asked to beg Batman, he couldn't do it. Let's go investigate. The police are already waiting for us. DK pointed to the police car behind, and those Gotham policemen were already talking to the owner of the manor. Solomon Grundy, whose real name was Cyrus Gold, a poor wretch who was hatched by his wife, was killed by his wife in 1894, and the body was dumped in the river and sank to the slaughterhouse outside Gotham Swamp. Over 100 years, the swamp's putrefaction had piled up around his body, preserving his body and transforming him into the monster of a horror nursery rhyme, Solomon Grundy. But in the new origin, he is a poor man, and he made a deal with the devil to become a rich man, but the contract is his soul, and in the end he didn't want to give his soul to the devil, took the devil's dagger to commit suicide, and slaughtered the swamp, and the demonic blood from hell fused into one and became Solomon Grundy. By the way, why do horror and nursery rhymes get mixed up? Is it suitable for children to listen to these? Isn't this too free? How's it going? DK asked. The Gotham policeman who was talking to the owner of the manor showed a relaxed expression after seeing Robin DK coming. It's not clear yet. She was hemming and hawing, obviously frightened. Understood, you can leave, and leave the rest to us. DK thought for a while and said, and then he thought of something, put his arm on Jiang Tianming's shoulder and said to the Gotham police, this is a friend who is here to help. It's called, what's your name now? Is it still called Kiva? DK approached Jiang Tianming and asked in a low voice. It will be called Red from now on. Okay, this is my friend Red. Gotham police nodded. He smiled and said to DK and Jiang Tianming, understood. Then I ask you to assist in the investigation this time, Robin and Red. After finishing speaking, the Gotham police left, intending to return to the police station to report to work, while DK and Jiang Tianming who were on the scene looked at the owner of the manor. The owner of the manor is a middle-aged Caucasian aunt. Now she is frightened and trembling all over. It is obvious that the appearance of Solomon Grundy has frightened her. Relax, ma'am, DK comforted. Only when the master of the manor relaxes can they know useful information. We need you to recount the situation that night, so that we can help you. Perhaps because of Robin's greater reputation, the aunt of the manor gradually relaxed, but the panic on her face did not come down for a long time. The nursery rhyme is true, Solomon Grundy really exists. The manor aunt's eyes widened, eyes full of fear. I came back from a party an hour ago, and found a big black shadow in the swamp not far away. I took a flashlight and shone it. I will never forget that. That's Solomon Grundy. There are quite a lot of people in Western countries who believe in ghosts and gods, and the aunt in front of the manor is one of them. She has heard that horror nursery rhyme since she was a child, and she even believes it deeply. Then do you know where he is now? The aunt of the manor shook her head and said, I don't know. I was terrified. I ran into the house desperately to call the police, and when I looked through the window, his figure had disappeared. DK's face was solemn. There was too little useful information, and there was even only one camera around, and the camera was still facing the house, not the swamp. It was getting late now, and the surroundings were extremely dark except for the surroundings of the house. We couldn't go to the bottom of the swamp to find the monster. Besides, Solomon Grundy hadn't been ashore, so there were no footprints to track, and there was no useful information. Red, what do you think? It's useless to look at it with your eyes. Actually, it's useless for you to ask me. You learned from Batman and should know how to find Solomon Grundy. Jiang Tianming doesn't want to use his brain unless he has to. Brain cells are also a part of his body. What's wrong with taking care of his body? He threw the question back to DK without any hesitation. DK scratched his hair in distress, even if he was a student of Batman, but the existing information is too little, and it can even be determined that the owner of the manor was drunk and talking nonsense. He also couldn't understand why the aunt of the manor didn't install a few more cameras since she was obviously very rich, otherwise it wouldn't be so difficult to solve the case. It's hard to handle a case by myself, and I don't want to ask Batman for help. DK finally left Batman to handle a case by himself, but now he has to let Batman in without any progress, which will undoubtedly make him look down. Jiang Tianming shook his head helplessly. Now it is equivalent to the game being stuck, and he has to find a boss to guide him. It just so happened that he met a boss just now, and he is also a magic boss, and that is Zatanna. I can find help. That's great. Hurry up, DK would rather ask a friend for help than Batman Bruce. Jiang Tianming glanced at DK speechlessly, walked to the side, picked up his mobile phone and called Zatanna, hoping that Zatanna from at the moment hadn't fallen asleep yet. After all, not many people like to be disturbed while sleeping. Not long after, the phone was connected. Hey Xiaoxia, it's me. I have a small favor and I hope you can help. After bidding farewell to Jiang Tianming, Zatanna returned to her room and was about to go to bed after washing up. Sitting on the bed, she turned on her mobile phone and flipped through the phone boredly, and suddenly found a photo of herself and Jiang Tianming just now. In the photo, both she and Jiang Tianming are smiling for the camera. I have to go back tomorrow. A few days ago, she and her father agreed to go out for activities for a few days and then go back to practice magic. Tomorrow is the last day. I really want to see him again. Ding-ling-ling, suddenly the phone rang, which startled Zatanna in a trance. After seeing that the note was Jiang Tianming, she couldn't help being a little surprised and delighted. I didn't expect that I could get what I wanted without magic. Hello, Tianming, what can I do for you? Xiaoxia, I have something to ask for your help. I'll be right there, wait for me. Zatanna agreed without any hesitation, at least to see him. After saying that, Zatanna hung up the phone and began to carefully choose her clothes in the closet, like a girl who is ready for a date. And the outskirts of Gotham on the other side. Jiang Tianming stared blankly at the mobile phone in his hand, and he readily agreed before he asked her for help, which was too fast. Although Zatanna was not told the location, Jiang Tianming's location can be easily found with her magic. Your friend is really loyal. It took less than 10 seconds before and after you called. DK laughed and complained. Shut up, at least I'm the one offering favors, not you. Jiang Tianming glared at DK and said. Hehehe, okay, thank you so much, Mr. Red. At least DK couldn't help but smile when he saw that Jiang Tianming was a bit embarrassed. But after Zatanna came, he stopped smiling, and hooked Jiang Tianming's shoulder. The helper you're looking for is a girl, buddy, don't you think it's a joke? It's no wonder DK thinks this way. If it's really Solomon Grundy, the average girl is already very good without being frightened, and you want her to help? But DK was wrong. Zatanna is not an ordinary girl. If she doesn't use tricks, Zatanna can beat 10 dicks. Don't worry, trust my eyes. Let's not talk about whether I can help you. The way she looks at you is not normal. Dude, what should you do to Batgirl? Batgirl is his partner and friend, and so is Jiang Tianming. He doesn't want his friend's love life to be cracked. When will you care about this? Jiang Tianming gave DK a strange look, then ignored him and walked straight towards Zatanna. In order for Zatanna to recognize him at the first sight, Jiang Tianming and DK came to a hidden place, and he released the transformation. I saw Zatanna standing there pretty in a black dress. Jiang Tianming shook his head helplessly. It's late at night, sister, there's no such thing as a late night date, and he didn't even say he wanted a date. Xiaoxia, I don't remember I said I'm going on a date, why are you dressed so beautifully? Hearing this, Zatanna showed a sweet smile on her face. I know it's not a date, but I will treat it as a date, and I dress like this for you. Zaydena's initiative caught Jiang Tianming a little off guard. Last time, Gwen and Felicia were the ones who took the initiative. It seemed that everyone was very active. Let's talk about business. Jiang Tianming and Zaydena talked about the current ins and outs of the incident, and retransformed into Fei's, and entered the manor aunt's house with Zaydena. At the moment, Zaydena was sitting cross-legged on the ground, with white lights shining in her eyes. She was using magic to find the whereabouts of Solomon Grundy. Zaydena's search took a relatively long time due to ignoring people with the same name and surname. At this time, DK approached Jiang Tianming and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Dude, it's not right to be in two boats." What responded to him was Jiang Tianming's indifferent gaze, which probably meant, "Do you, a future humanoid self-propelled gun, have the right to talk about him?" Although DK didn't know what that meant. Speaking of which, are you in a relationship now? Jiang Tianming asked. He was a little curious if DK in at the moment is a master of love like in the original work. I don't even have a first love. I have been fighting crime with Batman and I don't have time to fall in love. Maybe I can go to college in the future. It seems that the current humanoid self-propelled gun is still a baby, which is so interesting. It is not like DK at all, and it is younger than Barbara, and still hasn't gone to college. Does she know about your relationship with Batgirl? I don't know, I will tell her later. Cool, you are really enviable. Jiang Tianming glanced at DK, you are envious of a hammer. Just now you said that it is wrong to have two boats. Wait, it won't be because of his own influence that DK will become like that in the future, right? It seems that I have to find a girl to bind him so that he can't do evil. I'm such a genius, I'm simply a friend of women. The spell, found. Just as Jiang Tianming was still admitting himself, Zaydena found Solomon Grundy's position. At the same time, Jiang Tianming's spider telepathy was responding violently. Zaydena and Jiang Tianming shouted at almost the same time, "Get down." Boom. Huge amounts of cars smashed into the house. It was the car of the manor aunt. DK protected the manor aunt under his body, and Jiang Tianming threw Zaydena down, protecting her in his arms. The house was directly cut in half by the car, which is the disadvantage of the house made of wood. There is no safety at all. How are you? Jiang Tianming asked Zaydena below him. I'm fine, thank you Tianming. Are you hurt? Zaydena asked concerned. No, you're fine. He, Tianming, you are really my guardian angel. The atmosphere between the two seemed a little peachy. DK on the side stood up, feeling upset on the spot, and didn't look at what was going on. Enough of you guys. Look at what time it is. Pick a time to flirt. Okay. Someone is in a hurry. I won't say who it is. Jiang Tianming looked at DK with a provocative smile, telling you to laugh at me earlier. If it wasn't because he couldn't beat him, DK really wanted to punch Jiang Tianming in the face, but he was disappointed. He really couldn't beat him. After being angry with DK, Jiang Tianming stood up and looked at the culprit who caused everything again. Huge body, pale appearance, muscles swelled on his body as if he didn't want money, and the flesh on his body exuded an unpleasant smell rancid. That is the living 303 zombies Solomon Grundy, whose highest record is to kill the clone of Superman, Bizarro. He can be said to be the strongest enemy that Jiang Tianming has encountered besides Ares and Venom, with an indestructible body, Superman-like strength and endurance, and extremely strong self-healing ability. It's just a matter of time to try out your new power. Under Jiang Tianming's mask, there was a smile full of fighting spirit. As soon as the voice fell, Jiang Tianming thought, and the command memory of Fei's mobile phone on his belt was quickly replaced with the accelerated memory, and the time before and after was only 1 second. Complete. The breastplate moves up to the shoulders, the photon blood tube emits red light until it turns white, the eyes turn red, and the accelerated form of Fei's appears. Jiang Tianming was not in a hurry to use the acceleration mode, but used the acceleration mode to warm up with the monster in front of him. After he transformed into Fei's, he habitually shook his hands. Come and exercise your muscles. Jiang Tianming squatted down slowly, making a signature rogue squat. His red compound eyes exuded a dangerous aura, which made Solomon Grundy instinctively aware of the danger. Ho! Solomon Grundy roared angrily. Although he has self-awareness, he is irrational. He doesn't know what it means to be afraid. Oh! Jiang Tianming ran towards Solomon Grundy suddenly. His right fist flashed like lightning, and hit Solomon Grundy hard in the abdomen. Bang! Solomon Grundy's huge body seemed to be hit by a giant truck, flying backwards like a meteor, flying straight for 100 meters away, severely smashing several trees. Jiang Tianming himself has a limit of more than 40 tons of strength. Coupled with the increase in Fei's accelerated form, it seems that this punch with a limit of 80 tons of punch power is not a vegetarian. The eyes of Zaydena and DK behind him have already brightened. Zaydena is because of Jiang Tianming's charm, and DK is pure because of Jiang Tianming's Fei's armor. Cool. Zaydena and DK both sighed at the same time. Ho! Solomon Grundy roared, his feet burst out with astonishing power, the ground trembled, and he rushed towards Jiang Tianming at an astonishing speed. Solomon Grundy raised his fists and smashed at Jiang Tianming. The space was slightly distorted by the speed of his fists. Jiang Tianming was unflappable, even though he was not dangerous. He crossed his arms to block Solomon Grundy's fist. Boom! The ground under Jiang Tianming's feet burst instantly, but his body was still straight. Jiang Tianming raised his arms, and Solomon Grundy's fist stagnated in midair for a moment. At this moment, Jiang Tianming's fist was as fast as lightning. His left fist hit Solomon Grundy's face, and then he grabbed the fist with his right hand. Hold his head and press it hard on the ground. Boom. The ground couldn't bear the pressure of the two and burst open. DK took the manor ant aside and sat down, and then looked at the battle, in the distance. He couldn't help but exclaimed, "Oh my god, there are really two monsters. Lie down on the ground and don't move." Ho ho ho. Solomon Grundy burst out with astonishing power. He pushed his palms to the ground, grabbed Jiang Tianming's leg with his backhand, and threw him dozens of meters away. Jiang Tianming rolled in the air, and then landed firmly on the ground. Zaydna was no longer watching the battle. She raised her hands and shouted at Solomon Grundy, "It's freezing cold." After the words fell, ice cold ice began to spread from Solomon Grundy's feet, causing him to move within a short time. "Nice job, Ja. Hey, I'm also very good." Zaydna winked at Jiang Tianming cutely, showing a sweet smile. Ho ho. Solomon Grundy yelled at this moment to refresh his sense of presence, and it seemed that the interaction between Jiang Tianming and Zaydna was a little irritating to him. "Now it's my turn," said Jiang Tianming, put his hand on the accelerometer watch on his left wrist, and lightly pressed the button. Start timing. With the sound of the machine, Jiang Tianming entered the supersonic acceleration mode, and everyone present couldn't see Jiang Tianming's speed clearly, as if he disappeared from the world. Boom boom boom. I saw intense red light emanating from the sky above Solomon Grundy. Everyone looked up and saw a total of 32 crimson electric drills. Crimson, smash, crimson diamond strike. Boom. 32 crimson electric drills slammed into Solomon Grundy's body, triggering a violent explosion that swallowed Solomon Grundy. Jiang Tianming accelerated and came to Zaydna, resisting the aftermath of the explosion for her until the end. Time out. Although 10 minutes had not arrived, Jiang Tianming took the initiative to release the acceleration mode. He looked at the center of the explosion, where there was a round object in the huge crater, and after a closer look, he realized that it was the head of Solomon Grundy. A strange scene appeared, and the surrounding carrion fragments began to gather towards Solomon Grundy's head. If there was enough time, he would stand up again unscathed. This ability is really good. Although Jiang Tianming envied him, he was disgusted. He turned his head and looked at Zaydna. "Xiaojia, freeze him." "Okay." Zaydna raised her hand, facing Solomon Grundy's stump, cast ironic magic freeze. Sure enough, the stump won't regenerate after being frozen, and the next thing is to leave these things to decay, and as for him, go back to sleep and have good dreams. Finished perfectly. "Xiaojia, thank you for your help tonight." So how are you going to thank me?" Zaydna narrowed her eyes, revealing a mischievous look. He, you shouldn't ask me this, you should ask yourself what you need me to do." Zaydna smiled with her hands behind her back, rolled her eyeballs, and was a little playful and cute. "Well, let's talk about it later when I think about it." "Sorry to bother you too," DK interrupted at this time. He would not shut up obediently depending on the situation. "Is this big popsicle just left here?" As he said that, DK also pointed to Solomon Grundy, who was frozen into a popsicle under the pit. "I'm sure Batman will be happy to help, so I'm going back to bed. Then please take care of the famous Robin." After speaking, Jiang Tianming summoned the mechanical kiva and sat on it, looking back at Zaydna. "Xiaojia, do you need me to take you back?" "Definitely, you can't let the lady walk back." If Jiang Tianming hadn't known that Zaydna had the magic to teleport back directly, he would really have believed it. Seeing the backs of the two men drifting away, DK sighed helplessly, and pressed the earphones next to his ears. "Batman, I've got it done." "Robin, is Red participating in the battle?" Batman's low voice came from the headset. "Is it Red?" "Yes, after all, he is the main force, and he has a very complete fighting video." "What's wrong?" DK wondered and asked. "It's nothing, I'll be right there." Congratulations to the host for completing the task, and reward Space Gem Mastery with 50%. Note, 50% mastery can enable the host to jump between the two worlds, but it cannot accurately locate the address. After sending Zaydna back to her rented house in Gotham, driving the mechanical kiva back to the Bellamonica Hotel, Jiang Tianming returned to her rented room instead of going to Barbara's. Tomorrow he decided to leave the DC world for a while and go back to the Marvel world to see how things are going there, so he plans to say goodbye to them. Meow meow meow. Jiang Tianming heard cats meowing as soon as he entered the door. They were all sitting in front of the door waiting for him to come back. This surprised him a bit. He subconsciously thought that his charm had reached the level of cross species. "Come on, little ones, only for tonight." Jiang Tianming smiled slightly, and sat on the ground with his arms outstretched. The cats meowed and climbed onto Jiang Tianming's body. Before, the kittens wanted to climb on him to act like a spoiled child, but he only hugged the little black cat, and he didn't hug the others, so the kittens couldn't help being a little bit wronged. Let them act like a baby tonight. Jiang Tianming rubbed their fur, and now he was surrounded by cats, as if he was lying in the clouds. At this moment, an uninvited guest broke into the floor-to-ceiling windows, that is, Selena in the incarnation of Catwoman, holding an oil painting in her arms at the moment. Where did the little thief go to steal things again? Jiang Tianming, who lost himself among the cats, asked. A well-known oil painting has a sense of age. Selena looked at Jiang Tianming with her charming eyes, and couldn't help laughing and joked, "It's surprising that you will wait for me to come back." "Actually, I'm not waiting for you to come back, I just happened to meet you back, otherwise I'm already sleeping now." Selena rolled her beautiful eyes. I actually thought you would say something nice. Actually, I'm leaving tomorrow, and I'm here to say goodbye. Jiang Tianming managed to break free from the group of cats, and walked in front of Selena and said. Selena's body froze slightly, and she glanced at Jiang Tianming in surprise, then walked to the cabinet and took out the red wine inside, poured it into 2 glasses and handed the wine glasses to Gwen Tianming. Why, is it because you are not used to living in Gotham? Selena asked after taking a sip of red wine. Leave to do some errands. Jiang Tianming shrugged. He couldn't say that he traveled to another world, that would seem like a lie. You are a person who smuggled into Gotham City and went out to do something. Who will believe it? At least Selena didn't believe it. Anyway, it's none of your business. After saying goodbye and getting some sleep, I'll leave tomorrow. Jiang Tianming drank the red wine and prepared to go back to his room to wash and sleep. 0. Seeking flowers. But Selena stood in front of him, her face was rosy, and her body smelled good. I really want to see if you are a man. I definitely am. Then prove it to me. Perhaps because of the influence of alcohol, Selena took the initiative a little unexpectedly. She grabbed Jiang Tianming's collar, and offered her kiss somewhat roughly. After parting her lips for a long time, a slender transparent liquid slid down between the 2 lips, and Selena's eyes overflowed with a hint of spring, and she leaned close to Jiang Tianming's ear and whispered, I will leave it to you for the first time gone. Jiang Tianming's eyes widened, a little surprised by what Selena said. 0. In just one night, Jiang Tianming dealt with the 2 women, and it was truly a blessing. As the sky gradually brightened, Jiang Tianming slowly opened his eyes, holding his beautiful fair body in his arms, and sighed faintly. He got up slowly. To prevent Selena from being woken up because of his getting up, he walked out of the room slowly, and looked up at Kivat 3 who was sleeping on the ceiling. Kivat. Upon hearing Kivat 3, he immediately woke up and quickly flew to Jiang Tianming. What's the matter? Master, is there a fight? During the time I'm away, you will protect Selena. The Kiva of the system can transform directly regardless of the blood, so even Selena without the blood of the Fang vampire royal family can transform. Ah, that woman turned out to be Madam. I understand. I promise to complete the task. Kivat 3 stood on the table and saluted with his wings in a funny way. In the end, after Jiang Tianming said goodbye to the awakened Barbara, he activated the space gem and temporarily left the DC world. There is a fetter that he wants to come back here, and he will come back again. Uploaded and updated, just ask for various data. AFK, 78 is too early. 78 was sent before 77, shit. I thought 77 had already been posted. 6. Marvel World. Middle East. Somewhere in Afghanistan. There is a hidden cave here, which was attacked by terrorists called 10 Rings and kidnapped Tony Stark to come here, asking the other party to make high destructive weapons for them. The special geographical environment here made it impossible for Tony's people to find him in a short time. It has been nearly 7 days since Tony was kidnapped, and he decided he couldn't just sit still and make an armored battle suit to help him get out of this place. Ethan, a doctor of physics, was kidnapped together. Today will be their day of escape. Boom. 2 10 Rings soldiers violently knocked open the door, but unfortunately triggered the bomb that Tony had installed on the door, and it was directly engulfed in flames. Ethan was typing on the computer to start the power system, but it would take time. Ethan had a thought in his mind that he had to buy time for Tony. I'm running out of time, I'll go. Just when Ethan decided to delay the time, a broken voice sounded. Bang. The wooden table not far from them was suddenly smashed, and after the smoke cleared, a handsome black-haired man appeared. He is Jiang Tianming, who returned to the Marvel world smoothly and unsuccessfully. What the hell happened? Both Tony and Ethan stared at Jiang Tianming, their nerves tensed now. Grass, so unstable. Jiang Tianming fell down in midair, and the wooden table bore the weight he shouldn't bear and died heroically. When Jiang Tianming saw the 2 people he was familiar with, he raised his eyebrows. I really didn't expect such a coincidence. Well, it seems that you need help, Tony Stark, you owe me your life. What Jiang Tianming was talking about was not Tony's life, but Ethan's. If there is no Jiang Tianming, then Ethan will die here like in the original timeline, and Tony can hear the meaning of Jiang Tianming in his mind. Jiang Tianming walked out of the laboratory slowly. Tony and Ethan still hadn't recovered from it. It all happened so suddenly. Do you know him? Ethan asked Tony. Unfortunately, I don't know a magical boy whose teleportation charm is almost as good as mine. Tony didn't think Jiang Tianming could hold on for long. Now that there were screams and gunshots outside, he had to hurry. Just when he was wearing a steel battlesuit and Mark I came out, the scene was surprisingly calm, with corpses lying underground one after another. Tony looked around in a daze. Why did they fall down before I got up? He walked out of the cave step by step, only to see Jiang Tianming sitting on a rock with nothing to do. Noticing Tony's appearance, Jiang Tianming showed an impatient look on his face. Why are you starting so slowly? I've already taken care of it. They. Tony foolishly pointed to Jiang Tianming and then to the corpse on the ground, subdued by terrorists. Doesn't that mean that he made all the armor for nothing in the past few days, and I have suffered so much for nothing? Don't worry, there will be targets for you. Jiang Tianming showed a meaningful smile on his face. Not long ago, he let go of the little boss in the original work, and he found the broken steel battlesuit, which led to the subsequent development in Iron Man. But now, Tony didn't intend to take back the battlesuit on his body, but took it off and put it where it was. Although it has been dismantled into several parts, it is still not cautious enough, but it is good, at least it will allow Tony to sell Jiang Tianming for a few more favors in the future. Tony couldn't understand what Jiang Tianming meant, and now he couldn't control that much anymore. He had had enough of suffering these days. We have to get out of this damn place. That lump of iron won't last long. We have to get on the road right away, Tony said as he took off his battlesuit. 0, seeking flowers. But before that, boom boom. As the bomb exploded, all the weapons and missiles stolen by the terrorists were destroyed, including the steel battlesuit. It was indeed a good firework performance. On the plane. So, how did you deal with those terrorists? Tony asked curiously to Jiang Tianming, who was lying there. His heart was full of curiosity. Would you believe me if I said they were so handsome? Jiang Tianming raised an eyebrow at Tony with a smile. 0. I'll think you're farting, Tony said with black lines all over his face. This guy just doesn't say it if he doesn't want to. All three were unscathed, except for Tony, who was a little weak and got off the plane wearing sunglasses and singing. Pepper has been waiting here for a long time. Her eyes were moist at the moment, because she saw that Tony was safe and sound. What's the matter? Your eyes are red, because your dear boss is sad. Tony at the moment ran the train with his mouth full. Pepper burst into a smile, and couldn't help but smile on his face. I'm a new job in the province, I'm happy. Then she noticed Jiang Tianming and Ethan beside Tony, and asked curiously, who are they? Hearing this, Tony put his hands on the shoulders of the two very familiarly. These are my two friends, Jiang Tianming and Ethan. It's all because of them that I can get out of that ghost place. Afterwards, Jiang Tianming bid farewell to Tony and others. Tony was generous and directly gave him a blue Bugatti Veyron brand as a means of transportation. Is this how it feels to have a rich man as a friend? Tony will hold a press conference later, announcing the closure of Stark Industries weapons sales, but these are not related to Jiang Tianming's business, and now he wants to go home to see how Gwen and Felicia are doing. One child 1. Gwen and Felicia were sitting on the sofa at Jiang Tianming's home, silent. Obviously they were still worried about Jiang Tianming's safety, and the phone couldn't get through. It has been nearly 5 days since Jiang Tianming left. Although a police officer learned that Jiang Tianming had something to leave, he was still a little worried. Beep, the doorbell rang outside the door. Gwen and Felicia's heart beat suddenly. Could it be that he came back? Express delivery. The deep voice clearly dispelled the fantasy in their hearts. I'll go. Gwen got up and went to open the door. But she remembered that neither she nor Felicia had a courier. Gwen walked to the door with strange thoughts and opened the door. Sorry, you should have sent the wrong one. Gwen wanted to send the visitor away with 477, but when she saw the visitor's face clearly, she froze in place. I'm your courier. Jiang Tianming spread his arms and smiled gently at Gwen. Miss me, Tianming. Gwen jumped up and hugged Jiang Tianming directly, wrapping her legs around his waist like a koala. Spider telepathy can't go wrong, it's just that he's back. Well. Gwen happily kissed Jiang Tianming on the face. Jiang Tianming smiled, and patted Gwen on the back. Okay, I obviously underestimated your reaction. For example, hugging him and crying, or hugging him silently, unexpectedly hugging him and kissing him excitedly. I didn't expect you to remember coming back. Felicia leaned against the wall and looked at Jiang Tianming with a smile on her face. I'm sorry for my leaving without saying goodbye, and I will make it up to you. Jiang Tianming stepped forward, stroking Felicia's pretty face. What kind of compensation? Felicia's smile gradually became more meaningful, and it was obvious that it was elsewhere. Jiang Tianming couldn't help but rolled his eyes. He pulled the two of them to sit on the sofa, and asked them what happened next. Unexpectedly, he spent nearly a week in the DC world. If the time jump is counted, then he jumped from World War I to modern times, hundreds of years. And only 5 days in the Marvel Universe. 5 days ago, after he brought Harry back from the parallel world, due to the forceful separation of the Venom and the most important influence of spacetime turbulence, Harry lost the memory of the time when he was the host of the Venom. Harry paid for it and took Peter and Parker to go on a trip. They also invited Gwen and Felicia, and they didn't know Jiang Tianming, who was no longer in the Marvel world. But they refused. Now that Harry has inherited the Osborn industry, Norman's death has been ruled as a disappearance. Except for some organizations, no one knows that Norman is the Green Goblin and is dead. After the villain made a big fuss in New York fell into a strange calm. In the battle with Jiang Tianming, among the poor villains, only Mr. Negative and the Lizardman survived intact, and the rest survived. Rhino and Green Goblin were pronounced dead, and Scorpion suffered a concussion. I woke up, and I realized that I could contribute more to the world besides making weapons, so I decided to close the Stark Industrial Weapons Division, and that would take effect until I found a new target. During the live broadcast on TV, Obadiah stepped forward and hurriedly wanted to interrupt what Tony was going to say next. Tony's words caused a big uproar and big news, and the stock of Stark Industries fell rapidly in an instant. Gwen and Felicia had heard about Tony's legend, and the playboy who slept with the cover girl of the 12th issue. At the moment, they actually gave up their interests and closed the weapons department that Stark Industry is most dependent on for survival. He did something meaningful. At least in this matter, Gwen and Felicia looked at him with admiration. After that, Stark Industries no longer makes weapons, but is a new company focusing on the development of new energy. We don't care about that. Felicia leaned close to Jiang Tianming's ear, puffed hot air, and said in detail, "Today, Gwen and I are both here." 27. Gwen blushed pretty, and both of them held Jiang Tianming and pulled him upstairs. The season of spring came again. 2 nights later, Jiang Tianming, Gwen, and Felicia were chatting about the past every day. Jiang Tianming was fine, but they just couldn't stand it, so they had to rest for a few days. Not only that, Jiang Tianming also participated in Tony's steel battlesuit experiment, and gave Tony some small suggestions, which can be regarded as speeding up the completion. Dingling. Jiang Tianming picked up his mobile phone in this world and answered the call. "What do you want from me, Tony?" It was Tony who called. He should have finished the research of Mark II at this time. With Ethan here, Tony's speed can be improved a little bit. "I also have a rare friend and bosom friend. Please drink, come out, I'm already at your door." Tony's voice came from the phone, and Jiang Tianming, who had amazing hearing, could still hear Tony's voice outside the house. When Jiang Tianming walked out of the house, he saw Tony driving a convertible sports car parked on the side of the road waiting for him, with Ethan sitting in the co-pilot. Tony pointed to the seat at the back. "Get in the car, I'll show you what a party is." The party he was talking about was a charity gala. On the road, Tony ignored the traffic rules and was speeding. Ethan was pale and grabbed his seatbelt with some fear, while Jiang Tianming was wearing sunglasses and sitting in the back fearlessly. "Look at you, Ethan, can't you learn from old Jiang?" Old Jiang is Tony's way of calling Jiang Tianming, which started a few days ago. "God, can't you slow down?" Ethan knew that it would be better to just stay in the laboratory and study Tony's invention. "I'm sorry, but I'm the fastest man except in bed." The corners of Tony's mouth rose. At least it felt good to have a close friend. The three came to the charity gala. Tony's appearance attracted everyone's attention, and Jiang Tianming beside him also attracted the attention of many ladies. "If you touch casually, I will sue you for sexual harassment." Jiang Tianming, who broke free, followed Tony. When he saw Obadiah, the voice of the system sounded in his mind after a long absence. Issuing the task, solve the Iron King, survive this crisis safely, reward, 2B and A2 production blueprints and knowledge, plus production materials. Hearing this, Jiang Tianming's eyes lit up. 2B and A2, he was very impressed by these two beautiful white-haired ladies. He didn't expect the system to give him relevant knowledge to make. "It seems that the maids in the future will be settled, and I have wanted my own maids for a long time. Just thinking about Miss 2B and Big Sister A2 wearing maid outfits, I believe it will be exciting." Came back to his senses, Jiang Tianming saw Tony met S.H.I.E.L.D. Phil Coulson, and then found Pepper, and the whole process of dancing with Pepper. Jiang Tianming walked up to the lonely Ethan and ordered a glass of red wine. "Why don't you find a woman to dance with?" Ethan glanced at him and said speechlessly, "Don't you know that I'm married? I didn't expect you to fall in love so much." Ethan had no choice but to shut up obediently and drank the mulled wine in his hand. At the same time, Phil Coulson accidentally discovered the unexpected 08 people. "Mr. Jiang, hello, I'm Phil Coulson, agent." Phil Coulson walked up to Jiang Tianming and said. Hearing this, Jiang Tianming raised his eyebrows. Could it be that he was exposed? Although he said he didn't care about his identity being exposed, it was obvious that he was hiding it. "Do you know a college student named Peter Parker? I remember he was your classmate and friend." It turned out that he was looking for Peter. It seems that Peter's protection work is not good enough. Jiang Tianming took a sip of wine. "So what if you know him? So what if you don't know him? Mr. Peter Parker is involved in an incident in New York and we need to speak to him face to face." Maybe it was because Peter accidentally exposed himself when fighting criminals, but Jiang Tianming didn't want to care about it. "And if you want to find Peter, you can just go to him directly. What are you looking for?" He doesn't believe that the black stewed egg will be so polite, so he likes to pretend to be sophisticated. "Okay, next time I'll ask him if he's free, and what else can he do?" Jiang Tianming lost his patience, so he planned to issue an order to evict the guest, with a very perfunctory tone, since he wouldn't ask anyway. No more. Apparently, he was a little surprised by Jiang Tianming's flat attitude. He originally thought that the identity of an agent would shock him a little, but he was obviously wrong. "It's fine if you don't have it. My friend and I still have something to talk about. Please avoid it for a while." Phil Coulson had no choice but to leave obediently. After Phil Coulson left, Ethan looked at Jiang Tianming strangely and asked, "Do you know him?" "Yeah, coming from a hellish place that's now called Homeland Strategic Intervention Executive Logistics, believe me that's not a good place. What a place where moles are everywhere." "Hee, maybe, but this name should really be changed, it's really a mouthful." Ethan complained. "Indeed, it doesn't sound like a good place, it's like shit." On the other side, Tony met the blonde reporter who had flirted with him not long ago. Tony Stark, what a rarity. "Oh hey, Tony hesitated to speak. He was trying to remember who the blonde girl in front of him was. After all, he had flirted with many women. In his mind, countless women were crazily skipped, and the smart brain began to screen people who matched the woman in front of him. Carly. Tony couldn't figure it out, so he had to make a random guess. Christine. The blonde reporter said helplessly, knowing that a playboy like Tony would not remember a one-night stand. "I remember." Tony smiled awkwardly but politely. Afterwards, Christine handed a stack of photos to Tony, and Tony's face changed because he saw the name of their Stark Industries written on the weapons in the picture. Obviously I have stopped the weapons department, why are there still weapons sold? This town is called Gamila. Christine reminded. When were these photos taken? Now Tony was full of anger, and he had a rough guess in his mind. Yesterday, even though you stopped the weapons department, it is clear that Stark Industries is not your decision alone. Later, Tony couldn't calm down. He walked up to Obadiah and asked him, have you seen these photos? Huh? What's going on with Gemila? They told me you must stick to principles in business and I really believe it. We can't do business on both sides, can we? Obadiah's face gradually became indifferent, and then he hugged Tony's shoulders with a smile on his face, and said to a group of reporters, come and take a photo. Next to Tony's ear, he said in a voice that only two people could hear, Tony, how do you think the board of directors drove you away? I signed and issued an order. I did all this to protect you. All he did was to win the ownership of Stark Industries, and from then on Stark Industries was no longer Stark's but his Obadiah's. In the rear, Jiang Tianming witnessed all of this. It won't be long before Iron Man will appear for the first time, and from then on, he will gradually enter the public's field of vision. I saw Tony walking in front of him and Ethan with a gloomy face. Ethan took the lead and said, wow, it seems that something big happened. Yeah, a nasty big thing. There was a flash of determination in Tony's eyes, and an idea popped into his mind. Let's go back and do the experiment. Tony and Ethan returned to the laboratory to continue researching the steel battlesuit. It only takes about one night, and Mark Wong will be available soon. They invited Jiang Tianming to join them, but Jiang Tianming refused. The answer was that he didn't want to use his brain to protect his brain cells. Let's wait until 2B and A2 are built before using our brains. Jiang Tianming didn't follow, he just had to lie down and wait for the Iron Overlord to come out, and take the reward comfortably. To him, the Iron Overlord was just a bigger iron bump. Nothing to be afraid of. At noon the next day, Jiang Tianming came to Stark Industry, and in the morning, Tony flew to the small town of Gemila wearing a steel battlesuit, and destroyed all those criminals and their weapons. The current Tony is estimated to have returned to Stark Industries. Jiang Tianming walked to Tony's laboratory, and saw a bunch of mechanical tentacles dismantling the steel battlesuit on Tony's body. Now Tony still hasn't figured out the smooth and comfortable disassembly technology of the steel battlesuit, so the at the moment mechanical tentacles are clumsily and rudely disassembling. Ethan gloated at the side and said, look at your current state, how miserable it is. Tony also had a black face, shut up, please. Now your friend is being tortured by a group of tentacles. Then he said to the group of mechanical tentacles, will you be gentle? This is my first time. Tony. Jiang Tianming called out. Seeing Jiang Tianming coming, Tony also greeted him, good afternoon, old Jiang. I told you already. I know. Long ago, Jiang Tianming reminded Tony to let him improve the disassembly function, at least it won't be like now, almost being torn apart by 5 horses. Please, if you saw this embarrassment so early in the morning, if it was. Tony was about to say who it was when he saw someone coming from outside the door. Damn it. Tony cursed secretly, what he was most worried about was coming, and that was the little Pepper. Pepper came in and saw Tony's steel battlesuit riddled with holes. What's going on here? Are those bullet holes? Tony quickly turned his attention to Jiang Tianming and Ethan for help, but the two tacitly said nothing, and walked away directly, leaving the problem to Tony. Ethan has something to leave, and Jiang Tianming promised Felicia to date with her today. When Jiang Tianming came to the appointed place, he saw a slim white-haired beauty standing there, waiting for his sweetheart. Due to Jiang Tianming's influence, Felicia's dress became more conservative, wearing a black dress. Did I keep you waiting? No, I just arrived. Felicia smiled sweetly, and then took Jiang Tianming's arm and went shopping with him. This kind of life is what he wants, being with his beloved woman. Fighting criminals is a small pleasure of his interest, participating in various major events, an ordinary life is the real one. Felicia was choosing clothes in the clothing store, while Jiang Tianming stood there watching her wear all kinds of clothes. Suddenly, Jiang Tianming frowned slightly, he looked behind, and finally fixed his gaze on a young girl. Spider telepathy had conveyed the reaction to him just now, and it was different from encountering the same kind before. This time it was a bit weird. Coincidentally, that girl also seemed to feel something. She also looked back. Jiang Tianming saw her face clearly this time. Beautiful short black hair, lovely facial features. It's just that she didn't see Jiang Tianming. This feeling, like, similar. What's the matter, Tianming? Felicia raised her hand and waved it in front of Jiang Tianming's eyes, interrupting Jiang Tianming's meditation. Nothing. Maybe some new Spider-Man was born. He didn't think too much about it. The most important thing is to be with his girlfriend right now. Jiang Tianming smiled and shook his head. He hugged Felicia's waist and left after paying the bill. He didn't think about the previous problem anymore, and let things take their course. As for Obadiah, he has no plans to deal with it at the moment. The task given by the system is to solve the Iron King. Obadiah without a battlesuit is not considered the Iron King. The time came tonight. Tony looked left and right, and said with some dissatisfaction, Old Jiang, forget it. Ethan, if you don't help, don't call me when you go out. Ding-ling-ling, the phone on the sofa rang suddenly. Tony went up to get the phone, then sat on the sofa, and connected the call. However, he didn't even say a word when a sudden change happened. Boom. A sound from a mechanical instrument sounded from behind him, and Tony felt that his whole body could not move and fell into paralysis. Tony, are you listening? Even though Pepper was calling on the phone, Tony could hear him, but he couldn't speak to him. I saw a bald head poking out from behind the sofa. It was someone Tony was very familiar with, and that was Obadiah. Take a deep breath and relax. Obadiah rested Tony's head on the couch and walked up to him. You're a chicken that lays golden eggs, Tony. Obadiah took out an instrument and placed it on the arc reactor on Tony's chest. Ugh. Tony groaned in pain because of the arc reactor's detachment, and now he couldn't even yell out the pain. Look at how beautiful it is, it's your relic. Obadiah sat beside Tony with the arc reactor in his hand, and whispered in his ear. The new generation of weapons will be equipped with such a core, Stark. Oh no, Stanley Industries will prosper under my leadership. Obadiah directly changed Stark Industries to his own name, which shows that he is full of confidence in this, and he believes that Tony will definitely not survive tonight. I'm sorry for bringing your pots into this. Obadiah's words made Tony's eyes widen, and he couldn't believe that he had involved Pepper in the grievances between him. No Majao. He could only watch Obadiah leave with his arc reactor, Tony desperately trying to move his body. After a while, the numbness in Tony's body eased a little. He walked towards the elevator with difficulty. After entering the elevator, he felt that his breathing began to be a little difficult. Finally, the elevator opened, and Tony leaned on the wall to come to his laboratory, where the old arc reactor that little Pepper hadn't lost was converted. Tony's face gradually paled, and he began to feel a little weak. He fell to the ground and crawled to the table with difficulty, wanting to get the warm heart that the little Pepper left him. Fortunately, Rhodes arrived in time with Ethan, and they exclaimed when they saw the pale Tony lying on the ground. Tony, how are you? Rhodes turned Tony's body over and asked worriedly, seeing Tony's extremely pale face. Rhodes didn't know what happened to Tony, but Ethan at the side knew that. He immediately picked up the old arc reactor on the table, smashed it hard on the ground, and the glass cover shattered directly. Clang. This could save his life. Ethan installed the arc reactor on Tony's body, and Tony's complexion gradually became better. Where's Potts? Tony immediately asked the question he was most concerned about, and a sense of uncertainty slowly rose in his heart. She's fine, she's taking 5 agents together to arrest Obadiah. Rhodes comforted him hastily. 5 is not enough. Tony stood up and walked to his steel battlesuit. He had to stop Obadiah, who was in great danger now. The mechanical tentacles began to install the steel battlesuit on his body. Rhodes' eyes lit up and sighed, this is really the coolest thing I have ever seen. Then Tony walked to the hole he had thrown out earlier. Rhodes asked, is there anything I need to do? Make sure the air is unimpeded. After finishing speaking, the mask closed, and then a violent energy burst out, and Tony flew straight into the sky. Damn it. Rhodes looked at Mark II aside, I'll be back, baby. Ethan pointed to 823 and asked himself, what about me? Rhodes looked at the ground, and pointed to the glass slag. You made these, cleaned them up? What? On the other side, Pepper had brought a group of agents including Phil Coulson to arrest Obadiah, but the other party put on huge amounts of iron suits and broke them up. Pepper ran to the door, and then she received a call from Tony. Tony, are you okay? Obadiah is crazy, and he made the same one as you. I know, you have to go farther away. Boom. Suddenly, little Pepper felt the ground trembling. She turned around and saw that the ground began to crack, and a figure with huge amounts of crawled out of it. Get out of there quickly. Tony yelled immediately after hearing the voice on the phone. But at the moment little Pepper has been scared silly. I found you. Obadiah raised his hand, and the heavy machine gun on his arm began to spin. You are useless. Little Pepper just feels that her feet are not in control. Is she going to die? Bang. Suddenly, an invisible figure flashed past, hitting the heavy machine gun in Obadiah's hand, destroying it. Time out. Obadiah only heard a mechanical sound. He heard the sound and looked around, and at some point a black figure appeared there. It was a figure he had never seen before. That is Jiang Tianming in Fui's acceleration form. No matter who you are, anyone who stops me will die. Obadiah swung huge amounts of fists and punched Jiang Tianming. Jiang Tianming did not rush, and slowly raised a hand to catch Obadiah's punch. Obadiah was dumbfounded, and Xiaojiao was dumbfounded. Tula, who is flying over, also understands. A fist as big as someone's is caught by a pitiful hand that's so small? Jiang Tianming smiled slightly under the mask, and suddenly he slowly closed his fingers, and his fingertips sank directly into Iron Overlord's fist. He immediately raised his hand, and slammed his forearm down, breaking Iron Overlord's fist in an instant. Boom. What kind of monster are you? Obadiah looked at his broken hand, and the electric sparks there undoubtedly told him that these were real. He couldn't help being afraid, and couldn't help backing away. But Jiang Tianming didn't give him this chance. He leaped forward and hit Iron Bully King's chin with an uppercut. Bang. Iron Overlord's entire body was directly knocked into the air, and then fell down from the place where he originally climbed up, and fell back to the 16th district he built. Boom. Jiang Tianming's figure landed heavily in front of the Iron Overlord, and the ground split open. I don't care what you are, I will kill you. The Iron Overlord raised his left hand, and 6 consecutive missiles on his left arm shot towards Jiang Tianming. A laser sword emitting red light appeared in his hand, and then observed the flight track of the missile with extremely strong eyesight. Buzz. Jiang Tianming waved the laser sword in his hand. In the dark laboratory, the photon blood on Jiang Tianming's body and the light of the laser sword in his hand were flickering. Boom boom. The laser sword accurately slashed at the flying missile, and the missile exploded, and huge amounts of explosion flames enveloped the entire laboratory. In the sea of flames, all the other 5 missiles were destroyed. After the flames ended, Obadiah among the Iron Tyrants was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe what he saw. Pure strength is no opponent, and thermal weapons have no effect on it. Is the opponent invincible? I don't believe it's true. A missile appeared on Iron Overlord's shoulder, an anti-tank missile that could easily destroy a tank. Obviously you failed, Obadiah. Jiang Tianming said flatly. Obadiah was completely shocked. Who the hell are you and why do you know my name? That is to say, everything and purpose of oneself are as transparent in the eyes of the other party, which makes Obadiah unable to bear the creeps. Damn it. The anti-tank missile on the shoulder of Iron Overlord exploded at Jiang Tianming with Obadiah's roar. Jiang Tianming just stood there. He no longer waved the laser sword in his hand, but raised his other hand, opened his palm to catch the anti-tank missile. A violent sea of flames emerged again, directly engulfing Jiang Tianming in it. Did it succeed? Obadiah couldn't even believe it, but the next second, he was completely desperate. Seeing Jiang Tianming walk out of the sea of flames intact, extremely calm, Jiang Tianming said, "You are too weak. The weapons on your body are all products of the old age. You will never be able to replace Stark. You are the most incompetent one." Shut up. Obadiah in Iron Overlord roared and rushed towards Jiang Tianming. The time has come. Start timing? The figure of Jiang Tianming disappeared directly, and the Iron Overlord jumped into the air, but he couldn't see Jiang Tianming's figure when he looked around. Suddenly a red light radiated from the sky above him. Obadiah looked up and saw a dozen crimson electric drills appearing above him. Crimson, smash crimson diamond strike? Damn. Obadiah already knew that his time of death had arrived. 12 crimson electric drills hit Iron Overlord's body, and Iron Overlord collapsed instantly, connecting with Obadiah among them. Iron King Obadiah, declared dead. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Rewards, 2B and A2 production drawings and related knowledge, plus production materials. The produced 2B and A2 have a strength of nearly 80 tons, and have the same steel body as the host, and various data can be improved with the host's strength. According to this, the stronger Jiang Tianming becomes in the future, the stronger 2B and A2 will become, and the two will be bound together. Jiang Tianming didn't think about it anymore, but jumped back to the ground with a light jump. At the moment Tony had already moved the little pepper to a safe place. When he landed and saw Jiang Tianming appearing in front of him intact, Tony couldn't help wondering if Obadiah didn't make any high destructive weapons, otherwise why Jiang Tianming didn't even take off his skin. No matter who you are, thank you. Tony thanked him sincerely. Without the other party, he really doesn't know what kind of danger his pots would encounter. Tony, I warned you to be careful with Obadiah, and you see you're ignoring my words again. The familiar tone made Tony slightly taken aback, and he couldn't believe it. Old Jiang? It's really you. The explosion that happened at Stark Industries yesterday was due to a malfunction of the robot, which resulted in the damage of the arc generator. After the incident, everyone was in the lounge of the press conference. Pepper was helping Tony to remove the white hemostatic patch on his face. As for why he was injured, he fell from the air due to lack of energy. Iron Man, that's a nice name, I like it to be honest, but it's not strictly accurate, it's made of gold and titanium. But anyway, it's a nice name. Pepper rolled her eyes, she was used to Tony's appearance, and she didn't intend to say anything. Jiang Tianming watched all this with a smile. Now 4 people know his true identity, but he doesn't care. The important thing is that in order to thank Jiang Tianming, Tony asked him to make a random request. Jiang Tianming wanted a laboratory. At first Tony let him use his own laboratory, but Jiang Tianming refused. He wanted his own laboratory. Tony didn't feel anything. After all, everyone has their own privacy. Tony agreed to Jiang Tianming's request, and the time was set to be 3 weeks later. He would give Jiang Tianming a perfect laboratory, although Jiang Tianming didn't know why it took so long. This is your excuse. Phil Coulson handed some speeches to Tony. You were on the yacht, and the witnesses were all ready. Maybe it should be changed to me and Potts on the yacht. Tony also glanced at Pepper with a smile, and Pepper was used to his teasing. The 3 people on the side were all shown off by them. Jiang Tianming thought it was nothing. After all he had several, while Ethan and Phil Coulson just looked envious. Thank you for your help, Mr. Phil Coulson. Little Pepper thanked. Homeland Strategy. It's called S.H.I.E.L.D now. It should be. It's my job. Phil Coulson still has that professional smiley face. Honestly speaking, it's much easier to speak after changing the name. Tony complained. What kind of diva was that before? Tony stood on the podium and answered many questions from the reporters, among which he was picked on by the blonde reporter Christine. In the end, Tony didn't intend to continue to speak according to the words in the speech. He decided to show his cards and say the classic words. Actually, I am Iron Man. This remark set off an upsurge, and reporters hurriedly picked up their cameras to record this historic moment. After all, this is big news. The stocks that plummeted not long ago have gradually recovered, and there are even faint signs of surpassing the record. And this scene was also seen by the director of the Internal Trader Bureau, He Ludan, who smiled slightly, getting closer and closer to the plan in his heart. Hill, how did I ask you to investigate? Nick Fury asked Hill beside him. Nick Fury asked Hill to investigate Jiang Tianming and Gwen, who have had many contacts with Peter, and now they know that Peter Parker is Spider-Man. It's been found out. You already know the identity of Gwen Stacy, the daughter of Chief George of the New York Police Department. As for Jiang Tianming, an overseas Chinese who lived in the country more than 10 years ago, his parents died in an accident, leaving him a 6-year-old child, who was assisted by Mrs. Parker. They were classmates with Peter Parker. Hill looked at the information in his hand and reported the above information to Nick Fury. Nick Fury frowned after hearing this, although he couldn't see the brow. That's all? Nick Fury asked, somewhat disbelieving how little information there was. Unfortunately, that's all. Hill said helplessly, we tried all kinds of methods, but we couldn't match Jiang Tianming and Gwen Stacy with Black Spider and Ghost Spider. Whether it's surveillance, satellites, or other technologies, as long as you investigate a little deeper, you will be blocked by a mysterious force. No matter what high-tech you are, once you go deep, the system will crash, which is why Jiang Tianming and Gwen have not been exposed so far. That is to say, except for Jiang Tianming's active exposure under his nose, the usual shooting techniques, satellite detection, and other scientific and technological means are all invalidated. It's just that there is some useful information, that is, when Tony Stark came back, Jiang Tianming was with him. Money is good. Nick Fury pondered why a college graduate would be with Tony Stark when they hadn't seen anything before. Is the other party a super hacker? Unfortunately not. The other party's transaction records do not contain any electronic equipment. If there is, it is just an ordinary daily necessities. Nick Fury had a black line on his face, and the black on the black was black, and he said to Hill, keep an eye on him, he may be the main reason why Tony Stark can come back alive. S.H.I.E.L.'s investigation system has never suffered such a sham, and it is unknown who the other party is. Such a mysterious person reminds him of a person from before. By the way, hack into the system at Tony Stark's house. I'm going to go to his house and meet him in person. Okay, sir. 3 weeks later, New York was unexpectedly calm during this period, except for one big event, which was the battle between the Hulk and the Abomination. Since the system didn't release tasks, Jiang Tianming didn't bother to join in the fun. The most important thing is that Gwen and Felicia have been sticking to themselves, so Jiang Tianming had no choice but to accompany them. Early morning. A ray of sunlight entered the room. Jiang Tianming woke up slowly, and slowly pulled out the hand that was pressed under the body by the second daughter. Buzzing Jiang Tianming, who was washing his face in the bathroom, suddenly felt the phone vibrating in his pocket, and he would set his phone to vibrate at night, which is a daily habit. Tony, what's the matter? It was Tony's personal phone that called. Have you forgotten what day it is? Jiang Tianming was a little speechless. Why did you learn the tricks of women? It's weird to be asked by a man early in the morning what day is it. Okay, put your farts away. You are a real person. Didn't you want me to help you build a laboratory? It's already built now, Tony said angrily. 350 Hearing the words, Jiang Tianming regained his energy in an instant. He has been waiting for this laboratory for a long time. Ever since he got the knowledge about the systematic Neil automata, he has always wanted his own laboratory. Not only can he make his own 2B and A2 girls, but he can also help Gwen and Felicia make and strengthen battlesuits. Okay, where are you now? Come to the company to find me. After getting the location, Jiang Tianming tidied up his clothes and planned to go out when Gwen appeared at the door of the bathroom. Where are you going? Gwen rubbed her sleepy eyes and asked curiously. Go and see my laboratory. I will take care of your battlesuits from now on. Jiang Tianming smiled and kissed Gwen on the face. Gwen's eyes lit up, and she hugged Jiang Tianming's waist and said, I'm going too. She also wanted to see what her man's laboratory looked like. Jiang Tianming definitely wouldn't refuse, and immediately nodded his head. Yes, this is nothing more than adding someone. After Gwen changed her pajamas into plain clothes, the two came to the garage and headed to Stark Industry in a Bugatti Veyron. Not long after, Jiang Tianming and Gwen came to Tony Stark's company. After they parked the car, they came to the Stark building, the predecessor of the Avengers building. As soon as they arrived, they saw Tony drinking wine on the sofa. When he saw Gwen, he said to Jiang Tianming jokingly, I didn't expect you to be enlightened. No wonder you refused my party invitation. With Tony's temperament, it is his habit to hold parties. He will invite his friends Ethan, Jiang Tianming, and Rhodes, and except Rhodes, the other two will refuse his invitation. Ethan is doing research on the grounds, but Jiang Tianming just doesn't know, and usually hangs up after refusing. Stop talking nonsense, where is my laboratory? Tony drank the wine in his hand in one gulp, then pointed with his thumb to the airfield behind him, where a helicopter was parked. First we have to sit in this. Jiang Tianming was a little surprised. Why does a laboratory take a helicopter? Is it far away? You'll know when we get there. Tony smiled mysteriously. Looking at it, Jiang Tianming really wanted to slap his stinky face. Tony sat in the co-pilot, while Jiang Tianming and Gwen sat in the back, and they drove the helicopter to New York overseas. Until they landed on an island, Jiang Tianming stared at Tony. What I want is to experiment with what to do next. Don't stare at me like that. The laboratory you want is here. Tony smiled, which was undoubtedly showing off his own financial resources. Tony pointed to the 4-story villa. That's yours. Pointing to the beach again. That's yours too. Opening your arms at the end is like wrapping the whole island, it's all yours. Tony flicked his hair stinkingly, with a confident smile on his face. Let me introduce to you, Stark Brand Artificial Island, with a land area of 0.8 square kilometers and complete facilities. Charming sandy beaches, green golf courses, blue swimming pools, green groves, etc. All the facilities you want are here. These are all completed by Stark Industries and myself within 3 weeks. How about it? Tony also raised an eyebrow at Jiang Tianming, as if to say that he is going to praise me. Hihi, you are so fast. You. Tony pointed to Jiang Tianming. It's fine if you don't praise me. What does it mean to be weird? Anyway, these are all yours. There are helicopters and yachts here. If you need anything else, just call me. Tony waved his hand, then suddenly thought of something and said, oh, by the way, there will be a party tonight. Remember to come. After speaking, Tony took the previous helicopter and left the island. Gwen put her waist in and said with a smile, so, that stinky playboy gave you an island. This Tony Stark is really generous. A valuable artificial island is free to give away, but before Jiang Tianming simply asked for a laboratory, he didn't ask for an island. Yeah, it looks like we have to move. Jiang Tianming had no choice but to accept it, not for nothing. Not only that, this artificial island has a long road leading to New York, and this road is probably only used by them, and there are guards hired by Tony in New York. Whether you want to fly, yacht, or car is Jiang Tianming's business. But these are far from enough. Jiang Tianming pinched his chin and thought, he must strengthen the island's defensive ability. With Neil's knowledge of automata, he really has the ability to do it. Night. Tony held a party in his company, and it is said that famous people will receive invitations. In the changing room, Pepper was helping Tony to organize his suit. Tony smiled slightly. How am I today? It's very good. I'm sure it will captivate many beauties. Little Pepper said perfunctorily. Obviously she knew Tony's temperament very well. You know I'm asking how you feel. Pepper looked up at Tony, rolled his eyes with a smile, and patted Tony's chest. Okay, it's time for the main character of the party to play. Later, Tony and Pepper in dresses appeared at the party. As the hosts of the party, they all smiled and greeted the high-class people. Tonight's party is to celebrate Stark Industries' stock recovery and skyrocketing, so celebrities from all walks of life will gather here. Rhodes and Ethan, as men without a female companion, were drinking together tacitly. After taking a sip of the wine, Rhodes said, that BD Tony is really enviable. Yeah, it's really enviable. Ethan also took a sip of mulled wine, and not long after that he noticed a familiar figure approaching the door. He quietly said to Rhodes on the side, the guy at the door is the envy. Rhodes frowned in surprise, then followed Ethan's line of sight, and found the true identity of the visitor, and couldn't help but say, damn it. After finishing speaking, Rhodes' face turned black on top of black, his eyes were full of envy. The real identity of the visitor was Jiang Tianming, who was invited. At the moment Jiang Tianming was wearing a black suit, surrounded by a beautiful woman on the left and right. They were Gwen and Felicia. Gwen was wearing a white long dress, and Felicia was wearing a black long dress. They all wear ponytails, looking noble and beautiful. In an instant, the combination of handsome men and beautiful women attracted the attention of everyone present, amazed all the high-class people. Did they come last on purpose? On purpose? Tony complained, with a hint of pride in his heart. This is my friend of Tony Stark. Pepper patted him on the chest to tell him to stop his mischief, then stepped forward to hug Gwen and Felicia with a smile on his face. You are so beautiful tonight. Thank you, Miss Potts. Both Gwen and Felicia thanked in unison. And Tony came in front of Jiang Tianming. Tell me, how does it feel to be in the limelight? Jiang Tianming looked around. He met the eyes of those high-ranking people without any fear, then turned around and said, to be honest, it's not bad. The protagonist is not you. After Tony finished speaking, he took the microphone and started telling a few jokes to brighten up the atmosphere. Hey, audition. To be honest, my friend has attracted your attention, so as the host, I should have the right to redeem my status. Jiang Tianming raised an international friendly gesture to Tony, causing Tony couldn't help complaining, my god, this person is really rude, I don't know him. He. The interaction between Jiang Tianming and Tony made everyone at the party couldn't help laughing. Okay everyone, enjoy tonight's party to the fullest, let the music begin. The music played along with Tony's words, and everyone started dancing with their partners. Gwen and Felicia looked at each other and smiled, and Felicia said first, you first or me first? I didn't tell you today, so I went out with Tianming privately, you go first. Gwen said with a smile. Felicia didn't give in anymore, she boldly put Jiang Tianming's hand on her slender waist, and started dancing with the boy she liked. 0. Seeking flowers. Am I beautiful today? Felicia looked at Jiang Tianming without any shyness, her tone full of love. Beautiful, my lady, it's like an angel descending. Jiang Tianming's sweet words finally broke through Felicia's heart, and she couldn't help but tiptoe slightly, touching her fragrant lips to Jiang Tianming's. The sweet moments of the two are seen by everyone, and they will feel that each other is like a couple of gods, a natural pair. Even Tony found his posse and danced with her after watching it. Only Rhodes and Ethan's injured world was completed. The two elders looked at each other, raised their wine glasses towards each other, and toasted the singles. They drank the scorching hot wine in one gulp, and it was their hearts that burned. It's my turn. Gwen at the moment interjected. After parting their lips, Felicia took the initiative to let go of Jiang Tianming with a smile, and pushed him towards Gwen. He's yours now. Jiang Tianming couldn't help but rolled his eyes. What do you think of me? A toy that you give to others when you're done using it? Thinking about it, Jiang Tianming still took the initiative to hug Gwen, and he usually takes the initiative when it comes to Gwen. Do you still remember what I told you when I came back? Definitely remember. Maybe in the future, we will get married and have a daughter. Gwen rested her head on Jiang Tianming's chest, quietly listening to his strong heartbeat. Why doesn't she look forward to that future? They hold their daughter for a walk in the sunset. It's wonderful to think about it. That future won't be far away. Jiang Tianming smiled and lowered his head, writing about his first lover kissing. I'll keep waiting. She waited for that day all the time. 1001. At the party, Tony took Jiang Tianming to meet many high-class people, and Gwen and Felicia talked about daily life with Pepper. Jiang Tianming faked a perfunctory smile the whole time, and finally said to Tony next to him, Tony, what do you want to do? I will show you how big the world is, which may help you in the future. Tony said, taking a sip of the wine in his hand. If you want to know how big the world is, Jiang Tianming is definitely better than Tony, whether it is the future Thanos, or the OAA and the God group that have not yet appeared, the 5 creation gods and other extraordinary existences. Jiang Tianming didn't intend to argue with Tony either. 967. Suddenly Jiang Tianming saw a somewhat familiar but unrecognizable figure. He pointed to that figure. He was a middle-aged man in his middle age. Who is that? Tony took a look, carefully searched for information about this person in his mind, and finally thought of saying, Henry Jonathan Pym. Everyone calls him Hank Pym. He is a biochemist and scientist. Then Tony frowned and thought for a while before saying, he seems to have invented a new thing called Pym particles. Hearing this, Jiang Tianming finally knew the identity of the other party. It turned out to be a generation of Ant-Man, but the other party didn't seem to be from the movie version. It's just that he has no interest in Pym particles. Although he can make himself bigger or smaller, his power will also increase accordingly, but to be honest, he prefers to follow the physical flow, and he will only take the technological flow when necessary. It is worth mentioning that in the comics, Ultron was created by Hank Pym. Only in the movie universe, it was changed to Tony and Bruce Banner. It has to be said that he is also a genius who follows the flow of science and technology. Understood? Huh. The appearance of Hank Pym made Jiang Tianming pay more attention to the party. He began to look around and found a tall and thin white man and a short and stocky white man. Who is that then? Jiang Tianming pointed to them. Tony followed the direction Jiang Tianming was pointing at and saw the two men. Tony turned into a science expert again. Reed Richards. I have to admit that he is a genius. The one next to him should be his assistant, but I forgot the name. Tony would automatically filter those unimportant names out of his head. He couldn't even remember women, let alone men. Perhaps Jiang Tianming knows that it should be one of the future Fantastic Four, the Stone Man Ben Grimm. And Reed Richards is one of the smartest people in the Marvel Universe, Fantastic, one of the Fantastic Four. The current Stone Men are still normal people, that is to say, they have not yet gone into space, their bodies have been transformed by cosmic rays, and they are still normal people now. Just when Jiang Tianming was thinking, suddenly, a systematic voice came from Jiang Tianming's mind. Issuing a mission, participate in the event of the birth of the Fantastic Four, mission reward, random unknown. It seems that there is another reward, Jiang Tianming thought. He patted Tony on the shoulder and said, take me to get to know them. Tony was a little surprised. How far away you were from those people just now, but now you actually take the initiative to get to know them, but you don't care, maybe they have something attractive. Hey, Reed. Tony stepped forward to greet him very familiarly. Oh, Mr. Stark. Geniuses tend to attract each other, and Reed shook hands with him warmly when he saw Tony. Let me introduce, this is my friend, Jiang Tianming. He is also a rare technological genius, although he is a little bit worse than me. Tony put Jiang Tianming's shoulders and introduced to Reed. Being able to get Tony's acknowledgement, Reed naturally wouldn't ignore it. He also shook hands with Jiang Tianming with a smile on his face. Nice meeting, Mr. Jiang. Nice meeting, Mr. Richards. Jiang Tianming stated his purpose directly, and he asked Reed, Mr. Richards, I heard that you discovered a cosmic storm that will approach the Earth. Hearing this, Reed's eyes widened in surprise. You, how did you know? Not long ago he accepted the sponsorship of Victor, his university competitor. In a few days, he and his best friend will board a spaceship and go to outer space to study the cosmic storm. I also want to join this action. Reed and Zhen Xiang glanced at each other. They still haven't recovered from Jiang Tianming's knowledge of what they found. Tony. Jiang Tianming went down and summoned his toolman. Tony rolled his eyes, and then he said to the Reeds, this action plan, Stark Industries will sponsor some 5.2 funds, just bring him. Reed could only nod dumbly, and only recovered after Tony and Jiang Tianming walked away. Tony put Jiang Tianming's shoulders and said to him, I don't care about the money, but, what do you think? You want to go to outer space and be an astronaut? Jiang Tianming glanced at Tony speechlessly. Really didn't know you were so mean. Trust me Tony, the world is only going to get bigger. This space travel might be different. 3 days later, Jiang Tianming followed Reed and Ben to the spaceship launch site. Speaking of which, this is Jiang Tianming's first time in space. Although there will be more opportunities in the future, I don't know if the cosmic rays will have an effect on him this time. Oh shit. Reed, who took the lead, met someone he really didn't want to see, and that was his enemy Victor. When Victor saw Jiang Tianming, Reed, and others coming here, a smile of a superior appeared on his face. Seeing Reed's deflated expression, Jiang Tianming guessed who the other party was, the future Dr. Doom, Victor Von Doom. It is worth mentioning that Dr. Doom is one of the most attractive villains. He knows both magic and technology, and has achieved the results of both magic and technology. It is also a powerful enemy at the boss level, basically at the same level as Thanos, except for Thanos wearing the Infinity Gauntlet. I think you are Jiang Tianming. The condition for Star 08G Industries investment is to bring you along, and I don't know what bright spots you have. Victor said conceitedly. It can be said that he thinks highly of few people. Jiang Tianming is not Reed and the others. He is not influenced by Victor. He immediately said, "Did you brush your teeth? Your mouth smells so bad, and your body also smells like rancid capital. I suggest you take a bath more often. Squeeze more shower gel. Then hang it on the street lamp to dry for a few days." Immediately, Jiang Tianming walked straight over without showing any face, and bumped into Victor's shoulder directly. Pfft. Hearing a muffled sound, Victor's face was ferocious, and he covered the shoulder hit by Jiang Tianming. Fortunately, Jiang Tianming held back his strength, otherwise it wouldn't be as simple as the pain. Seeing this, Reed and Ben looked at each other, and the smiles in their eyes almost overflowed. At least they had a good impression of Jiang Tianming's approach. "Sorry Victor, kid, it's normal to have a little temper," Reed said to Victor with a smile. Mei Weiming, who is still a college graduate, is indeed a child entering society in their eyes. Humph. Victor stopped talking to Reed, snorted and directly entered the interior of the spaceship. "Anyway, at least I'm happy." Ben looked at Victor's shriveled back, and said to Reed with a smile. In their eyes, Jiang Tianming was Tony's friend, and he didn't dare to do anything to Jiang Tianming. Jiang Tianming, who entered the interior, looked at the staff walking around, and was a little confused. He was wondering where to get the space uniform, but he walked too fast and forgot to ask Reed. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Jiang?" A pleasant voice sounded behind Jiang Tianming. Jiang Tianming turned around and looked, only to see a blonde beauty in a dark blue spacesuit standing there. She looked at Jiang Tianming with a smile. "That's me, what's the matter?" "That's right, my name is Susan." After introducing herself, Susan handed a spacesuit in her arms to Jiang Tianming. "This is your uniform." "Thank you very much, Susan." Jiang Tianming took the uniform with a smile, and thought of Susan's message in his mind. The full name is Susan Stone, one of the Fantastic Four, the invisible woman, who can make herself invisible as well as others, can also create a protective force field, and has flight and the ability to control the movement of objects. She is also the wife of Mr. Fantastic Reed in the original timeline, but what Jiang Tianming doesn't know is that Susan at the moment is not in love with Reed. "Nice to meet you, Susan. My full name is Jiang Tianming." Jiang Tianming smiled and extended his hand politely. Susan shook Jiang Tianming's hand. "I know, I have read your profile." She has a good impression of this handsome man in front of her, and she has a gentleman's demeanor and doesn't look at her with that kind of obscene eyes. "The time is almost up, please board the ship after subduing." Susan glanced at the clock on the wall, and said, "I heard that you came with Reed and the others, so please hand over these uniforms to them, please." "It's nothing." Jiang Tianming agreed. At the moment Jiang Tianming didn't know that his appearance changed the relationship between Reed and Susan. After Jiang Tianming found Reed and Ben, they were still packing their things, so he stepped forward and handed them the uniforms. "Where did you go?" Reed asked curiously. "Walk around." Ben frowned and glanced back and forth at the uniform in his hand. "Whether I wear this suit to fly or to jump into Swan Lake, who designed it?" "It's Victor 173. The three of them heard the sound and saw a young man walking over. He should be Susan's younger brother, Jonathan Stone, aka Johnny Stone. Human Torch, one of the Fantastic Four, can emit fire all over his body, can fly, and the temperature can reach the level of the sun after exhausting all ability. But it also has a fatal weakness, it cannot burn without oxygen, and it will be extinguished by a large amount of water. My name is Johnny, I'm Susan's younger brother, and my sister asked me to say hello." Ben and Reed naturally knew Susan's younger brother, so it was naturally Jiang Tianming who came to say hello. "I haven't seen the captain of the country yet, but there are still photos from World War II. For comparison, Johnny and Steve really look similar." If he didn't know that the captain of the bad country, Steve, was not dead, otherwise Jiang Tianming would think that Johnny was Steve's reincarnation. "Hello, Johnny." It happened that Jiang Tianming was about the same age as Johnny, but obviously, Jiang Tianming was much calmer than him. "It's almost time, let's go up." Reed looked at his watch and said to Mei Tianming and the others. Jiang Tianming and others carried the spacecraft to the space station in outer space. On the way, Victor looked at Jiang Tianming and Susan talking and laughing with a dirty face, and Reed also showed envious eyes. Johnny, who was sitting with Ben, rubbed his chin and thought about it. As Susan's younger brother, he could see that his sister's favorability for Jiang Tianming was rising, and he was about to surpass Victor and Reed soon. And Reed's best friend, Ben, couldn't help shaking his head when he saw Reed's behavior that he only dared to look at. In this regard, his best friend will always be lacking. "What do you think will happen to them in the end?" Johnny asked Ben on the side, but he knew what Reed and Victor meant to his sister. "Don't get so close, it's disgusting." Ben pushed away Johnny's approaching face in disgust. He really would never deal with this young man. As for Johnny's question, Ben didn't have the intention to answer it. He also mentioned Reed, but the other party was obviously weak in this regard, so he said everything that should be said. I think this person is quite suitable for my sister. Johnny ignored Ben's disgust and muttered to himself. Although Victor is talented and rich, he is too stinky, even more stinky than him, and he doesn't like it at all. In his eyes, Reed is the stupidest smart person, and he is too weak in the face of feelings. After everyone disembarked from the spaceship and came to the space station, they all went to work in their own positions. So, Victor just wanted to stop Susan, but was interrupted by Jiang Tianming. Susan, I'm not familiar with this space station, can you show me around? Jiang Tianming has no intention of disgusting Victor, but if possible, he doesn't mind disgusting Victor, he just needs a seductive beauty to let him get acquainted with this place. Definitely. Susan was happy to help. Victor just looked at Jiang Tianming and Susan's leaving back, he couldn't help but get angry, he slapped the fence hard, and then shook his hand in pain. Pfft. Johnny couldn't hold back, seeing Victor looked over, he quickly pulled Ben around and left. Victor only felt that his face was shameless, he glared at Reed who was still on the scene, and then left. Reed, who was stared at, shrugged and said that he was innocent, so he had no choice but to take his own things and start preparing for testing equipment. It's so funny, haven't you seen Victor's expression like eating shit? It's so funny. Johnny laughed unscrupulously on the road. Even Ben in his spacesuit couldn't help laughing, and Victor was arguably the one they all hated. If I want a brother-in-law, I will definitely choose someone like Jiang Tianming, Johnny said while handing the test materials to Ben. Ben took the test material. I admit that Jiang Tianming's temperament and conversation are very comfortable, but Ben also wanted to praise his best friend, but when he thought about it carefully, Reed seemed to have no merits other than brains and morals. Look, you feel the same way. Don't use your little brain. Ben rolled his eyes speechlessly, then turned around and prepared to work. And Jiang Tianming and Susan over there. Susan looked at Jiang Tianming in surprise. Are you sure you are a college student? Just now, Jiang Tianming was able to recognize all the equipment in the space station, and he also knew how to operate it. This is a graduate student? I don't know who thought it was a person with a doctoral professor level. I am indeed a college student, and the information will not be false. Neil's knowledge of the mechanical era is also the knowledge of human beings in the distant future. Isn't it simple to recognize a device? You mean, you are self-taught? Susan was even more surprised. No one can reach the level of a doctoral professor by self-taught, definitely except for a certain Stark whose surname is Irita. Well, you can understand that too. Wow, that's amazing. It's okay, that's it. After Jiang Tianming was modest, he suddenly thought of something and asked Susan, how are you and Reed? How about what? Susan looked at Jiang Tianming strangely, she didn't understand what Jiang Tianming meant. Susan's reaction at the moment was somewhat beyond Jiang Tianming's expectations. Is it another butterfly effect? It's like an ordinary colleague relationship. I heard that you and Reed are college classmates. What kind of person is he? He's very smart, but he's a little dull. Susan's evaluation was flat, just like a student evaluating his classmate who is not very playful. Well, it seems that things have changed again, and Jiang Tianming is used to it. Even if one day the Fantastic Four become the Fantastic Three, he doesn't remember being weird. On Reed's side, he found that the cosmic storm had begun to arrive early, and as soon as he thought that Ben was still outside, he ran out. He came to Victor's main command room and reminded him, Victor, the storm came a few hours earlier, there may be some danger, stop the operation immediately. Everything is in a panic, look at you, just close the protective cover. Victor's words made Reed stare, he couldn't believe it, but Ben is still outside. Then you shouldn't be dawdling here, if I were you, I would take him back now. Reed didn't dawdle, and directly said to Ben through the headset, Ben, get out of there quickly, and come back quickly. But I haven't finished my work yet, high-achieving student. But in the next moment, Ben felt something strange behind him. The crimson cosmic storm was attacking him and the entire space station, so he kicked his feet and flew directly to the space station without dawdling. But it was just a little bit short, Li Zhao's, and he was already affected by the cosmic storm, pushing his whole body to the space station. Then, Reed watched his best friend fall out of the window, but the matter was not over yet. The cosmic storm passed through the protective shield and hit them. Jiang Tianming and Susan, who were still chatting, suddenly saw bursts of crimson storm energy attacking them. Jiang Tianming was indifferent, and the system asked him to come up, as if to defend against this cosmic storm. Susan's face became anxious, she quickly blocked Jiang Tianming behind her, and everyone looked at her in surprise. Afterwards, Susan's figure was impacted by the cosmic storm, and her body's DNA was undergoing extraordinary changes. Seeing that the cosmic storm was getting closer and closer to him, Jiang Tianming felt a little bad, and the system's defense did not seem to appear. Hey, the system, you tricked me into tricking me. In the scour of the cosmic storm, Jiang Tianming was the only one who remained awake, because he had an extraordinary physique and was able to withstand the pressure that ordinary people could not bear. His princess hugged Susan, and gently placed her on the seat of the spaceship. As for the others, they had to be dragged, and he would not hug those elders. Jiang Tianming brought everyone back to Earth, but he didn't bring Victor. Even if he didn't, the people in his company would have people bring Victor down. Everyone came to the hospital under Victor's company, where they were being isolated, and they were also undergoing physical examinations here. So, have you touched enough? Jiang Tianming was wearing a hospital gown, surrounded by a group of beautiful female nurses, saying that he needed to check his body, and they kept touching his body. Definitely only touch the upper body. Hey, Jiang. Johnny came to Jiang Tianming's ward and was about to say hello, but when he saw Jiang Tianming enjoying among the nurses, he immediately joked. 557 Yanfu is not shallow, I will definitely tell my sister. To be honest, he was envious. As a master of love, he felt that Jiang Tianming was awesome. Stop talking nonsense, Johnny, what's the matter with your sister? Speaking of Susan, Jiang Tianming pushed away the nurses who had been touching his chest and abdominal muscles. Okay, I'm going to visit the doctor, yes, ladies. Jiang Tianming didn't give them a chance, and slipped out of the ward as slippery as a loach. Johnny even expressed surprise at Jiang Tianming's speed of slipping away. You can touch me. Johnny looked at the nurses with a smile and lifted his shirt, but the nurses ignored him and left. Johnny's smile froze for an instant, and then he shrugged. If you don't touch it, just touch it. I'm not good enough for you to touch it. Thinking about it, Johnny decided to go and see Ben. Jiang Tianming, who planned to visit Susan, came to Susan's ward and saw her sitting on the hospital bed looking out the window. It seems that your spirit is not bad. Jiang Tianming pulled a stool and sat beside the hospital bed. He smiled and said to Susan, Yes, I heard that you brought us back. Thank you very much. Susan smiled sweetly. No need to thank you for small things. Jiang Tianming picked up the apples in the fruit plate, peeled the apples, and handed them to Susan after peeling. Susan was also polite, ready to take the apple peeled by Jiang Tianming and eat it, but a sudden change happened. Susan's finger and Jiang Tianming's fingertips suddenly came into close contact, and a mysterious reaction occurred. Ah! Susan suddenly cried out, and quickly withdrew her hand. The feeling just now was like an electric shock. It felt weird, which caused her heartbeat to speed up and her face to turn red. What's the matter? Jiang Tianming looked at Susan strangely and asked. Obviously Susan's reaction was outrageous, but he sat there like a normal person. No, it's nothing. Susan's face was flushed, and she was trying to calm her heartbeat. The feeling just now stimulated his senses, and there was an inexplicable pleasure. Now Jiang Tianming was confused. He stared blankly at his hands. Could it be that he, like Susan and the others, was awakening some kind of super ability? Could it be the rumored, that kind of hand? Okay, Mr. Jiang, why is there a hospital gown floating there? A doctor walked into the ward, but when he saw the situation in the ward, he couldn't help asking Jiang Tianming with wide eyes. In his eyes, there was no other person in the ward except Jiang Tianming, and there was still floating on the bed, wearing a hospital gown. What? Jiang Tianming glanced at Susan and then at the doctor, and soon thought of something. He said to Susan, Susan, look at yourself. After hearing Jiang Tianming's words, Susan, who had just calmed down, lowered her head to look at her hands, only to see that she couldn't see anything except her clothes. What happened? After seeing Susan's reaction, Jiang Tianming knew what was going on. That's right. He saw that Susan was invisible in the eyes of others and even herself, but she was normal in his eyes. You go out first. Jiang Tianming said to the doctor, and the doctor nodded and left the ward. Susan, calm down. Okay. Susan took a deep breath to adjust her emotions, and slowly Susan's whole body began to return to normal, although Jiang Tianming looked the same. In the early stage, Susan's invisible ability will be affected by emotions, and in the later stage, she should be able to control it freely. What's going on? After Susan calmed down completely, she asked Jiang Tianming as if intentionally or unintentionally taking Jiang Tianming as the backbone. I think it should be related to the cosmic storm, which modifies your DNA. That's it. Then Susan looked at Jiang Tianming. Concern appeared in her eyes. What about you? Are you uncomfortable? It's not uncomfortable. I just feel like I haven't changed much. These problems can only be explored by himself, and he should not ask the system. But the series of reactions when I touched Susan just now, could it be my new awakening ability? If you find something uncomfortable, you must check it out. Susan reminded. Jiang Tianming felt a little helpless, feeling that he was treated as a younger brother by Susan, who took care of him like an elder, even though Susan was only a few years older than him. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and rewarding flight ability, speed of sound. Note, the cosmic storm did not give the host a special super ability, but the host's soul is connected to Susan Stone's soul. Congratulations to the host. Congratulations, Mahler Gobe. Jiang Tianming couldn't help but swear. At least flight ability allows him to deal with many enemies. This soul connection is useful. Susan and Jiang Tianming came to the restaurant, ready to have dinner here. The two were talking and laughing. They looked like a couple in the eyes of others. To be honest, has anyone ever told you that you are very attractive? Susan asked, looking at Jiang Tianming's exquisite face. From the very beginning, she had this feeling that Jiang Tianming was the most handsome man she had ever seen, with an inexplicable aura that attracted her, which surprised her a little. Definitely said that, and more than one. Definitely someone has said it, but you are the first one to be so direct. Maybe it's because of Tony's influence that now Jiang Ming is a little talkative towards women. Should I feel honored? Susan didn't feel disrespectful to Jiang Tianming's 553 rhetoric, on the contrary she found it very interesting. Hey, guys. Seeing Johnny walking into the restaurant shirtless, covered only by a down jacket, he was very excited at the moment. You can't imagine what happened just now. So there is a red light district near here. Jiang Tianming joked with a smile. Johnny was slightly taken aback by Jiang Tianming's joke, then looked at his lower body, and quickly explained, I can explain this. Boom. Suddenly they heard a loud noise. Jiang Tianming and others came to Ben's room when they heard the sound, and saw a big hole in the wall, which was apparently knocked out, and Reed stood there in a daze. What's going on? Where's Ben? Susan looked around, then asked Reed. He came home. It was already the next morning. They found Ben early, without the incident on the bridge in the plot, and then planned to test the super ability on the body and create a device to transform them back. After receiving the reward, Jiang Tianming no longer intends to stay any longer. After exchanging contact information with Susan, he left under Susan's slightly reluctant eyes. Seeing Jiang Tianming getting farther and farther away on the mobile Pegasus, Susan began to feel a little empty in her heart, which also had the influence of soul connection. Ben, who had turned into a stone man, patted his best friend's shoulder lightly to show comfort. Reed sighed and knew that he had no chance, so he went upstairs with Ben. Johnny smiled squintingly, touched Susan's arm with his elbow, and said in a strange tone, Sister, I don't really mind if you catch up immediately. Brother, I have already prepared for the wedding hall. Johnny, you are looking for a beating. Susan's face turned red suddenly. She gave Johnny a hard look, and raised her palm as if to hit him. Johnny's face changed, and he ran away quickly. Alas. Susan looked deeply at the direction where Jiang Tianming was leaving, and an idea began to emerge in her heart. And Jiang Tianming, who was concerned, drove the mobile Pegasus on the road, and kept missing several cars, which was already speeding. Ding-ling-ling, the phone in Jiang Tianming's pocket rang, and he picked it up to see that it was Tony calling. Hey, Tony, why do you have time to call me? Old Jiang, what do you mean by that? You can go to space as an astronaut or I can help you. Why can't I call you? Tony's tone was quite dissatisfied, but Jiang Tianming knew he was faking it. Jiang Tianming was a little speechless. Okay, what's the matter? Honestly, I need your help. According to Tony, the plot of Iron Man 2 started more than 5 months in advance, and Black Widow found Tony and was attacked by Anton Vank in a car race. During Jiang Tianming's absence, Rhodes and Tony had a fight, and Rhodes finally took Mark II away. Tony and Ethan have been looking for alternative elements to replace palladium, but they have not found it. Because Jiang Tianming is in isolation, Tony waited until today to call him. 0. I'll be right there. Jiang Tianming didn't intend to wait for the black stewed egg to remind Tony, and directly helped Tony create new elements. What's going on? Jiang Tianming came to Tony's laboratory and saw Tony and Ethan sitting in front of the computer, thinking, Old Jiang, you are here. Since you went into space, that is, 2 days ago, I discovered that my poisoning level has reached 50%. As early as a month ago, I had fallen into palladium poisoning. 11. Guys, I'm sorry I didn't tell you guys. Tony apologized to his 2 sincere friends. He thought he could find an element replacement in a short time, but he never found it. Ethan and Jiang Tianming glanced at each other. They both knew that Tony had his own arrogance, but obviously he didn't want his friends to worry, let alone little Pepper, so he sent out 10 people to bear the burden. Okay, this is not like you, now we have to work overtime. Jiang Tianming's words broke through the strange atmosphere, and he walked to the projection table. J.A.R.V.I.S. Project the 1974 Stark Expo model. Remember to have it all. Okay, Mr. Jiang is 3.9. This time it was Tony and Ethan's turn to look at each other. They were confused about Jiang Tianming's approach. What was the relationship between the new elements and the Stark Expo model? Show the top view of the model. Jiang Tianming turned his head and waved to Tony and Ethan. What are you doing stupidly? Come here quickly. See what this looks like. Jiang Tianming pointed to the position of the Earth in the projection model. It looks like. Ethan was a little uncertain. Like an atomic nucleus. Tony at the moment's eyes widened. He didn't expect that the model of the Stark Expo could hide such a mystery. You guessed right, Tony. This may be the last legacy your father left you. Tony held the projection ball of the new element in his hand, and smiled from the bottom of his heart. I didn't expect to be able to educate me after being dead for nearly 20 years. Thinking about it this way, his father, who didn't care much about him, was still a little bit kind. Tony's father is also a genius. If not limited by the times, perhaps his achievements would be even greater. Thank you too, old Jiang. Tony's tone was very sincere. If Jiang Tianming hadn't discovered the mystery, he might have been poisoned to death. In fact, even if there is no Jiang Tianming, the head of the Internal Trader Bureau will remind Tony, but it doesn't matter, at least Tony will suffer less. Speaking of which, how did you discover this? Ethan asked curiously. Hadn't he been in space all the time? I was bored in space, so I opened the expo video and watched it. After a closer look, I found something wrong with it. Jiang Tianming lied casually, at least it was quite convincing. Tony and Ethan both nodded, agreeing with Jiang Tianming's statement. When they came to their senses, Jiang Tianming had already walked to the door, and Tony asked, Where are you going? Aren't you here to help? Jiang Tianming naturally has his own research to be, and A2 are waiting to be built by himself, so why not stay here with you 2 old men? The rest will not trouble you. I should go back and report to Gwen and the others. After Jiang Tianming finished speaking, he turned and left, and when he turned around, he saw Black Widow Natasha Romanoff walking in. But it's none of his business anymore, as a man subconsciously glanced at her up and down and left Stark Industries directly. When they got home, they saw Gwen and Felicia sunbathing on the beach, wearing bikinis. Among them, Gwen, who was most sensitive to perception, immediately sensed that Jiang Tianming was back. She took off her sunglasses and waved to Jiang Tianming. Tianming, come and join us. The two beauties looked at him with smiles. Jiang Tianming couldn't help but laugh. He just started to build it tonight. Now he is naturally spending quality time with his two beautiful girlfriends. He has already strengthened the defensive ability around the island. Once a technological instrument enters the island within 1,000 miles, it will be destroyed by the electromagnetic pulsar made by Jiang Tianming. Moreover, the means of detection cannot reach here, no matter whether it is in the sky or in the sea. They cannot be detected within a radius of thousands of miles. Once there is an intruder within 1,000 miles, they will be pointed at by the weapons made by Jiang Tianming. So for now, this island is absolutely safe. To put it bluntly, only you can appreciate the beauty of the two beauties. At night, after Jiang Tianming had dinner with two beauties, he walked to the basement floor, which is his laboratory. The materials of the system are lying on the table. Jiang Tianming has already checked. Those are metals not in this world, nor vibranium and adamantium. After systematic explanation, this metal is a stronger metal than vibranium and adamantium. Master, are you going to start working? In the laboratory, a cold female voice sounded. It was Jiang Tianming who created an artificial intelligence called Kamen before going to space. Bai Meng, call supper on time at 10 o'clock, and start working all night tonight. Jiang Tianming lifted the mysterious metal easily, and ordered Bai Meng. Okay, master. Jiang Tianming took off his jacket, put on a vest to reveal his strong arms, put on his favorite sunglasses, and smiled slightly. Start work? Make a wife. The perfect combination of technology and biology makes A2 and 2B have a strong physique. The appearance is exactly the same as ordinary humans, and the touch is also elastic. And through the system, they also inherited Jiang Tianming's steel body, which means that ordinary weapons cannot hurt them, and their strength will also increase as Jiang Tianming becomes stronger. Not only that, but they can travel together with Jiang Tianming hand in hand to the DC world. Time flies, and 2 months have passed in a blink of an eye. In the meantime, Iron Man 2's plot has ended, Thor's has yet to begin, and the timeline is currently in between. In Wang's laboratory, Jiang Tianming breathed a sigh of relief, then sat on the stool and looked at his perfect work, which perfectly reproduced the appearance of the original work. The two white-haired beauties were immersed in the culture solution in the cultivation cabin. At the moment they were naked, but Jiang Tianming was also a person who had been there, so he had the right to appreciate it. The training progress has reached 100%. Master, you can release the younger sisters. For Bai Meng, A2 and 2B are also her master's creations, that is, her younger sisters. Jiang Tianming pressed the enter key on the supercomputer. The culture fluid in the cultivation cabin was sucked away, and the doors of the cultivation cabin opened one after another. The two beauties slowly opened their eyes, and then they walked out of the training cabin. They came to Jiang Tianming at the same time, and knelt down on one knee. Master. A2 and 2B said at the same time. Okay, get up. Jiang Tianming turned around and handed the maid outfits prepared on the table to A2 and 2B. From today on, you are our housemaids. Yes. The two responded with expressionless, what's it, affection. Jiang Tianming knew why they didn't have human emotions, because he didn't equip them, and planned to equip them after getting the mind gem. But there is only one mind gem. Just when Jiang Tianming was worried, the long-lost voice from the system rang out after 2 months. Issuing the task, repel the destroyer, task reward, mind gem times 21. Note, after completing the task, mind gem will automatically integrate into the bodies of 2B and A2. After hearing the words, Jiang Tianming was overjoyed. As expected of his system, it was really timely. I took back the words I scolded her before. And there are still 2 mind gems. I didn't expect infinite gems to be free for the system. In the living room on the first floor, 2 ladies A2 and 2B in black maid uniforms stood there straight, like military training. Jiang Tianming stepped forward and poked their cheeks. They were white and smooth. Jiang Tianming couldn't help nodding, very satisfied with his work. Gwen's band practiced today, and Felicia also went to watch. I will be back later. When they come back, you can introduce yourself. I'm going to take a shower. After speaking, Jiang Tianming went upstairs. Because he was too obsessed with experiments, he took a shower every 3 days on average, and his body smelled of sweat. Yes, Not long after, Gwen and Felicia returned home. Gwen put down her backpack, and suddenly saw 2 strange women standing in the living room. Felicia also saw it, and there was a vigilant look in the eyes of the 2 women. Gwen squinted and said, Who are you? Where is Tianming? If we set a precedent, we know that there will be no less troubles in the future. Ladies, welcome home. I am Jurha number 2B, 2B for short. From now on, we will be the maids at home. Please give us any orders. Julha type A number 2, referred to as A2, hello ladies. After speaking, the 2 Rafa ladies bowed respectfully to Gwen and Felicia at the same time. Gwen, as the one with the most scientific and technological knowledge among the 2 women, was the first to notice that something was wrong with A2 and 2B. she said to Felicia. They seem to be robots, lifelike bionic robots. They are all college graduates, and they have heard of bionic robots, but the two in front of them seem to be more real than bionic robots. To be honest, they are almost real people, and they can't be seen as robots, at all. Felicia couldn't believe it. And so, Gwen and Felicia watched A2 and 2B, who stood there waiting for orders from their wives. Soon, Jiang Tianming went downstairs shirtless, and saw four beauties standing in the living room, staring at each other, asking strangely, "What are you doing?" Tianming. Gwen and his daughter trotted to Jiang Tianming's side, and shook his arm. "Who are they? Huh? Didn't you introduce yourself? The master's order has been carried out, but the ladies don't seem to believe our identities." A2 took the lead in respectfully saying. Jiang Tianming had to explain himself. He said to Gwen and Felicia, "They are the bionic robots I made, and they will take care of our daily life from now on." After Jiang Tianming's explanation, the two girls, Gwen and Wen, no longer doubted, and came to observe A2 and 2 very curiously. "Wow, Tianming, you are so powerful, so real." Felicia's eyes lit up, and there was a look of admiration in her eyes. "Yeah, it's amazing." Gwen did the same. She kept poking and touching their skin. "Huh? Is this place the same as humans?" After finishing speaking, Gwen pinched 2B and nodded involuntarily. It should be said that not only does it feel first class, but it also seems to be much larger than A2. 2B couldn't help but yelled suddenly, and her face turned red, and Gwen realized that she had made a disrespectful move. "Sorry." Gwen withdrew her hand and apologized. She didn't know that robots also had so-called feelings, so she casually touched them out of curiosity. Don't look at them as expressionless as robots. In fact, they have a tactile feedback system like human nerves, so they have so-called feelings. This is where biotechnology is at its best. "Ma'am, you don't need to apologize." 2B still had that expressionless iceberg face, as if everything just now didn't exist. This made Felicia on the side couldn't help asking curiously, "Tianming, do they have no human emotions? Or will they always have this personality?" "I haven't equipped them with a human emotional system at the moment. Now I only have a cold artificial intelligence. There will be more suitable ones in the future. Don't worry. As long as they get the mind gem, they can sublimate their artificial intelligence, have human emotions, have unique personalities, and so on." Gwen and Felicia nodded as if they understood, and then saw a strange point. "Tianming, you won't let them carry out your strange orders, will you?" Gwen questioned Jiang Tianming with her waist in her hand. Felicia showed a joking smile. "It's possible, Gwen, maybe he created them because he disliked us." After Felicia said the second half of the sentence, she still put on a pitiful look, and those who didn't know thought she was being bullied. Jiang Tianming couldn't help rolling his eyes, although he also had that strange thought. "What are you thinking about?" "Okay, I'm going on a long trip, so I'll ask you to take care of them." Jiang Tianming turned and left, heading towards the garage. The four girls looked at each other, and finally Gwen was the first to break the silence. "Okay, girls, we can go shopping." Jiang Tianming doesn't want to use flight ability in daily life except in battle, so he has to find his tool man Mr. Tony first. "Hey, Tony, I want to lend you a plane." On the phone, Jiang Tianming said so to Tony. Unexpectedly, Tony on the phone was a little out of breath, and he said full of resentment, "If you ruin my good things next time, I will never end with you. Go and get the plane yourself." After finishing speaking, Zai Ali's comforting voice came faintly from the phone. Only then did he realize that he had disturbed Tony's good business. Jiang Tianming couldn't help laughing at the thought of this. "You're still laughing." After yelling, Tony hung up the phone directly. So Jiang Tianming raised his eyebrows before he hung up the phone. He wants to learn from Tony's lesson. Before doing such a thing, turn off the phone first. Jiang Tianming came to the private airport of his toolman Tony Stark, found a private plane and the captain at random, and was about to head to New Mexico, and he also pushed the mobile Pegasus onto the plane. It was later learned that Tony allowed Jiang Tianming to enter and leave any place in the Stark industry, including his private airport. A second of silence for poor Tony. "I'm sorry to disturb his interest. Jiang Tianming will definitely dare to do it next time." Moldy country New Mexico. After getting off the plane, Jiang Tianming rode his beloved small motorcycle to Jukiao City, which is near the place where Meow Meow Hammer fell in the plot. This place is not so much a city as a small town, surrounded by buildings with only 2 floors at the highest tall buildings. "My God, I'm going to be late." Jane Foster was trotting on the sidewalk, looking extremely anxious. Soon Dr. Eric will come to Old Bridge to assist her in studying astronomy, and she has to go there. Excuse me, Jane bypassed countless passersby until she came to a corner. Puff. Wow. Jane was so impatient that she bumped into a man, but the man didn't move at all, instead she fell straight backwards. But the man hugged Jane's waist to keep her from falling, and only when Jane came back to her senses did she see his face clearly. That man was Jiang Tianming. "How are you?" I'm fine." Hearing Jiang Tianming's question, she realized that she was still in his arms, and she blushed and hurriedly left Jiang Tianming's arms. Thank you. Jane at the moment was a little too nervous, causing her to stutter. "It's okay, just don't run too fast next time," Jiang Tianming said with a smile, and he also recognized the other party's identity. "Is there something urgent?" Jiang Tianming asked. "Oh, I almost forgot." Jane exclaimed. If Jiang Tianming hadn't reminded her, she would have forgotten to meet Dr. Eric. I'll take you there. Really? Thank you so much. Jane was overjoyed and thanked happily. Then Jane got on Jiang Tianming's mobile Pegasus, put on the helmet that Jiang Tianming took out from nowhere, at the city boundary of Jukiao City in front. Soon they spotted Dr. Eric. Jane took off her helmet, and trotted forward to shake Eric's hand. Dr. Eric, hello. Hello, Jane. Eric saw Jiang Tianming behind Jane, and said jokingly, you were the first one to bring my boyfriend to pick me up. No, he's not. Jane waved her hands in a panic, trying to explain but couldn't speak clearly because of nervousness. In the end, the corpse ended with a blushing face and lowered head. Seeing this, Jiang Tianming knew he had to come forward. He also took off his helmet and greeted Eric. Hello, Dr. Eric. 0. After all, he is an important person who uses Tesseract, the space gem, to open the space door and let the Chidori army enter the Earth. Unexpectedly, Eric was a little surprised when he saw Jiang Tianming's true face. Mr. Jiang? It's a pleasure to meet you. Eric enthusiastically stepped forward and shook hands with Jiang Tianming. Even Jiang Tianming was a little surprised. You know me. Definitely, at Tony Stark's party. I don't think there are many people who don't know you. After all, you were the focus of the audience as soon as you appeared, and you were taken by Tony to meet people everywhere. It turned out to be because of Tony. This time, I wrote it down in a small notebook first. By the way, Tony's party really has everyone. Why didn't I see it before? What's the situation? Jane was at a loss. She didn't even understand what the situation was. Jane, I didn't expect you to know Mr. Jiang. Not only did he go to space with Dr. Richards, but he was also recognized by Tony Stark. The future is limitless. Eric was like an old matchmaker, talking about the advantages of Jiang Tianming in front of Jane. Eric also ignored the dumbfounded Jane, and turned to look at Jiang Tianming. Is Mr. Jiang also here to help Jane do research? Actually, I just happened to pass by here, and I just met Jane by chance, and I brought him to meet you by the way. Jane and Eric also nodded, convinced by Jiang Tianming's statement. In the end, Jiang Tianming temporarily joined Jane's research team under Eric's recommendation, and Jane readily accepted. So where did you pick up such a decent man? Tell me. I want to pick up one too. Daisy, the girl with glasses, asked Jane beside her. Wearing a vest, showing his chest muscles and arms, the handsome Jiang Tianming is simply a beauty killer. What are you talking about? What are you picking up? He is Jiang Tianming who lives in New York. He is a serious Chong Chinese. Jane packed her things, and kept looking at Jiang Tianming who was helping Eric move things along the way. Oh, Jane looked into Daisy's eyes. She drew a long voice meaningfully, and then whispered in Jane's ear, then what's the matter with your eyes? Pregnant 23. What? I don't understand what you mean. It's really inexplicable. Jane was like a little girl who was caught stealing candy. Her eyes kept avoiding. Her tone was tense and she stammered slightly. It's really surprising that a scientist who is only interested in celestial natural phenomena suddenly becomes interested in a man. Daisy patted Jane on the shoulder as if she had come here. Love is here. Jane shook her shoulders angrily, shook Daisy's hand down, and said with a little shame, what do you mean by that? I'm also a woman, okay? Isn't it normal to be interested in the opposite S**X? The interaction between the two ladies can be seen from the eyes of the two men, one old and one young. Eric Invisible stood in the united front with Daisy. He said to Jiang Yuming who was still moving things. Jiang, what do you think of Jane? Jiang Tianming, who finished moving the last box, heard Eric's inquiry, looked back at him, and then glanced at Jane who was still staring at Daisy. It's good, it's beautiful, it's cute. It was a perfunctory word, but in Eric's eyes, it meant something. Eric turned his head and gave Daisy a look, and Daisy nodded back to him secretly, indicating that she received it. She put her hand on Jane's shoulder. What do you think of Jiang Tianming? Very good, very handsome, very on time. After receiving Jane's answer, Daisy sent Eric a signal that they only understood, and Eric nodded knowingly. He took Jiang Tianming's shoulder. Hey Jiang, I'm a little thirsty. Can you help me go to the coffee shop to buy a cup of coffee? At the same time, Daisy also said to Jane, Jane, I suddenly want to drink juice. Can you help me buy a glass? Jiang Tianming naturally heard and saw the small movements between them, and immediately raised his hand. Don't bother, I'll just go. Daisy's mind turned quickly, and she immediately said, how can it be done? Only Jane knows where it is and how to go. Then Jane will go. Daisy's eyes widened, she put her hands on her hips, and immediately refuted Jiang Tianming's words. How can that be done? How can a gentleman let a lady go out alone? What if she is in danger? Jiang Tianming couldn't help but roll his eyes. This doesn't work and that doesn't work. Boys are also very dangerous outside. Well, why don't you go by yourself? Okay, I'll go with Jiang. Jane waved her hands helplessly, stopped them, walked over and took Jiang Tianming's arm and walked out. Let's go, let's go. After Jiang Tianming and Jane left, Daisy and Eric smiled happily and gave each other a thumbs up. Nice job, Eric. And you too, Daisy. I'm sorry, Eric and Daisy, it's a little too much. As their friend, Jane immediately apologized and felt sorry for disturbing Jiang Tianming. It's nothing, I'll just take it as a joke. Jiang Tianming smiled and said he didn't care. I've been single for a long time, and they tried their best to advise me. To be honest, I also feel bored. Jane said with a headache expression. She has been studying and researching since she was a child, and she has no time to talk about the so-called love. She is not in a hurry, but her friends Daisy and Eric are in a hurry. Now a handsome boy with rich gold and good temperament finally came. Let them try their best to blend them. How can such a beautiful girl be liked by no one? I don't believe it when I tell it. Jiang Tianming said with a smile. He, thank you for your compliment. They chatted and came to the beverage shop, and the salute sounded in their ears as soon as they entered the shop. Crack. Fireworks of various colors were sprinkled on the heads of the two. Ah, shit. Jane was startled by the sudden voice, shrank into Jiang Tianming's arms, and accidentally uttered a foul language. Welcome to guests, you are the 100th couple who came to our store, 2 drinks and 2.9 items will be free for you. The fat white man said to Jiang Tianming and Jane at the counter with a smile. Jiang Tianming raised his eyebrows. He thought that only his country had this kind of activity. Do rich countries and capitalist countries also have such activities? Jane recovered from the fright, and found herself in Jiang Tianming's arms, and walked out quietly. 3 cups of coffee, 1 cup of juice, make them for me right now. At the moment Jane was like a tigress, she yelled at the clerk, and turned her head to stare at the 2 clerks who fired the salute glance. The clerk was terrified, and made drinks directly according to Jane's request, and he didn't dare to make a fuss. Finally, Jane and Jiang Tianming left the drink shop with a smile on her face, as if the tantrum just now did not exist. Jiang, what happened in the drink shop just now? Just now? Did something happen just now? Isn't it just a normal order? Jiang Tianming chose to play dumb, as if he had selective amnesia about what happened just now. Jane nodded with a satisfied smile. She is very satisfied with Jiang Tianming's spirit of being a gentleman who knows the current affairs. After the 2 of them returned to the laboratory, Eric and Daisy were watching them walk in curiously, as if they wanted to find out what happened to them. Eric, why didn't I see that their relationship has warmed up? Daisy stared at Jane and Jiang Tianming, and asked Eric 08K beside her. Don't say it's you, even I can't see it. Eric is a person who has been there, but no matter how he sees them, they seem to come back from shopping normally. Jane, who had just chatted with Jiang Tianming, had a smile on her face, but disappeared immediately when she saw Eric and Daisy. Your coffee, your juice. After Jane handed them their respective drinks with a blank face, she sat in front of her computer and typed on the keyboard. Did something happen just now? Eric asked Daisy, a bit slow in this regard. Daisy is also a woman, and with a woman's intuition, she can guess Jane's question. Actually, I think her attitude is for us to see. Hey, Jiang. Daisy ran to Jiang Tianming again, and asked him curiously, did anything interesting happen to you on the way? Hearing this, Jiang Tianming looked at Jane subconsciously, but the other party gave him a look that would be unlucky if you dare to say it, and continued to fiddle with her computer. Honestly, no. Huh? There is a problem. Daisy obviously didn't believe what Jiang Tianming said, but she didn't continue to ask, but continued to observe secretly and seemed to want to guard the tricks between the 2. When night came, the 4 of them sat in the minivan, waiting for the appearance of a special astronomical phenomenon, while Jiang Tianming waited for the unlucky one to fall. There was still some time before the estimated time, so Jane invited Jiang Tianming out for a walk, and before Jiang Tianming agreed, Eric and Daisy agreed for him. Finally, under Jane's expectant eyes, he agreed. Jane, why do you want to become an astrophysicist? In the original work, Jane is a nurse, but in the movie she is an astrophysicist. Jiang Tianming asked out of boredom and curiosity. Hearing this, Jane looked up at the starry sky, then took a deep breath, and said, well, my mother passed away when I was young, and I was brought up by my father, who has always been dedicated to being a qualified father. In fact, in my heart, he is already a qualified father. Unfortunately, my father died of a heart attack. I wanted to be a nurse, but since my father took me to the planetarium once, I just changed my goal. Is it difficult to be an astrophysicist? Jiang Tianming's inquiry seemed to turn on a switch. Jane told her past, and finally smiled self-deprecatingly. Finally, Jane looked at Jiang Tianming and said suddenly, can I hug you? Jiang Tianming turned his head to look at her, and after some hesitation, he nodded in agreement under her expectant eyes, and Jane stepped forward and hugged Jiang Tianming. Jiang Tianming patted Jane on the back as comfort. In order to make Jane feel better, Jiang Tianming planned to tell him about his life experience. In fact, my experience is similar to yours. When I was 6 years old, my parents had already left, and I lived alone at home for more than 10 years. If it weren't for my friends, I might really be a different person. After finishing speaking, Jane hugged Jiang Tianming even harder, and she didn't know what was going on in her heart, so the 2 hugged each other wordlessly. And on the other side Daisy and Eric in the minivan. It's developing so fast, Daisy said with a bit of surprise as she looked at the 2 hugging figures with a telescope. How's it going? Eric anxiously asked 547 from the sidelines, the fire of gossip already ignited in his heart. It's developing very quickly. They're already hugging each other, just 1 kiss away. Daisy still didn't take down the binoculars, and kept observing the movements of the 2 of them. So fast, who took the initiative? Well, I see that Jane took the initiative. Hearing this, Eric was a little surprised. He introduced men to Jane, but she rejected them decisively. Why is this girl still taking the initiative now? Oh, the bodies overlap. In Daisy's eyes, the figures of the 2 overlapped, but they just turned around slightly. Really? Show me. Eric yelled, trying to grab the telescope from Daisy. What are you grabbing? Let me see again. Suddenly Daisy saw Jane holding Jiang Tianming's hand and running towards them. It turned out that they discovered a strange aurora in the sky, and only Jiang Tianming knew that the second idiot Thor was coming. Jane took Jiang Tianming's hand and ran to the minivan. Jiang Tianming took the driver's seat, and Jane sat in the co-pilot. My god. Except for Jiang Tianming, everyone was dumbfounded at the strange aurora that appeared in the sky. Tianming, drive and drive, Jane said quickly, holding the camera for shooting in her hand. No one noticed the name change of this detail. They were all attracted by the strange aurora in the sky. Boom. Something like a tornado appeared in their field of vision, making huge amounts of noise. Oh my god, I don't want to die for 6 credits. Daisy prayed secretly behind seeing this. She was not the main driver, and it would be dangerous to interfere with the driver. She could only do this. Boom. There was another huge amount of sound from inside the tornado, and Jiang Tianming, who had amazing eyesight, saw a figure falling straight down. I can't help it. Stop. Daisy yelled from behind, and then began to pull the steering wheel. Hey. Picking up the driver is a very dangerous thing. Jiang Tianming shouted, I really don't know what this crazy BCH is thinking. Daisy, don't touch him. Jane also began to join the battlefield. She also began to pull Daisy. Daisy pulled Jiang Tianming, and the three of them fought together. Only Eric shivered behind him. Bang. Suddenly, the minivan made a noise as if it had hit something. Daisy and Jane's movements stopped, and Jiang Tianming also stepped on the brakes and stopped. No way. Everyone hurriedly got out of the car. Only Jiang Tianming got out of the car slowly, because he knew who he hit. A tall golden-haired man was lying on the ground and let out a small mournful roar. He was hit by a car and survived. The third person in Jane thought it was miraculous. The golden retriever Thor stood up weakly, like a big man who was drunk. Hammer, where is my hammer? Thor looked around a little unsteadily, trying to find his hammer. He seems to be drunk. Daisy looked at Thor as if looking at a fool. Jane, we have to take him to the hospital, Eric said to Jane, but Jane was busy documenting the scene. He's fine, look at him. Heimdall, I know you can hear me, turn on Bifrost. Thor yelled towards the sky. This behavior is like a neurosis in the eyes of ordinary people. Okay, you take him to the hospital, and Tianming, and I stay here. Only then did Jane realize how stupid the stranger in front of her was. What kingdom is this? Alfheim? Or Nornheim? Thor turned around and pointed at Daisy and asked, with a bad attitude. Daisy was terrified, and hurriedly took out a small stun gun for self-defense from her pocket. This is New Mexico. Thor was amused, and his tone was a little disdainful. How dare you threaten me with such a small weapon, even if I stand here and be attacked by you. In the next second, Daisy shot without any hesitation, and Thor was knocked down by Daisy before he finished speaking. The other three people, including Jiang Tianming, all looked at Daisy in unison. Why is she so wild? What's wrong? He scared me. Eric carried Thor, who was knocked down by the stun gun, into the car. It was a bit difficult for him to lift Thor at some age, so he couldn't help complaining. Next time you stun someone, make sure he's in the car, okay? The youngest, Jiang Tianming, didn't come to help either, and was busy helping Jane take notes. Jiang Tianming came to the door of Thor's ward and observed one of the Marvel movie comedians. Sure enough, Thor woke up and beat the medical staff. Dare to lay hands on the son of Odin. Even the weakened Thor's physical fitness is not comparable to that of ordinary people. You can't beat the Great Thunder. In the end, he was pinned against the door by several big men, and Jiang Tianming stared at him from outside the door. In the end, he was knocked down by the anesthetic, rubbing his face against the door weakly. Jiang Tianming smiled slightly. As expected of being one of the comedians in the Marvel movies, the number of times he was deflated was ridiculous. Afterwards, Jiang Tianming, Jian and others left the hospital, preparing to rest until the next day. But there is a problem, that is, Jiang Tianming has not solved the housing problem. Eric and Daisy looked at each other secretly, and they both understood each other's thoughts. Eric took the lead and said, actually, the rooms around here are fully booked, and it was hard for me to book a room with a lot of money. Yes, me too, I made a reservation earlier than Eric. Daisy then said, oh, I still have something to do, see you tomorrow. Daisy pointed to her watch, and then left the research room. Eric said the same thing and left. Only Jiang Tianming and Jane are left in the research room. Jane glanced at Jiang Tianming quietly, lifted the hair around her ear and put it behind her ear. Her heartbeat began to speed up. If you don't mind, I also have a bed in the RV, which is actually pretty big. Jiang Tianming can only do this. He can't eat dust with Pegasus outside. Jiang Tianming and Jane sat on the chairs and looked at the starry sky by the campfire. Out of boredom, Jiang Tianming took out a new small notebook and drew on it. OA Star is located in the very center of the universe, where a group of little blue people and a team that maintains the peace of the universe live. They are called the Green Lantern Corps. Jiang Tianming talked to Jane as if making up a story. At least in Jane's eyes, what he said was making up a story, but she thought it was very interesting. Is this a real planet? No, it's fake. Definitely is fake, because OUA seeing is not in Marvel, but in DC. Hehehe, it's really interesting. Where did you know these stories? Why haven't I heard of them? Jane looked at Jiang Tianming drawing on the small notebook. She smiled and asked curiously. Jane definitely has never heard of it, not to mention Jane in the Marvel world. Even the Earthlings in the DC world have never heard of the name of the Green Lantern Corps. Because I made these up temporarily, do you still want to listen? Definitely. In the distant universe, there is a planet named Krypton 133, where there are technologically advanced but ignorant creatures called Kryptonians. Their physique. Under Jiang Tianming's fairy tale storytelling, Jane slowly closed her eyes and fell asleep. Jiang Tianming slowly put the small quilt over her body, and tonight passed so ordinarily. Early the next morning, Jiang Tianming came to the place where the Meow Meow hammer landed early, and a huge amounts of crater had already been smashed out, and a hammer was lying in the very center of the crater. It's really interesting, and I don't know if I can lift it. Jiang Tianming stretched out his hand to the Thor hammer with the mentality of giving it a try. In the next second, a magical scene happened. The Thor hammer was held by Jiang Tianming in his hand like an ordinary hammer. Jiang Tianming seemed to have seen a ghost, and he even wondered if it was the real Thor hammer. Jiang Tianming threw the hammer into the sky again, and only heard a loud noise. After the sand and dust cleared, the Thor hammer made a small pothole, which proved that the hammer was a real Thor hammer. I was so inexplicably recognized by Meow hammer? Try other functions. Jiang Tianming raised Mjolnir again. The sky was sunny just now, but now it became cloudy, and thunder and lightning appeared in the blink of an eye. Boom, boom. Jiang Tianming raised Mjolnir and threw it on the ground. Lightning obeyed his order, and a domineering thunderbolt struck the ground not far away. It's really good. Jiang Tianming is thinking about whether to take it back as his little toy, but he will definitely be approached by Odin. Anyway, he will have more toys in the future, so he won't snatch the golden retriever. At the same time, Bifrost's Asgardian Heimdall saw Jiang Tianming's scene just now. A human actually raised Mjolnir and even triggered the power of thunder. Heimdall frowned, feeling that something was wrong. He turned and left, and went to the palace of God King Odin. Great King, an incident happened in Midgard just now. Mjolnir was lifted up by a human, and he skillfully triggered the power of thunder. Heimdall knelt in front of Odin, respectfully talking about the problem he found. Odin nodded, knowing that he was not surprised that Mjolnir was held up by anyone but his son Thor. However, triggering the power of thunder means that he has a certain understanding of Mjolnir. Odin stroked his beard and thought about the problem. It seems that the world has become interesting and complicated, AF, and Thor must grow up quickly so that he can inherit my throne. How is Thor now? Odin looked at Heimdall, and asked him. Hearing this, Heimdall hesitated for a while, and finally told Thor's situation. He was stunned by an electric shock first, and then he was injected with a mysterious liquid by humans and fell into a deep sleep. Now he is still sleeping in bed. If you want to ask why the hesitation, because it is too embarrassing. The famous son of Odin, Thor, was beaten to the ground one after another by human beings, and I feel ashamed of Asgard when I say it. He, kid, go back and continue guarding the 9 realms, tell me if there is any change. Yes, king. After Heimdall stepped back, Odin looked somewhere in his palace. Even Heimdall didn't find that you entered Asgard. Who is your excellency? Odin asked as if facing the air. In the next second, a small figure walked out from behind the pillar. It was a cat belonging to the earth. If Jiang Tianming were here, he might recognize it. It was the black cat he was closest to in Gotham. What? Odin suspected that he had misread it. How could it be a cat? You can find me because I came here to warn you, Odin. The black cat actually spoke out. It was a cold female voice. Who the hell are you? The moment Odin asked, his body felt an unprecedented sense of weakness, and he slumped on his main seat powerlessly. He knew that all of this was done by the mysterious cat in front of him. As Odin, the god king of Asgard, he had no resistance at all. Now here are only the rules of what I say and what you listen to. The man who raised Mjolnir is mine. You can't touch him, including his important people. You can bring him a little fun, but if you want to threaten him or stab him in the back, trust me, you don't want that kind of outcome. As soon as the words fell, Odin's eyes burst into a strong red light. He saw many things, the destruction of Asgard, the death of his 2 sons, and the death of his own wife. Everything ceased to exist, as if the prophesied Ragnarok had arrived ahead of schedule. When the illusion ended, Odin found that the black cat was no longer there. He had never felt such a strong sense of fear, which hit his soul directly. At least, not the worst outcome. Odin said with lingering fear. At the moment his back was covered with cold sweat. Suddenly he felt Loki entered his vault. This child is really... When Jiang Tianming returned to the research room, he happened to see Jane and the 3 of them getting into the minivan again. Presumably they were going to find the unlucky Thor. Tianming, it just so happens that we have a new discovery. Get in the car. Jane waved to Jiang Tianming from the driver's seat. After Jiang Tianming sat in the co-pilot's seat. When they came to the county hospital and found that Thor had escaped under strict guard, they could only decide to drive to search the whole of New Mexico. Just after Jane started the car and reversed the car, Jiang Tianming knew that some unlucky guy was about to suffer, and sure enough, the car ran into Thor, who was wearing a hospital suit before he backed up far. Bang! Thor, who was knocked down twice by humans, was then gloriously f'd to the ground by humans driving. You guys have a tacit understanding. You can bump into the same person with your car. I wonder if he has a grudge against you. Daisy couldn't help complaining. Yesterday Jiang Tianming bumped into one, and today Jane bumped into it once. This time it was Jiang Tianming's turn, and he carried the fainted Thor into the car, after which they brought the unlucky guy to the snack bar. Thor kept eating the cakes on the plate as if he hadn't eaten for several days. Jiang Tianming couldn't help asking, do you have another name called Su Jiang? It's not Jiang Tianming's fault, it's mainly because Thor looks too much like a movie star in his previous life. Who is that? My name is Thor Odinson, and I am of Orthodox royal blood. Where did he come from in the feudal monarchy society? Daisy was the one who complained among them, and no one would keep saying that he was of royal blood, except the country. He is the owner of Meow Meow Hammer, the golden retriever Lion King Su Mujiang. What did you call me? Thor finished drinking the drink in his hand, shouted to refill, was about to fall to the ground, but was stopped by Jiang Tianming. We don't have the custom of throwing cups here. Thor had to put the cup away, and the next second he heard the fat man sitting at the counter talking about Mjolnir. Thor stepped forward to inquire about the location, and left the snack bar. Where is he going? Jane asked. Look for his hammer. Jiang Tianming continued to the three of them, go back first, and I'll let you know as soon as I make progress. Jane and the three had no choice but to nod, and then Jiang Tianming caught up with Thor who was still confirming his direction, little golden retriever. Please Jiang, don't call me that. I have a name. Say it after me, Thor. Thor turned around and said with a black face, and said his name to Jiang Tianming. Okay, little golden retriever, no problem, little golden retriever. Grass. Thor shook his head as if giving up, no longer intending to pay attention to Jiang Tianming, but continued to look for means of transportation, looking for his horse. Immediately Thor saw a pet store. He walked straight in, and said directly in front of the clerk, I need a horse. The clerk seemed to have heard the most outrageous thing he had ever heard in his life, that he was actually looking for a horse in a pet store. We only have cats, dogs, and rabbits here. It doesn't matter, as long as there is someone who can ride. Thor said it didn't matter, and even felt that he was very understanding. The clerk smiled awkwardly. His hand had already started to touch the phone at the side, and he planned to call the police to catch the neuropathy in front of him. At this time, Jiang Tianming stood up, took Thor's hand with one hand, pinned Thor's neck with the other, and took him rudely outside the door. You forgot to take the medicine. You, come out to me. Sorry to bother you, this guy just escaped from the mental hospital, I'll take him back right away. 0. Seeking flowers. Thor was surprised to find that he couldn't escape from Jiang Tianming's control. The opponent's strength was astonishing, even comparable to him without weakness. Let go of me. He didn't break free until Jiang Tianming took the initiative to let go of him. What are you doing? Are you stupid? Go to the pet store and ask for a horse. Why don't you go to the public bath and ask for a massage service? What's the matter? I have my own BMW in Asgard. I don't know that I don't have it here. Thor was about to get mad, but when he thought that the opponent's strength was far above him, he wisely gave up. 0. I can take you to get your Mjolnir. Really? Thor was overjoyed. It seems that he is quite reasonable. With Jiang Tianming's thought, the mobile Pegasus automatically came to Jiang Tianming's side and stopped. This is my BMW. Jiang Tianming pointed to the mobile Pegasus and said, it's great. After speaking, Thor stepped forward to ride the Pegasus, but in the next second, Jiang Tianming unexpectedly stopped him. Wait, who said you can ride his motorcycle? Jiang Tianming stretched out his hand to stop Thor, and he didn't know where he got the confidence, and he didn't know that he wanted to let these two fools ride his own motorcycle. Isn't it for me to ride? Then you are. Thor asked with question marks on his face, watching Jiang Tianming ride the mobile Pegasus. Definitely I rode, and then you followed behind. I am only responsible for leading the way. Whether you can keep up is up to you. Let me see the ability of the son of Odin. Boom. In the next second, Jiang Tianming started to drive the mobile Pegasus. How dare you underestimate the great son of Odin? Thor obviously stepped forward, and ran with both feet, desperately chasing Jiang Tianming's exhaust. 1-1. Ah! Thor fell to the ground weakly and moaned. His feet were already numb, and he no longer had the strength to run. Tisk tisk tisk. Odin, if he sees his son like this, he will definitely tremble with anger. Jiang Tianming took off his sunglasses and taunted mercilessly. Shut up, if it wasn't you, I wouldn't do this either. Thor spoke intermittently as if he was dying of breath. He also blamed himself, because Jiang Tianming's aggressive method worked easily, and he would not use his full strength to run the distance of more than 30 kilometers. Even the weakened Thor is much stronger than the average human being 703. It is amazing to run more than 30 kilometers in half an hour without dying. Seeing Thor in such a miserable state, Jiang Tianming also smiled contentedly. Smiled. You are a demon. You must have come to torture me. Thor's eyes began to show a trace of fear towards Jiang Tianming. Stand up, your hammer is there. Now it was dark, and S.H.I.E.L.D. also arrived at the scene and blocked it. Wait, I need to take a break. Thor hasn't caught his breath yet, lying motionless on the ground, breathing fresh air constantly. It's just that Thor, whose physical strength is seriously exhausted, can still beat those S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. It seems that he has made some big changes. It seemed that he was on board, just to dampen the spirit of those agents of the Internal R Bureau. Jiang Tianming grabbed the Kabuto insect instrument in his hand, and then pushed horizontally on the belt that suddenly appeared on his waist. Henshin. Henshin transformation? The mechanical sound sounded, and a white voice suddenly appeared in front of Thor. Thor had never seen such a magical human being, and was stunned. Follow me, have soup to drink. Sir, someone outside wants to see you. The voice of S.H.I.L.D's brother came over the intercom of Phil Coulson, who was observing Jalnir. Who is the other party? Phil Coulson frowned and asked, did he come to see him specially? Wearing white armor, I think. It's the Black Spider that hasn't appeared for a long time. When the S.H.I.L.D boy said the name of the Black Spider, Phil Coulson's eyes widened instantly, and he walked out quickly. After Phil Coulson came out of the isolation measures, he also went to Jiang Tianming in the form of a Kabuto mask. Mr. Black Spider, I have known you for a long time. Phil Coulson showed his trademark professional smile again, and he said to Jiang Tianming, I don't know what's the matter of Mr. Black Spider coming here? 17. I've come to ask you for something. What? Phil Coulson had roughly guessed what Jiang Tianming was talking about, but he still asked deliberately. The hammer inside. Sure enough, Phil Coulson's face began to look serious. It is impossible for the people here to beat Jiang Tianming now. If he wants to grab Jiang Tianming, no one can stop him even if Hawkeye is here. It's useless. But since I'm going to speak kindly here, I mean there's more to talk about. I'm sorry, S.H.I.L.D has already started researching the hammer. I believe we can give you a perfect answer after we finish the research. I think you got something wrong, Phil Coulson agent. Phil Coulson sensed something was wrong. How did the other party know his name? He obviously didn't report his family name. Could it be someone he knew? I'm not here to negotiate terms, but to inform you. If you don't want to go back to report with your injuries, then be acquainted. The thing that Phil Coulson is most afraid of is coming. The other party is trying to grab the rhythm. If he doesn't know that the other party is not a bloodthirsty person, otherwise everyone present may be defeated. No, they will definitely die. The opponent is a powerful existence that can fight 5 super villains in the Osborn building, but they are just some well-trained humans. It's hard to say whether you can take a fist from the opponent. Mr. Black Spider, please don't embarrass us. Phil Coulson's expression was a little ugly, but when he saw Jiang Tianming walking slowly, his expression suddenly changed and he gave way. I can only watch Jiang Tianming and the golden-haired lame beggar behind him. Huh? Where is the lame beggar? Phil Coulson couldn't control that much anymore, so he picked up the communicator and called their head, Nick Fury. Sir, the Black Spider has appeared. Phil Coulson said helplessly. Oh, what is the other party's attitude towards you? As long as the attitude is good enough, he can be considered for inclusion in his list of 2.6 Avengers. The attitude is quite polite, but our research was interrupted by the other party, very direct. Phil Coulson said the whole time, he was also very powerless, the gap in strength was too great. Then let him take it away. Anyway, you can't find anything after studying for a long time, so you might as well make a good impression on it. Nick Fury didn't care. He was an old fox, and instead of researching a hammer that didn't yield anything, he might as well make a good relationship so that his Avengers plan could succeed. And in his eyes, there is nothing on the present Earth that S.H.I.L.D cannot take back.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.